pulled by the alpha.
Summary. Spread your legs, he commanded. My wolf stirred within me, urging compliance. Without hesitation, I obeyed, parting my legs as instructed. I wasn't a stupid wolf. I knew all too well the unmistakable pull of a mate, but it made no sense. I already had one, and Cole was very much alive and well, so this wolf, whoever he was, couldn't be my second chance mate, could he? Chapter 1. My mate Cole. Our meeting, orchestrated by fate's delicate hand, but as tradition and expectation clashed with our desires, I knew, deep within, that our bond was unbreakable, our love undeniable. In the face of uncertainty, I whispered to my heart, I'll fight for us, for our love, against all odds. Hazel Rivers. In the cool whisper of an autumn breeze, I first caught sight of Cole's piercing blue eyes, a chance meeting that bridged the divide between our worlds. I found myself drawn to him across the expanse of our neighboring forests, his presence a tantalizing mystery just 100 miles to the north. It happened when 𝒬𝒑𝒏 was visiting. She was the alpha's daughter, and her family and mine were close. We all stood waiting for her arrival. As her car approached the pack house, I couldn't contain my excitement, but when she emerged from the vehicle, it wasn't her family she sought first, it was me. She bolted towards me, and I felt the weight of our separation melt away. 𝒬𝒑𝒏's nutty brown eyes took in my appearance. She teased me about becoming more womanlike. You've shredded your twig-like frame, she announced, bumping into me, her eyes twinkling. Don't be jealous of my curves, I retorted. I could definitely beat you in a race now, she declared, poking at my belly. Her challenge hung in the air. Please, don't, Alpha 8N. Her mate groaned, holding their suitcases. The others stared knowingly, choosing not to butt into our competitiveness. Duncan, my brother, acting as the impromptu referee, formed a white line with chalk, and just like that the stage was set. 𝒬𝒑𝒏 and I exchanged knowing glances. With a swift motion my skin rippled and contorted, my form elongating and shifting until my wolf stood. My wolf was silver with luminous green eyes. 𝒬𝒑𝒏 followed suit, her muscles rippling beneath her skin as she embraced her transformation. Her wolf was dark brown with spots of light brown through her fur. With a shared howl that echoed through the trees, we got into stance ready for Duncan to set us off. Hunt track, howled Duncan shouted. We embarked on a race to the border and back. As we ran through the woods, I found myself become further and further away from 𝒬𝒑𝒏. My wolf turned to meet hers, and I was met with a fierce, cross look. My wolf began howling with laughter as she came out of sight. As my wolf tracked on, I failed to pay attention to my surroundings, and collided head-on with another wolf. I found myself in a sudden confrontation with another male wolf, our eyes locking in a tense standoff. As my wolf analyzed her surroundings, searching to see if any other wolves were present, she could see towering oak and pine trees, their branches dressed with leaves of burnished gold and crimson, stretched towards the sky. The scent of pine and spice became more pronounced. This wasn't the familiar scent of our forest, the one we knew like the back of our paw. Panic surged through me, and my wolf instinctively growled and bared his teeth, ready to defend our honor if needed. To my surprise, the other wolf immediately lowered its head in submission. It was then that I realized he was just an omega. In an attempt to diffuse the tension, I shifted into my human form and approached him on all fours, bowing my head respectfully. I wanted to apologize for my intrusion, but as our gazes met, I felt the pull. Mate, I whispered. The word, my wolf stirred within me, uneasy with the revelation. Is he? She asked. Her voice was filled with disbelief. Of course, can you not feel the pull? I questioned. Mate, he echoed, his quavering voice pulling me out of my trance, and acknowledging the bond that bound us together. As he started to shift back into his human form, I couldn't resist the urge to trace the muscles of his body with my gaze. But as my eyes traveled lower, I was taken aback by his arousal. My cheeks flushed with heat as I licked my lips in anticipation. Cole, he said, extending his hand. Hazel, I replied, seizing the opportunity to draw him closer with a playful tug. Are you close by? He asked innocently. A faint blush tinted his cheeks, as his gaze skimmed over my exposed body quickly. Why was he still talking? Did he not find me appealing? I imagined my mate ravishing me the moment he saw me. He's just trying to be polite, my inner wolf whispered. No, I responded, a defiant edge creeping into my tone. I plan on making the journey back home au natural, I declared, turning away from him with deliberate grace, rising on my tippy toes. Each step was a silent invitation for him to claim what was his. "I'll accompany you," he said, leaping towards me. A grin splashed across my face. As we traversed the forest side by side, a heavy tension hung in the air. This wasn't natural. Mates mated the second they saw each other. "Mates in my pack. Mate in the forest," I blurted out, completely, utterly lying. "Really?" he responded, a little shocked by my revelation. I could see that he was contemplating doing it. It made me raise an eyebrow. What was there to contemplate? "Will you mate with me now?" I asked, the impatience bubbling to the surface. "We've just met," he countered. "So," I retorted, "I knew packs had their own rules, but one thing remained constant. Mates mated straight away. Only in werewolf stories did they not, where there was this pretense of drama and a build-up of sexual frustration before they finally sucrose bad to their primal urges. But we weren't characters in a story. We were real, and the desire pulsing through my veins was as real as the moon above us. "In your pack, what do you do when you meet your mate?" I pressed. "We mate," he murmured. "So, why aren't we mating?" I challenged, halting my movements and sinking into those mesmerizing blue eyes once again. "You're clearly not an Omega like myself," he replied, his tone mixed with vulnerability and self-doubt. He Saturday on the soil, tracing patterns in the dirt. As I glanced down, I could tell he was hurting. "My older brother," he began, "he was mated to a gamma. They marked and mated before meeting each other's parents, which is usually normal." I nodded in agreement with his statement. I can picture them, two young wolves swept away by the intoxicating rush of newfound love, their hearts beating as one in the heat of passion. But once her parents found out that he was an Omega, they forced them to separate. His voice laced with a hint of bitterness. The injustice of it all hung in the air. "She's married to a beta now," he confessed, his voice heavy with sadness, "and he's never really recovered." I could feel the weight of his brother's pain pressing down on him. This must be the bond kicking in. Mates could feel each other's emotion. "I don't want to end up like him," he vowed, looking up at me with glistening blue eyes. I could see the tears, but they never once fell. I crouched down and suddenly found my hands on his shoulders, rubbing them in an attempt to offer comfort. "That is a tragic story," I replied, my voice heavy with sympathy. "But I'm nothing like that girl," I responded, trying to fill in with reassurance. "That's what she said too," he replied, laughing with a touch of sarcasm in his voice. "What do you mean by that?" I asked, confusion clouding my features. "This has happened to two of my brothers," Cole replied. I couldn't believe it. My eyes widened from shock and disbelief, but deep down, I knew I was nothing like those she-wolves. I would show Cole that I was different. "I want to meet your family," Cole said, standing up tall, "and once they accept me, then we mate." Cole declared, his hands reaching out to grab mine in a gesture of reassurance. As his words washed over me, a wave of relief flooded my mind. He wanted me, and that's all that mattered. As we made our way back to the pack house, I hastily grabbed a gown at the entrance. Gowns were provided at the entrance of our pack, so you did not have to walk around naked after a run. I didn't mind walking au natural, but I found it best that we both had them on, especially in front of my father. I handed one to Cole, my palm slick with nervous sweat. As we approached the pack house, we stumbled upon an unexpected scene. My father was engaging in a conversation with Alpha Hudson, the leader of our pack. "The man on the right is my father," I whispered into Cole's ear. Sensing Cole's tension, I tightened my grip around him. "Old man," I teased, breaking our conversation. Alpha Hudson and my father turned towards me, their expressions a mix of confusion and curiosity. Before I could utter another word, my father's keen senses picked up on the scent that clung to Cole. Sweat prickled my armpits, sending a ticklish sensation coursing through my skin as I gestured towards him. "I'd like you to meet Cole." "I'm her mate," Cole interjected, squeezing my hand from the corner of my eye. I caught sight of Blevine sprinting towards us. "Where the hell did you go?" she demanded out of breath. Her anger immediately melted as she caught sight of Cole and I. She had an all-knowing wicked grin on her face, having already found her mate, an alpha from another pack. She understood the weight of the bond that now tethered me to Cole. "I found my mate," I mouthed to her. "Come here, Alfonso." My father beckoned. I pulled Cole along, but before he could take a step, my father stopped his movements. "He stays put and you come here." I looked at Cole and he nodded. My father's hands turned into rocks as he watched the exchange. I glanced at Cole, silently seeking his approval, and he nodded in understanding. With a great sigh, I released Cole's hand and took a step towards my father. each movement weighed down by the burden of expectation and tradition. "He can't be your mate, my father," Alfonso blurted. "Are you sick?" His voice cut through the tense atmosphere, his hand reaching out to touch my forehead in a gesture of concern. "No," I muttered under my breath. Alpha Hudson, a towering presence beside him, added his own perspective, casting doubt on the viability of our bond. "It is unusual for a beta to be mated to an omega," Hudson remarked, his tone laced with skepticism. "Maybe a gamma, but a beta. No," he concluded. "He's quite beneath your station," Hudson continued, his disapproval noticeable, as he addressed me directly. "I don't care, he's my mate," I fought back, my voice rising above a murmur, even though I didn't agree with Alpha Hudson. I knew better not to raise my voice in front of him. My father's gaze shifted to Alpha Hudson, his expression pleading for guidance in the face of our unconventional union. "You, boy," Hudson addressed Cole directly, his tone brooking no argument. "If you want anything to do with Hazel, you need to become a Sigma." "Alpha, no," I cried out, my voice stinged with desperation as I begged him to reconsider. The implications of Cole becoming a Sigma Pax assassin sent a shiver down my spine. I had heard whispers that the training was so gruesome that few made it out alive. Deltas and Sigmas were two sides of the same coin, yet worlds apart in their purpose. Deltas were the guardians, the protectors of our pack, standing ready to defend us from external threats, such as rogue attacks, and when packs went to war against each other to overtake land. Sigmas, on the other hand, were the shadows, the silent enforcers who lurked in the darkness. They were used to do dirty work, their hands stained with bloodshed. "I'll do it," Cole declared, "but on one condition. Let me mark my mate." Before I could even plead with Hudson not to tie Cole to such a fate, my father butted in. "Over my dead body," Alfonso growled, his voice a low rumble. He ran towards Cole and lifted him off the ground by his neck. "Your teeth will never mark my daughter's body," he warned. Rushing forward, I attempted to intervene, but my father's grip was like iron, his hand unyielding in the face of my desperate pleas. I began crying as I watched Cole rattle his body like a snake. Hudson, on the other hand, stood still, watching as though we were in a movie. "Stupid Alpha." His eyes shifted towards me, indicating that he was listening to my thoughts. I glared back at him despite the consequences. Once Cole had turned blue, he commanded Alfonso to stop, and just like that, the tension in the air shifted, the weight of his authority forcing my father to relent. "Let us go talk inside," Hudson suggested, his tone softer now. As they walked into the pack house, I rushed to Cole's side, my heart pounding in my chest with a mix of fear and uncertainty. Would he reject me now? But as I looked into his eyes, I found nothing but warmth and acceptance, his smile reassuring. Levine rushed over to my side, kneeling down to whisper, "I'm going to eavesdrop." Minutes felt like an eternity as I waited anxiously for her updates. "It's going to be okay," Cole said, rubbing my back, soothing my anxiety. "I'm sorry," I murmured. "Don't," Cole interjected, his voice so soothing. He rubbed his thumb against my hand, sending shivers down my whole body. I understand his concerns. His touch was a comforting presence as we waited for my father's verdict. Not that it mattered to me. I would still mate with Cole, but it mattered to him. I stole a few glimpses of him. He had messy, dirty blonde, tousled hair and strong features. Though he stood a few inches taller than me, his presence loomed larger than life. He was my fated mate. I licked my lips, trying to hold in the wicked thoughts I had of ravishing him in the forest, as the leaders discussed my future. Minutes dragged on like hours, and then, like a bolt, the message flashed across my screen, sending a surge of fear coursing through my veins. "Your dad is fuming." The words leapt off the screen, a reminder of the storm brewing inside. 2 hours later, "My dad is telling your dad that no one can deny fate, and he should support you if you wish to mate with Cole." 3 hours later, "My dad has persuaded yours to allow Cole to mark you, but he has to go away and train to be a Sigma. Your dad refuses to let Cole mark you until he earns the title Sigma. If Cole were to perish in training, the agony of being marked without him would be unbearable, and your dad is secretly hoping he fails in the academy." As I was reading the text, the door swung open and my father sneered in our direction. "Make your claim," he commanded, his tone dripping with disdain. Caught off guard, I hesitated, the weight of his scrutiny bearing down on me like a suffocating blanket. But Cole's touch distracted me, his whispered words a gentle reminder of the bond that bound us together. "It's okay," he reassured me, brushing a stray lock of hair from my face with a tender gesture. His words sent a shiver down my spine, igniting a spark of desire that burned bright. As he leaned in to make his mark, he whispered, "I love your hair," moving it to the side. I had straightened my hair today. I knew it was a good idea. As his breath blew on my neck and Moen escaped my lips, he bit into my neck with a hunger that matched my own. The intensity of the moment was overwhelming. It awakened my wolf, and my eyes flashed a luminous scream. But before I could savor the sensation, my father's grip tore us apart, his words a harsh reminder of the barriers that stood between us. "Get out of my sight, Omega," he spat with fury. "Don't come back here until you have a title worthy of my daughter." Cole nodded, obeying Alfonso's command. He gave me a wink and walked away without looking back. "You're nothing but a stubborn old fool," I shot back. I stormed into the pack house, my footsteps echoing off the walls, ignoring his sputtered words as he tried to follow me. I ran up the stairs to my room. Behind closed doors, I collapsed onto my bed, sobbing, desperately hoping for Cole's safe return. Chapter 2 Beta Ascending. 6 months later, I found solace at my sturdy wooden desk, pen in hand, as I poured my heart onto paper in yet another letter to Cole. Each day, without fail, I embarked on a long journey to the Academy of Sigma to ensure my words reached him. Despite the daunting 200-mile distance that separated us, I wanted to be the glimmer of hope for Cole. The Academy resembled a crypt, a place where the echoes of the dead lingered in the shadows. The first time I went to visit Cole was the day he set off on his journey. The entrance was guarded by high black gates with pointy peaks. The building was a monolithic structure cloaked in darkness, its exterior made of blackened stone. The windows, if they existed at all, were shrouded in heavy curtains, denying entry to daylight. Around the perimeter of the academy, blackened walls stretched into the distance, their surface marred by cracks and grooves. Werewolf statues perched atop the parapets. As I approached the gate, my knuckles rapped against the cold metal, but there was no answer. It was then that my gaze fell upon the overflowing letterbox, its contents spilling out. In that moment, I realized that I would not be welcomed. Yet, as the days passed and no reply came, doubt crept into my heart like a thief in the night. Was this Cole's way of rejecting me? I turned to my brother Duncan for answers. He revealed the grim truth. The academy was a fortress of isolation. Werewolves were forbidden from contact with the outside world. Their letters left unanswered. Their loved ones left unsure of their safety. My mind reeled at the thought of Cole trapped within those walls, his spirit slowly eradicating his wolf, changing due to his master's tyranny. Yet without knowing if he was dead or alive, I continued to send my letters, each one a lifeline of hope and reassurance, a promise that I would be waiting for him. For as long as there was breath in my body, I would fight to keep the flame of our connection burning bright. Trapped in my thoughts, I was abruptly startled when I heard knocks on my door. With a low growl, I instinctively warned whoever stood on the other side to proceed with caution, for they knew well the danger of disturbing me while I was lost in the depths of my writing. My room was my sanctuary. On the walls, tapestries weave intricate scenes of nature's beauty with every step. A plush rug reminiscent of a forest floor cushions my path. At the center of my room stood a single wooden bed, its frame made more beautiful with winding patterns of vines and leaves. "So, I'm coming in," my brother announced, his voice irritating my soul. "Risk your death then, brother." I weren't risking, he said, his eyes dancing with mischief as he peeked through the door. "I'll take you any day of the week," he added, flashing a playful grin. "Feeling like a modern-day Shakespeare, are we?" His gaze lingered on the crumpled pages scattered across the floor. "Stop this foolish writing. You do know you're acting like a mental patient," he teased, but I discerned genuine concern in his voice. "Duncan, you do know I do live. I'm not crazed. She-wolf crying over Cole every day. I just make sure I write to him to keep him sane," I defended. "What if he finds you absurd?" he challenged, raising an eyebrow. "Then let him." I shrugged, refusing to be ruffled. "I still can't believe you're mated to Omega," he confessed, genuine surprise in his tone. "Why is that?" I inquired, still not lifting my head from my page. "Between me and you," Father said, I was always the one to follow his commands when we were children, but you seemed to always rebel against him," he admitted, a hint of admiration in his voice. "Have things changed, Duncan?" I raised an eyebrow, teasing him lightly. "Well, yes, well, no, it's easy for me to obey. I want to take over Father's position," he declared boldly, puffing out his chest. "You have no choice, baby brother," I reminded him, unable to hide my amusement. "I'm your big brother," he countered. "Just because I rebel against father doesn't mean anything." I shook my head. "That man is positively irritable." "Well, Sel," he insisted, trying to keep a straight face. "Enough, I have heard father's distaste for my mate. I don't need to hear yours," I interjected, ending the topic. "I hold no grudge against the Omega," he defended, but I declined to engage further on the topic of coal. "You know what day it is, right?" He suddenly changed the subject, a mischievous glint in his eye. "What day is it?" I questioned, snapping my eyes to his direction, but as soon as I saw him, I knew. Duncan stood tall and confident in his brown check suit, the pattern adding depth and sophistication to his attire. His dark brown hair is styled in a sleek Caesar cut, newly cut, framing his face. It brought out his flawless caramel skin. The headache that a she-wolf would have to endure would be unbearable. He was a pretty boy who liked the attention, with high cheekbones, big warm hazel eyes, with long dark lashes that fluttered with every blink, his nose symmetrical to his face, while his lips were plump. In another life he could be a male model. "It's your birthday," I exclaimed in shock, my eyes widening. "My ascending as beta of the pack," Duncan proudly declared, his thumbs tucked into his pockets and his hands resting confidently on his hips. I dropped my pen and rushed over to Duncan, enveloping him in a tight hug. "Oh, happy 21st birthday, Duncan." The beta title, symbolizing leadership and responsibility, now belonged to him as he reached this milestone age. "Quickly, get dressed, the ascending gathering starts in 30 minutes, he urged, excitement bubbling within him. "Okay," I responded, darting toward the shower. Once inside, I swiftly closed the door and indulged in the water. As soon as I finished, I put on a towel, and I could hear Duncan's footsteps leaving my bedroom. I threw on a black glittery dress that shimmered like the night sky. The fabric clung to my figure in all the right places, with a daring slit running up one side. The dress revealed just enough to captivate the imagination. "Duncan," I called out, and with a swift turn, he entered the room, his eyes scanning me from head to toe. "Dad is going to freak," he remarked, his tone laced with amusement. "But what do you think?" I inquired, eager for his opinion. "You look stunning, Sel," he replied, admiration evident in his voice. "I need you to zip me up," I requested, turning away to attend to my hair. I began to curl my already curly locks into even more luscious spirals, each ringlet bouncing as it cascaded down my back. Duncan stepped forward and zipped me up quickly. "Are you ready to go?" he asked. There was a moment of silence before I asked him. "Duncan, if you were the beta of our pack when I met Cole, would you have sent him away like father did?" I inquired, my voice trembling as I spoke the words. He paused, contemplating his response. "I don't know," he admitted, patting my shoulder. "The fact that you didn't answer straight away, already, makes you a better beta than father," I proclaimed. "I hope you find your mate tonight," I added, my words filled with genuine warmth. "I hope nature reveals her tonight," Duncan replied, grinning. At this revelation, I couldn't contain my excitement. "Awa!" I cheered, thrilled at the prospect of the night ahead. Chapter 3: Eerie Prophecy. As the ceremony commenced, the pack members gathered in a grand hall, adorned with banners and symbols of our heritage. The air was filled with the sound of hushed whispers and the rustle of fine fabrics as guests took their seats, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the beta-elect. Duncan and I gracefully descended the spiral staircase, our steps echoing in the grand foyer as we approached our parents, who stood waiting for us. Father expressed a displeased look as his eyes flickered over my outfit, but to my surprise, he remained silent for once. He was in too much of a good mood to pay me any mind. "I'm so proud of you, son," Father declared, his voice stained with genuine emotion, as he pressed his forehead against Duncan's and bestowed a quick kiss upon his lips. My mother, Lelia, watched quietly, her eyes glistening with tears. "Walk in front of us," Father commanded, his tone firm with authority. This would be the last time he would be able to command Duncan this way. "Can Zell walk by my side?" Duncan asked, hopeful. "No," Father replied with no hesitation. "It is tradition for a beta to walk alone or with his mate." I rolled my eyes internally at Father's unwavering obedience to tradition. "You'll be fine," I mouthed silently to Duncan, offering him reassurance. He had always leaned on me when he was nervous. He always used to say that I had the healing powers of alpha female. With a resigned nod, Duncan stepped forward, leading the procession. Behind him, mother and father followed, leaving me to walk alone. As we reached the doors of the ceremony hall, the door persons swung open the door, ushering my brother into the next chapter of his life. He was greeted by a chorus of applause and admiration. His confident stride and impeccable attire spoke volumes about his readiness to assume his new role of leadership. As he took his place at the front of the room, surrounded by his packmates, a sense of pride and unity washed over the assembly, especially me. Tears fell as I watched my brother stand beside Alpha Hunter, Alpha Hudson's son. My father gripped onto me, hugging me from the side, and so did my mother. We took it in before finding our seats. During the ascending gathering, 3 significant events unfold, each marking a pivotal moment in the pack's history and the new beta's journey. The pack house buzzed with anticipation as members gathered to witness the ascending of the new beta. Firstly, as a symbol of their unbreakable bond and unwavering loyalty, the alpha and the beta engaged in a sacred ritual. They each made a small incision on their palms, using their claws, allowing their blood to mingle together. This act not only strengthens their connection, but also serves as a powerful oath of allegiance. This makes it almost impossible for the beta to defy the alpha. Once this was done, we feasted and I made sure to dig in. Pack members came up to congratulate my father and mother. Alpha Hudson greeted my father and spoke about how brilliant their sons were. I couldn't help but sigh and feel like a failure in my father's eyes. "You're not," he turned to me in the middle of his conversation with Alpha Hudson. "Stop peeking into my mind," I said, sticking my tongue out and removing myself from the table. Oh, how I missed Levine. I wished her mate wasn't from another pack, but it was inevitable. I began observing the room. The men were dressed well in their distinguished tailored suits. Their jackets were crisply pressed, the fabric hugging their frames with precision, while their shirts boasted subtle patterns or bold colors reflecting their personalities. Each suit was paired with polished shoes and sleek ties. Meanwhile, the women wore elegant dresses, each one a vision of grace and beauty. The fabric flowed around them like liquid silk, adding a touch of glamour to the occasion. Some opted for classic silhouettes, while others embraced more daring designs, with plunging necklines or intricate embellishments. Every dress was a statement piece, chosen with care to reflect the wearer's individual style and sophistication. "Hazel," a voice called out from across the room, drawing my attention. It was Lizzie, waving eagerly with a chicken bone in her mouth. I considered making a quick escape, but it was too late. She was already up in my face. "Wolfie, how have you been?" Lizzie greeted me with a smile. She was the prettiest Gamma I had ever seen, with fiery red hair cascading down her back and eyes as blue as the sky. Her figure was envy-inducing, with curves in all the right places and a confidence that radiated from within. Despite my jealousy over her perfect body, I couldn't help but adore her. She was also one of the kindest souls I had ever met. After a moment of admiring her beauty, I responded, "Never been better." "I caught your brother staring at me," Lizzie whispered, giggling. "Oh, look, there he goes again." Lizzie chuckled, glancing over my shoulder. She had always had a big crush on my brother. When I turned to follow her gaze, Duncan quickly averted his eyes. "Typical. Are you not seeing Matthew?" I inquired, remembering her supposed boyfriend. "Mashes, yes, but we're not exclusive," Lizzie replied casually. "I'm turning 18 soon, and I think your brother might be my mate." "Age has nothing to do with it," I assured her. Recalling my parents' early bond, my father found his mate at the age of 15, while my mother was only 13, and yet they simply knew. Nature decides when it's time to reveal your fated mate. "I feel like it's going to be when I'm 18, Lizzie beamed. "Come dance with me," she said, grabbing my hand and leading me to the center of the hall. As the music pulsed through the air, Lizzie and I found ourselves at the heart of the dance floor. I was the worst dancer ever. My cheeks flushed with embarrassment. I couldn't help but twirl and spin, trying my hardest not to fall over. Meanwhile, Lizzie danced with a sultry grace that set her apart from the rest of the crowd. Her eyes flickered in Duncan's direction, her movements subtle yet enticing as she sought to capture his attention. Sensing her intentions, Duncan's gaze flickered momentarily in her direction, a subtle acknowledgement of her presence. Yet, his focus remained steadfast, his attention drawn elsewhere as he fulfilled his duties as the beta of the pack. It felt wrong to watch them, so I made a hasty exit from the dance floor, just as Alpha Hunter announced, "It is time for the run." This was the second significant moment of a beta ascending. As the pack began their journey towards the exit for the run, I sought out my parents amidst the bustling crowd. My mother grabbed my hand and squeezed me forward to her side. The Alpha and Beta, Hudson and Duncan, would lead the run. It was a dance of power, with the Beta always a few centimeters behind the Alpha, a subtle nod to hierarchy and respect. Following them were the families of the Alpha, Beta, Gamma Deltas, each representing a tier of authority within the pack.
Omegas, while excluded from the run, watched with a mix of admiration and longing. It wasn't out of exclusion, but rather for their protection, as the weight of prophecy were sometimes too heavy a burden for their delicate hearts to bear. Duncan and Hudson shedded their suits with practiced ease, their transformation swift and powerful. Hudson's black wolf, eyes gleaming with intensity, rose to meet the moon's gaze, while Duncan's brown form, streaked with darker stripes, radiated strength and determination. With a primal howl, they set off into the night, the rest of us following suit as we shed our human forms in favor of our true nature. Together, we surged forward, guided by the call of the wild and the promise of prophecy. In the ancient tradition of our pack, whenever a new alpha, beta, or gamma male aged 21, it signaled the ascending of their title, but also the arrival of a sacred run, and the unveiling of the oracle's prophecy. We had already borne witness to the alpha's prophecy, a foretelling that spoke of the need for expansion, as the influx of mates from distant lands would strain our resources. It was a call to arms, a warning that echoed in the winds, urging us to prepare for the challenges that lay ahead. Today would be the day we received another prophecy, but it would be a long time before we received the third. As the boy Gamma, Lucas, Lizzie's twin brother, had yet to come of age, we were forced to wait in eager anticipation for the next 3 years, until he reached the ripe age of 21. It was a time of restless anticipation, as the pack yearned for guidance and insight into the future that awaited us. As we approached the oracle, resplendent in the fiery hues of the Sunfire pack, a sense of trepidation gripped us all. Oracles were horrible entities, devoid of emotion, their words carrying the weight of fate itself. This was the third significant moment of a beta ascending. With a gaze that pierced the soul of every wolf, the oracle began to speak. As it looked at the moon, its words echoed. In the shadow of the moon, under the veil of night, a prophecy whispers of a wolf whose fate is entwined with darkness. They have unknowingly bound themselves to an evil force, inviting a curse upon this land. This pack, beware, for they are deceived by a powerful force, lurking in the depths of shadows, weaving lies and deceit. Darker times loom on the horizon, casting a pall over the once tranquil land. The land shall wither, the rivers run dry, and the forest shall mourn as the curse tightens its grip. Tribulation shall test the pack's resolve, as they face trials that threaten to tear them asunder. It suddenly disappeared, leaving us in chaos. As the words hung heavy in the air, questions flooded the pack's mind link. Who would dare bring this curse upon our lands? A harsh voice spoke. The oracle said the wolf is being deceived. Who is stupid enough to not understand the bond? We learned this at age 3. The beta and the alpha are currently unmated. Could it be one of them that will curse us? But before chaos could fully take hold, Alpha Hunter's voice cut through the noise, commanding attention and respect. Enough, he declared, his voice firm and unwavering. We're ahead of the game. Alpha Hunter's voice rang out. He was trying to calm the pack, as he should. His father stood proud as he watched his son in action. Our she-wolves depart from the pack, ruling out the possibility of a female perpetrator cursing our land. It's a male wolf that will bring this curse, he continued, his tone firm. From this moment forward, any male who finds a mate will be closely monitored. We cannot 𝑑𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕 be to fear, Alpha Hunter proclaimed, his voice loud and bold. But we must take action to protect our pack, he declared, making eye contact with every wolf. Henceforth, a Delta warrior will be assigned to accompany every new she-wolf who enters our pack. As Alpha Hunter concluded his speech, all wolves howled in appreciation of the Alpha's plan. He was already showing his commitment to safeguarding our pack from this unknown threat. Chapter for the Sigma Academy, Cole's POV. Again, my master's voice thundered, his stick bouncing off the arena floor as it commanded me to seize the life of the wolf standing before me. Blood dripped from my fangs, a grim reminder of the savage reality I faced. To return to my home, my beloved Hazel, I had to vanquish the opponent before me. In the dim light, I locked eyes with my opponent, witnessing the raw terror that danced within his gaze. He reached out, mind-linking me, pleading for mercy, a futile attempt to escape the inevitable. But in this arena of death, mercy was a luxury reserved for the dead. The Academy of the Sigma was a carnage place for wolves to die. Even if you survived it, your soul was forever scarred by the atrocities committed within these blood-stained walls. As the wolf lunged towards me, I snapped out of my thoughts and braced myself for his power, drawing upon every ounce of strength and determination I had left. I pushed into him, our collision a clash of titans, but beneath his strength, I sensed a flicker of tiredness in his eyes. In that moment, I knew resilience would triumph over brute force. I seized the advantage, my jaws snapping shut around his throat with a sickening crunch. Blood gushed forth in a torrent of crimson, mingling with the dust of the arena floor as his life ebbed away. His body crumbled to the ground, lifeless. I retched, while rising in my throat, a bitter reminder of the monstrous creature I had become. But the applause of my master cut through the air. Then the claps of others followed, for the arena wasn't empty. Before each fight, these masters wagered on our fates, betting on who would win. While wolves fell by the downseam in this relentless arena, they sold tickets to elite wolves, turning our battles into spectacles for the bloodthirsty masses. In the crowd of faces, I searched desperately for her, my beacon of light, but she was nowhere to be found. Maybe it was for the better. The thought of her witnessing my descent into savagery filled me with dread. No one from the Sunfire Pack came to witness my trials. Perhaps they believed me dead, lost to the merciless grip of the academy. I had enough. I staggered from the arena, my body battered and bruised. Bring him to shock therapy, my master commanded. Two figures rushed to my side, each grabbing hold of me with a brutal urgency, dragging me towards the dreaded shock room. The chamber loomed before me like a portal to hell, its walls lined with an arsenal of instruments designed to inflict unspeakable agony upon wolves. I lay upon a cold metal plate, my battered eyes barely able to open. A woman reached down and whispered in my ear. I instinctively began to block her out. I had learned it from the wise counsel of another wolf named Hectus that the most effective defense against the torturous probing was to remain ignorant of the secrets told by the she-wolf. So, as her words washed over me, I turned my thoughts to the memory of her mesmerizing eyes and the tender words she had penned in her letters. She was the lifeline tethering me to sanity. The torturer entered, his presence suffocating. He was dressed in a baggy latex, one piece, and his face was concealed behind a grotesque mask. He wielded a whip with sadistic glee, his laughter ringing in my ears. The she-wolf bowed and made her way to the exit. My lips were plump from the bow. I couldn't drink the wolfbane provided, so he administered it through my veins with a syringe. My body began to distort, and my wolf sneered in pain. I was then strapped down to this metal plate. "What is your secret?" the torturer asked, hoping I would not tell him. He enjoyed inflicting pain, and he would get his daily dose of it, for I did not know what the woman whispered in my ears. Shock therapy was a horrendous ritual of agony, served to prepare us for captivity. Death itself was preferable than 𝑎𝒍𝒂𝒚 to reveal its mission. We 𝒍𝒂𝒚s were the shadows in the night, silent predators who owed allegiance to none. We harbored no loyalties to any pack. We were lone wolves, siled by desperate packs for missions executed with utmost discretion. Alfonso had sentenced both me and his daughter to this desolate existence. I prayed it would suffice, that Hazel would find peace without a pack. The torturer ripped my teeth out with savage precision, each pulse sending shockwaves of agony through my body. I could no longer think of her, as the pain was overpowering. In my early days here, tears had flowed freely, but I soon learned that the torturer loved such displays of weakness, finding perverse pleasure in our tears. So, I vowed to myself that I would not give him the satisfaction of seeing me break. Even behind his mask, I sensed his growing frustration with my defiance, so he began slicing into me with razor-sharp blades tipped with wolfsbane. I bit back the screams. Yet, when he descended upon my most intimate parts, fear coursed me. His hand reached for a shame mask, a cruel reminder of those who had cracked under the pressure. But why was he subjecting me to this torment? I hadn't uttered a word. My protests were silenced by the iron mask clamping down on my tongue, its merciless spikes tearing into my flesh. "Tell me your damned secret." He leaned in, his eyes glistening as he saw my tears surface. He knew I could not speak with the shame mask on my face. In the suffocating darkness, I pleaded for mercy, for release from this endless torment. But the torturer's gaze remained unyielding, his thirst for my suffering insatiable, and as the iron mask closed around me, sealing my screams within its merciless embrace, I prayed for the strength to endure, to withstand the horrors of the shock room. Before he could resume his assault on my private parts, the door bursted open, and he ripped the mask from my face, sending waves of agony coursing through my head and face. "Did you get his secret?" My master's voice echoed in the chamber. No, but I was close. That torturer lead. My master motioned for the figures to approach and lift me from the cold metal table. They treated me with unexpected gentleness, as if handling a fragile flower. Take him to his cell, my master commanded, leading the way. Through dim, dank corridors reeking of death, they dragged me my lifeless body. Arriving at my cell, they deposited me onto the bed, but I lacked the strength to move further. Exhausted and broken, I laid upon the bare mattress, unable to even cover myself with the flimsy sheet of paper provided. Master, I rasped, my voice barely a whisper in the suffocating darkness. Yes, son, he replied, his tone cold and indifferent. It tortured me differently this time. I managed to choke out. Must I endure astral torture? You are well aware that I have a mate. It is because you have a mate that I am doing this, my master responded. If you want to survive this place, if you want to claw your way into the top 10 and escape from here to hold your mate in your arms, you need to be the strongest, the fastest, the one with the most resilience, he continued. You need to let this place break you. Only then will you have any hope of surviving. I hate you, I spat, blood dribbling from the corner of my mouth. I said the same to my own master once. He replied, a twisted smile playing across his lips. My eyes widened in disbelief. This old man was a Sigma. Ah yes, he chuckled darkly. Do not dare judge us, masters. With a cruel gesture, he tossed several envelopes onto the cold stone floor of my cell. That is for your win, he said flatly. I scrambled to retrieve the envelopes, my heart pounding in my chest. Among them, I found letters from Hazel. A smile tugged at the corners of my lips.
Chapter 5 is Prey.
3 years later, I looked in the mirror, unsatisfied with myself. I wanted to look perfect for Cole, my mate. Would it find me appealing? I was wearing a black summy dress, its elegance accentuated by the two thick drawstrings fashioned into playful bows adorning each shoulder. The bodice cradled my curves with grace, tapering into a flattering D shape as it flowed down my mid-thigh in an A-line silhouette. With a careful touch, I applied a layer of shimmering gold onto my golden skin, hoping to add a touch of radiance. Yet, as the shimmer brushed against the hem of my dress, leaving an unwanted stain, I screamed. Damn it! Perfection is overrated. Perfection is overrated, I said, hand flared, trying to calm myself. I was 1 second away from ripping the dress off, but then I wouldn't have a new dress. In a world where wolves claim to prefer natural she-wolves, I was the walking contradiction. I took pride in my mastery of the subtle makeup game. You know, the kind of makeup that fools guys into thinking you woke up like this. But in reality, it's a whole production behind the scenes. I started applying a luminous base. I applied a lightweight tinted moisturizer infused with SPF to protect my skin, but truly I was looking for the dewy radiance. I patted peaky pink cream blush on my cheeks. I found my eyes to bear, so I chose a warm bronze and shimmering gold and swept it across my eyelids for a sparkle. I looked through my makeup bag and went for the most natural fake lashes. I coated them with mascara to add to the length. This also made my hazel eyes pop. I took one last look in the mirror. You're a 10, Hazel, I said, nodding to myself. As I descended the stairs, the scent of bacon and freshly made smell of mochas greeted me. The sunlight streaming through the windows hit my face as I reached the kitchen. Everyone was already eaten. The clatter of utensils ceased once they saw me. Duncan, my towering older brother, broke the silence. You look ridiculous. It's 10 a.m., he remarked with a smirk dancing on his lips. Do you honestly think I give a hoot about your opinion? I fired back. He rolled his eyes, abandoning our conversation to nibble on Lizzie's ear instead. Ever since she hit the big 1 to 8, they'd been revealed as destined mates. Puff, she went from gamma to beta in the blink of an eye. Don't pay him any mind, Zell. You're positively stunning, she reassured me, pushing Duncan's advances away but secretly enjoying it. The more she pushed, the more he clung on. It was absolutely vile to watch and I couldn't help but frown. Feeling a tad envious, Duncan piped up through our mind link. My expression remained as stoic as a statue. I plopped down at the table, feeling as lively as a mannequin. Meanwhile, Duncan had a 2-year-old pup and another one on the way, while here I was, yet to even lock lips with my destined mate. Leaning over to peck Victor, my nephew, who sat in his high chair, I immediately regretted it, as I felt his drool smear across my lips. Note to self, avoid kisses from drooly toddlers at all costs. My father Alfonso tried to ignore my outfit, burying himself behind a newspaper, but I could see his brows furrowing in disapproval. Too short, he muttered, barely looking up before disapproving. He always knew how to pop a nerve. What's the occasion? My mother asked, winking as she fixed me a plate and placed it in front of me. Everyone was aware of today's importance. I couldn't stop blabbing about it. Yet, she brought it up to ruffle my father's fur. Cole is returning today, I announced, my heart quickening at the thought. Among all the people in my life, my mother was the only one who didn't harbor disdain for Cole. She understood the bond between mates, having been an Omega herself when she met my father. Ah yes, the Omega, my father grunted dismissively. My mate, I corrected him firmly. The reminder of Cole's status as an Omega was my father's reason behind hating the wolf. But he would have to respect him now, because Cole was returning as a Sigma wolf. He didn't feed into the hierarchy. In the realm of the wild, where howls echo through the ancient forests, there existed a hierarchy. At the pinnacle stood the Wolf King, a ruler of unmatched power who commanded respect and fear. His annual visits to various packs were whispered about with a mix of excitement and trepidation, for he held the fate of every pack in his hands. The Wolf King almost seemed mystical and non-existent, for not many had seen the man. He wielded so much power, sparing no mercy for those who dared challenge his authority. If a crazed alpha challenged his authority, he would defeat them, obliterate their pack, leaving its alpha to face the consequences of his defiance. He was a stark reminder of the power of the Wolf King. Under the Wolf King stood the alphas, rulers of their domains, their power determined by the sheer magnitude of their strength, wealth, size of pack, and influence. Beside the alpha was the Luna. Lunas usually had mystical healing powers and strength. However, tradition outweighed power and strength, and they were, in my opinion, pup-making machines. Second only to alphas were Beta loyal, steadfast, and unwavering in their devotion. Among them, my father, Alfonso, stood tall as the former beta of our esteemed Sunfire pack. His pride in our lineage was insufferable. My brother Duncan had taken over, and my father beamed with pride at his perfect son. Next came the Gammas, their dedication to their Lunas bordering on obsession. They would stop at nothing to ensure the happiness of their Lunas. Next in line were the Deltas. A Delta was marked from birth by the sigil of their pack etched upon their skin. It stood as a symbol of honor and prestige, their prowess in battle elevating the status of their kin. Omegas were at the bottom of the hierarchy. Despite their low status, they played crucial roles within the pack. Omegas displayed remarkable submissiveness, yet their contributions were indispensable for the pack's survival. They served as caregivers, assisting in hunting, cooking, and cleaning. Their efforts ensured the pack's welfare and continuity. In the Wolf Kingdom, status held paramount importance, as it determined one's power and influence. The choice of mate could either elevate or diminish one's standing within the hierarchy. In my case, Cole's previous status as an Omega threatened to diminish mine. Despite being the daughter of a beta, once I mated with Cole, I would inevitably assume the Omega status, and our offspring would follow suit. This was the natural order, a mechanism to maintain the balance of power within packs. By ensuring that both male and female wolves held equal power and status, the balance within the pack remained stable, averting potential instability in the hierarchy. I didn't care for this, but my father did. He couldn't wrap his head around why I would willingly sacrifice my status, even though he understood the undeniable bond between mates. Becoming a Sigma was a loophole to the hierarchy. Sigmas were respected, treated on the level of Deltas, but no one dared to compare, since Deltas were the chosen and Sigmas weren't. Mocha, my mother asked. I'll settle for water. You've barely touched your breakfast. She eyed my plate worried. I'm eating Cole at noon. I don't want to be bloated, I said, pointing at my belly. I expect he's meeting you here, my father barked. We're meeting where we first met. Is all I got from him. There was nothing he could do of the matter. Cole had proven himself worthy. I had waited 3 agonizing years to feel his touch again. I could feel the stinging of tears appear. I better go, I said, removing myself from the table. My mother chased after me. He'll get over it, she said, kissing my cheek. Please do not leave without Cole coming to meet me. Invite him to dinner before you leap off into your honeymoon. She hugged me tightly as if it was the last time. Of course, mother. I squeezed her and headed out to the forest. I was wearing heels, so this time I decided to take the path. It would be a longer route, but I refused to get dirty after all the effort I had put into looking good. Strolling down the path, I absent-mindedly twirled my curls, wondering if he would appreciate them. My locks were a cascade of dark brown 3C curls, draping gently past my chest. Despite my efforts to tame them, My hair had a mind of its own, refusing to cooperate as it danced in the breeze, framing my face in every direction imaginable. The path finally ended, and I found myself having to go deeper into the woods. I walked watching the ground, making sure not to step in any soft mud. "Mate," my inner wolf whispered fearfully, causing my head to snap around the forest. I scanned my surroundings, but there was no one to be found. Glancing at my phone, I saw it was only 11:30 p.m. "Can you see me?" I texted Cole, feeling a sense of unease creep over me. He responded immediately, "I'm not there yet, but I'm counting down the minutes, gorgeous." "What are you talking about?" I yelped in annoyance, frustrated by my wolf's excitement. "Can you smell him? He smells divine." My wolf was buzzing, urging me to pay attention. I continued walking, every step bringing me closer to the designated spot. Suddenly, an aroma filled my nostrils, impossible to ignore. It was intoxicating, almost enough to make my legs buckle beneath me. As I was about to turn to see where the smell was coming from, a twig snapped behind me, and the alluring scent drew near, making my nose twitch with anticipation. At first, I detected the powerful musk of an alpha, rich and earthy, stirring a primal awareness within me. But beneath that potent aroma, there was something more, a subtle sweetness of vanilla and musk, adding complexity to the fragrance. It awakened a primal desire I had never known before, flooding me with admiration, respect, and an undeniable attraction. "MHHNNM," I hummed involuntarily as I continued to inhale his scent, my senses overwhelmed by the intoxicating aroma. "You like what you smell?" His voice cut through the air. It wasn't a question, more like a statement, sending a shiver down my spine with its depth and hoarseness. "Yes," I whispered, almost breathless. "I like what I smell too," he continued, stalking toward me. Confusion gripped me as his words sank in. I was already mated, but the allure of his scent and the power of his presence stirred something within me, leaving me questioning everything I thought I knew. "Spread your legs," he commanded. My wolf stirred within me, urging compliance, and without hesitation, I obeyed, parting my legs as instructed. The shadowy figure behind me moved close. As he knelt down, a surge of anticipation coursed through me, mingling with a desire that I struggled to contain. "Hurry," I leaped out. In response, his laughter erupted, a deep, resonant sound that seemed to echo through the very heart of the forest. With gentle yet deliberate movements, he began to trail kisses along my ankle, making his way up my inner thigh, each touch sending a wave of electricity through my body. Despite the daylight surrounding us, his actions felt intimate. My skin began to prickle, beads of sweat forming and causing a flush to spread across my cheeks and neck. I dared not let out another moan, so instead, my fingers gripped his hair in a silent plea. I wanted him to stop. My legs were about to buckle. Beneath me, he chuckled softly, his breath warm against my skin. "Steady, Beta," he purred. "No," I groaned. "No," he questioned. What was this strange pull, this burning desire that seemed to override my every rational thought? Despite my protests, I found myself drawn closer to him, a fierce longing burning deep within me. "Why is this happening?" I whispered to my inner wolf, desperate for an explanation. I wasn't a stupid wolf. I knew all too well the unmistakable pull of a mate. But it made no sense. I already had one, and Cole was very much alive and well. So this wolf, whoever he was, couldn't be my second chance mate. Could he? "I don't know," she responded, unfazed by his touch. "His touch, it's like fire coursing through our veins. Surrender to it. She would be no help." I couldn't allow myself to secretly speak to it. With a determined resolve, I steered myself away from this wolf, but his hands pulled me closer as he ventured towards my lower belly, searching for my underwear. I tensed, my breath catching in my throat. His movements halted abruptly when he realized there were none to be found. A low growl escaped his lips. "Where is your underwear, Beta?" he demanded, his voice laced with desire and anger. "Answer me," he demanded, his voice slicing through the tension like a blade. I didn't want to wear underwear today," I stammered, feeling exposed under his penetrating gaze. His eyes darkened as they trailed up my core. I attempted to close my legs, but his forceful grip kept them spread apart. "Please, stop looking," I pleaded, my voice trembling with both fear and desire. "Why aren't you wearing underwear?" he demanded again, frustration evident in his tone. I forgot to put them on." I completely, utterly lied, the words tasting bitter on my tongue. I wanted Cole to have the easiest of access, but he seemed to accept it without further inquiry. Silence hung heavy between us as he stood up, his presence looming over me like a storm cloud. Eventually, He exhaled deeply, as though trying to rein in his emotions. Without a word, he straightened up, his imposing figure casting a shadow over me. As it towered above, blocking out the sunlight, a chill ran down my spine. "So, you're a dirty little beta," he whispered into my ear, his breath sending shivers down my spine. Once again, my Regina wears underwear in public. I sensed this man's power. He wasn't one I could easily go up against. Feeling small and exposed under his intense scrutiny, I nodded silently. "I have some business to attend to. We'll finish this later," he murmured, pressing a brief kiss to the back of my head before abruptly departing. As his presence faded away, I exhaled the breath I hadn't even realized I'd been holding, my hands trembling as they grazed over my inner thighs. Finding Cole became an urgent necessity. I had to tell him, yet I dreaded his reaction. I wasn't the type of she-wolf to hide something like this from my mate. But above all, the unknown looming figure filled me with an overwhelming sense of fear. Would he really return for me? Chapter 6: The Wolf King Meets His Prey. Wolf King's POV. I despised Mondays. I stormed into my throne room, the ground practically trembling beneath the weight of my steps. Servants scurried, heads bowed, as I made my entrance. They knew better than to meet my gaze until I was seated upon my throne. "Rufus," I called, the name slicing through the air like a whip crack. He materialized at my command, emerging almost from the shadows themselves. "Yes, sire," he responded, his eyes meeting mine without hesitation. There were no foolish rules barring direct stares in my presence. Anyone could meet my gaze if they dared, but if you met my eyes and I didn't like your expression, I slit your throat so fast you wouldn't even know you were dead. "Bring me this week's troubles," I commanded, my voice allowing for no disobedience. Rufus wasted no time, dispatching a messenger with a swift gesture of his hand. Rufus was my right hand, my second in command. Unlike Alphas, I stood alone, a solitary force in this grand castle. I needed no pack. I was the embodiment of power itself. I am the most formidable wolf to have ever walked this earth, an abomination of nature, perhaps, but one born of unparalleled strength. I tolerated Rufus at my side only because my mother, Sintra, believed in the illusion of hierarchy within Luporia. But the truth was clear. I held the fate of all wolfiselfas, betas, gammas, deltas, sigmas, omegas, and rogues in the palm of my hand. I merely allowed them the illusion of influence. I lounged upon my throne, one foot planted firmly on the cold stone floor, while the other rested casually upon the armrest of the grand chair. My posture exuded arrogance, a deliberate slouch that spoke of dominance and nonchalance. I could see the women servants flick their eyes in my direction. Pathetic, desperate, whelps, all of them. Whelp, a term used for she-wolves, often used derogatorily to imply weakness or inferiority. A messenger approached, bearing the burdens of the weak sealed within wax and stamped with the crest of their respective packs. With a swipe of my claw, I tore into the first missive, decorated with the insignia of the Red Crescent Moon Pack. The words within were predictable, almost laughable. Alpha Benedict dared to suggest that his 30-year-old daughter had yet to find her mate, insinuating that it could be me. He presumed that the union of our strengths would beget the most dominant offspring. I chuckled darkly, the sound reverberating off the marble walls with a chilling resonance. Just because his pack was formidable did not mean his daughter was destined to be my mate. Yet, I understood his motivations, however misguided they may be. "What news?" My mother's voice cut through the air as she entered gracefully. "You've read this parchment, haven't you? Then you had it resealed." I sighed. "Remove your meddling hands from my letters," I said calmly, though my tone allowed for no argument. One thing set me apart from Alphas was my complete control over my emotions. I didn't need to snarl and growl to assert authority. My mere presence was enough to quell the most rebellious. But my mother, Sintra, always pushed my boundaries, knowing I wouldn't harm her despite her meddling, for I loved her too much. "I would love to see you mated with pups," she said, clasping her hands together as if in prayer. "I prefer to enjoy a bit more freedom," I retorted. "Xavier, you've dallied for centuries. I grow weary of your antics," she sighed, making her way over to me. "I could always hex you," she threatened. "Try," I taunted. "You're such a brute," she muttered, taking her place on the throne beside me. "What news?" she asked again, settling into her chair.
Centuries of living had a way of dulling life for my mother. She longed to witness the joyful chaos of children's laughter, to care for someone once more, but that was her dream, not mine. Breaking the seal, I'd unveiled the missive from the Icefanged Hack Alpha. Dear wolf kin, humans are ravaging our world, melding our icy domain with reckless abandon. We tremble on the precipice of extinction. We beseech you, for whispers of your mastery over nature have reached our ears. I implore you to halt the tide of destruction. From Alpha Drake. This one's yours to handle, mother, I said, handing her the parchment. With a deft motion, I slid open the final envelope. The parchment bore the emblem of the Sunfire Pack, yet it was not Hudson's hand that had penned it, but that of his son, Hunter, the new Alpha. No doubt, the parchment delved into a prophecy, uttered by an oracle 3 years prior, warning of a curse looming over their lands. Hunter's words dripped with urgency, as he confessed to experiencing recurring nightmares lately, haunted by the oracle's ominous voice, echoing the prophecy anew. His conviction burned through the parchment, as he declared his belief that the prophecy would unfold soon. He detailed the prophecy with eerie precision, then made a daring assertion. I know of no wolf capable of withering lands, desiccating rivers, and casting darkness upon the forests, only of the Wolf King himself. This threat may loom over my pack, but I believe it is the Wolf King's duty to vanquish threats even alphas cannot face. Now, this was a message crafted to seize my attention. Hunter proved himself a cunning alpha. He didn't outright accuse me of being the threat, but his insinuations spoke volumes. The notion that this malevolent force could rival my own strength, gnawed at the edges of my consciousness, just as he intended. With a flick of my fingers, I watched the parchment crumble to ash. I'll be paying a visit to the Sunfire Pack, I declared. What prompts your sudden interest? My mother inquired, her gaze sharp with suspicion. Didn't I tell you to keep your meddling self away from my business? I replied curtly. As I strode out of the throne room, my mother's voice echoed after me. Don't forget to give me a list of families you want to invite to your natal day, she called, her tone dripping with expectation. I couldn't suppress the roll of my eyes, frustration bubbling beneath the surface. Where I don't expect you to meddle, you meddle. And where I expect you to be meddlesome, you don't meddle. You pick, woman, I snapped, my patience stretched to its limits. Without waiting for her response, I continued my departure, eager to escape her. Each step away from the throne room felt like a release from chains, a liberation from the weight of expectation. Retreating to the solitude of my private office, I closed the door behind me with a sense of relief. Preparation for teleportation required utmost concentration. With a deep breath, I closed my eyes, delving into the recesses of my memory to summon the image of the Sunfire Pack's forest. It had been over 25 years since I last set foot in their territory, yet the essence of their domain remained etched in my mind. In my mind's eye, I visualized the forest, tall birch and aspen trees, their slender trunks rising gracefully towards the sky, sunlight filtering through the canopy, dappling the forest floor with shifting patterns of light and shadow. The sweet aroma of wildflowers and herbs, mingling with the earthy scent of moss and damp soil, the gentle rustle of leaves, stirred by a soft breeze. I immersed myself in every detail, from the smooth texture of the birch bark to the softness of the forest floor beneath my feet. Each sensation enveloped me, imprinting itself upon my consciousness with clarity. With the image firmly etched in my mind, I tapped into my latent magic, drawing upon the essence of the forest to guide my teleportation. The forest beckoned to me, its allure irresistible, urging me to venture once more into its embrace. With a final surge of concentration, I relinquished control, surrendering myself to the teleportation spell and trusting in the bond between myself and the land, to whisk me swiftly to my destination. When I opened my eyes, I found myself standing amidst the towering trees of the Sunfire Pack's forest. I wasted no time in beginning my analysis of the surroundings. I called my wolf forward and his eyes shined through. I began to sniff the air, searching for any trace of unfamiliar scents or disturbances in the natural order of the forest. With each inhale, I sought out any hint of danger that might lurk amidst the shadows. For a time, all was quiet, a serene stillness, but then, as if summoned by some unseen force, a sharp and pungent scent attacked my senses, so potent that it caused me to stumble over my own footing and land on my backside. Damn! She smells intoxicatingly divine, I muttered under my breath, annoyance lacing my words as I pushed myself upright. With a growl of irritation, I brushed off the dirt and debris that clung to me, trying to regain my composure. She knocked 𝑷𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕 out, my wolf chimed in, his tone laced with amusement. Shut up, I snapped. I don't need to tell you what she is to us. Go get what's rightfully mine, he growled, his impatience wearing thin. With a determined set to my jaw, I set off to follow her sweet scent, each step fueled by desire. Whatever lay ahead, I was ready to claim what was mine. As I pursued her scent, the intoxicating allure of coconut lingered in the air. Each step brought me nearer to her. The she-wolf moved with a grace that mesmerized me, her presence filling the forest with an irresistible aroma. With every inhale, I couldn't shake the thought of tasting her, of drinking deeply from the wellspring of my mate's essence. The mere idea made my mouth water. Finally catching up to her, I sensed her wolf's awareness of my presence, though she never turned to face me. Disappointing. Was she truly so feeble that she couldn't even muster the courage to turn around? Yet, as I delved deeper into her scent, I made a startling discovery. She was marked. My mate had been claimed, but by whom? Stalking toward her, I accidentally snapped a twig, prompting an involuntary hum from her lips, a sound that sent a surge of pride through my own wolf. The bond between us was undeniable, but I still had my questions, and they begged for answers. Before I could process the situation, my wolf surged forth, his voice cutting through the tension like a knife. "You like what you smell," he declared. "Yes," she whispered, unable to deny the allure of my power, my strength, my scent. "I like what I smell too," I confessed, closing the distance between us. From behind, she was a vision of perfection, and I hungered to explore every angle of her being. Leaning in close, I felt her breath hitch in anticipation. "Spread your legs," I commanded, and she obeyed, parting them to grant me access to her most intimate depths. But I relished in the art of teasing, savoring each moment as I trailed kisses along her skin, moving ever closer to her core. "Hurry," she pleaded, her voice dripping with need. I couldn't help but chuckle at her eagerness, reveling in the knowledge that she had secretly sped to me so easily. Even when marked, her legs trembled as though on the brink of ecstasy, and the scent of her SX pheromones hung thick in the air, driving my own instincts wild. A sudden warmth on my face brought me back to the present moment. She was dripping with anticipation, her arousal undeniable. "You're too slow," my inner wolf growled impatiently, threatening to seize control, but I couldn't help but revel in the power I held over her. Her grip tightened on my hair, drawing my attention back to her. I smirked. She was so easy. "She's affecting you too," my wolf chimed in, his voice a low rumble of satisfaction. Glancing down, I saw the evidence of her arousal mirrored in my own hard length, straining toward her with primal hunger. But then, unexpectedly, she pushed me away, her actions betraying her need. Confusion clouded my thoughts. Why would she resist me now, when our connection was so undeniable? As she struggled to stand on her own, I watched in disbelief as she attempted to distance herself from me, her movements sloppy. I had never encountered a woman who dared to stop me. My wolf, feeling rejected, took over and ventured toward her belly in search of her underwear. He quickly realized there was none to be found. A low growl escaped his lips as he sniffed her core, confirming the pure scent of coconut, untouched and unblemished, which only heightened his frustration. Reluctantly, he relinquished control, allowing me to take charge and demand answers. "Where is your underwear, Beta?" I demanded, my voice a mix of desire and anger as I finally laid eyes on her. She stood before me in a short black dress that accentuated her curves, her heels clicking against the forest floor as she nervously shifted from foot to foot. Her wild curls cascaded down her back, framing a pair of captivating green eyes and luscious skin that begged to be touched. But before I could get lost in her beauty, I pressed her for an explanation. I didn't want to wear underwear today," she stuttered, her voice betraying her unease. My gaze darkened as it trailed up her body, taking in every curve and contour. She attempted to close her legs, but I seized them, spreading them further apart with a firm grip. "Please, stop looking," she pleaded, her voice trembling with uncertainty. "Why aren't you wearing underwear?" I demanded, my frustration mounting. I forgot to put them on," she finally admitted, though I could sense she was holding something back. Though every fiber of my being urged me to claim her then and there, I knew something wasn't right. I couldn't afford to let my desires cloud my judgment. 3 potential scenarios raced through my mind, each carrying dire consequences under werewolf law. She could have gone against our customs and mated with someone who wasn't her destined mate, a transgression punishable by death. Wolves were permitted to indulge in sexual encounters with anyone they pleased, So long as they drank an elixir to prevent conception and the birth of rogue offspring, would she dare violate the sacred bond of matehood? It was punishable by death. The other possibility loomed before me like a shadow, casting doubt on everything I thought I knew. Someone out there had orchestrated this, knowing she would be my mate, hoping to weaken me by binding me to a marked wolf. That they underestimated me was already at the pinnacle of my strength, and if anything, I would be the one to strengthen her. Then there was the unsettling notion that she might be the first wolf blessed with two mates, given the rare opportunity to choose between them. It was a scenario I couldn't fathom, yet the possibility haunting my thoughts. Exhaling deeply, I fought to rein in my turbulent emotions, the weight of responsibility heavy on my shoulders. Straightening my posture, I composed myself, knowing that this dalliance could not continue unchecked. I would need to keep a close eye on her, unraveling the tangled web that surrounded her. "So, you're a dirty little beta," I murmured into her ear, snapping out of my thoughts. Her body called out to me, but today she would not get her way, not when she bore the mark of another. "My Regina wears underwear in public," I declared possessively, a possessiveness I never expected to feel. Her nod of agreement fueled my sense of pride. "I have some business to attend to. We'll finish this later," I whispered, pressing a brief kiss to the back of her head before closing my eyes once more, envisioning the familiar surroundings of the throne room awaiting my return. Chapter 7: The Invitation. As I reached the outskirts of the Ember Trail's packed territory, 𝑘 was yet to be seen. With each passing moment, the weight of guilt bore down on me, a suffocating burden born from the shattered fragments of a moment that should have been impossible. I had shattered a priceless moment that was supposed to be shared between 𝑘 and I for a fleeting moment of desire that slipped away like wisps of a dream. It felt as though the moment itself had never truly happened. Oh, how I longed for it to be a mere dream, a fleeting illusion, from which I could awaken untouched by the grasp of that wolf. Lost in guilt, I failed to notice the looming shadow that eclipsed my path. "Why do you smell like that?" The growl sliced through my thoughts, forcing me to look up. 𝑘 was inches from my face, his nostrils flaring in disgust. He was a different man now, exuding raw masculinity. He was dressed in a white drawstring sleeveless hoodie and black shorts. His soft features had somehow disappeared. He appeared more stony. But it was the number of scars dancing along his arms that stole my breath. What had he gone through? Did I even want to know? Without thinking, my hand reached out to trace their jagged edges. "What happened, 𝑘?" I whispered, my eyes locked on his arms, my touch tender as I continued to trace the outlines of his scars. Each mark told a story of battles fought and wounds endured, a testament to 𝑘's perseverance. A simmering rage stirred within me. I could never forgive my father for inflicting such wounds upon him. Never. Though my father's hand had not directly wielded the blade, the scars upon 𝑘's flesh were a reminder, not only to his disapproval of our union, but also to the separation we endured and the everlasting change that 𝑘 had undergone. "Snap out of it, Hazel, and answer me," he pleaded, his grasp trembling as it tore me from my trance. His eyes, wide with fear, seemed to search mine desperately, as if he feared the revelation of his family's curse in this very moment. I knew I had to confess. He deserved the truth. It was an alpha, I confessed, my gaze averted in shame. He commanded it, and I couldn't resist. One thing was certain, my body had betrayed me. 𝑘's reaction to my revelation was unexpected. It wasn't possessive. I did not receive a scolding. He did not speak a word. Instead, his face did the talking, his features contorted in pain, as if my confession had unleashed a bad memory within him. "Please," I begged, "don't let this change how you see me," I pleaded, searching his eyes for a hint of forgiveness brewing. He grew still, and all that filled the air was the symphony of nature surrounding us. With a sigh, he took my hands in his. "I've waited 3 years just to touch these hands again," he reassured me. "I'm not going anywhere." I smiled. I did not deserve him. Leading me to a weathered log by the riverbank, 𝑘 sat me down, rubbing my arms gently. As the soothing melody of the river's flow enveloped us, he spoke, his voice a gentle current guiding me through my emotions. "Tell me everything," he urged, his eyes fixed on mine with unwavering intensity. "Start from the very beginning." As I recounted what happened, the tension that gripped 𝑘's frame became unbearable to watch. His hands, once tender, now bore the imprint of his anguish, as he clenched and unclenched them in silent agony. Yet, despite the turmoil raging within him, He remained steadfast by my side. So, he dared to say that he would come back for you. The day I crossed paths with that wolf, he's a marked man, Cole vowed, his words laced with a chilling promise of retribution. Then, in a startling turn of events, Cole pushed me into the icy embrace of the river's current, his actions catching me off guard and sending a surge of adrenaline coursing through my veins. As I hit the water, my clothes clung to my body like a second skin. His scent needs to be purged from your skin, Cole declared, shedding his hoodie and shirt with a fierce determination. Oh, you bold wolf, I laughed, flinging my shoes in his direction, but he dodged each attempt swiftly. Anxiety gnawed at me, casting a shadow over any thoughts of mating. After the unsettling encounter with this unknown alpha, despite the undeniable connection with the mysterious wolf, the bond with Cole remained steadfast, leaving me torn and confused. As Cole waded into the river, his eyes locked with mine, absorbing my essence, as he tenderly washed away the scent of the other's wolf. Hazel Rivers, may I call you Rivy, he murmured. He continued washing me, the water cascading over me like a cleansing embrace. I like it, I replied, a smile gracing my lips. After submerging himself in the water, he emerged and proceeded to rub his damp hair all over my body. The scent of wolves was more potent when wet. He placed a gentle kiss on my forehead, and I closed my eyes, fully embracing the moment. Despite Cole's ascent to the rank of Sigma Wolf, his gentle demeanor remained. He made no further moves, content with just holding me. As the sun cast its golden hues upon the river, and the birds orchestrated a symphony in the air, we found solace in each other's embrace. I playfully wrapped my legs around Cole's hips and asked, "Would your mother approve of me?" peering into his eyes. "My parents, they're both gone, Rivy," he whispered solemnly. "By the pack's grace," I murmured. "What happened?" "A rogue attack," Cole revealed, his voice heavy with grief. He recounted the story with such vividness that I could almost visualize the events unfolding before my eyes. It's a day that I will never forget. The peace of the Ember Trail's pack was shattered by the brutal intrusion of rogues. My parents, humble omegas, dedicated their lives to our pack's well-being. My mother, the nurturing caregiver of our pups, and my father, the diligent gardener of our pack's grounds. As the rogues breached the entrance of our pack house, my father was tending to his flowers, knowing that my mother was about to lead the pups into the forest to share the registry of our home. With a thunderous howl, he alerted our alpha to the impending danger. The rogues cloaked their scent with the aid of a witch, you see, so the deltas never sensed them coming. His warning cries were silenced by tearing out his tongue. His sacrifice, though brutal, bought precious moments for our pack's defense. Meanwhile, my mother stood tall in the hallway, a beacon of strength, buying time for the children to flee to safety. She faced the rogues head-on, ensuring every child escaped unharmed. Though she fell in the line of duty, her bravery saved our pups. Now they are hailed as heroes who protected our pack, Cole growled, his fists clenched in frustration. But my brothers and I remember them as the parents who abandoned us. I wanted to change his way of thinking, but I knew nothing could ease the pain of losing a parent. So instead, I wrapped my arms around Cole, offering him solace, but it was short-lived. "We must report what happened to you, to your alpha," he stated, as he lifted me from the water's embrace and set me gently on the soil. "Must we return already?" I pouted, gazing into his eyes with a childish sulk. As he moved to dress, droplets of water trailed down his sculpted physique, accentuating every muscle beneath the clinging fabric. Though I had just seen him naked moments ago, I couldn't help but bite my lip at the sight. "Shall we walk back?" he chuckled, clearly sensing my desires. I nodded in agreement. We walked hand in hand back to the pack house. As we trod the familiar forest path, a sense of déjà vu enveloped us, painting the landscape with memories of our past. Yet, this time, the air was tinged with the vibrant energy of spring, a stark contrast to the autumnal scene of our initial meeting. As I trudged through the soft earth in these ridiculous hues, I couldn't help but curse my fashion choices. It was as if my feet had declared war on the ground beneath them, sinking deeper with each step like they were auditioning for a part in quicksand. Cole, the culprit behind my current footwear folly, found it all too entertaining. His laughter echoed through the forest, making me feel like a fool. Summoning what was left of my dignity, I shot him a look that could kill. "Ha ha, very funny," I grumbled, giving him a shove that made him lose his balance. But just when I thought I had regained a sliver of my pride, a gust of wind swooped in, lifting my dress above my hips. He released a wolfish growl before delivering a hard swat to my bum. Ouch! I yelped, more from the shock than any actual pain. Really? Cole couldn't resist, could you? He just grinned mischievously, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Hey, what can I say? You're packing some serious assets back there. Before I could clap back, Cole effortlessly scooped me up in his arms, his touch both tender and possessive. As he carried me, I couldn't help but ponder over the outrage we were about to cause. Cole, I began, my voice a soft murmur. My mother has extended an invitation for dinner tonight. Can we delay discussing the incident with the other wolf? He's already had enough of the spotlight. Though reluctance flickered across his features, Cole surrendered when I packed his face all over. Tomorrow, then, he smiled. Gratitude flooded my heart as I murmured my thanks, a sense of relief washing over me, with every additional soul privy to the events that transpired. The web of complications would only seem to grow more tangled. I agree, my inner wolf chimed in, its voice a quiet echo. Upon our return, Cole gently lowered me to the ground, and I led him toward the communal area, where our fellow wolves socialized. But before we could reach our destination, my brother appeared, his face alight with excitement, clutching a parchment in hand. Where have you two been? I've been trying to reach you, Zell, he exclaimed, his voice brimming with eagerness. I blocked out the mind link. I was busy, I confessed, shrugging. Acknowledging Cole's presence with a nod, my brother wasted no time in sharing the news. We've been chosen, he cheered, performing a spontaneous victory dance that could have given a professional dancer a run for their money. His enthusiasm was infectious, spreading like wildfire as our parents appeared, caught up in the joyous celebration. Okay, why is everyone so happy? I queried, unable to contain my curiosity. Let me take a look at that, I interjected, snatching the parchment from my brother's grasp. As I scanned its contents, disbelief washed over me. My dearest Sunfire Pack, it is with a heart brimming with excitement that I reach out to you on the cusp of a truly momentous occasion, the approaching birthday of our esteemed Wolf King. As the cherished date draws near, it fills me with boundless delight to share the joyful news of those chosen to join in this grand celebration. With a sense of honor and distinction, it is my pleasure to announce that the Beta family has been handpicked to grace us with their presence on this auspicious day. Let us lift our voices in harmonious chorus, echoing through the ancient forests, as we extend our warmest wishes and heartfelt congratulations to our revered Wolf King. May this jubilant occasion serve as a testament to the enduring strength, power, and legacy of our noble lineage. As we eagerly prepare to immerse ourselves in the spirit of camaraderie and merriment, let us seize this precious opportunity to honor and celebrate the birth of our beloved leader. With heartfelt anticipation and deepest admiration, Singtra, matriarch of the Wolf King, Cole, should we go? I turned to him, seeking his opinion. We'd be foolish not to, he replied. Who said the 𝒍𝒂𝒚 is coming? My father exclaimed, his eyes wide with mock concern. Instantly, the room erupted into chaos, with everyone turning to my father for answers. He raised his hands in surrender. Whoa, calm down, folks, I was just yanking your tails, he declared with a mischievous twinkle in his eye. His attempt to diffuse the tension only seemed to backfire, as his words fell flat, and were met with skeptical glances and raised eyebrows. Cole's scoff echoed through the room, a clear indication that his attempt at humor had missed the mark entirely. Amidst the bubbling tension, my mother Lilia gracefully took charge of the conversation, smoothly shifting her focus to Cole. Oh, Cole, it's truly delightful to see you looking so vibrant, she exclaimed, her tone warm and inviting as she intertwined her arm with his, guiding him towards the dining room. Please, do join us for dinner? Meanwhile, a whirlwind of anticipation swept over me at the mere thought of venturing to Luporia, the hallowed birthplace of our wolfen ancestors. Intrigued by the mysterious figure of the Wolf King, my mind wandered to envision in his likeness. I conjured images of an ancient sage, his countenance adorned with 3 piercing eyes and a rugged, beastly aura. Whispers of his agelessness echoed through the corridors of my thoughts, suggesting a timeless existence intertwined with the very essence of the forest itself. As my inner wolf stirred within me, the anticipation of encountering this mysterious figure sent a flutter of excitement through my being. It was a curious sensation, to be sure, but the prospect of meeting the Wolf King left me both intrigued and oddly flustered. Chapter 8: Dinner with the Pack. I caught up with my mother and Cole, slipping my arm through his with a playful grin. "What are you two scheming about?" I quizzed, shooting them both a curious glance. "It isn't like you to be nosy," my mother teased, her eyes twinkling. "My mate, my business," I replied with a nonchalant shrug, meeting Cole's gaze directly, a silent acknowledgement passing between us. As we approached the dining area, we could already hear the bustling energy of the pack. It was a full house tonight. The rows of long, rectangular tables stretched out before us, but this time, something was different. The seats around the Alpha were empty, an unusual sight. Usually, they were the first seats taken. Hunter believed in pack unity, and made it clear through social events and communal meals that the pack should sit and socialize with everyone. "Beta family this way," Alpha Hunter announced, his eyes gleaming with a sense of purpose. I steered Cole towards me, ensuring he sat beside me no matter what. The table was filled with meat, a wolf's delight. To my left was a pup, and to my right, Cole. My mother claimed her seat beside Cole, delicately wrapping her small fingers around a glass of wine. Across from Cole, my father's gaze lingered on him with a watchful intensity, as if assessing his every move. Duncan settled into the seat opposite mine, his aura so melodramatic that I half expected romantic music to start playing in the background, turning our dinner into a PG-13 romance movie, screening for the entire pack to enjoy. He showered Lizzie with kisses, like raindrops on a sunlit day. "How can I repay you for looking so beautiful?" Duncan whispered, his words dripping with everything wholesome. "I'm in sweatpants and a baggy top." "Don't lie," Lizzie said, rolling her eyes and playfully wiggling the flesh on her arms. Undeterred, Duncan gently pulled her arms closer, planting kisses upon her soft skin. "Duncan, come on," Lizzie protested with a playful laugh, but he persisted, showering her with affection, as if it were the most natural thing in the world to do. Watching them, I couldn't help but wonder if Cole would love me the same, regardless of my appearance. "Love us," my wolf corrected. "Well, he certainly can't love you, considering how readily you obeyed the Alpha's command," I retorted, my inner dialogue tinged with frustration. "I did it because you wanted it," she countered. Ignoring her, I stifled any further conversation. I wasn't in the mood to engage with her. She had disappointed me yet again. As Alpha Hunter expressed his gratitude to Cole for returning safely home, my suspicions grew. It's not like it affected him directly, but Hunter always had a kind heart, so I gave him the benefit of the doubt. "You are welcome to stay as long as you need," Hunter stated. "Please whisker away at daylight," Duncan teased, but the sadness in his eyes betrayed him, a silent truth that when I did leave, it would weigh heavier on his heart than his words would ever let on. "Oh, baby brother, the Amber Pack Trails isn't that far away," I interjected, attempting to cheer him up. He nodded my way but decided to end the joke. Cole's surprised glance caught me off guard, but he quickly redirected his focus to the food before him. "Did I say something unpleasant?" "You must invite your parents to meet our pack," my mother slurred, her cheeks flushed with the effects of alcohol. "My parents, they died in a rogue attack," Cole revealed, his words silencing our table. Sensing the need to diffuse the silence, Cole spoke up. "But I have two brothers, and they would love to visit the Sunfire Pack," he offered with a hopeful smile. Underneath the table, I squeezed his hand tightly, silently expressing my pride in his grace under pressure. "Tell us of your tales at the Sigma Academy," Hudson's voice danced through the room, igniting a wildfire of intrigue. Heads turned, forks paused midair, and the cheers of children hushed as the entire dining room leaned in, hungry for the tales of the Sigma. But before he could speak, I interrupted. "He doesn't need to tell any." "The fights were intense," Cole began, his words acting as a magnet, drawing the room's attention back to him. There was a white line, my standing point, and on the other end, my opponent's. We had to push each other until one crossed the opponent's line. Then we were allowed to attack. You were already tired from all the pushing, so when you attacked, your wolf barely scratched them, Cole continued, the adults understanding the unsaid implications behind his words. "It wasn't easy, especially because I was an Omega," Cole admitted, his eyes briefly meeting my father's before continuing. "So, I asked to watch the fights. Unlike the other wolves, I began taking mental notes, learning what not to do based on a wolf's weight class, strength, and cunningness. Only then did I become the unbeatable Cole Landers, he concluded, a smile lighting up his face as applause erupted throughout the room, even the deltas showing their respect. As he spoke, I couldn't help but admire his strength and determination. I was grateful to have such a strong wolf by my side. Cole pulled me into a side hug, his voice softened. "Your letters kept me alive," he said, kissing me lightly on the forehead. "Cheers to Cole, the mighty Sigma," Alpha Hunter proclaimed, his voice resonating with pride as the room echoed his sentiments. As the dining hall gradually quieted, my mother stole the attention with her snores, her head resting on the table. "She's such a lightweight," I chuckled, attempting to suppress my laughter behind my hand. My father hated when Duncan and I made fun of his mate. He rose from his seat and gracefully hoisted her onto his back. My father carried her as though she weighed no more than a feather. Amidst the laughter and commotion, she swung from side to side, her voice echoing. "Shoo-woo-hoo-woo," she drunkenly said, dangling from his back. I couldn't help but feel a twinge of second-hand embarrassment. Duncan, on the other hand, seized the opportunity and took pictures of her. "She's going to hate herself tomorrow," he laughed, completely amused as he recorded her. "You know, Denny, you're going to have to leave your phone at home tomorrow. There's no technology allowed in Luporia," Lizzie informed him. "What?" I gasped. Alpha Hudson chimed in. "Ah, yes, the Wolf King is very old-fashioned." "But why?" I pressed, my curiosity piqued by the mention of the Wolf King. "The world may have advanced, but that doesn't mean he has to abandon tradition," Alpha Hudson explained. "You seem awfully bothered for someone who doesn't even use her phone often. Or is something else capturing your attention?" Duncan teased. Cole shot Duncan a deadly glare, but Duncan's response was to theatrically grab a nearby knife and pretend to stab himself, eliciting a smirk from Cole. He would have to get used to Duncan's teasing. Duncan was a walking joke man. I found the Wolf King's lack of desire for the use of technology interesting. We were similar in that way. I found myself drawn to the timeless charm of handwritten letters. There was a certain authenticity and warmth that couldn't be replicated in text messages. In contrast, Levine's mate, Alpha Adan, embodied modernity in every sense. His pack seamlessly integrated into human society, embracing their customs and way of life. On my visits, I couldn't help but feel a sense of displacement as I observed pups glued to their phones, families owning cars, modern houses. They lived a lifestyle that seemed so far removed from my own. It made me question where I fit in this modern world, prompting me to make a silent vow to stay true to myself, even as those around me embraced change and adaptation. My thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the sight of Hunter and Cole engrossed in a serious discussion. Intrigued, I decided to eavesdrop, sensing the gravity of their conversation. "I may have a job for you, Cole," Hunter revealed, his tone grave, "but it may conflict with your Luporia invitation." Before Hunter could continue, I interrupted with a protective instinct. "Well then, he can't go." Cole's response was a reassuring squeeze of my leg. "That's not for you to decide," he retorted. With a nod from Alpha Hunter, the two men excused themselves, leaving me with a sense of unease. "That's not for me to decide." In that moment, Cole sounded just like my father. "Breathe, Sel, breathe," Duncan advised, his hand swaying in a calming gesture. But as minutes turned into an agonizing wait, frustration bubbled within me. "I'm getting out of here," I declared, storming towards my room in a fury. It may have seemed childish, akin to a tantrum of a 12-year-old, but could I truly be blamed? Just as I had finally got Cole back, they were whisking him away once more. Yet, my anger dissipated upon encountering a shadowy figure waiting for me on the bed. "So, this is Rivy's room," Cole remarked, his presence filling the space with electricity. "Did you take it?" I demanded, my tone leaving no room for any other discussion. Instead of answering, Cole silenced me with a kiss that felt like an electric shock, his lips pressing against mine with hunger. He focused on my bottom lip, teasing it with gentle bites before pulling me closer, his tongue dancing with mine. I tasted the faint sweetness of his chapstick, the warmth of his tongue mingling with mine only intensifying my need for him to stay. "I've wanted to do this all day," he murmured, not breaking our kiss. I pushed the back of his head towards me, our noses touching as I searched his eyes. "Tell me you didn't take the quest," I pleaded. "There are 3 things I need you to know, Rivy," he began, his voice steady despite the weight of his words. Firstly, I am a Sigma now. I am packless, no longer belonging to the 𝑑𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕 pack or serving any alpha. I serve only myself. Secondly, he continued, right now, I have nothing but my strength. Your alpha's kindness won't last forever. He has many mouths to feed. Even if we were to return to my old pack, the outcome would be the same. A Sigma is a lone wolf. We make our own way in this world. I was stunned by his revelation, realizing that a Sigma was far more than a mere pack's assassin. They were similar to mercenaries, loyal only to the highest bidder. But he forgot one thing. He wasn't alone. He had me. I love you, Hazel Rivers. You are more beautiful than nature itself. You have kindest heart I've ever known. When I look at you, all I see is gold, he declared, holding my gaze as he spoke the words. So, if you tell me not to go on this quest, I won't. But if you say I can go, it will only be for a week and I'll make it just on time, for the Wolf King's natal. His eyes pleaded for understanding. I couldn't bear the thought of him leaving, but I didn't want to be a selfish, clingy she-wolf, who couldn't bear to be without her mate for 5 minutes. Is it dangerous? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. I'm strong, he reassured me, a smile playing on his lips. Then go, I said quietly, and come back to me in no worse shape than you are now. He kissed me once more, a promise of his return. In the morning, he said, his voice a soft murmur as he guided me towards my bed. It's a single, and you're too big, I giggled, thrilled that he intended to spend the night with me. Well, then we'll just have to cuddle tightly, he replied, effortlessly shedding his top and settling in wearing only his shorts. I began to undress, feeling his gaze on me. I slipped into some shorts and a tank top. Despite my love for Cole, I couldn't shake the touch of the other wolf, which made me hesitant in mating with Cole. I pounced on the bed joining him, hoping tonight wouldn't be the night. Cole wasted no time in turning me over, enfolding me in his arms from behind. With each subtle adjustment, we found ourselves fitting together like pieces of a puzzle. As the comfort of his embrace enveloped me, my eyes fluttered shut. He was a gentleman and he knew I wasn't ready, so he waited, without telling me he was waiting. I secretly sped to the embrace of sleep with ease, but the tranquility was shattered all too soon as Cole began to thrash and scream, his cries tearing through the peaceful night. I tried to soothe him, to calm the storm raging within him, but he remained trapped in his own torment. Don't touch me, you filthy animal, he roared, his voice a guttural scream. Cole, it's just me, I announced, shocked by the menace in his voice. I shook him gently in an attempt to rouse him from his nightmare, but he remained trembling and screaming as though fighting a battle that only he could see. His body convulsed, and I tried to stop it by holding him tightly, but I could not pull him from the depths of his torment. He was alone in his battle, fighting against demons that only he could see, trapped in a nightmare from which there seemed to be no escape. I was supposed to be his mate. Why couldn't I calm him?
Chapter 9 Luporia.
I jolted awake to the sound of Lizzie's howls and the relentless slapping of my nephew Victor. It wasn't exactly the serene morning scene I had hoped for, especially after a night of restless, soul-deprived sleep. Get out, I growled, unable to mask my grumpiness. Somebody's grumpy, Lizzie teased. I was so close to kicking Victor in the face if he slapped my leg again, and Lizzie seemed to sense it. She swiftly scooped him up protectively. Stop being such a moan, Sel, she said, her head bobbing with a look of disgust. We're going to Luporia, she announced, her voice echoing with excitement. I maintained a deadpan expression as she carried on with the celebrations. I was expecting to get lit with you this week, she confessed, disappointment etching her features. How was I supposed to get lit with a 21-year-old pregnant wolf? But I couldn't help the involuntary grin that crept onto my face. Lizzie tossed Victor onto my lap, knowing my mood had changed, and he immediately began eating my arm. Yum, he squeaked. Has this little guy been fed? I asked, laughing. This pup's always hungry, just like his father, if you know what I mean, Lizzie replied, reclaiming her son and winking. Get out, I said, screaming. I did not want to think of them in that way. Ever. Hurry up and pack your bags, we're off to Luporia, she called out as she left the room. Once alone, I let out a sigh. It would have been bliss to wake up in Cole's arms. As I began to pack, I realized just how unprepared I was for the journey ahead. I should have bought new clothes. After a quick shower skipping makeup, entirely due to sheer exhaustion. He ran my fingers through my curls, letting them bounce freely. I put on some perfume that 𝒂𝒊𝒂𝒂 had gotten me. She told me humans made sweet scents that would complement our own scent. This was the first time I was trying it, and she was right. It did smell nice. Luporia, here we come, I declared, letting out an excited howl. Descending the staircase, I nearly collided with Hunter, who was making his way upstairs. Need a hand, he offered. I find that slightly offensive. Hemp, I retorted. He laughed and shook his head at my response. Has Cole told you he's accepted the quest? I inquired, curious about his whereabouts. No, Hunter replied, a hint of confusion in his voice. He accepted it after our discussion in my office. Has he changed his mind? I attempted to conceal the shock that flashed across my face. No, forget I asked, I muttered, brushing past him. I was raging. Why did he pretend that I had a say in whether he stayed or took on the quest? It felt a bit manipulative, letting me believe I had a say in his decision-making. As I reached the hallway, I found everyone assembled, bags packed and ready to go, waiting on me. Has anyone seen Cole? I inquired, but they all shook their heads. Wouldn't he at least say goodbye? He left you this, sleepyhead. Might I add you look terrible? Duncan remarked, handing me a letter. I sniffed it. His scent was all over the envelope, calming my nerves. I don't like the way he left without saying goodbye. My wolf spoke. Me too, I agreed, but we'll deal with it when we see him at Luporia. My father glanced at his watch. It's time to go. Alpha Hudson has lent us 2 cars. Before departure, Alpha Hunter gave us a pep talk, emphasizing how we were representing the pack and blah blah blah. It was a no-brainer that we obeyed the Wolf King's commands, but he still said it, his eyes lingering on me longer than the others. While I may get cheeky in our pack, disrespecting the Wolf King was out of the question. I valued my life, and I had plans for Cole and I during our stay in Luporia that would keep me occupied marking him, making love to him, and repeating the first 2 steps. As my father loaded the luggage into the car, he pulled me aside. Did you hear what the Alpha said? He questioned, gripping my wrist. You do what the Wolf King says, just like the rest of us, he reiterated. As if the Wolf King is going to notice a mere beta. You guys take too much pride in yourselves, I scoffed, walking towards the pack grounds. Choosing the car, without the chaotic presence of her 2-year-old and his pregnant mother couldn't seem to stop kissing her mate every 2 seconds, and a grumpy old Monty opted to ride with my mother, who was at the wheel. She was a terrible driver, hence the empty car, but I knew I could get some much-needed sleep in this car. As we embarked on the journey to Luporia, I closed my eyes, intending to drift off peacefully. Cole's letter lay on my lap, tempting me to open it, but I resisted. I needed sleep first. Just as I was on the brink of sleep, my mother turned on the radio and began singing. My loneliness is killing me, she sung out of tune. Lelia, I am begging you, I pleaded. Come on, keep me company, she urged, her smile hopeful. It's a girl's trip, just you and I, she added, her smile beaming. I glared at her with such intensity that she turned off the music, allowing me to finally get some sleep. Rise and shine, sweetheart, my mother's gentle voice roused me from slumber. We're here. This is Luporia, I questioned, peering out at what seemed like a deserted parking lot. No, honey, this is where we meet the transporters, she clarified. Still bleary-eyed, I stumbled to my feet, still clutching the letter in my hand. Suddenly, people dressed in richly decorated faux leather hoods and tunics of rich, earthy tones, cinched at the waist with gold belts, appeared out of nowhere. My father was the first to vanish into thin air. I rubbed my eyes, just in case I hadn't seen what I just saw. Father just disappeared, I stated the obvious, laughing so hard it felt like I was high on some sort of elixir. But then, one by one, my family disappeared too. These mysterious men were teleporting us to Luporia. Well, I gasped as one of them approached me, his smile warm but his grip firm. Close your eyes, he whispered, and I complied, my heart racing with excitement. Teleporting is like being caught in a tornado. One moment, you're standing in one place, and the next, you're hurtling through space and time at breakneck speed. There's a surge of energy that courses through you, tingling your skin. Your senses are overwhelmed as the world around you blurs into a dizzying kaleidoscope of colors and shapes. Your stomach flips, and your heart races as you're propelled forward. And then, just as suddenly as it began, it's over. Open them, he whispered again, and when I did, I found myself standing at the majestic gates of Luporia. I gasped in awe at this place. Luporia was a realm of untold beauty and wonder, and I couldn't wait to explore every inch of it. The castle was breathtaking, its walls constructed of sturdy white stone. Golden accents embellished the architecture, tracing intricate patterns along the edges, adding a regal flair to the fortress. The contrast between the white stone and the gleaming gold was striking. Around the castle grounds, wolves roamed freely, their sleek forms moving with an aura of power and grace. It was clear they served as the loyal subjects of the Wolf King, diligently guarding the realm and patrolling its borders with vigilance. The air smelled of pure wilderness bliss. It was a place untouched by the pollution of humans, where nature reigned supreme and the elements were untamed. Surrounding the land, wildflowers bloomed in abundance. Scarlet poppies nodded in the breeze, while goldenrod and lupines painted the landscape with hues of yellow and purple. "Welcome to Luporia," a voice resonated through the air, and the gates gracefully swung open. "I am Ramses, and I am to be your guide," he said gracefully. Our bags were whisked away by unseen hands, while Ramses the majestic wolf guided us towards the entrance, inquiring about our history, but my attention was captivated by the enchanting surroundings. I twirled around in glee, taking in this perfect place. My mouth fell open in awe as I beheld the breathtaking landscape unfolding before me. Nearby, a magnificent waterfall cascaded gracefully downward, its crystalline waters shimmering in the sunlight. Even my nephew seemed spellbound by its beauty, his mouth 𝑽𝒂𝒏 drool trailing down in fascination. To my left, delicate butterflies danced on the gentle breeze, their graceful movements adding to the enchantment of the scene. "It's perfect," I breathed in wonder. "Sire, I wasn't expecting your presence," Ramses addressed someone in front of us, bowing respectfully. My skin crawled at the mention of the Wolf King. Would he truly be as fantastical as the rumors suggested? Would he possess multiple eyes, each as piercing as the next? Would his footsteps shake the ground beneath us, his stature towering over us like a statue? Or perhaps he would be ancient and wise, bearing the weight of centuries in his gaze. The Wolf King's silence was deafening, until he chose to break it, but his words were meant for me and me alone. "Hello, halfling," his voice thundered through me, vibrating through my being, until it felt like my whole body pulsed in response. Chapter 10. Familiar scents. With gradual, deliberate movements, I turned my entire body to face him. The subtle shift in my stance was nothing compared to the intense gaze that held me captive. His hair, as dark as a raven's feathers, was slicked back and impeccably styled. His skin tone resembled the smooth sand of the Sahara Desert, but it was his eyes that drew me in, deep pools of darkness, beckoning me into their depths. It couldn't be, could it? They say when you lose someone, the world stops spinning and everything comes to a standstill. But when I laid eyes on the Wolf King, time itself seemed to cease and all that existed was him. "I've been waiting for you," his voice echoed in my mind, his lips unmoving, yet his words boomed in the chambers of my mind like thunder. My eyes widened in disbelief at his raw power. Every cell in my body vibrated, waging war against me, as I resisted the undeniable urge to caress his skin, to feel the rough and smooth textures of his face beneath my fingertips. And then, as if sensing my thoughts, his eyes darkened even further, forcing my gaze downwards into submission. My eyes wandered from his intense black eyes to his lips, full, pink, and utterly enticing. A soft exhale escaped my lips. As if attuned to my every thought, his eyes remained fixed on me, intensifying my doom. He was so tall, so commanding, so utterly bewitching. Every inch of him radiated strength and power. "He's perfect," my wolf purred. I trailed down the broad expanse of his chest, sculpted and powerful beneath the regal clothes he wore. His biceps bulged with raw strength. "They say your heart skips a beat when you love someone. Mine didn't. It raced, a wild and untamed rhythm, attempting to catch up to him. I couldn't help but wonder how he squeezed into those clothes. His size was almost unreal. I tried not to let my thoughts go down that rabbit hole, but there was one thing that was true. The Wolf King was more beast than man. "𝒂𝒚," I whispered, the words slipping from my lips before I could stop them. Did I just say that out loud? I blurted out, my cheeks flushing crimson as I scrambled to save face. "I meant to say, this place is breathtaking." A cheeky noise rumbled from his throat as he gave a sly smirk. Yeah, that's it. Definitely not 𝒂𝒚. I gestured around dramatically, hoping to distract everyone from my slip-up, but I only drew more attention to myself. To top it all off, the king's expression appeared to be transitioning from mild irritation to full-blown impatience. Duncan added to my embarrassment by slapping me so hard on the back, I let out a high-pitched yelp that sounded like an animal dying. "Stop fucking the king and bow your head," he said through gritted teeth. I glanced around and realized I was the only fool that hadn't bowed their head. 𝒂𝒂𝒚 number 1. As I lowered my head, my wolf seized control, compelling me into a graceful heel sit. My body folded effortlessly until my buttocks rested upon my heels, knees bent, head bowed in respect. "My king," the words escaped me in a low, respectful tone. "Welcome to Luporia," his voice thundered, echoing through the air with such intensity that even the birds fled their nests in panic. I remained on the ground, eyes averted downstairs. "Enjoy your stay." His voice faded as he walked past me, his leg brushing off my arm, forcing the hairs on my skin to prick. I was so captivated by how handsome he looked I forgot to even take a sniff. But when I finally did, my body trembled uncontrollably. 𝒍𝒑 vanilla. That's what he smelled like. A familiar aroma, one that stirred memories of the alpha from the forest. Could it be? Was the Wolf King the same alpha I encountered in the woods? Before I could dwell on this revelation, Duncan snapped me out of my thoughts, pulling me towards the entrance of the castle with such urgency that it infected everyone around us, and they began to follow with a similar sense of urgency. I knew a family meeting was about to kick off, and I would be the one receiving an intervention. "What the hell are you doing?" he barked at me. "What?" I replied, bewildered. "What in the name of moonlight was that? Don't you have a mate?" Duncan screamed, his disappointment evident. I don't know." It was a stupid response, I know, but I was completely flustered. Duncan had never given out to me like that before. "You think he wants you? You're just going to be another lay for him. Hazel, I thought you were trained better." He spat out. "Cole went to hell and back for you, and you're going to throw that away because the king looked at your tits." Duncan tore into me. "I really like Cole," my mom chimed in. "Though I wasn't fond of him before. He deserves your respect." My father interjected, squinting his eyes at me as though I were the enemy. "I don't know what to cover me," I confessed, feeling utterly lost. "Leave her alone," Lizzie intervened, tossing Victor into my mom's arms. She stared at the king. "Big whoop," she added. "Where is her room?" Lizzie asked Ramses, who was guiding us. "Right this way." He coughed awkwardly. Lizzie led me towards my room, babbling about how Duncan overreacted, and how she was going to have a tough word with him later. But I just kept my eyes glued to the floor, overwhelmed with shame and confusion. "I truly don't know what's happening," I muttered to myself, my mind swirling. It was wrong for me to look at him that way. "Your room," Ramses said, opening the door. "It's huge," Lizzie exclaimed, her mouth agape. "I hope mine is like this." "Thank you," I mumbled to Ramses, closing the door in his face, shutting out both Lizzie and the chaos outside. "Hey, I was on your side," she huffed. "I just need a minute," I murmured to myself, sinking onto the floor. I tore open Cole's letter, hoping his words would relieve me from my heavy heart, consumed by guilt. "Hi Rivi. I hope Luporia lives up to your expectations. I'm sorry for leaving this morning without saying goodbye. I wanted to start my mission as early as possible, knowing that every step brings me closer to seeing you again. I already miss you terribly, and the thought of seeing your hazy eyes again makes my heart flutter. I can't wait to hold you in my arms again, to feel your warmth and hear your laughter. Until then, know that you're always on my mind and forever in my heart. Mark me as soon as you lay eyes on me. I want to pick up right where we left off 3 years ago. Yours always, Cole." But his words only made me feel like a slut of a she-wolf. "You need to tell someone," my wolf's voice echoed in my mind. "This burden is too much for one person to bear." "Duncan hates me," I responded, feeling the weight of the secret pressing down on me. "He's the only one I would tell." "He doesn't hate you," my wolf countered. "He's protecting you. He just doesn't want to see the Wolf King hurt us. But I know he won't hurt us. He's our mate." "So is Cole," I snapped back, frustrated at her lack of appreciation for him. "You never acknowledge him. You never refer to him as our mate. You never attempt to connect with his wolf. But now that the big bad wolf king has arrived, suddenly you're interested. Are you so thirsty for power that you would deny the connection with Cole? I spat out. I'm not hungry for power, she snapped back. Then what is it? I demanded, desperation seeping into my tone. I don't know, my wolf admitted, retracting into silence. She hid from me, knowing all too well that I unleashed my anger on her in moments like these. I felt the urge to shift to break free from the confines of this room, but I also dreaded the prospect of seeing the Wolf King in his forest, so I avoided it at all costs. Lizzie's persistent knocks echoed through my door, her voice filtering through the wood. Are you coming? She inquired. I'm not hungry, I replied curtly. I could practically hear her footsteps stomp away. She was pissed off. Minutes later, Duncan's voice echoed through the hallway, pleading for me to come out. Zell, please come out, he urged, his tone tinged with frustration. Whoever sent you is an idiot, I replied. It was Liz, he sighed. She's threatening me, saying I'll have to sleep on the ground tonight if I don't get you out for dinner, Duncan explained. Have fun sleeping on the ground then, brother. I shot back sarcastically, refusing to budge from my stubborn stance. I could also hear his footsteps stomp away, and he was royally pissed. A wicked grin crossed my mind as I pictured Duncan sleeping on the floor, while Lizzie laid on the bed with Victor. A silent victory for me. Without notice, my father barged in, his forehead creasing as if I was aging him for not being hungry. Always the alpha male, he seemed oblivious to the fact that he was just about his attempts to assert dominance only fueled my defiance. Sal, what's going on with you? He demanded, his authoritative tone clashing with my own stubbornness. I'm not hungry. Is it now a crime to not be hungry? I asked, throwing my hands in the air in annoyance. Don't you want to see the place? Now's your chance, he urged, attempting to coax me out of my self-imposed isolation. There's always tomorrow, I replied, refusing to yield as I remained firmly planted on my bed. I command you to make your way to the dining area, my father insisted. His authoritative tone pissed me off, the way hearing nails on a chalkboard would piss anyone off. I command you to stop commanding me like I'm some kind of soldier, I snapped, hurling a pillow in his direction. But to my surprise, he did the most unexpected thing, hugged me. Are you okay? His voice softened, a rare occurrence when it came to my father. I miss Cole, I confessed, my voice barely above a whisper. I'll keep you company, he offered, shedding his suit coat, tie, and shoes before plopping himself on the bed beside me. I still don't forgive you for what you did to me and Cole, I added firmly, making my stance clear. Before he could respond, his belly growled with hunger, and I couldn't help but laugh. Just go, I'll be fine, I reassured him with a smile. Almost seconds later, there was a knock on the door. I'll go tell them you're not coming, my father said, grunting as he got back up. When he opened the door, a servant entered wheeling a tray full of food. Room service, my father said in a squeaky voice. Hello, Rivers, should you require any further assistance, I'll be just outside, she stated before exiting the room and gently closing the door behind her. I picked at my plate, then passed it to my father, who wasted no time devouring it. I couldn't help but smile at him. Sometimes, just sometimes, he could be endearing. What sort of impression have you made to get us room service? My father chuckled. I remained silent, unable to answer. You know, ever since you were a kid, you had such a fiery spirit. It almost frightened me, he began. At the young age of 5, you were already a spirited young she-wolf. I would constantly caution you not to stray too far from the den. While your brother remained obedient, you never seemed to heed my warnings. I can still picture you chasing butterflies, heedless of my calls, darting into the forest in pursuit of those colorful insects. His words made me laugh. It was the first time my father had shared stories of my childhood. For some weird reason, I could not remember much about my childhood, and when I pressed for details, he always evaded the topic, which created a rift between us. Was he trying to make amends? You'd disappear, Hazel, and it was terrifying. Even when I growled at you, you showed no fear. I remember having to carry you home over my shoulder, and you'd protest by punching my back. He was well aware that his charm was working on me, that he was succeeding in making me smile. So he continued. As you got older, your rebellious streak only grew stronger. I'll never forget the time you insisted on joining the pack for the midnight howl. It was a tradition, reserved for adult wolves aged 18 and older, that you were so determined You sneaked out of the pack house. Only the moon can tell us how you got past us. You even convinced Bluevine and Lizzie to join you in the forest, and the three of you raised your voices in defiance against the moonlit sky. When the rest of the pack caught wind of your escapade, their stares were piercing me like daggers, casting doubt upon my ability to rein you in. He sighed. It's a stupid tradition, having to be 18 to howl at the moon. I yawned, feeling sleep calling my name. It was for your protection. Our pack wasn't the only one howling at the moon. Other packs lay closed during the midnight howl, which is a perfect time for rogues to disguise themselves and attack. He explained patiently, his words echoing a familiar sentiment from when I was 15.
But the most defiant act you ever committed against me was the most daunting, leaving me utterly shaken, and just as my father was poised to recount this distressing story, I found myself secretly into drowsiness, drifting into a peaceful slumber cradled in his protected embrace. Chapter 11. Rejecting him. In the human realm, as the first rays of dawn touch the sky, mortals awaken to the greetings of birds from their council nests. In the land of Luporia, wolves are stirred from slumber by the thrilling melody of the howls of wolves, announcing the arrival of another day. Such peace can only be found in Luporia. Back home, even though my family enjoyed the luxury of private quarters, affording us breakfast away from the pack, the ceaseless chatter always seemed to echo in our quarters. I appreciated the sanctuary that came with Luporia. I made my way to the balcony attached to my room, eager to see the place from a high view. The balcony, curved like a half-moon. Seating myself, I welcomed the morning heat upon my face. With closed eyes, I surrendered to the swirl of my thoughts, diving deep into memory. Cole flooded my mind, his lips brushing mine in our first kiss. A rush of bliss. I couldn't wait for his return. I wanted to finish consummating our bond. But when I thought of Cole's body on mine, the images were tainted, distorted by images of him, intruding my thoughts. His crimson lips taunted me, his mocking smirk brushing against my ear. I tilted my head, swaying from side to side in an attempt to banish him from my mind. Then a sharp knock on my door shattered the spell, saving me from him. "Come in," I called, breaking free from his grasp. As the door creaked open, I saw a familiar face, the servant who had tended to me the day before. "Ma'am, do you like herbal tea?" she inquired, her voice gentle. "Just Hazel," I chuckled, finding her formality strange. We were about the same age. With practiced efficiency, she brewed the tea before me, leaving it on the table before retreating silently. I had devised a 3-step plan this morning. Face the Wolf King head-on, stripping away the veils of deception to reveal the truth. He undoubtedly already knew that he was my second mate. Try to keep Cole calm, while revealing to my first mate the unsettling reality that the Wolf King shares a claim to my heart. Rejecting the Wolf King, despite the searing pain that even the mere thought of uttering those words ignited within my heart. I had made a promise to Cole. I vowed that I was unlike the others, that I would not abandon him. Yet, as I sipped my tea, my hands trembled at the thought of confronting my destiny head-on. Rejecting the Wolf King meant shattering my own heart. I did not have the privy of choice. Cole's mark bound me, a permanent reminder of his claim, a claim that could only be severed by death of fate. I couldn't even contemplate. I needed to distract myself. Once again, I found myself lost in this bubble, my morning consumed by thoughts of both of them. I began staring at the rustling leaves and heard the distant murmur of the waterfall, beckoning me to find peace within its embrace. Nature calmed me. "No one's stopping you," he purred. His voice was low, rough, sultry. I recognized it instantly, a voice that could command the wilderness itself. I wasn't expecting to see him so soon. I rose from my seat, ready to take my bow, but before I could, he interrupted, his voice sizzling every cell in my body. "Forget the formalities when we're alone." Half-alarmed, I shifted from side to side, trying to calm myself. He hadn't even said anything that should cause my body to heat up this way, but I ignored the feelings he stirred within me. My brother's words echoed in my mind, urging me to stand tall, to demand respect. "Okay, Alpha," I replied, my tone steady, as I kept my eyes fixed on the land, deliberately ignoring his imposing figure. "I'm not an alpha." Half-alarmed, "Hazel," I corrected, my voice firm as I asserted my identity. "What?" His tone was gruff, hostile. Did this beast have a gentle tone in him? "My name, it's Hazel." "Hazel," he repeated, testing the syllables on his lips with a hint of mockery. "I prefer." Half-alarmed, a vein popped in my forehead, and I scrunched up my lips, attempting not to curse this beast back to where he came from. But then, as if to assert dominance over me, he came closer to me in his regal glory, draped in a dark crimson robe, with nothing else on, just a robe. I held my breath knowing that if I smelled him, he would win and I would not be able to reject him. I resisted the urge to even lay my eyes on him for longer than a heartbeat. Not now, not ever. From now on, from this moment forward, I vowed never to lock eyes with the Wolf King for longer than a heartbeat. Call me whatever you want, Alpha, I retorted, hoping to end the confrontation. Could it just leave my presence? Him around me only caused me turmoil, but he had other plans. In one swift motion, he reached out and seized me. His touch sent every cell in body into a frenzy. With a strength that seemed almost unnatural, he hurled me into the air, sending me soaring towards the heavens. I screamed so loud, it felt as though the wind itself was squeezing the air from my lungs. The world spun around me in a dizzying blur as I screamed. The wind tearing in my hair and clothes. Panic consumed me as I plummeted towards the earth, my heart pounding out of my chest. H-E-L-D. The cry ripped from my throat, a desperate plea for salvation as I hurled towards the ground floor. I was going to break every bone in my body. No, I was going to die. Who knew that calling him and who Alpha would be the equivalent of me signing my own death certificate? 𝑽𝒂𝒏 number 2. H-E-L-P. H-E-L-P. M-E. Summer Northeast H-E-L-P-M-E. He wasn't going to save me. I braced myself for the impact as I raced back towards the balcony floor. The world blurred around me until suddenly I stopped, suspended mere inches from the floor. I found myself trapped between gravity's pull and the Wolf King's unfathomable power. What are you? I whispered, not because I was bold enough to ask. The words left my mouth in sheer terror. The Wolf King, he replied, curtly. He clicked his fingers once more, and I plummeted to the floor in a humiliating face-first sprawl. I felt so embarrassed, I could feel the burn across my cheeks creeping in. But just when I thought he was done humiliating me, the Wolf King proved me wrong. His hands gripped my upper torso, lifting me off the ground with an effortless strength that left me breathless. Forced to meet his gaze, I said it to protect myself. I said it so I could have some control over what happened next. I said it out of fear. No, please, don't. He'll never forgive us, my wolf chimed in. I blocked her out and kept my resolve. It was time. Hazel Rivers, from the Sunfire Pack. Beta Wolf, reject you. Wolf King from Luporia. I spoke so fast to hide the quivering, the very terror within my voice. I asked for you to reject me so we may sever the bond. As the tension crackled in the air between us, I held my breath, barely breathing. I watched his every move and how his gaze fell from my face, down to my chest and back up again to meet my eyes. His gaze shifted, his face stoic, but his eyes were ablaze with cosmic fervor. Tiny specks of gold swirled within his irises, like treasures hidden in a celestial vault. Was this his wolf awakening? But when he finally spoke, his words dripped with mockery, as if I were the fortunate one to be chosen as his mate. You're rejecting me, he chuckled, the sound vibrating through my body. Okay, he conceded with a casual shrug, as if dismissing a trivial matter. With a gentle pat on my head, he let me down, his laughter echoing in the air. You're lost, he taunted. I watched how his chest rumbled once again in laughter as he turned away from me. But as he walked away, leaving me feeling like nothing more than an afterthought, a surge of frustration and anger welled up within me. You need to reject me, I called out, trying to be strong, but deep down, I wanted to cry because why was it so easy for him to walk away? If I had the choice, I'd choose him in a heartbeat. His response was cold and unyielding. I'm not bound to such customs. Half-falling, he retorted, his face a mask of stone. But I am, I insisted, desperation creeping into my tone. Are you? He countered. I've done my part, so you need to do yours, I insisted, clenching my fists and squeezing my eyes shut against the sting of unshed tears. With a sigh, he relented, uttering the words, 𝑑𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕 King of all wolves, reject you. Halfling, he whispered in my ear. As my Regina, as my soul sharer, as my wife, he declared, his voice devoid of any warmth or remorse. Feel better? He asked, his proximity startling me as he wiped away a tear that had escaped my notice. But the pain I expected to feel was strangely absent, replaced instead by a hollow numbness. It felt worse than pain, numbness. Before I could utter no, Xavier vanished once again. His sudden departure left me reeling. He was always so quick to get away. I felt an overwhelming urge to punch through solid stone, to unleash a howl so long it shattered the moon, but I knew I could not dwell on him. I refused to allow his presence taint my experience of Luporia. With a determined resolve, I stormed into my room and got dressed. I was determined to make the most of my time here. Summoning Lizzie through our mind link, I wasted no time in locating her whereabouts. "Where are you?" I inquired mentally, eager to join her. "In the art gallery," she replied. "Second floor. Hurry, Ramses has already begun the tour. You're missing out." With a sense of urgency, I made my way to the art gallery, where Ramses awaited to guide us through the labyrinthine corridors of Luporia's grand castle. Everyone was waiting for me, a scene that seemed to recur these past few days. As we ventured through each floor, Ramses spun tales intertwined with the legacy of 𝑑𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕, the ruler of this realm. With each story, I couldn't help but feel a pang of annoyance. Would I ever escape the shadow of this man? "Why call it Luporia?" Duncan asked. Luporia combines lupus, the Latin word for wolf, with the suffix oria, which means realm or territory. So, if you combine them together, Luporia means wolf realm or wolf territory, Ramses replied. Duncan nodded in understanding, and we continued our journey to the first floor of the castle. Suddenly, I felt a tap on my shoulder. It was Duncan. "Hey," I offered him, hoping to nip the conflict in the bud with a friendly paw shake. He enveloped me in a tight hug. Zell, good morning." "I'm sorry, I'm a snake," he murmured, planting kisses on both of my cheeks. "Save it for Liz," I laughed, pushing him away playfully. With a mischievous wink, Duncan nudged me playfully before turning to follow Ramses. As we reached the first floor, the grandeur of Luporia's banquet hall unfolded before us. "This is where the sire's natal will take place," Ramses declared. There were a bunch of walls and news as everyone took in the place. But I couldn't help but wonder if 𝑑𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊 had a lineup of birthday guests for some special celebrations. And if so, how many ladies had taken a turn in the Wolf King's den over the centuries? The mental image was enough to make me get sick. Chapter 12, Protecting my Regina, 𝑧𝒖𝒅𝒊𝒐𝒏 POV. 6 days ago, my Regina had brought with her a shadowy secret the moment she crossed into Luporia's borders. This realm was untainted, and it illuminated any darkness lurking within. When she stepped foot into my domain, her true scent unfurled. As I scrutinized her family, I saw her fractured lineage. Though her father bore the sin of her blood, her mother did not. It was evident that dark magic had woven its twisted threads, obscuring one side of her true heritage and stifling her other side. In Luporia, she would be forced to confront her dual nature. Dark magic was weak within Luporia and could never stand against my mother, Sintra's power, but I needed to protect her from the truth before she was prepared to face it. It was clear that she was unaware that she was a hybrid. I stormed into my mother's washroom, deliberately averting my eyes from the sight before me. "I need you to hide someone sent for me," I demanded. She was bathing, surrounded by several women. Despite her nude body, my mother remained unfazed, indifferent to any prying eyes. To her, nudity was merely an expression of authenticity, a revelation of her true self. "Oh," she inquired. "Hazel Rivers," I replied without hesitation. "Why?" Her tone was measured, curious. "Because she is half vampire, half werewolf," I explained. "And?" she pressed, her curiosity demanding to know the reason behind my insistence on personally concealing her scent. "I'm sure you have invited guests who are vampires. They will be intrigued by her," I pressed on. "And?" My blood boiled, irritated by the constant interrogation from this witch. "She does not know she has vampire blood within her," I confessed. "Your business how?" she uttered, her eyes drifting lazily to her nails. I turned my head slightly and casted a menacing glare her way. It was enough to make the other women recoil, but never my mother. She remained unprovoked, meeting my gaze without flinching. She was the only woman who could withstand my stare for so long. "Because I am the Wolf King, and what I say, you do," I growled. The women in the washroom began to tremble as my anger heated. "You're not one to lose your cool," she observed. "So she's important," she said, her fingers interlacing as her mind began to churn with possibilities. "To you," she concluded, pointing a finger in my direction, her eyes locking onto mine with a knowing intensity. "I want a smooth natal, that is all," I declared, turning away, my patience running out. "Haven't her parents broken the law?" she prodded. "I don't care for that right now," I dismissed, leaving. My mother's smile twisted into a all-knowing wicked smile. "I will have a servant bring her tea in the morning. Your wish is my command," she added. hide her scent from everyone but me. I commanded, closing the door shut. If my intentions weren't clear before, this would surely give it away. The sound of Cintra's excitement echoed through the chamber as she splashed in the water, thrilled that my mate had finally arrived. A smirk played at my lips as I contemplated the possibilities. With her scent concealed from prying noses, I could play with her in the presence of others, completely undetected. The thought sent a shiver of dark anticipation down my spine, and I relished in it, embracing the sinister possibilities that lay ahead. Oh, the wicked games we could play, hidden in plain sight. 6 days later, as I reflected on the conversation with my mother, it became clear that the invitation resting on bed was nothing but her meddling in my affairs. It had been 6 days since I asked her to conceal Hazel's scent, and now, 6 days later, she had extended an invitation to the Beta family for a private dinner before the festivities commenced. I hadn't laid eyes on the half-a-lane sense of rejection. Instead, I had been consumed by the mystery of her bond within Omega. I tasked one of my servants to gather information about Hazel's mate and his imminent arrival, while I did my own digging by visiting his back. It was no surprise that Lizzie, her brother's mate, would spill the beans to the personal servant I had assigned to her room. She confessed to Penelope that Hazel's mate had transitioned from an Omega to a Sigma, which piqued my interest. Nature was unfailing in its law. Sun rose in the morning, the moon shone at night. Yet here was a mistake, a deviation from the natural order that demanded answers. How could she be mated to an Omega, the weakest in the pack, only to end up mated to the king of wolves? The irony of it all. How could she prefer him over me? It made me see red. His head, a mere trophy at my feet, while I make her pay for uttering the word reject. I'd ensure she regretted every syllable. I'll have her beg for mercy. I'll have her crawling on the ground, pleading me to take her as I tower over her with a cruel smirk. She'll grovel at my feet, terrified and helpless, knowing that I have complete control over her release. And when I finally lay eyes on her again, she'll know that there is no escape from my wrath. My breaths came in ragged gasps as thoughts of all the ways I could punish Miss Halfling flooded my mind. She was destroying me, forcing me into actions I'd never stooped to for any woman. Every move I made had to be cloaked in secrecy. If anyone uncovered the truth about her being my Regina, she'd be in trouble without my constant vigilance. Discreetly, I relocated some of my possessions to the room adjacent to hers in the guest chambers, hoping to quell the restless demands of my wolf, who thirsted for her. He's a constant distraction, I murmured to myself. Fingers threaded through my hair, but thankfully, I'm not entirely wolf. Sometimes, it feels like my greatest weakness is my wolf. I sighed heavily, unable to shake the image of her crimson red eyes from my mind. I am your greatest strength, he countered. Then why do you crave her so desperately? Because she's our Regina, and she must stand by your side. We are incomplete without her, and you will weaken without her. Even weakened, we are formidable. No, we are not. When I am weakened, your strength wanes. I have waited 500 years for her. You better set aside your pride and win her over. I've already told you, I've got plans for tonight, I asserted firmly. He might not have liked most of my intentions, but he was eagerly anticipating the part where I set her on fire. Figuratively speaking, of course. Cole returns tomorrow. Do not dare utter his name in my presence. I snarled, my lip curling with contempt. I scoffed in frustration, intimidated by a mere Omega. Not in the slightest. I was going to snatch her away from him, right under his nose, and revel in his self-pity. Knock, knock, knock. Sabrina's voice interrupted, laughter evident in her tone. Sappy, I whispered, welcoming her in with a hug. Sappy, a striking werewolf I've known for over a century, has always been one of my closest confidants. She comprehends my need for companionship better than anyone else. With her, I can shed the burdens of my title and simply be 𝑑𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕. I can't believe you found her, Sappy exclaimed, her voice laced with awe. She stood before me in a blush-pink dress that hugged her slender form. The sweetheart neckline gracefully framed her collarbones, while the flared skirt added a touch of playful elegance to her ensemble. She was more excited to see Hazel than me. You look absolutely perfect, I remarked, a smirk tugging at the corners of my lips. Miss Halfling is going to be green with envy. I paused, contemplating my attire. I'll choose something that complements your dress. She rolled her eyes, her hand planted firmly on her hips. I still think this is a bad idea, she remarked, her tone dripping with skepticism. I chose not to dignify her comment with a response. The plan was set in motion, and she had already agreed to it. Tell me about her, she squealed in excitement. Dark brown curly hair, honey skin, hazel eyes that glow green when she's worked up, red when she's truly aroused, freckled cheeks, and lips as pink as roses. I described, savoring the image. Plus-sized ass, and a scent like coconuts and exotic lilies. I added, recalling the intoxicating aroma. And those hips, perfect for bearing my pups. I concluded with a smirk. I am in her personality, Sabby stuttered, throwing me a disgusted look. I shrugged indifferently, showing no interest. So, have you got to know the real her yet? Like what she likes to do? Sabby prodded. She hasn't given me the chance, I replied curtly, frustration boiling. The woman wouldn't even dare breathe next to me, let alone engage in a conversation. Yet, paradoxically, whenever I was around her, I found myself relishing in her scent, like an addict craving their next fix. Anyways, you've been summoned because I need you to make her jealous, I continued, getting straight to the point. Sabby chuckled, a mischievous glint in her brown eyes. Not just because it's my best friend's birthday in 3 days, she teased. And that too, I admitted with a smirk. Despite her initial reservations, she couldn't contain her excitement at the prospect of meeting my mate. Reluctantly, she agreed to go along with the plan, her curiosity getting the better of her. Now, I'm going to get ready, I declared, a wicked grin spreading across my face as I turned to prepare for my mission to make Miss Evelyn burn with jealousy like never before. Chapter 13. Touching my Regina, Xavier's POV. We Saturday poised, awaiting the arrival of the Beta family. My heart thudded in my chest, each beat a drum of anticipation. Sadie could sense my discomfort. She loves you. It's just complicated, her words soothed the restlessness within my wolf. Just as my mother began to announce our guests, the door bursts open, a gust of air carrying with it a tantalizing scent that slams into me like a physical force, knocking me back into my chair. My heart races and my instincts roar, urging me to pounce as our guest enters the room, radiating an undeniable aura that threatens to consume me. I struggle to regain my composure. Draven, my father, assumed his position at the head of the table, while my mother claimed the opposite end. I positioned myself strategically in the middle, directly across from Hazel. Savvy's gentle pat on my chest urged me to stand, but I remained seated, locked in a silent battle of wills with her. Hazel eyes bore into mine, a challenge unspoken but unmistakable. Was she daring to provoke me in my own domain? She wore a crimson dress with daring slits, her cleavage on display, inviting me in. Her attire was a blatant taunt. Did she want me to indulge in her? I couldn't help but wonder if my mother had orchestrated this, knowing her desires for pups. But it wasn't just her appearance that had me reeling. It was her scent. A heady mixture of coconut and exotic lily filled the room as she approached, enveloping me in its intoxicating embrace. I had to grip the arms of my chair tightly to maintain control, the urge to claim her threatening to overwhelm me. Every piece of me screamed for her, but I knew I had to exercise restraint. As she took her seat at the table across from me, I struggled to maintain my composure, my eyes never wavering from her form. Xavier introduced us. Sabby whispered into my ear. My father got there first. It's so good to meet the Sunflower Pack's Beta's family, he said with disinterest, unaware of the significance of the occasion. He had been absent from Luporia for several months, only returning today, evidently out of touch with the current affairs of the realm. Sunflower Pack, Hazel corrected. Her father's immediate reaction was to tug at her arm. I believe it was his intention to reel her in. I despise anyone attempting to silence my Regina. My father's gaze snapped toward her, and I shot him a warning glare, daring him to even consider such disrespect. But before the tension could escalate further, my mother's voice boomed in our minds. Sunflower Pack, my father corrected himself with deadpan delivery, his confusion evident. The atmosphere crackled with tension, thick enough to suffocate a whelp. On one side, Hazel's father seethed with the urge to unleash his fury upon her, while on the other, my mother's voice boomed in my mind, questioning Hazel's mark. Knowing it wasn't mine, my father attempted to calm my mother, well aware that she could topple this very table in a millisecond if she desired. But what made everything perfect was Hazel's smoldering eyes, as she watched me and Sabby converse. It was a banquet of chaos, and I couldn't wait to feast upon it. Oh, shall we start again? My mother Sintra interjected, her voice carrying a tone of amusement. Draven has just returned from his political dealings with the Lycans, and is in a rather grumpy state because things didn't go his way. It's been months since he last saw me. I'll have to cheer him up later. She chuckled, the sound filling the room. Laughter rippled through the room. Even my father, usually solemn, seemed to lighten up at her jest. Once a year, I like to extend an invitation to a family to join us for dinner just before Xavier's navel, to forge stronger connections. This year, it's the Sunfire Pack Beta family. Long live the Beta family, Sintra proclaimed with enthusiasm, raising her glass in a toast. The room erupted into cheers and applause. I watched as Miss Halfling raised her drink, but she never took a sip. Suddenly, I felt a sharp thump as Sabby kicked me repeatedly under the table. What? I snapped through gritted teeth, focusing on devouring my food, to distract myself from the urge to ravish Hazel right then and there. Introduce us, she pressed, her persistence unwavering. Hazel, I replied curtly, mindful of the public setting and the need to maintain appearances. Hazel flinched at the sound of her name, and I couldn't help but notice the subtle movement of her chest beneath her dress. I sighed inwardly. I found it preferable when she refrained from breathing. It was less seducing. Yes, Kaya, she replied, her tone slightly strained. It felt wrong hearing her refer to me with such formality, but it couldn't be helped. Not yet. This is Sabrina. She's my companion, I introduced, gesturing towards Sabby. Sabrina extended her hand eagerly, a heavy smile gracing her features. It's great to meet you, Hazel Rivers, she greeted warmly, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Hazel hesitated, eyeing Sabby's outstretched hand with uncertainty. Nice to, she began, before I cut her off. Shake her hand, I ordered firmly, watching as Hazel reluctantly complied, shaking Sabby's hand with forced politeness. Meet you, she vanished. Hazel was a miserable wolf all night until I toyed with her. I casually removed my shoe, leaving my foot bare, and proceeded to tantalize her inner thoughts with its touch, tracing a path until I reached the outer edges of her core. She involuntarily licked her lips, her dress now rumpled from her shifting in anticipation. She frowned in place, but her scent betrayed her, as it always did, releasing the exact Essex pheromones I desired. Duncan, her brother, interrupted us, oblivious to our intimate exchange, but I had no desire for her attention to stray elsewhere, so I played with her as she snapped her head towards me, her face contorted, begging me to stop. What's wrong? He inquired, his touch grazing her skin. I did not want him touching her. When I was touching her, Hazel brushed his hand off, obediently returning her focus to me. Good little wolfen. She glanced down at my foot as I skillfully used a claw to move her panties aside. I could see the anticipation in her visible swallow. Our eyes locked. How I longed for my fingers or mouth to take my foot's place, but tonight, my foot would have to suffice. I began moving in small circles, leaving trails of glistening wetness on her sensitive nub. I watched her with satisfaction as she jerked in response. They're going to smell me. Please don't embarrass me like this, she mind-linked to me, surprising me with her ability to communicate telepathically. Only family members, packmates, or solidified mates possess such a bond. We hadn't even kissed yet. As the wolf came, I held the power to mind-link anyone at will. Only a selected few possessed the capability to reach me in return. Yet here she was, effortlessly mind-linking me as if it were second nature. Feeling devilish, I refrained from informing her that her scent couldn't be detected. Then don't get wet, I retorted, relishing the fury in her gaze. Leaning back, I bit my lip, observing her body's response. Her mouth was slightly open, her tongue darting out to moisten her lips. I could almost taste her desire in the air. She struggled to stifle a moan, her movements betraying the pleasure she tried to contain. Her hips moved with each subtle motion of my foot. Sniffing the air, I reveled in the heady aroma of desire, knowing that tonight, she was mine to toy with. She was drenched. Leaning in, I engaged her brother in conversation, all the while slipping effortlessly between her sleek folds. The sensation was enough to stir the primal urges of my wolf within. Quit playing around and take her to our room, he demanded. Not until she begs for it, I countered, relishing the power I held over her. I needed to see her squirm, to beg for release as I brought her pleasure in front of everyone, so I focused all my attention on her. Hazel Rivers' eyes widened as she sensed what I was up to. How would you describe the Beta family's loyalty to their alpha? I prodded, enjoying her discomfort as I stimulated her. Loyal, she whispered, her voice barely audible as I delved deeper. She couldn't think straight. Very loyal, she hissed, her legs clenching together so tightly that the wet sounds from between her thighs grew louder. They couldn't smell her, but wolves had excellent senses and they would soon hear her, so I diverted attention from her and turned to Beta Alfonso. prompting him to speak about his pack while I continued to pleasure his daughter beneath the table. "I'm going to release." "Stop," she pleaded, but I urged her on, driving her closer to the edge. "I demand it," I growled, driving harder and faster as her nails dug into the chair, desperate to contain her moans. She was mine to control, and her surrender only fuels my dominance. On the brink, her crimson eyes glazed over me in ecstasy. "Close your eyes," I instructed, and obediently she complied, surrendering to my control. As I slowly pulled my foot out of her core, the urge to dive under the table and continue what I had started grew stronger.
As she looked up at me, distraught by my sudden cessation, I met her gaze, conveying my silent challenge. "You know where to find me if you want to finish," I taunted. 10 minutes later, dinner came to an end, and I watched with dark satisfaction as Hazel Rivers stormed out, her frustration evident in every stride, her body trembling with unfulfilled desire. As she left, I knew she would be consumed by thoughts of me, tormented by the insatiable hunger I had awakened within her. With a sinister grin, I reveled in the power I held over her, a ruthless predator playing with his helpless prey. Chapter 14 𝑑𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒂𝒂 As I Saturday at the breakfast table with my family, stress seemed to be my main dish. I shoved toast into my mouth, like it was the cure to all my problems. Duncan was keenly aware of my coping mechanism. I turned to food in times of stress or nervousness. His perceptive gaze followed my every move. Silently, he snickered when I shoved another slice in my mouth. Who was he? The food police? I picked up another slice of toast. "Tuh," he remarked, his eyebrow arched in mock concern, as he watched me carb loading. I ate it in one go, ignoring him. "Isn't that like your 11th slice?" he joked, a smirk playing on his lips. Leave it to Duncan to track my bread intake. It was, in fact, my 11th slice. Nervous for Cole's return, he asked, a knowing glint in his eyes. Excited, I mumbled around a mouthful of toast, hoping to convince myself as much as anyone else. The memory of last night's dinner with the bra sustained my taste. I prayed it was a one-time ordeal, but deep down, I feared it was just the beginning of a nightmare. "I'm a bit disappointed in the way you answered the Wolf King," my father remarked, his brow furrowing and his arms folding across his chest, in a stance of unmistakable disapproval. "Loyal," Duncan chimed in, teasingly. "Very loyal," Lizzie added, sticking her tongue out playfully. Together they were unbearable. The room erupted in laughter as they reminisced about my response. My wolf felt embarrassed, causing my nails to extend involuntarily. However, my father's unwavering gaze held me in place, demanding an explanation. "I'm nervous around him, Father," I admitted, the words heavy with truth and vulnerability. It wasn't a lie, but it wasn't the whole truth. "I understand his presence can be overwhelming, but you should have deferred the question to me or Duncan," my father reprimanded, his tone leaving no room for argument. "Sorry," I sighed, knowing that Xavier, the Wolf King, cared little for our loyalty to our alpha. He was a twisted, sadistic creature who took pleasure in seeing me squirm. "Well, despite that, it has come to my attention that we've left a favorable impression, and the Wolf King has extended an invitation for us to partake in the Wolf's Gambit this afternoon," my father announced, brandishing the invitation with a grin. Seriously, must we go?" I groaned dramatically, already envisioning myself trapped in a garden maze with the Brasses, playing croquet with werewolf etiquette. "Sounds like fun," a familiar voice interrupted, drawing everyone's attention. "Cole," I screamed, jumping up from my seat to embrace him, relief flooding through me at his safe return. I conducted a thorough visual inspection of his entire body, searching for any hidden wounds or injuries. "I've got all my limbs intact," he declared with a grin, flashing his pearly white teeth. "Welcome back," my father greeted him, his expression more stoic than welcoming. "All right, man," Duncan greeted him, clasping onto his hand. Lizzie and my mother, Lilia, joined in, Lizzie being Lizzie, threw Victor onto Cole without warning, and Victor began slapping his face like a frightened octopus. "I got you, little wolf," he responded, giving Victor a squeeze. "He's growing so big," Cole remarked, bending down to rub Lizzie's stomach affectionately. Lizzie corrected with a playful smirk. "Here," Duncan countered. "I'm with Lizzie on this one. They say if the belly's high, it's a girl," my mother chimed in, rubbing her chin. "That's breakfast done. Shall we head to the gardens?" my father suggested, setting down his napkin decisively. Everyone agreed. I just followed. As we prepared to depart, we dressed in our comfy gear and made our way to the gardens. I couldn't shake the feeling of dread, but as I glanced around, I realized I was the lone miserable among us not looking forward to today's games. Approaching the grand entrance to the gardens, my heart raced with anticipation, not because I was worried to face the Brosses, but because the excitement of winning on their turf came to mind. I was hungry for victory. We stepped through the gates and into the sprawling expanse of the gardens, ready to confront whatever challenges lay in wait. The sun beamed down, casting a warm glow over everyone as we gathered in our comfortable gear. I opted for leggings and a t-shirt, while Miss Little Sunshine strutted in shorts and a bralette. I couldn't help but resent how effortlessly she tied her long, blonde hair into a ponytail, while I struggled to tame mine. Leaning over the water, I dampened my hair to reduce its unruly volume before tying it up. 15 minutes later and the game still hadn't begun. "Who are we waiting on?" I demanded, hands on my hips, my foot ticking like a bomb. "Xavier," Sabrina answered, joining me by the water's edge. As if summoned by our conversation, Xavier emerged, dressed in a tight white tank top and black shorts that left little to the imagination. I suppressed a chuckle at the collective ogling he received. Even my mother stared. How dare she? Honestly, he wasn't that good looking. He looked extremely weird in modern wear. "He's hot, isn't he?" Sabrina whispered in my ear, her breath heating my neck. "Yeah, hot like the Sahara Desert, but you die without water there." "I prefer my men cool," I retorted, walking away, bumping my shoulder against hers. My mood was sour today, and I couldn't quite pinpoint why. Maybe it was because he touched me and left me unfinished. I deserved to finish. We lined up in front of 𝑑𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕, the host of the game's event, and I noticed 2 other imposing figures flanking Xavier. They were big, but Xavier was bigger. They were tall, but Xavier was taller. He stood out too much, and it was downright repulsive. Draven's spirited voice broke through my thoughts as he explained the first game. How harmonics. Draven was in a better mood than last night. Sintra must have kept her promise about cheering him up. I chuckled along with the others, expecting something more physical for the first game. As we're all aware, wolves have a distinctive howling ability for communication. Draven continued, his tone filled with excitement. In this game, each wolf will take turns creating different pitches and rhythms with their howls, challenging the others to mimic and harmonize. My competitive spirit stirred as I cracked my knuckles, ready to dominate. Despite my foul mood, I lived for victory. "You're so competitive for such a silly game," Cole laughed. "Sounds like something a loser would say." I shot back, swaying my hands back and forth behind me. Having Cole next to me was like a burst of sunshine breaking through stormy clouds. Xavier being the stormy clouds, of course, and Cole being the sunshine. But I knew I needed to tell him about Xavier, about the dark and twisted desire that I had for him. The confession hung heavy on my tongue, yet I couldn't bring myself to speak it aloud. There was something intoxicating about the Wolf King, something so twisted, that I liked. As Cole raised his hands to begin the game, I shut off my thoughts of Xavier Brasa. "I'll kick it off," Cole declared. "Aruru," he howled, triggering a chorus of laughter from the gathered crowd. "Who's next?" I didn't embarrass myself like that just to see some straight faces, he admitted, eyes scanning the group. "Rivi, baby, it's your turn," Cole said, smiling. I sensed Xavier's eyes on me, his reaction to Cole's use of the word baby evident in the subtle clenching of his jaw. Was it possible that little Miss Sunshine wasn't all that? Her. Aru, Oru, I echoed innocently, locking eyes with Cole and flashing a playful grin. "Perfect," he praised, his words a soft whisper as he sealed his approval with a kiss. "Pathetic," Xavier's voice boomed not only in my head but amongst everyone. "Do it again," he commanded, but before I could comply, Cole intervened. "She doesn't have to," he retorted, turning to face Xavier with a protective edge in his voice. "Duncan, your turn," I interrupted, attempting to divert attention from the tense exchange. The last thing I wanted was a confrontation between Xavier and Cole over me. "Ah, Cole, I heard you're supposed to be ruthless Sigma. Looks like you're a softie for your mate," Xavier replied, his voice playful and gentle. Gentle. Xavier had a gentle voice. "What can I say, Xavier? She's 1 in a million," Cole replied, his tone light but with an underlying sense of pride. I stifled a wicked laugh bubbling up within me. What on earth was happening? Since when were Cole and the Wolf King on first-name basis and exchanging playful banter like old pals? As the game pressed on, I seized a moment alone with Cole. "Do you know the Wolf King?" I inquired, pulling him closer until his ear was level with my lips. I bumped into him on my way in. We had a coffee together. "Pretty cool wolf, isn't he?" Cole replied, wrapping an arm around my back. "Yep," I muttered, barely managing to form the word. Once everyone had finished their house, the victor of the contest was revealed. Lizzie won fair and square. The next challenge on the agenda was tug of war, a test of strength and endurance. This time, participants grasped the ropes between their teeth, ready to engage in a fierce battle of wills. The tournament commenced with separate matches for the girls and boys. I went easy on some, like Lizzie and Central Lizzie because she was pregnant. She Wolf and Cintra because I knew her strength lay in her magic, not her muscle. However, when matched against Little Miss Sunshine, I found myself using all my power, but she was a fierce contender and emerged victorious. I didn't want to be a sore loser, so I offered her a forced congratulatory smile, my lips stretched apart showing no teeth, and my eyes squinting in disapproval. I definitely looked cray-cray. After she won, Xavier wrapped her in a tight squeeze before they fist-bumped each other. In that moment, it dawned on me that Little Miss Sunshine had a connection with Xavier. She wasn't just a passing fling, there was history between them. With the women's tug of war concluded, I settled in to watch the men's matches unfold, eagerly anticipating the display of strength and skill. "Wish me luck," Cole said, planting a kiss on my cheek. "Team Cole," I cheered. As the men took their positions for tug of war, the atmosphere shifted, drawing in servants eager to witness the raw power of the wolves. The first matchup pitted Duncan against my father, Alfonso. "Team Duncan," Lizzie and I exclaimed in unison, our voices echoing across the feud. Bastian came to sit with us as he watched the fight. He had long burgundy hair, gray eyes, and tawny skin, giving him an otherworldly appearance. I could tell he was definitely a Lycan. I had only seen a Lycan once, by sheer accident. He was in a car driving by, and we were going in the opposite direction. He smiled at me. I was only 7, but I knew he was a Lycan. It was easy to distinguish wolves from Lycans. Their aura was completely different. I guessed Xavier had friends from high places. The match begun and we watched as the two competitors dug in, their muscles straining with effort. Initially, it looked like my father had the upper hand, but in the final moments of the fight Duncan came out on top. Cheers erupted from the sidelines as Victor bounced with excitement, proud of his father's achievement. My dad beamed with pride, his hand resting proudly on Duncan's shoulder. He leaned in, murmuring words too soft for my ears to decipher, yet his expression spoke volumes. It seemed to say, "I'm proud of you, son," though I couldn't be certain. The next matchup unfolded with Bastian squaring off against Archer, a clash that felt predestined from the moment they locked eyes. As the two Lycans prepared to battle, I found myself instinctively rooting for Bastian, driven solely by the fact that I had yet to exchange a single word with Archer. As the Wolf's gambit ended, the golden hues of the setting sun bathed all of us. We awaited Draven's announcement of the day's champions. And behold the victor of today's trials, none other than Cole Landers, reigning supreme in 3 out of 7 challenges, Draven declared, his voice carrying across the crowd. As for the prize for today's display, you are granted the opportunity to visit a different realm for the day. Indulgent to your heart's content, you may bring one additional person. "Who will you bring?" Draven inquired, his gaze turning to Cole. "Hazel," he replied, eliciting a smile from me. "And which realm would you like to go to?" Draven asked. "The realm of the Maga," Cole responded with ease, without needing to think of it, his grin stretching wide as he said the words. The unexpected choice sent ripples of intrigue through the crowd, for it was a realm seldom visited by those of our kind. Yet, my heart leaped at the prospect of seeing the realm. In that moment, a whisper brushed against my consciousness. It was him. "If he leads you to the Hack Lair, summon me without hesitation." I turned to face Xavier. He was meters away, but I knew his eyes were already locked onto mine. I wasn't even curious about why I would call for him if Cole led me there. I was more shocked that Xavier thought I could mind-link him, while I was in another realm. "You possess more power than you realize," his reassurance echoed in my thoughts. As Cintra glided towards Cole and me, her steps a graceful dance. She began a fluid motion with her hands. "I shall weave the threads of magic to create the portal," she proposed, extending a hand towards us. With a graceful flourish, Cintra wove the arcane energies, conjuring a gateway to the realm of the 𝒂𝒏 before us. "To return to Luporia, you gotta make a pit stop at the gatekeeper's emporium. Just toss 'em a buck, and they'll whip up a portal for you." Cole nodded, understanding her words, while I nodded along like I was agreeing to terms and conditions without reading them. As the portal shimmered into existence, beckoning us forth into the unknown, I stepped forward holding Cole's hand, ready to embark on this extraordinary journey into the depths of the realm of the 𝒂𝒏. Chapter 15 Cintra. We found ourselves standing in the heart of the 𝒂𝒏's realm, the portal vanishing into thin air before our very eyes. Instantly, my senses were overwhelmed by the sights, sounds, and scents that surrounded us. Cintra had left us at the center of the marketplace, a vibrant hub of activity, illuminated by countless enchanted lanterns that danced with ethereal flames. The marketplace seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly glow, casting enchanting shadows that played across the cobblestone pathways. The stalls were decorated with lovely tapestries and carvings, showcasing a range of magical items. Witches and warlocks operated the booths, their faces shining with magic as they displayed enchanted objects, potions, and ancient books. Crystal balls gleamed, wands buzzed with power. Every corner of the marketplace showcased the marvels of magic. The air was filled with captivating music as minstrels played haunting tunes, while the aroma of exotic spices mixed with arcane incense, creating a mesmerizing scent. Standing among the enchanting atmosphere, I couldn't help but dance along the stalls, my mouth 𝒂𝒏. "This will enhance your beauty even more," a witch remarked, presenting a cream for my skin. "Is your heart aflame while his remains cold? Slip this into his drink, and he won't resist you," another witch whispered, revealing a luminous blue elixir. Cole pulled me away, giving the witches a dirty stare. "Are you not excited?" I asked, gently nudging him. "It's our first date," I added, intertwining my fingers with his. As we navigated through the marketplace, we were bombarded with offers of potions and spells promising to enhance every aspect of our lives. Yet, Cole seemed unmoved by any of the mystical offerings. "Witches will say anything," he muttered, pulling me away from the stalls and onto the pathway. "Cole, you chose this realm," I reminded him gently, puzzled by his sudden lack of interest for this place. "Have you been here before?" I inquired, hoping to understand his sudden change in demeanor. "No," he replied curtly, his expression unreadable. We walked in awkward silence, while the realm of the 𝒂𝒏 buzzed. "Let's get some food, I'm hungry," I suggested. "Sure," he replied with a shrug. Hand in hand, we wandered through the maze of stalls. The names of the restaurants were turning me off from eating. Names like Toadstool Tavern and that one bistro appeared in our vision. Sure, I was hungry, but not ate in a place named after creepy crawlies hungry. But then it began to rain, so we dashed into the nearest place we could find, which happened to be the Enchanted Eats Tavern. "Would you like to try our special menu?" the waitress asked. Her lizard-like eyes and nose piercing stood out to me. "Yes, please," I replied, finding it difficult to tear my gaze away from her captivating eyes as she smiled knowingly, a sign that she got this reaction all the time. She led us to our table, disappearing momentarily to give us time to look at the menu. We settled into the plush chairs of the tavern, scanning the menu for something to share. "How about we go for the meat feast?" I suggested, already salivating at the thought. "Sounds delightful," Cole agreed, setting down his menu. The waitress didn't return to take our orders. Instead, our food arrived swiftly, served by our reptilian-eyed waitress. "It looks so good," Cole remarked, licking his lips. I couldn't help but admire him in moments like these. He was undeniably handsome. Taking our first bites, the flavors exploded on our taste buds, eliciting moments of pleasure from both of us. But seconds later, a strange sensation washed over us. A wave of uncontrollable laughter bubbled up from deep within, catching us off guard. "What's so funny?" Cole asked, puzzled. "You started it," I replied, giggling uncontrollably. The more we ate, the harder we lolled. At first, it was just a little giggle, but then it blew up into total ruffling that echoed through the whole place. "Are we high?" I managed to ask between fits of giggles, slapping the table as if it were my bitch. "It seems like it," Cole replied, struggling to contain his laughter. "It must be the food," he gasped, spitting out a mouthful of chewed meat. Normally, I would have scolded him for his lack of manners, that my belly was doing backflips. "Stop," I pleaded, feeling the heat rising in my armpits as I rubbed them in a futile attempt to cool down. Despite our best efforts, the laughter seemed unstoppable. "Lizard eyes," I called out, barely able to compose myself. The waitress approached, unfazed by my nickname. "Is there something in the food?" I managed to ask between breathless giggles. "The special menu is for good food and good laughs," she explained with a smirk. "It wears off once you leave this place." With that, she left us, muttering something about amateurs under her breath. Cole and I found ourselves entwined in each other's arms, laughter continuing to bubble up uncontrollably. "We need to get out of here. I'm going to piss myself," I gasped, on the verge of laughter-induced tears. Cole hoisted me up, and we stumbled towards the door, our movements clumsy and unsteady. Finally outside, the fresh wind cooled my sweaty body. Cole forced me to turn in his direction. He cupped my cheeks with his hands, making my lips look like fish lips. "Thank you for bringing joy into my life," he whispered, staring at my lips. He kissed me lightly. It ended before it could even start, but his gaze remained intense as he uttered, "Follow me." There was an undeniable urgency in his demeanor, a hunger. He wanted to mate, and I was ready. With purpose driving his every step, Cole led us towards an unknown destination, his strides filled with determination. If this was what life with Cole would entail, then every moment would be a blissful adventure, and perhaps I wouldn't need 𝑧𝒌𝒊𝒂𝒚 in my life after all. Our journey brought us to a bridge, guarded by a mysterious figure cloaked in black, his hood casting a shadow over his features. "The password," he demanded. Cole leaned in and whispered something into his ear, his expression unreadable. My eyes drifted upward to the sign that hung ominously above us, its message clear: "Cross this bridge to reach the hack lair." Before I could fully comprehend the gravity of our situation, a familiar figure materialized before me. "Sintra," I gasped. What was she doing here? But before I could question her presence, she unleashed a cloud of white dust from her palm, engulfing me in a hazy fog that sent me spiraling into unconsciousness. I awoke in a dimly lit cellar, my body bound by an invisible force that coiled around me like a serpent. Panic surged through me as I surveyed my surroundings, the musty scent of damp earth filling my nostrils. Wooden barrels filled the chamber. I tried to stand up, only to realize that an invisible restraint was holding me captive. "Cole," I cried out, my voice echoing in the confined space. "Are you there? Are you all right?" Fear clawed at my chest, threatening to overwhelm me as I grappled with the uncertainty of our situation. But then, the door creaked open, and in stepped Sintra, her presence accompanied by the unmistakable silhouette of Cole standing beside her. "Ask her yourself," Cole interjected, folding his arms and shooting a pointed look in my direction. I blinked several times, trying to comprehend the surreal scene unfolding before me. "Cole," I stammered in disbelief, but he remained silent, engaging in whispered conversation with Sintra. "He's evil," my wolf's voice echoed in my mind. I was gobsmacked. I didn't know what to say to her. Panic surged through me as I attempted to mind-link 𝑧𝒌𝒊𝒂𝒚, but my efforts proved futile, leaving me feeling helpless. He said I was strong enough to mind-link him from anywhere, but I wasn't. "Are you 𝑧𝒌𝒊𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕 Regina?" Sintra asked, her demeanor unsettlingly calm. I hesitated for a moment, exchanging uncertain glances with Cole before responding. "No," my voice barely above a whisper. What did they want with 𝑧𝒌𝒊𝒂𝒚? I felt the need to protect him, so I would deny it, even if they tortured me. The click of Sintra's heels drew nearer, her movements calculated and deliberate, as if she wanted to evoke fear in me. With a swift motion, she delivered a punishing slap across my face, sending a searing pain coursing through my skull. Enraged, my wolf surged to the surface, baring its teeth in a primal display of aggression. "Touch me again and I'll rip your head off," we growled, our voice dripping with menace. "Touch me again." She did. She slapped my face a second time, even harder. Sintra's eyes gleamed with malice as she toyed with me, her words dripping with venom. I should dispatch her immediately and deliver her remains to 𝑧𝒌𝒊𝒂𝒚. That will undoubtedly capture his attention, she spat, her fingers tracing a mocking path across my face. "I don't want her dead," Cole interjected. I couldn't even meet his eyes. With the rage, the sadness, the heartbreak I was feeling right now. "Don't tell me you've grown a soft spot for his mate," Sintra sneered, her hands in the shape of claws ready to pounce at me again. Sintra, I called out, my voice trembling with disbelief. She resembled Sintra, walked like Sintra, but there was a darkness in her that I hadn't seen before. You do this to your son? I questioned. She ignored me and turned to Cole. Why did you come here, if it was not to hand his Regina into my hands? I wanted to inform you of the change of plans. I want Hazel alive. I want her for myself, Cole admitted, staring at me with lustful eyes. As his words pierced the air, my core tightened involuntarily. The artificial bond was still intact, dictating my body's reactions. I bowed my head in shame. Listening to their conversation unfold, a sense of dread crept over me. Every move they orchestrated was meticulously calculated, as if they were grandmasters strategizing their next moves on a chessboard. I was just a pawn used to kill Xavier. His mate, a pawn. I immediately lashed out. Xavier isn't foolish. Your plan won't work, I protested. He doesn't care for me like you think. We've rejected each other. He won't come for me, I shouted, my voice high-pitched. I kicked and screamed, but I couldn't get out of the damn chair. But before I could continue my protest, Sintra began weaving whispers, her dark magic erasing my memories of this very encounter. And I slept. I cannot conjure a portal for you, Sintra admitted. They would recognize it as my doing. Instead, make your way to the gatekeeper's emporium. They'll portal you back to Luporia for a mere buck, and when she wakes, she'll have no memory of this encounter. But won't dark magic be ineffective in Luporia? Cole asked suspiciously. I helped build that place, Sintra replied, a slight smile playing on her lips. There are loopholes. I made sure of it. I'm counting on you to deliver 𝑑𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕 into my hands next week, she concluded with a chilling finality. It is then, Cole declared, scooping me up effortlessly, as he embarked on the next phase of his mission. Chapter 16. The eve of the king's natal had arrived, and with it came an influx of guests from the realms of lycans, werewolves, witches, and dragons, all gracing the grand entrance and being welcomed by the trio of Draden, Sintra, and Xavier. From my perch on the balcony, my eyes fixated on Xavier as he descended the grand staircase, shaking hands with his guests as they bowed and paid him honor. He exuded regality, his suit tailored to match his status, exuding richness and power. His coat, a deep shade of royal red, flowed around him like a cloak. Beneath it, a waistcoat of fine silk hugged his form, embellished with golden filigree that caught the light, casting delicate patterns across his chest. His trousers, tailored feet to his muscular legs, flowed seamlessly into polished leather shoes. As I drank in the sight of him, Cole's touch brought me back to the present moment, grounding me in his embrace. I sighed. Cole was enough. Once I marked him, the connection with Xavier would be gone forever. Today was the day I would mark Cole. He cuddled me from behind, planting kisses on my cheeks. I'm still cringing that I got drunk at Enchanted Eats, I responded, covering my face with my hands. I felt like we left that place to go somewhere else, but it all seems like a blur, I confessed, biting my lip in shame at my antics last night. Cole chuckled, his voice a comforting melody. We never left to go somewhere else. We returned to Luporia because of the state of your condition, he reminded me, his words gentle but embarrassing me once again. But we drank and danced, he murmured, swaying gently from side to side as he pulled me closer in his arms. I leaned into him, our bodies becoming one. His words sparked a twinge of regret in me. I wish I remembered our first dance, I confessed, a hint of disappointment in my voice as I laid my head on his chest. The moment was shattered by Lizzie's mind-link. Let's splash around in the rivers, her message echoed in my mind, a playful invitation. I had been in Luporia for over a week, and I had yet to touch the waters. I hesitated, mindful of Xavier's esteemed guests, but Lizzie reassured me that there was no issue. We'll be out of sight, she assured me. Why not? With the sun beaming, who could say no? We're coming, I declared. A jump in the rivers, I suggested, tickling his stomach. I wanted to have you all to myself today, he groaned. Well, there's always tonight, I countered, rummaging through my luggage in search of a bikini. I had forgotten to pack one. I was going to that river no matter what, so I settled for a sleek black bra, a thong, paired with shorts. My father was probably going to club me to death, but oh well, after all, it was just a family gathering by the riverside. They would surely understand. Or at the very least, get over it. I had no intention of hiding my body or feeling ashamed of it. Where are we meeting? I asked through the mind link. Left side entrance, came her swift reply. As Cole and I made our way towards the designated meeting spot, a prickling sensation tiptoed along the nape of my neck, urging me to glance back. There, I caught Xavier's gaze, murky and penetrating, his frown etched with silent disapproval. Beside him stood Miss Little Sunshine, her radiant presence casting a stark contrast to the brooding figure of the Wolf King. Cole and I bowed respectfully, and I couldn't help but tear my eyes away from him. Damn it, I had stared at them longer than I wanted to. Had I no willpower? I dragged Cole away before he could stir up any conversation, and we headed to the side entrance, my steps rapid. I was surprised to see Duncan, Lizzie, and her baby bump waiting for us at the side entrance. "Where's the old man and the drunkard?" I asked. "Minding Victor," they exclaimed in glee. They had a day off, finally. "Yes," I exclaimed, exchanging high fives with them both. Gathering at the side gate, we commenced the journey to the hidden river. "So, how did you find out about the directions?" I asked. "Xavier told us," she replied casually, her tone betraying a hint of familiarity that caught me off guard. "Were they on a first-name basis now too?" "The Wolf King?" I asked again, my eyebrows shooting up in surprise. "He said I could call him Xavier," she shrugged, skipping forward. "We hung out with him last night," Duncan added, following his mate as she shot forward. Hung out? Xavier hung out with people. I couldn't picture Xavier doing anything else other than politics and sitting on his miserable throne, dictating everyone. I watched as Lizzie brushed her hands against the trees, and how Duncan followed her like a lost puppy. He was obsessed with her, as though his world revolved around her. As we pressed on, our path became blocked by several imposing bushes. "Of course, you led us astray," I said, sounding judgy. "No, we need to clear the way," Duncan countered confidently, parting the bushes with his bare hands. "Wow," I breathed, as the lush landscape came into view. I urged everyone onward to the water's edge, a competitive spirit igniting within me. "The last one in is an idiot wolf," I proclaimed, laughter bubbling up as we raced towards the water. Of course, it was Lizzie who claimed the title of the last to dive in. "I'm not the idiot, she is," Lizzie joked, her hands gently pointing to her belly. Duncan scooped her up in his arms, pressing a tender kiss to their pup nestled within. "Don't listen to her, princess," Duncan whispered to their unborn pup, his voice filled with affection and playful reassurance. I looked at them with such desire, craving what they had. I half expected Cole to feel my emotions and embrace me, but he was swimming, so I floated leisurely on my back, my hair fanning out around me like a halo. Emerging from the water, I was met with Duncan's shocked gaze. He seemed uncomfortable with seeing me in a thong, so he averted his eyes. "You're crazy, wearing your underwear out here," he stammered, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Shrugging off his concern, I made my way to the grassy shore, settling onto my towel with a contented sigh. With sunglasses perched on my nose, I basked in the warmth of the sun. Spring was a season of perfection, where the air was neither too chilly nor too scorching, but just right. Lizzie followed suit soon after, settling behind me. Meanwhile, in the water, Cole and Duncan engaged in a hushed conversation, their voices carrying over the gentle lapping of the waves. "Why hasn't Hazel marked you yet?" Duncan whispered, and fortunately for him, his whisper wasn't a whisper at all. I made sure to sharpen my senses as I eavesdropped on their conversation. "I'm hoping tonight," Cole whispered back. "My dad, he's worried that you have cold feet." Duncan voiced our father's concerns. "Just get it done. I don't like talking about my sister mating." As Cole and Duncan continued to converse on matters that didn't revolve around me, I barely registered the approach of other footsteps. "Incoming Wolf King," Lizzie declared, giggling like a child that had just received a treat. She lifted her sunglasses, eyeing him up before putting them back on her face again. "Fuki me. Could I not get one day away from the beast? One Fuking day?" Lizzie flopped down beside me, sensing the tension radiating from my body. "The tension is always thick when he's around," she remarked, with a grin that could do no one any good. "It's like mates who are fighting and need a good Fuki to get over the argument." Lizzie laughed cheekily, sucking on a lolly inappropriately. I rolled my eyes at her comparison, shaking my head in disbelief. That's disrespectful to Cole. I elongated my words, refusing to entertain her absurdity but reminding her who my mate was. Oh, lighten up, Hazel, she teased, nudging me playfully. The Wolf King's got a little crush on you, she proclaimed, her words causing my heart to do cartwheels in my chest. When you and Cole were off doing whatever you do when you're not here, Lizzie began, waving her hand dismissively. Xavier couldn't stop blabbering about you. She paused for effect, her eyebrows wiggling in excitement. So how long have you known Hazel, Lizzie? Do you and Hazel have similar taste in garb? How far are you gone? Does Hazel want pups? And pray tell, does Hazel share your undying affection for Luporia, or is that a one-sided affair? She mocked as she made a swooning motion with her hands. I couldn't help but sigh. If I were you, I'd seize the opportunity before we call it a night, and then plead for Cole's forgiveness. He's your mate. After all, the bond practically guarantees his forgiveness, she murmured into my ear, her voice sly, cunning. Steal the slut, I see, I retorted, my tone deadpan. It takes one to know one, doesn't it? She joked, playing with my hair. She lifted my head and planted it on her thighs, then began splitting my hair into 2 sections before braiding it. Did Xavier really talk about me that much? I began to ask, but before Lizzie could respond, a sudden scream pierced the air, causing me to jump to attention. Xavier held little Miss Sunshine and another girl up by a single hand, hence the screaming. But he didn't stop his flirty ways there. He tossed little Miss Sunshine and the other woman into the river. The women began laughing, and I couldn't help but steal a glance at the other woman, her features striking with brown eyes and cascading brown hair. Please spare me the details, I groaned, flopping back onto the ground with a dramatic thud. Lizzie, always the calming presence, gently lifted my head once again and continued to braid my hair. He's your mate, isn't he? Lizzie's voice was barely above a whisper, a sound shared between us, ensuring no one else could overhear. A surge of panic, frowned me in place as Lizzie's knowing eyes pinned me down, demanding the truth. She was no longer messing about. My body betrayed me before I spoke in answer. My eyes widened, my chest heaved, attempting to breathe. Had it been so obvious all along? I took a quick look at Cole and Duncan, but they seemed to be in deep conversation in the water, so I initiated a private mind link with Lizzie. What are you talking about, Liz? SF? I responded, attempting to keep the light going. I've been observing both of you, and remember at dinner when Victor dropped his fork, I leaned down to take it up. Lizzie trailed off, her implication hanging in the air like an unspoken truth. Oh my wolf, as if I'd hear a fork drop. That's enough. My cheeks flushed crimson with embarrassment. I could not hear anything else but the sound of my heart pounding. I was waiting for you to confide in me, Lizzie persisted, her tone gentle yet probing. Do you even trust me? She questioned, her hurt evident in her tone. Of course, I do, I replied quickly. Does Duncan know? I've never breathed a word to Duncan, she reassured me. We were friends long before Duncan entered the picture, she reminded me, rubbing my shoulders in comfort. I'm sorry for even thinking you'd betray me, I confessed, feeling guilty that I did not confide in her. She hugged me tightly, and I felt a weight lift off my shoulders. Finally, I could share this plague with someone. I may not understand why you have two mates, but it's clear you love Xavier more, and he loves you. That much is undeniable. He looks at you the way the moon looks at the rivers, with glistening eyes, she affirmed. I folded my lips inwardly, forcing my eyes to hold back the tears that threatened to spill. No matter who I chose, someone would end up hurt. Why were they both so perfect? It made it harder to choose. He's coming, she whispered, her voice barely audible. Who? I asked, alert. But before she could respond, Xavier appeared before me, dressed in his royal wear, his coat in his hand. Care for a walk, Hazel? He asked, extending his hand toward me. His hand was rugged, with prominent veins snaking across its surface. His skin, toughened by calluses, did not look polished. It did not look like a hand befitting of a king but a warrior. What about your girls? I replied, nudging my head towards them. Oh, come on, Lizzie insisted, giving me a push and forcing me to stand up. As I stood up, I felt exposed, vulnerable. I wrapped my arms around myself, and he did the weirdest thing. He looked at his hand momentarily, before clenching it into a fist and leading the way. Cole, "I'll be back in a minute," I called out, but my words seemed to trigger him. His face distorted before he flashed me a fake smile and nodded. Trailing behind Xavier caused waves of anxiety to wash over my body, his posture a silent warning of his strength and power. He took large strides with his hands clenched and head bowed, exuding an aura I couldn't quite pinpoint. There was silence between us, and all I could hear was the rustling of the grass beneath his feet. I wanted to run from him, but that would only make me his prey. It was too late for that. Only when he deemed it appropriate did he finally turn, his gaze locking onto mine, keeping me still, in place, right where he wanted. "He's not jealous enough," Xavier remarked, turning around with a smirk. "He's not hungry enough," he sneered, his smile widening, revealing his sharp canines. He stalked forward, circling me, sniffing my fear. "He's not possessive enough," he purred, his breath high against my ear. "He's not your mate," he concluded, his eyes swirling pools of molten gold against the backdrop of darkness. Draping his coat over me, he yanked me into his embrace, his grip like iron on each side of my arms, his claws visible. He bent forward to meet my eyes. "You're making me look like a fool," he whispered, his teeth unmoving, his sharp canines on display. "I'm supposed to be entertaining my guest, but here I am, because you decided to swim in your underwear." He clasped his hands to his face, dragging them down as if restraining himself. I couldn't resist provoking him further. Perhaps it was because he had been pushing my buttons, and now it was my turn to play. Or maybe it was because I found his desire for me beautiful. The way he looked at me, as if he wanted to devour me, swallow me whole. "You don't seem so jealous when Miss Little Sunshine is around," I muttered, folding my arms and turning my face away from him. "You want Little Miss Sunshine gone. She's gone," he growled. "But are you willing?" he demanded, his eyes blazing with molten gold, veins pulsating with intensity. My core clenched at his words. "Are you willing?" he repeated, inching closer. My stomach twisted with each repetition of his question. "And no," I stammered, my voice barely above a whisper, my eyes shut, fists clenched so tightly that my nails dug into my palm, drawing blood. It was deathly, each time I said no to him. As if snapping back to reality, his eyes reverted to their usual black hue. "You can't trust Cole," he declared, arms crossed over his chest. I scoffed in response, pushing him away. He took a step back, not because of my force, but because he sensed my need for distance. "I know everything he's told you, and it's all lies," he continued. "I need you near me. I need to keep a watchful eye on you," he insisted. "This won't work. I won't choose you like this," I countered, shaking my head in confusion. "I thought Xavier was all beast. Beasts didn't play mind games. They earned their she-wolves." "Don't be a stupid wolf," he retorted, his eyes glowed in rage. I cursed under my breath, looking away from him, and suddenly I found myself moving backwards. Xavier's forceful push caused my heels to dig deep into the grass, leaving trails of his strength behind. Backed against a tree trunk, the leaves began to flutter down around us. One of his arms slid around the back of my neck, the other cupped my arm, pushing me up to meet his gaze. I instinctively bowed my head in submission, but he wouldn't allow it. He pressed his forehead against mine, forcing me to meet his golden eyes. With a nimble motion, he pushed my panties aside. His stare was haunting as he watched my core. His mouth parted with thirst, and in response, instantly my body gave him what he desired. "I can have you whenever I please, Hazel," he whispered, his voice dropping an octave. "Your body craves my touch. It's parched without my presence. It dampens when I'm near." A slight smirk curled his lips as he lazily lifted his gaze from my core to my lips. "You reek of arousal right now, and I haven't even begun." Glancing down, I noticed his erection standing tall. "And so do you?" I shot back, taking my first breath since being in his clutches. He chuckled, his laugh vibrating me, the tree, and the very ground beneath us. "The difference between me and you halfling is that I can crave you every millisecond of the day and admit it. Every day, I lose myself in all the twisted ways I can teach you pleasure. Do you know all the dirty things I've conjured up in my mind?" It's sickly, he sneered in my face, his spit landing on my cheek. "Have you brought me out here to prove the bond? The bond is still strong because..." Cold before I could continue, he choked me with a kiss. Our lips smacked against each other as his tongue explored my mouth. His fingers gripped the back of my hair possessively, deepening the kiss as if I hadn't initially given him enough of me. I couldn't hold back any longer, leaning into him. His hand reached for my breast. He was rough yet gentle, when his fingers teased and pinched the sensitive flesh. His other hand gripped my bum tighter, his claws digging into my skin. His kiss tasted like a heady blend of mint and whiskey, intoxicating and addictive. I felt as though I was on fire, consumed by the heat of him. I began to drip onto his arm. He broke the kiss, his gaze falling to where I had marked him. Someday, I'll make you drip like this into a glass, and until you fill it for me, I won't touch you. Until you've filled my glass and I've had my fill, only then will I forget you, he murmured, his gaze burning through me and penetrating the deepest depths of my darkest desires. Why did his thoughts run so dark? How could he harbor such notions? 𝑧𝒌𝒊 abruptly put me down, his eyes never leaving me. I am your mate, he declared, pounding his chest like a drum. Not him. He was the scariest, hottest beast alive. He bared his teeth at me. Was he ready to claim me, to mark me as his own? I swallowed nervously, uncertain of his intentions. He wouldn't dare bite me when I was already claimed, would he? I watched him wrestle for control over his inner beast, his struggle evident in the tension of his muscles. Each breath seemed to be a battle as he fought to rein in his primal urges. His chest rose and fell with each labored breath. Run, he ordered. My body stilled as I watched his eyes flicker from gold to black. I had not once thought about 𝑧𝒌𝒊's feelings until today. He was in pain. I had witnessed 𝑧𝒌𝒊 lose control of his wolf. I knew what would happen if I stayed, so I did what he said. I ran. Chapter 17 Bundle of Joy. I didn't run from 𝑧𝒌𝒊. There was no such thing as escaping the Wolf King. I'd be caught. No, I ran because his command compelled me to run. I could still feel his shadow behind me, but I dared not look. 𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒆 didn't want him to think my stare was an invitation. I halted my steps and looked around. I did not know what direction to go in, but then Lizzie's scream echoed through the land and guided me in the right direction. She screamed again, her voice laced with pain. I quickened my pace. What was wrong? 𝑜𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒐 faster, but practicality held me back. I'd get there on time, then I'd be naked, and it would just piss Duncan off, and he didn't need that right now. I needed to run faster, but I needed my paws, not my feet. As I struggled to increase my speed, I felt a hand tug at my wrist. Xavier appeared at my side. "I'll take you back," he said, shedding his clothes off. I immediately turned away, giving him privacy. There was no banter, no sly comments, no smirks. Xavier meant business. With ease, Xavier shed his human form, revealing his towering creature beneath. His wolf, a mixture of 3 colors, gray, gold, and white, bowed before me. He growled, and his head snapped to his back. I hastily gathered his discarded clothes and jumped on top of him, gripping his sides. I held on tight as Xavier surged forward, the wind whipping past us in a blur. He was so fast. Within moments, we arrived at the scene of chaos, where Duncan and Lizzie awaited. She was tearing at the grass as he held her hand, screaming things I couldn't quite make out because of how fast he was rambling. Breathless and trembling, I thanked Xavier before rushing to Lizzie's side. Out of breath, I asked the question I already knew. "What's happening?" "The pup, she 𝒔𝒚𝒻," Lizzie cried out, her voice raw with pain. Her amniotic sac broke. She didn't realize it. She was swimming, got out of the water, and the baby started coming. Duncan explained in a frantic rush. "I need to get 𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕 She can deliver the baby," I declared, preparing to leave. But before I could move, Xavier stepped forward, pushing me aside. Then Duncan, as he leaned down between Lizzie's legs. "It's too late for that," he retorted. Duncan weaved Xavier's shoulder, wrenching his body backward with a force that made his muscles tense. "What crazy thoughts do you have in your mind, to think you can stand between her legs?" he growled, headbutting Xavier. There was a spill of blood, but I did not know who it belonged to. Duncan's eyes glowed as he sneered in Xavier's face without a hint of fear. I winced, bracing myself for the clash, but to my surprise, Xavier remained eerily calm. "I'll get it out," he stated firmly, placing his hands on Duncan's shoulders in an attempt to calm him. "It's not in it," Lizzie screamed, her voice as high-pitched as a tea kettle. "What's her name?" Xavier interrupted, positioning himself between Lizzie's legs once again. "Her name is Hazel," Lizzie sobbed. "No, it's not," Duncan retorted, swiftly dismissing the name. "I don't know her name yet. I'm a bad mother," Lizzie cried. "No, you're not," Xavier protested. "We'll call her Hazel for now. You're fully dilated, Lizzie, so during your next contractions, I'm going to need you to push Hazel out. Take her hands," Xavier instructed, and both Duncan and I immediately grabbed onto Lizzie for support. "Push, Lizzie, push," Xavier urged. Lizzie let out a scream that sent every nearby creature running, her body racked with pain, but the pup's head emerged, a sign of progress. "𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻, she panted. Lizzie's grip on my hands tightened so fiercely that I felt bones crack. Duncan seemed unfazed, his focus solely on Lizzie and his pup. Me, on the other hand, I watched as my flesh tore, and I held back my scream. It felt like I was getting a first-hand lesson in hand-crushing techniques. "Again, Lizzie, see Monday, Xavier," Duncan demanded. With each push, Lizzie summoned every ounce of strength within her until finally, baby Hazel made her entrance into the world. "It's a girl," Xavier announced, cradling the newborn in his arms for a second and no longer than that, before gently passing her to Lizzie. "Thank you, sire," Duncan said, dropping all formality as he grabbed him in a tight embrace. Duncan nestled into Lizzie, kissing every inch of her sweaty skin, and I felt as though I was intruding upon a deeply intimate moment. Sensing the same, Xavier and I quietly withdrew, edging closer to the riverbank, allowing the family some much-needed privacy. "Thank you, Xavier," I said, forgetting formality and calling him by his first name, but what I really wanted to know was how on earth he knew how to deliver a pup. "My mother, I've watched her do it plenty of times," he replied casually. "We need to get them back to the castle. The baby needs warmth, Lizzie needs rest. Duncan's going to be possessive over both of them, so you need to ask him which one he wants me to carry, the baby or Lizzie." "I can do it," I interjected, not wanting a round two of Xavier vs. Duncan. "Your hand is wounded. You're the last person who should be playing the hero and carrying anybody," Xavier pointed out. "Your mate can make it heal faster if you let him lick it." "May I?" He offered his hand, but I ignored it. My face flushed crimson and I instinctively cradled my injured hand with the other. "It's not 𝑎𝒔𝒄𝒕𝒊, 𝑧𝒊𝒐𝒏," he clarified. Back to the name calling. Why did he insist on calling me a halfling? The name felt like an insult. "If it's not 𝒔𝒄𝒕𝒊, you shouldn't mind Cole doing it," I retorted, snapping my head in the other direction toward Duncan and Lizzie. I didn't wait to see his reaction. As I approached them, I noticed Duncan's bloody hand was already healing, the wounds closing up to reveal only pink flesh. After a 15-minute heated discussion on who would carry whom, Duncan finally reached his decision, allowing Xavier to hold the baby. He wasn't about to let anyone near Lizzie, though, apparently, the scent of a she-wolf after giving birth is potent. It made Duncan more clingy than before. He wasn't happy with anyone sniffing around Lizzie. We made our way back to the castle, where we were met by Sintra, Cole, my father Victor, and my mother running in our direction. It was a scene of hugs and kisses, with my mother shedding tears of joy as she kissed Duncan and Lizzie and the newborn. My father wrapped his arms around all of them. I stood on the sidelines. I couldn't join in because my wound was still dripping. Cole, noticing my wound, dashed towards me. "What happened to your hand?" he growled. "Lizzie's claws," I replied. "Can you lick it for me?" I asked, offering my hand to his lips. He began licking the dry blood and cleaning my wound, but instead of easing the pain, it only made me wince harder. More blood dripped to the floor with each lick. "Ouch!" I screamed in pain, pulling back my hand. The sound echoed through the room, causing heads to snap towards us. My father rushed to my side. "Let me see," he offered. He eyed Cole in a manner I had never seen before, like my father was witnessing a traitorous subject commit the gravest of offense. "What can you do right, Omega?" my father said through gritted teeth. "Dad, please," I pleaded, shaking my head. "I'm not a kid anymore. I have a mate now. It won't heal fast enough if you do it." I could sense my father's frustration, but I knew he wouldn't push the matter further. Not in front of the Wolf King. Instead he walked away, fist clenched. Cole opened his mouth, likely to offer some kind of explanation or defense, but before he could utter a word, Xavier stepped in, cutting him off. "I'll take her to the infirmary," Xavier declared, walking towards me. clutching onto my hand in front of everyone and pulling me along. I could feel the weight of everyone's eyes on us as he pulled me near. "I'll come too," Cole insisted, falling into step behind us. "No, you'll stay." His voice was so sharp that when he spoke the words, one of the nearby windows cracked. "Cole, stay put." Following Xavier up the grand staircase, there was an eerie silence between us, broken only by the drip of my blood. Once we reached the top, a row of doors stretched before us. Xavier led me to the middle of the hallway and pushed open a door. As the scent of his musk consumed me, my knees threatened to buckle. "You get used to it," he assured me, pulling me inside and closing the door behind us. His words were laced with a promise that irked me a little. He just expected me to fall for him, to choose him over Cole. "I'll get used to nothing, if I don't want to get used to it." Xavier gave me the opportunity to take in the room. I noticed the elegant blend of black, gray, and gold. The walls were crafted from sturdy gray stone. At the center of the chamber stood a grand four-poster bed, its dark wood frame draped with furs. The room, though spacious, was sparsely furnished, with only a polished oak dresser, a lamp, and a closet providing the bare necessities. "The bathroom is that way." Xavier gestured towards a door. "I need you to wash off his scent from your hand. Then I'll take care of it," he instructed, reclining lazily on his bed. "I thought you were bringing me to the infirmary," I challenged, feeling irritation bubbling up inside me. "I am the infirmary," he retorted, rolling his eyes. "Bring me to the infirmary," I repeated firmly, refusing to back down. He let out an annoyed sigh and dragged his hand down his face, a gesture he seemed to be making more and more lately. "Hazel, don't be a baby about it. Come on," he urged impatiently. Maybe I was being too much. I was so quick to let Cole do it, but now I was refusing Xavier. It was getting childish. So, reluctantly, I made my way towards the bathroom. As I opened the door, I made sure to slam it shut behind me, wanting to make it abundantly clear to him not to enter without my permission. I turned on the tap and began to clean my wounded hand. I hissed once the water touched the open wound, but as I reached for the hand towel to dry my hands, I found myself inhaling deeply, savoring the scent that lingered on the fabric. It was the scent of nature, the scent of the forest that I loved so much, and somehow, it reminded me of Xavier. Giggling to myself at the madness of it all, I decided to keep this little secret to myself, but before I could hide the towel within my shorts, I screamed at my reflection in the mirror. My eyes were red. Xavier was by my side in an instant, his grip tight around me. "What's wrong?" he asked, keeping me in his clutches. My eyes, they're bloody," I whimpered, tears of fear streaming down my cheeks. Without a second thought, I offered him my hand, thinking it had something to do with the injury. He sighed in annoyance, but relief washed over his face as he licked my hand. Tingles began spreading throughout my body. I couldn't help but squirm uncomfortably, the sensation making me want to scratch at my skin. But gradually, I felt the pain subside, and when he was done, I looked down to find my hand fully healed, my skin regenerated. "Is it because Cole was an Omega?" I whispered, unsure how to process what had just happened. The words were meant to stay in my head, but it slipped out as a whisper instead. "No, it's because he's not your mate," Xavier replied, lifting my chin so our eyes could meet. "Your eyes turn red when you're aroused, Hazel," he explained, pulling that same devilish smirk he always pulls when he is up to no good. "What were you doing that got you that way?" he teased, his eyes drifting down my face and back up again. "I was thinking of Cole," I said, lying through my teeth and attempting to push him off. What was wrong with me? Could I not be nice to him for a second? "Go to your family, enjoy the birth of the new pup," he said, dismissing me. I felt hurt. His voice was harsh. I stood rooted to the spot. "I don't want to leave him," my wolf whimpered in my mind. "He healed us. He deserves a treat." She begged me to give it to him. I looked at my hand briefly, before grabbing Xavier's shirt and pulling him down to eye level. His eyes widened in surprise as our noses touched, but our lips remained inches apart. I could see the swirls of gold in his eyes, drawing me in like a magnet. He began, but before he could finish, I pressed a gentle kiss to his lips. "Thank you, Xavier," I murmured. As I turned to walk away, he caught my wrist, his touch sending a shock of tingles through me. "Don't tease me like that," he pleaded. When I turned to face him, his eyes were golden. His wolf had come to the surface. My wolf urged me on, insisting that he deserved everything we could give him. So, I got on my tippy toes, placing my hand on his cheek, feeling the warmth of his skin beneath my fingertips. With one arm, he lifted me up, my legs dangling in the air as our lips met in a passionate kiss. I couldn't resist. Exploring further, I trailed kisses along his neck, eliciting a deep growl from him. "Pass," he warned me, but I was already too lost in the moment to listen to his protests. I tore at his shirt, my hands roaming over his chest, leaving behind marks of ownership with my claws. I unbuckled his belt so fast my fingers trembled. I pulled his trousers down and his arousal sprang to life, eagerly awaiting my touch. His member was thick and long, intimidating in its size. How on earth was I going to feed all of it in my mouth? "He's our mate. He'll enjoy it even if we can't take all of him yet," my wolf reassured me, giving me the confidence to proceed. Xavier nodded in encouragement, gripping the tip in my hand. I hesitated for a moment before diving in, eliciting a hiss of pleasure from him. His hands clasped onto the sink. He was larger than any man I had ever been with, and the thought of taking all of him into my mouth made me feel insecure. Could I even manage half of him? Would that be enough to satisfy him? I eagerly took his snake into my mouth, my tongue swirling around the tip, teasing him as he let out a hiss of pleasure. But then, with a firm grip on my hair, he pulled me back, forcing me to meet his gaze. "This is all yours," he declared, his eyes burning with desire as they locked onto his throbbing member. "Play with all of it," he commanded, his tone leaving no room for negotiation, his snake pulsating with need. With a nod of compliance, I watched as he released my hair, his hands returning to the sink as he observed me intently. Determined, I dove back in, pushing myself to take him deeper this time. "Good girl," he praised, his arms crossing as he leaned back, his eyes fixed on me, observing my every move. I could feel the challenge in his gaze. Was he enjoying it? My mouth filled with the taste of him, his pre-release dripped down my chin, his thumb brushed against my lips, guiding the glistening trail back into my mouth. "You're doing so good," he murmured, his touch gentle against my flushed cheeks as I continued to suck on his thumb. His thumb was replaced with his rigid member, and I clutched his thighs for support, focusing on the part I could handle. With each thrust, I took more of him, my eyes watering from the effort, but still, I persisted, driven by the desire to please him. He gripped the back of my head, urging me forward, and as I watched him, I saw his lips bite down in ecstasy, his gaze fixated on the ceiling. I went faster. His voice was rough with need as he growled, "Take all of me, mate." I eagerly obey, taking him in my mouth and feeling him throb against my tongue. But as it hit the back of my throat, I gagged and choked, struggling to take in all of him. He showed no mercy, pushing my head forward until tears streamed down my face, forcing me to take all of him, until my saliva dripped down his rigid shaft. And only then, only after I had taken it all, did he fill my mouth. I swallowed as much as I could, the rest dribbling down my chin, but his praise was all I needed to know I had done well. "Perfect," he growled, roughly pulling me up to meet his demented lips. With cold hands, he wiped away my tears. Using his thumb, he forcefully guides the escaping release from my mouth, forcing me to swallow it down with a cruel smirk. Only then does he kiss me. His lips pressed against mine, hot and urgent, his hands find my bum squeezing it roughly. "Thank you," he whispered, but even as he whispered his thanks, his eyes remained clouded with desire. I smiled back, but as I looked down, he was still dripping, my cheeks flushed with embarrassment. I thought you enjoyed it," I stuttered. "I did," he breathed against my skin. "Then why?" I trailed off, unsure of what else to say. "I'm just not finished," he responded, his voice low and husky, filled with the promise of a good time. My mouth felt raw and tender. I couldn't possibly do it again, not twice, and I wasn't ready to go any further. I could see the desire flickering in his eyes, but he respected my boundaries, allowing the moment to end there, a silent understanding passing between us. "How about we shower and go downstairs to meet the others?" he suggested. I nodded in response. As desire washed over me, I realized what I had done. Xavier Brassat was never going to let me go. What fate awaited Cole now? Chapter 18. Baby Aria. Xavier had left me to shower in his bathroom, while he took his own elsewhere. I half expected him to join me, but he didn't. The steam covered me as I stood beneath the warm spray. I couldn't help but replay the events of today. Xavier's unexpected tenderness had caught me off guard. The way he took care of Lizzie, the way he understood Duncan's aggression, it made me see another side to him. But Cole lingered, a haunting reminder, reminding me of a choice I had to make today. Nothing would go back to normal after today. Reaching for the soap, I scrubbed away, knowing that some stains could never be washed clean. I tried to rid myself of the lingering scent of Xavier from my heart, body, and soul, but it was too late. He had already sunk deep into my pores. I needed to get out of here. Quickly drying myself off, I threw on my clothes, sliding into my trousers and struggling to get them over my thighs. I let my hair air dry. I had spent too much time with Xavier. There would be questions asked, and the sooner I went downstairs, the better for both of us. Swinging open the door, I found Xavier waiting for me in formal attire. I couldn't help but admire the way his muscles strained against the fabric. My cheeks warmed as his eyes swept over me, as if he were seeing me for the first time, taking in every inch of my being. "Ready?" he asked, his voice low and husky. Yeah," I managed to reply, my voice barely a whisper as I struggled to maintain my composure. Fidgeting, I shifted from one leg to the other. Even in the most ordinary of moments, he seemed to make me feel shy. His hand reached out for mine, and for a moment, I hesitated, but then I heard the voice of my wolf, urging me to take his hand, assuring me it wasn't a crime, so I did. Feeling the warmth of his touch seep into my skin, he pulled me closer, his eyes locking onto mine with an intensity that left me breathless. And then, with a tenderness I never knew he possessed, he brushed his thumb across my cheeks. "Don't ever cover these freckles again," he murmured, his eyes drifting side to side as if he were examining each freckle. "Your freckles are perfect." Before I could respond, he silenced me with a finger pressed against my lips. "Don't ever straighten your hair again," he continued, his voice a soft whisper against my ear. "That's for mortal girls. You're not of mortal ilk, are you?" he murmured, smirking. "If nature has ordained your hair to dance in wild curls, let it be so. It is perfection," he whispered. He played with my curls, twisting them around his index finger, imprinting his scent in my hair. I had barely stepped out of the shower. I would have so much explaining to do. "And your scent," he added, his breath hot on my neck. "Don't ever taint it with perfume. Your smell is too precious, too intoxicating to be masked by anything else. It is perfect," he purred in my ear. My body shivered in delight at how pleased he was with me. I closed my eyes, lost in the warmth of his words. They were like a soothing lullaby. "Don't you know," he whispered, grabbing both my hands and intertwining them with his, "you're perfect." My stomach swelled with butterflies. He loved me as nature intended, embracing every part of my being. His words tended to something deep within me. Was this love? I stayed in his embrace as he rocked me, swaying gently while he hummed softly, resting my head on his chest. We moved in sync, as if fate itself had choreographed our first dance. With each step, we seemed to glide effortlessly across the floor, lost in each other's gaze. I intertwined my hands gently with his, and he gripped them tighter. Even as he spun me, our eyes never left each other's gaze. I could have lived in that moment forever, if he would let me. But he didn't. His humming came to a halt, and the dance began to fade as he released me, a smirk playing upon his lips though it never reached his eyes. "I think it's time we made an appearance," he declared, making his way to the door. I couldn't help but watch him clench his hands into fists, and stretch them out repeatedly as he walked. Following him with watchful eyes, I noticed that each step he took seemed to widen the distance between us. I hated the distance between us and wished to close the gap. Did he feel the same? Suddenly, he came to a halt, and a door swung open before us. "Sire," a doorman bowed before him, granting us entry. Though his eyes were shocked to see him here, Xavier shushed him. "Hazel," he demanded, gesturing for me to precede him. I hesitated for a moment. It was unheard of for anyone to walk ahead of the Wolfgang, except for his mate. Was he trying to let everyone know by this gesture? Summoning my courage, I moved forward, each step deliberate yet hesitant, as if I were navigating unfamiliar grounds. The servant's shocked expression mirrored my own, but I pressed on. Upon entering the comet room, Xavier's voice echoed in my mind as he remained outside in the shadows. "I've got guests to attend to. Catch you tomorrow?" And remember, it's my natal. I turned to face him. It wasn't a reminder but more of a statement. Before I could question him, he was gone. I hated it when he did that. I must tell him. I hate it when he leaves. I pushed the feeling aside and joined my family. They Saturday together, celebrating the arrival of Arya. A banner bearing her name welcomed her into our beta family. With a quick pace, I approached Lizzie, who cradled her baby in her arms, showering her with affectionate kisses. "Oh, she's precious," I said, nuzzling my nose against hers. "Welcome to the beta family, baby Arya," I whispered, stepping back and giving Lizzie space. She was fiercely protective, and I respected her need to guard her baby until she deemed it right. I wouldn't try to hold her. I had learned the lesson the hard way with Victor. When Victor was born, I made the mistake of picking him up without Lizzie's permission. Her reaction was to claw at me until I put him down. I ended up scratched up and she ended up feeling terrible. She apologized, but it created an awkwardness around holding Victor. But one day when she was ready, she threw Victor into my arms, and since then, she's been tossing him around like a ball. "I can see your hands healed," she whispered, a giggle escaping as she delicately covered her mouth with her hand. "So, did you?" she asked. I shook my head, not entirely telling the truth but not lying. It wasn't the time and place. "You were gone for quite some time," Duncan interjected, approaching us and scrutinizing my healed wound. "Sintra healed me. It needed time," I replied, displaying the evidence to him. "Is that so?" Duncan crossed his legs and arms, clearly skeptical. I could feel all eyes on me, waiting for an explanation. How did I seem to steal the spotlight from baby Arya? The only eyes that weren't on me were my father's, who was preoccupied by my mother, who was once again intoxicated. Those who did not know my mother would assume she was an alcoholic, but it wasn't quite so. She drank too little, but she was quick to intoxication. She simply failed to understand that alcohol did not agree with her. Despite her state, he still paid attention to the conversation between Duncan and me. "I'd like to have a chat with you," my father interrupted. "Can it wait? It's baby Arya's day," I deflected, deliberately avoiding eye contact with the old man. His nod caught me off guard, but I appreciated it. I knew my family deserved an explanation, but tonight wasn't the right time. After sorting things out with Cole and Xavier, it would be easier to answer their questions. We were due to return to Luporia the day after Xavier's natal. I intended to have a serious conversation, with both the theme a decision needed to be made, and Cole deserved to know the full truth. Thinking of the devil, I scanned the room, but there was no sign of Cole. "Where's Cole?" I demanded, my eyes darting around the room, searching for any clue. Nobody spoke a word. Did I miss something? I glanced at Lizzie, silently seeking her permission to leave, and she nodded in agreement. Without hesitation, I hurried out of the room, my senses heightened as I searched for Cole. Tracing his scent to the gardens, I finally spotted him, sitting on a bench with a bottle in hand, and moving. He appeared frowning in time. The bushes rustled in the gentle breeze, making him look eerie. I approached him, slowly waiting to see how he would react to me. "Is this the end of the beginning?" he slurred, gazing at the floor as he swayed the empty bottle back and forth. "Cole," I said, kneeling beside him, "are you drunk?" "Is this the end of the beginning?" he repeated, smashing the bottle on the ground, sending glass fragments scattering around us. I backed away from him, startled by his reaction. "I went through hell for you, Hazel, and you let him touch you?" he accused, his eyes blazing like a blue flame. "How could you?" His voice cracked as he spoke. "You told me you were different." He buried his face in his hands. "Pathetic," Cole snarled, his eyes cold and calculated as he stood up and approached me. "You're all so damn predictable. A dominant male sniffs around, and you all roll over like obedient bitches. Disgraceful." Instinctively, I took large steps back, hoping he'd regain control before getting too close. "I got molested in Sigma training. Do you know that?" "I did not. I couldn't heal you because my tongue was scorched. It doesn't work the same," he rambled, thrusting his hand in every direction as he spoke. 3 fucking years, Hazel Rivers," he spat, pointing accusingly at me. 3 years wasted on a bitch like you." I stood rigid, knowing I had no defense. "I Washington NTD to save your life, you know that. I Washington NTD to save your life, even though that Washington is not part of the deal." "Save my life." My eyebrows furrowed. and a frown etched across my features as I struggled to grasp the meaning behind his cryptic words. But Cole was already on a rampage. He had every right to vent, every right to unleash his fury upon me. I wasn't loyal to him, and the weight of my betrayal bore down on me like a crushing weight, suffocating me with guilt. But now you can fucking burn for all I care, Cole spat out, his words seething as he turned away. He stumbled, but he moved with purpose, descending down the steps. He had every right to vent, every right to talk to me that way. I had failed him, and it hurt to know I had caused him so much pain. Leave him, my wolf whispered in the recesses of my mind. You've chosen Xavier. Let him grieve. But it wasn't that simple. The bond I shared with Xavier didn't erase the care and responsibility I felt for Cole. I couldn't abandon him. Not now. Not when he needed me the most. I followed Cole down the staircase, my steps quickening to catch up to him. As I reached out to touch his shoulder, his head snapped back, his wolf emerging in a fierce display of aggression. I'm gonna fucking kill him, Cole snarled, his spit flying from his lips. His head on a silver platter, served to you, and you won't even bat a damn eyelash, or I'll kill you too, he sneered. I was taken aback, and physically jerked my head backward in response to his threat. That's no way to speak to a woman, a voice cut through the air, his tone so low, so harsh, that it seemed to vibrate the ground beneath me. I looked up to see Xavier standing at the top of the staircase, his hands casually tucked into his pockets. He seemed oddly calm, which was terrifying. Xavier, Cole's drunk. Help me get him upstairs, I blurted out, a surge of heat rising in my armpits, as I tried to reef Cole up the stairs. Cole stumbled on top of me, causing me to stumble backward, then gestured for Xavier to fight him with a curl of his fingers. You're not a worthy opponent, Xavier growled, descending the steps. My mate shouldn't be holding you up. You look pathetic. I thought you were friends, I interjected, attempting to diffuse the escalating tension as I lifted Cole onto my shoulders, struggling to navigate up the stairs. It's fucking fake, Rivi, don't be a fucking twat, Cole screamed in my face, the intensity of his rage almost bursting my eardrums. He then slumped against my shoulder, leaving a trail of drool on me. Xavier loomed nearby, mere meters away. I saw his eyes, sharp and ready to kill. Please stay away, Xavier. I'm actually begging you, I pleaded, my voice breaking. No can do, Xavier replied coolly, his fist connecting with Cole's temple in a swift, decisive blow that rendered him unconscious in seconds. As Cole's body collided with the ground, there was a sharp thud, followed by a brief moment of silence. With the ease of someone handling a rag doll, Xavier hoisted Cole's limp form from the ground. Wrapping an arm around Cole's waist, Xavier dragged his body. I want to kill him, but tell me what you want me to do with him before I kill him, Xavier spat out, his eyes searching mine. He stared at me with his chest heaving, waiting for my instructions. Even though he could rip Cole apart right now, he grant me the power to decide his fate. Chapter 19: The Hunt for Cole. Xavier tossed Cole's body onto my bed, as though he were nothing more than a discarded object. His gaze locked onto mine. His tongue darted out to moisten his lips in a slow, deliberate manner, as if he were weighing his options. I could feel the heat radiating from his skin. It was taking every ounce of his self-control to resist the urge to kill Cole. Kill Cole. Mark me. Mate Emmy. I could practically hear the thoughts racing through his mind. Thanks, I murmured, my gaze fixed on Cole's prone form. I couldn't look at Xavier any longer. He was heating me up. How did you? I started, but Xavier cut me off with a casual response. He was quite loud. But I sensed there was more to it. Cole's screams alone weren't enough for Xavier to hear, unless he had been heightening his senses all along. I knew he'd be annoyed today because my scent is on you. I was simply looking out for what is mine, Xavier explained. I stared at his midsection for a moment, before tilting my head upwards to meet his dark eyes. The air was filled with his scent, my scent, Cole's scent. It was suffocating, like every breath was a reminder that three was a crowd. I don't want you sleeping here, he expressed firmly. It's fine, I countered, attempting to maintain a sense of control over the situation. I didn't trust Xavier enough to leave Cole unsupervised, especially with him lying unconscious before us. Let me reword that, you're not sleeping here, he insisted, his tone final, but I still protested. He won't hurt me, I said weakly. He already did, Hazel, Xavier retorted, plucking a piece of glass from my arm and discarding it on the ground. "He should be buried for that," Xavier murmured, his words dripping with quiet fury. "But okay." He trailed off, leaving the rest unsaid, but I felt the weight of his intentions hanging. "I'd do the same if I found out my mate had been elsewhere," I confessed softly, unable to meet his dark eyes. They seemed to be heating me up with how close he was to me in proximity. "Hazel, he's not your mate. I tried to explain that to you at the riverside," Xavier reminded me, his frustration evident in his tone and by the way he dragged his hand down his face. "But instead, you pinned me to the tree," I finished for him, flapping my arms in anger. "And you dropped to your knees for me, remember?" he countered, his words set through gritted teeth. "This is not a one-way affair," he said, tugging at my chin as he inspected me. "You need to go," I whispered, mustering all my strength to push him away. "Cole is hurting, so he got drunk and said some things he didn't mean. I can forgive him for that." Xavier stood rooted to the spot, his thumb still lifting my chin as he searched my face for answers. "I wonder if I did the same. Would you be so forgiving?" he pondered. Was this Xavier's subtle way of asking who I wanted more? Hadn't I already chosen him? Didn't he realize? He surpassed Cole in every conceivable way. I desired him, needed him, but the words remained trapped within my throat. "Can you look into how to remove this marking without killing Cole?" I requested, pointing to the lingering reminder of Cole's mark. At first, Xavier remained stoic and still, but suddenly, a huge smile spread across his face, and he bowed his head, shaking it as he laughed, hands tucked casually into his pockets. "Finally," he whispered to himself. Suddenly, a huge smile splashed across his face, so warm that it infected me in such a way that I couldn't help but mirror his expression. "My Regina has found her home," he proclaimed. With grace, he dropped to a single knee, bowing his head and kissing my fingertips. I let out a breath that sounded more like a moan. Abruptly, he stood, crashing his lips onto mine, forcing me to stumble backwards. His hand steadied me, preventing the fall. His tongue explored my mouth as he lapped around it. I squeezed my legs together, trying to prevent myself from leaking. "Stop," he growled, spreading my legs apart with the weight of his knee pressing between them. "Didn't I tell you your scent was intoxicating?" he reminded me. "You would dare keep that from me?" he demanded, sinking his canines into my bottom lip slowly. A crimson bead of blood emerged from the punctured marks. My eye twitched at the sudden pain, but he quickly darted out his tongue, licking my bottom lip aggressively, ensuring the wound healed instantly. I felt my insides churn with a mix of fear and desire. His dominance overwhelmed me. "I'm expecting to find you in my chambers, Hazel Rivers," he declared. "I have guests to entertain, but be a good girl and be on display for me once I get back," he murmured, his fingers trailing the outline of my breast before pinching my nipple. "Until later," he whispered in my ear, before reining in his desires. His final stare lingered on my flushed form before departing. As his footsteps faded away, the reality of Cole's presence snapped me back from the lure of Xavier's world. There was no turning back now. My choice had been made, and it wasn't Cole. Clutching my heart, I recited the poem I had written for Cole. Our meeting, orchestrated by fate's delicate hand, yet as tradition and expectation clashed with our desires. I knew deep within that our bond was unbreakable, our love undeniable. In the face of uncertainty, I whispered to my heart, "I'll fight for us, for our love, against all odds." But as I gazed at his sleeping figure, a sense of unease crept over me. Could it be that I had been mistaken all along? It weirded me out. "I wanted to save your life, you know that?" His words echoed in my head, leaving me puzzled. Snatching up my belongings, I dashed out of the room, running across the hall and gently knocking on Lizzie's door, hoping they were still awake. Duncan opened the door with a scowl. "You wake Aria," he grumbled, but his expression softened as he took me in. "What happened? Did Cole harm you?" Duncan's protective instincts surged to the forefront. "No, but can I stay here for a while?" I pleaded. The truth was, I didn't want to be alone tonight. With Xavier entertaining his guests, the last thing I wanted was to go to his room, filled with his scent but no Xavier. The thought of all the females drinking him in made me jealous. I had no right to be jealous, but I was. It was dangerous for me to be alone with my thoughts right now. "Of course," he replied, pulling me inside. "So, did you get rid of him?" Lizzie's sleepy voice interrupted. "Who?" I asked, bewildered. Your fake mate, they both questioned, simultaneously. I stared at them, utterly baffled. Oh, Hazel, for the love of common sense, Duncan sighed, rolling his eyes, with a posture that mirrored our father's when he was about to dole out a lecture. Duncan placed his hands on his hips, ready to educate me. He couldn't heal you, Duncan explained. But 𝒖𝒅 did, he added. Lazy, you're such a tattletale, I said, giving her the finger. You give her too much credit. I figured it out myself, he boasted, shutting my finger back down. Father and mother suspected too, he continued. The Wolf King has no business bringing your bait up into the infirmary. He could have called someone else for that. He challenged Cole in front of everyone when he did that, Duncan claimed. I could see the smile flash across his lips. He loved drama. Sintra, by the way, spent the afternoon with Arya. She loves pups. I could have told you that for free if you'd let me in on what was going on, Duncan added, shrugging casually. I shot him an irritated glare, and he returned it. Back to the fake mate, Lizzie redirected the conversation. Well, he's in my bed, hence why I'm here, I explained. He's still here. Lizzie's voice escalated in alarm, causing baby Arya to stir in her sleep. Lizzie shushed me as though I were the one disturbing the peace, when it was clear that she was the loudmouth. What do you think he's playing at? Duncan's brow furrowed in concern, his eyes darting between us as if searching for answers. He's been caught out, and he's still here. Does he not fear 𝒖𝒅? Lizzie's voice rose subtly, her eyes mixed with worry. How exactly has he been caught out? I drawled my words out slowly, wanting to ensure I was on the same page as everyone else. So, I'm not messing around with you right now. You do know Cole is not your mate, right? Duncan said, looking me up and down with disbelief. He suddenly dragged his hand down his face, and I instantly thought of 𝒖𝒅. Duncan coughed, clearing his throat, grabbing my attention. Number 1, he can't heal you. Nature made it possible for true mates, emphasis on the true, to heal one another. He actually made your wound worse. Going against nature has consequences. So, Duncan began searching for something in his joggers. Side note, check out Dad's face when the truth hit him. He laughed, throwing his phone in my direction. The screen revealed a photo of my father's mouth elongating in shock once he found out Cole could not heal me. I fought to keep a straight face, clamping my lips together so hard they might as well have been glued shut. Tough crowd, Duncan said, shrugging before continuing with his points. Number 2, he stayed put when 𝒖𝒅 told him to stay. No arguments whatsoever. Another wolf holding my mate in front of me. Not a chance. Even if it was nature itself rising against me, my mate belongs to me and me alone, Duncan growled, as though he was making Lizzie understand his stance. She giggled in response, and I fought back the urge to make a vomit face. I was so close to doing it, but I managed to maintain my composure. Progress. But what if he was afraid? I interjected, wanting to explore all possibilities. So, I'm scared shitless of 𝒖𝒅. But the moment he laid hands on Liz, I wanted to tear him limb from limb, even though I knew I wouldn't stand a chance. Duncan countered, his tone leaving no room for doubt. He was right, a male wolf would lay down his life for his mate. 3, he's strutting around like a bachelor with no mark on him, flaunting his freedom, Duncan declared, waggling his fingers in front of me. 3 whole years. So, he continued, elongating the syllables as if he were drawing out the torture of time. That's a lifetime in wolf years. The old man practically handed you a death sentence when he sent Cole off to 𝒐𝒏 Academy, thinking he'd kick the bucket. You were sad, 𝒖𝒅, but you weren't on your deathbed. Have you ever asked yourself why? And now you're parading around with a consummation, marking that's not complete, and you don't feel empty. Jealous. Threatened. Why? Duncan's grin widened. It's because you met 𝒖𝒅 before Cole slinked back into town. That's probably why we got the invitation to Luporia, over the alpha family of our pack, he concluded, punctuating his words with a smirk that said, I've got you figured out. Good observation, I admitted quietly, nodding in agreement. They don't call me Beta Wolf for no reason. Duncan smiled once again. I want to rip Cole apart, but I'll leave that to 𝒖𝒅, Duncan said, finally settling on the bed and rubbing against Lizzie's skin. Suddenly, a wave of heat swept over me. The kind that makes you want to tear off your clothes because you're so itchy. My mind began reeling, and my legs began pacing the room. As Duncan and Lizzie asked me if I was okay, their words became a mere slur to me as my mind ticked into place. Nature makes no mistake. How could I be so stupid? When I met Cole, I did not recognize him by scent. There were 3 basic steps in recognizing your mate. First, you would always smell them. Second, once they were in view, you'd feel the tingles on your skin creep in. And thirdly, once your eyes connected, you'd feel the pull. Cole and I skipped the first 2 steps, and I didn't feel the pull until I made eye contact with him. That was wrong, unheard of. How could I be so stupid? Was I so desperate to meet someone who would love me unconditionally that I forgot about the basics? Oh my wolf, he's not my fated mate, I exclaimed, my voice rising in panic, as I frantically scratched at the mark he branded me with. The realization hit me like a ton of bricks. I denied 𝑧avir again and again and again for my mind drew blank. I hadn't a fucking clue who Cole was. Oh my wolf, I repeated, my movements growing more frantic. I clawed at the mark until blood welled up beneath my nails, staining my skin. Duncan rushed to my side. Stop, he commanded, his voice cutting through the horror as he forcefully grasped my trembling arms, trying to restrain me from inflicting further harm upon myself. He cooed soothingly, whispering sweet words like "it's okay and 𝑧avir will handle it," but my body felt violated. I was branded, and I wanted it off me. No, get it off me, get it off me, I screamed like a banshee, sure that my voice echoed through the corridors as tears flooded my eyes. How could I be so gullible? My heart rate surged and surged and surged, a sharp pain pinching my chest, leaving me gasping for air. Hunched over, I felt the agony searing through my heart. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Duncan tried soothing me from the haze of my panic, his words gentle and loving. Sniff me, calm down, I'm your big brother, everything is going to be fine. Suddenly, I realized it wasn't air or comfort I needed. I needed to hunt Cole so I could take back my life. I bolted towards the door. Duncan chased me. No, he raced alongside me, ready to be my backup, his steps echoing mine as we charged towards my room. When we reached the doorframe, 𝑧avir stood inside the room, tall and imposing, his hands casually tucked into his pockets as he stared at the broken window. The sheet on the blind fluttered. 𝑧avir stood rigid in calm fury. He's gone, he stated simply, his voice unnervingly calm, as though it didn't matter at all, but it mattered to me. Oh, how it mattered. How could he be gone, leaving me with this hideous marking? I doubled over, retching, feeling like my knees might buckle beneath me. Both Duncan and 𝑧avir were there in an instant, catching me before I hit the ground. I'll take it from here, he assured Duncan, his gaze never leaving mine as he lifted me. His strong arms cradled me tenderly, one beneath my back and the other beneath my knees. He walked away from the scene with tense muscles. He was hurting too, because of me. I clung to him like a lost pup, tears streaming down my cheeks. I tried to speak, but my voice cracked, so I fell silent. I wanted to ask him how he knew exactly when to come when I needed him most. I'm your mate, Hazel. I can feel every flood of your emotions in my blood, he whispered, lifting me higher and kissing my forehead gently. I will always come for you, my prey. I am your predator, and I will stalk you forever. There will be no escaping me. There will be no one after me, he declared. Why would he want me after this? I denied him so many times. Why would he? Hazel, I forbid you from having those thoughts, 𝑧avir growled, using his dominant tone on me, forcing me to obey his command. I'm the Wolf King. I should have killed him when I had the chance. You might have hated me, but I should have done it to set you free from his marking. I didn't want you to hate me, but my duty is to protect all wolves.
I didn't protect you for selfish reasons. It pained me to witness the regret etched in his squinted eyes. You should forgive me. I felt you. He coughed, trying to hide the hurt in his voice, but he forgot to conceal it in his expression. His face was colored with regret. No, 𝑧avir, I can't let you take the blame, I whispered softly, reaching out to touch his cheek. I refuse for you to bear this weight on your shoulders, he responded, leaning into my touch. So how about a truce? He suggested, his cheek pressing against the side of my temple. I nodded. We finally reached his room, and he looked me beneath his covers. A sense of calm washed over me. His scent was everywhere, and he was here. For now, let's sleep, he said gently, his fingers carefully removing my clothes before he removed his own, enjoying me. He wrapped his arm around me and pulled me into his embrace. Do you hate me? I whispered, unsure. "I adore you," he responded, burying his face in my hair. Then he done the most maddening thing. Despite his evident disgust, he leaned in and licked Cole's mark, using his own saliva to heal the claw marks I had inflicted. It made him gag, his face contorting with revulsion, but he did it to heal me. "Do I smell like him?" I asked, trying to hide the tremble in my voice. "Yes, Hazel, him on Ed. He's marked you, so you do smell like him, but it's faint," he lied. "And what does that smell like for you?" I asked, not curious but more interested in self-inflicted heartbreak. Xavier sighed, withholding his response. Whether to shield me from unpleasant truths or to preserve my fragile state remained unclear. As the urge to scratch at the marking consumed me, Xavier gently restrained my hands. "I'll take care of it, Hazel," he promised, pulling me closer until there was no space left between us. My wolf, we were very unsettled that Xavier wasn't touching us as he promised, so I began to squirm against him in a desperate bid for some response. He backed away from me. It felt like a sucker punch to the gut. He hadn't done that before. He was quick to speak. "Hazel, it wouldn't be right for me to touch you in this vulnerable state," he whispered softly. "We have so many tomorrows." West, a promise I hoped would be true. Chapter 20 Morningwood, Wolf King's POV. I woke up from the ache of my snake, throbbing against the soft folds of Hazel's pussycat. I was wrapped tightly around her. I hadn't shifted an inch since the night before. Our bodies locked together perfectly. She felt so small in my arms, drawing her scent deep into my lungs. I couldn't help but smirk as I kissed her shoulder. She was always ready for me, even in her sleep. Her body ached for me. She was so wet, always so wet. I reveled in it. With just one forceful thrust, I knew I could effortlessly slide into her and her slick pussycat would welcome me. "Wake her this way," my wolf raged within me, begging me to take her in the most carnal of ways. I gently pressed myself against her, and she moaned in her sleep. "You're going to put me in a rut," I murmured aggressively in her ear, as though she were awake. I moved my snake away, holding it down for some temporary relief. I just stared at her pussycat for what seemed like ages. I thought of more than 1,000 reasons why I should take her in less than a minute, but I resisted, tearing myself away from the bed with terrifying speed. Hazel tossed and turned without my heat next to hers, snatching my robe. I dangled it close to her nose before she grabbed it and cuddled it. One part of her body laid outside the blanket. Was she teasing me? Did she know she was teasing me? Every time she moved, I got a better view of her light brown areolas. Soon, she was going to be lying completely outside the blanket on display for me. My throbbing snake stalked toward her with purposeful intentions, but I knew I couldn't, not with his mark staining her skin. It was maddening. I couldn't pleasure us until it was gone. "Fouquet," I growled, a surge of frustration urging me towards the shower so I could soar myself out. I stepped into the shower and glanced at my snake. It was curved upright, thick for her, and ready, even when the icy cascade of water hit it. I couldn't help but be plagued by flashbacks of Hazel sucking me off, her eyes bloodshot and her face tear-stained. It was haunting. I hadn't laid a finger on another woman since the scent of Hazel infiltrated my senses. They all seemed repulsive to me, their fragrances either overpowering or faint, lacking in coconut and the smell of exotic lilies. The scent consumed me so much that I had them cultivated here at Luporia, a desperate attempt to anchor myself and resist losing control. I was already losing control. I gripped my throbbing snake with an iron hold, the ache of desire pulsating through. "Seat in her," my wolf growled. His voice urged me to release in her. "What happened to your self-control?" I growled at him. Seating in Hazel right now, the idea of her sharing in that ecstasy when she was so undeserving. Impossible. Watching her body thrash under me with his mark on her. Impossible. This would have to do. I stroked my snake gently. The skin-on-skin sensation caused my pre-release to coat my fingers. I grunted, pushing my head back as I pictured Hazel pinned to a tree and her faucet leaking. My hand gripped my snake tighter. My slick pre-release made it easy to glide smoothly as I pumped back and forth. The force of my thrust created a wet slapping sound. I was being very loud. The wet slapping sound, the rush of water and my heavy panting was so loud I was certain she would hear me. I couldn't stop. My fist slammed against the wall. Would she awaken and finish me off? "Please, Hazel." The wet slap of my flesh mirrored the pounding of my heart. I clenched my snake harder as I pumped back and forth, crushing my snake, ensuring that I felt every stroke. The pleasure seemed to never reach a peak, but even as I sought release, The sounds of my own desire seemed to mock me, taunting me with the promise of ecstasy just out of reach. Each stroke only served to intensify the ache. It was a raw, aching need that consumed my mind, body, and soul, a craving that could only be satisfied by one woman. A frustrated growl tore from my lips as I slammed my fists against the walls again. The pain was a welcoming distraction. "I need this calm," I winced, panting and trembling. Thanks to her, I finally understood the true meaning of astral torment. Hence, why I was trying to put it in her this morning. My wolf chuckled. I sighed impatiently. My wolf and I existed as two halves of a fractured whole, our desires and impulses clashing in a constant battle for dominance. He wanted to get in a rut so Hazel could go in heat. He was driven by urges, but I had principles and standards. She was undeserving. "Fouquet Hazel," I spat, sliding the shower door shut with a force that bordered on violence. The ache within me was unbearable, a relentless pounding that demanded release. My wolf laughed. "Let me release," I roared at him, the desperation in my voice. Gosh, I was pathetic. I stood facing the mirror, pleading with myself for release. It was madness, but the need was overwhelming. Leaving a trail of water in my wake, I stormed across the bathroom floor, my frustration boiling over like a pot left unattended. "We need to be in unison for you to find release," my wolf countered. "We haven't been in unison in weeks," he roared at the back of my mind. "I'll only allow it if it's her," he growled, his words a chilling reminder that I needed to kill Cole now. "Well, that's not happening," I declared as I barged into my room. Hazel lay there snoring her brains out, at peace. I hastily dried myself off and shrugged into the stretchiest pants I had lying nearby. "Meeting," I growled, summoning my mother, Sintra, and my father, Draven. Weightier matters were at hand. Snatching my coat and slipping on my signet ring, I cast one last look at Hazel before departing. Her wolf must be weary from the storm of emotions she experienced last night. I wouldn't wake her just yet. Storming out of the room, I made sure that as I walked down the hallway, every single beam bowed. Descending the staircase, I ensured that heads were bowed. Storming into the throne room, I was met with the customary bows of the servants. I scrutinized each one like a hawk, ensuring their obedience was absolute. Today, defiance would be met with death. I was in a foul mood. My wolf growled in agreement as I strode purposefully toward my throne. Seating myself, I stretched out my legs onto the armchair and crossed them. Why was I here alone? I interlaced my fingers. I'd give them another 60 seconds. "I said meeting," I roared. The force of my voice rippled through the chamber, causing the doors to slam open and shut in response. The servants immediately began to shake. My parents strode towards me, their expressions a mix of concern and annoyance. "Get out," knowingly. The servants scrummaged around, making their way out to the quickest exit. You see, I didn't simply possess the ability to communicate telepathically. I could also project my voice with such intensity that it could cause brain damage. If not careful, it was a power I wielded with caution, but one that had almost caused harm to my own parents. "Late," I stated firmly, eyeing them both with a steely gaze. "Xavier, we are your parents, not your lapdogs," my father retorted, his frustration evident as he marched towards me, hurling a chair in my direction. I ducked. "Enough of the testosterone," my mother responded as she wiped the blood from her nose. "We're here, we're listening, Xavier," she reassured, wiping her temples with her hands. My mother and father were typically seated beside me on the throne when we talked affairs, but for some reason they stood rooted before me, creating a powerful triangle as they focused their attention on my words. "I have gathered information about Cole from the Sunfire Pack and the pack he claims to belong to, the Betrayal pack," I began, knowing I had to take it at a slow pace. "And?" my mother questioned, crossing her arms. "Cole smelled like an Omega to Hazel, to her father Alfonso, to the Alpha of the Sunfire Pack," I explained, pronouncing each name sharply. "Oh, get to the point," Draven said, slamming his hands on a table. He was still infuriated with me. I stifled a smirk. "He's a rogue, a powerful witch. No, a grand sorcerer must be backing Cole," I continued, my voice steady. "Oh, please, a beginner which can do a masking scent spell," my mother scoffed, dismissing my concerns with a flick of her hand. "But this isn't just a masking scent spell. This powerful entity has given him a new scent, and not just one scent." I cut through, ensuring that my mother understood what we were up against. "I visited his so-called pack. The pieces of the puzzle started to connect when I did. They said he was a lone wolf, as we all know, A rogue is commonly known as a wolf that has killed another wolf for no good cause, and they get exiled from their pack. A lone wolf, on the other hand, is a wolf without a pack. These types of wolves are more accepted into packs. So his powerful grand sorcerer helped him mask his scent as a lone wolf, so he could join the 𝒂𝒐𝒊𝒂𝒂 pack. What are you getting at? My mother shook her head, unable to comprehend the depths of the conversation. Alpha Orion, you may come in, I called out, my voice echoing through the chamber as the door swung open. Alpha Orion entered, his presence commanding attention, as his piercing blue eyes contrasted sharply against his dark skin. With measured steps, he approached and bowed his head in respect. Tell my family what you told me, I instructed, nodding towards him, ensuring he knew that he could speak freely here. Of course, sire, Orion replied, turning to address my parents. Cole joined our pack 4 years ago, he began, his voice raspy as though something were caught in his throat. Within months, we began experiencing issues, rogue attacks. He paused, swallowing hard as the weight of his failure threatened to take over him. Pups were going missing, and when they were found. Orion's voice trailed off, his eyes clouded with shame as he recounted the horrors that had befallen his pack. Their hearts were ripped out from their chests. He took a breather as if what he had to say next would be more troubling. I found the pups with their eyes and mouths open as though they were screaming, while their hearts were being torn from their chests. Goodness me, not pups, my mother gasped, her hand flying to her mouth in horror. My father let out a heavy sigh, his gaze fixating on Orion with an intensity that bordered on accusation. He was hungry for answers. Orion, sensing this, began to ramble. I had no proof it was Cole, but everything turned eerie when he set foot in our lands. I had no choice but to exile him from the pack. I couldn't execute him without evidence, Orion explained. And you didn't think to inform the Wolf King of this? My father asked, stalking towards him with his fist clenched. I didn't see it as necessary, Orion responded, his gaze bowed to the floor, making sure Draven knew he was not attempting to challenge him. You didn't see it as necessary, Draven growled, in his pups, their hearts torn from their chests, and you didn't see it as necessary. He grabbed his shirt, daring him to stare into his eyes. Draven wanted payment by blood. Orion paled under the weight of my father's accusations. Beads of sweat began forming on his brow. Father, he's a witness, not a defendant, I maintained, my steady voice. I was cautious not to give him the impression that I sided with Orion. Let him go, I ordered my father through the mind link. He let go of his shirt with a push. Thank you, Orion, for your testimony. You may leave, I commanded, signaling for him to depart. As I waited for Orion to exit, I could feel the tension in the room thickening. My parents' eyes fixed on me. They had no idea what was coming next. Cole crossed paths with Hazel when he was being exiled from the 𝒂𝒐𝒊𝒂𝒂 pack. Exiled. He should have smelled like a rogue, yet minutes. He reverted to the scent of an Omega from the 𝒂𝒂𝒊𝒂𝒂 pack. Couldn't a mere witch accomplish such a feat? Sintra, I posed the question, my gaze locking with my mother's. No, she conceded, her expression different. She resembled a child who had just been caught out. I couldn't dwell on the revelation. I had other witnesses to get through. Alpha Fenrir, you may enter, I called out, watching my parents' eyes widen as the door flung open. Another pack, my father shrilled. One by one, I called down scenes of alphas to testify against Colanders. My parents' expressions shifted from shock to horror. He infiltrated packs under the guise of a lone wolf, targeting packs scattered far and wide, beyond the reach of communication or warning. The weight of Cole's atrocities stained the throne. Cole is a feral wolf who needs to be put down, I declared. Yes, but my mother's voice trembled with disbelief. My father immediately reached for her. It's an ancient ritual, she explained, her hand on her mouth. She looked being disturbed. Cole's method involves tearing the hearts from wolves to absorb their strength. By consuming their hearts, he inherits their power. Their power is transferred to him, making him stronger. And the witch is helping him absorb this power. Her voice was choked with tears. He wants the throne, she cried out as if he had already taken it from me. He won't get it, I replied, not even entertaining the notion. There was a prolonged silence, during which my mother requested tea from the servants to calm her nerves. It wasn't until she seemed more composed that I dared to raise the subject once again. The question is, how did Cole know Hazel would be my mate? I pondered aloud, rubbing my chin as I thought of all the possibilities. Nature would never reveal such secrets. Sintra dismissed the notion, sipping on her herbal tea as my father massaged her shoulders. So it didn't know she would be my mate, as if reading my mind. my mother continued. He must have got in touch with a cosmic witch who focuses on astrology, celestial energies, and the cycles of the moon and stars in their magical practice. They would have told him the area where your mate would be born. Then this powerful grand sorcerer must have cursed the very land where Hazel would be born, weaving a hex so potent that it compelled her to see Cole as her destined mate. My mother wasn't speculating. She knew exactly what she was talking about. To weaken you, my father interrupted. His words, the ominous truth of the situation. You are a crossbreed, comprised of 3 lineages. Your mother comes from a line of mages, while I, being a hybrid, possess both wolf and lichen blood. However, your primal essence is that of a wolf. A mate empowers a male wolf, but without her, he weakens me like I did when I chose your mother over my destined mate. He reached for Cintra's hand, ensuring she understood. He harbored no regret over his decision. Our union birthed you, a necessity to quell the challengers who sought to usurp my reign. You wouldn't let a mere Omega overthrow you. Of course not. I dismissed the claim as quick as it came. Cole must be dealt with immediately. Each passing day he sees your strength wane. Your wolf, now loyal, will begin to question your authority, undermining your dominance. If someone would dare fight you when you assert no control over your wolf, you risk defeat. I know this father. He is already disobeying me, I said, clutching the armchair as I reflected on this morning. It was a minor astral issue, but we were usually symbiotic. However, today, we were out of touch with each other. Already, my mother's gasp filled the room. Little things, I admitted. Have you challenged his better judgment? My father demanded, creeping closer to me every time he spoke. I spared Cole's life last night, despite his challenge, I confessed. You did what? My father's fury could be seen now. His wolf had come forth and his eyes were feral. What have I taught you since you were a pup? He roared, advancing towards me with a predatory glare. I remained silent, knowing this speech all too well. A lichen does not tolerate disrespect from a mere wolf. He eliminated without eliminating threats. A lichen weakens, he emphasized, his fist crashing against the armrest of my chair. Without mating with your fated mate, your wolf weakens, he spat out. It's your wolf that defines you, my father continued, his voice thundering. You possess the dominance of a wolf and the strength of a lichen, yet you allowed yourself to be weakened. His face was mere inches away from me. I yearned in his face to piss him off some more. Your magic doesn't make you the Wolf King, my mother chimed in. It's your wolf, he stomped. I'm familiar with this tale, I remarked, gently nudging him back as he leaned in closely, but he seized my arm, digging his claws into my flesh. Returning the kindness, I sank my own claws into his arm. Was this wolf daring to challenge me? She's harbored uncertain feelings for him, and in my moment of weakness, I couldn't bring myself to act, knowing she despised me. I confessed through gritted teeth. You sound weak, my father, Draven growled, twisting my arm as far as he could until I stopped him. He's dared to set foot in this fortress with blood on his hands, and you allow it. My father growled. You're pathetic, he hissed. Disgust etched on his face as he hauled me up to meet his gaze. He was challenging me. Ordinarily, my father would be groveling by now, yet today, I found myself lacking in strength. Enough of this, Draven, my mother intervened, her voice shaking. Our son needs our guidance, not our condemnation. He's vulnerable. Hazel isn't the only reason I'd let Cole roam around. I summoned newfound strength to push my father away. I spared Cole to study the Maga's magic in Luporia. Their power rivals even yours. Cintra, I informed her, gauging her reaction. It clearly irked her. She narrowed her eyes at me and gave a quirky smile, a smile that told me to take it back, but I wouldn't. Her magic failed to unveil Cole's true nature. It was my own research that had uncovered the truth. Impossible, my father spat. Then could it be one of the other 3 grand sorceresses? I asked, observing the wounds my father inflicted on me. No, we all know our roles, Cintra declared. Morgana serves the lichens, Phoenix the dragons, Ravena the vampires, and I, the wolves. But there is an emerging grand sorcerer more stronger than you, Cintra, even in Luporia. He smells like an Omega, I recounted. It wasn't until I licked Hazel's mark that I caught a whiff of Cole's true scent. On hair it reeked of sewage, death of a rogue. The memory of the taste made me gag. I had to press my lips tightly together to stave off the urge to vomit. Yet one question remained. Why was Cole doing this? Was it for power and status? Was his Maga plotting to usurp my mother's position, while Cole coveted mine? But I sensed that there was something darker looming, something sinister waiting to be revealed. Chapter 21 The Wolf King's Naval Day. Wiki wiki. The voice thundered in my mind, scaring me in my sleep, causing my hands to splay across the mattress, as if I'd just escaped a nightmare. AGHHH, I screamed. There's Saturday, 𝒊𝒐𝒏, casually chewing gum on the edge of my bed. She lounged effortlessly, popping a bubble with her gum before speaking. You've always been a scaredy cat, she said, grinning, toying with the gum as she stretched it across her bottom lip. Taking in my surroundings, everything fell off. The cream walls, embellished with intricate gold designs, puzzled me. My face was sullied with a frown. Why was I in my room? Confusion surfaced on my face. I was expecting a happy result, 𝒊𝒏 remarked, flicking her perfect flaxen hair. No, sorry, I'm thrilled to see you, I replied, squeezing her with a hug, with my expression hidden by our embrace. I let confusion paint across my features. Had Xavier invited her last minute because of my mood last night? Shall we get ready? 𝒊𝒏 asked, staring at my face as if she had won a prize. She loved dressing me. Her passion for fashion matched mine. Aiden, her mate, always provided her with the 𝐴𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒐𝒏 of dresses. I, on the other hand, could only buy a new dress every couple of months. How long are you planning to stay? I chuckled, eyeing the size of her suitcase. One night, she grunted, bending over to unzip her luggage further. I've got dresses here for you to choose from. I wouldn't be surprised if you've been roaming around here in jeans and shorts, she teased, shooting me a judgmental knowing glare. Well, there was that one time I wore a dress provided by Sintra, I admitted sheepishly. The Queen gave you a dress. 𝒊𝒏's eyes widened in surprise as she pulled out one of the dresses, clearly an option for her. It was a mermaid dress, with layers of delicate chiffon in hues of blush and rose. Sequins danced along the dress, making a shimmer. Yeah, just once. I figured out yesterday that she likes pups, so maybe it was to get the Wolf King, who is supposed to be my mate, to mate with me. But he didn't mate with me, he just toyed with me. I trailed off, sighing, as I remembered the torture. What? 𝒊𝒏 gasped, dropping the perfect blush dress into her suitcase. Yeah, Cole's not my mate, it's the Wolf King, I confessed. Oh my wolf, that 𝒖𝒅𝒊𝒏 beast is your mate, 𝒊𝒏 screamed, her mouth hanging wide enough to catch flies. A wicked thought stirred within me. I actually wanted a bunch of flies to fill her mouth so she could choke, but then I wiggled my head. This was just how 𝒊𝒏, Lizzie, and I were blunt and outspoken about male wolves. But I didn't want anyone talking about my wolf like that. Not officially, I clarified. Have you too? 𝒊𝒏 trailed off, her eyebrows wiggling suggestively. 𝑭𝒂𝒏, she asked, how big is it? Has it seated in you? How did it feel? Give me the details, she demanded eagerly. Nothing like that has happened, I replied, laughing with my eyes closed. 𝒊𝒏 did not have a filter. Nothing like that has happened, she echoed. You haven't made a move on the Wolf King, and he's your mate. Her eyebrows furrowed so much that I could see her skin folding in between her brows. Well, I did give him a little, attention, I confessed, lowering my voice to a whisper. I knew it. Lizzie barged into the room as if she had an invitation to the gossip session, her robe barely hanging on, her hair wrapped in rollers. She was in the midst of concealing her hickeys along her neck, but it seemed her efforts needed a touch-up. Could my brother not give her a break? She'd just given birth. 𝒊𝒏, Lizzie greeted, eyeing her at warp speed before she turned to me and gave me a dashing smile. Lizzie was so cute. My brother was a lucky man. Lizzie, 𝒊𝒏 responded, flashing a quick smile that faded just as quick. The dynamic between 𝒊𝒏 and Lizzie was complicated. They were so alike in many ways, and that meant they shared the same interests in boys. When we were younger, Duncan, he had a habit of flitting between the two of them, like a bee unsure which flower to pollinate. He'd started with 𝒊𝒏, then moved on to Lizzie, and back again, until Lizzie grew tired of his games and started dating anyone but him, which pissed him off more than he would ever admit. He stuck with 𝒊𝒏 until she met Aiden in the mortal world, but Lizzie knew her worth. Even though she felt a connection before nature revealed Duncan as her mate, she flirted with other men to show him what it felt like. 𝒊𝒏 cried when she had to depart from her pack, realizing Duncan was her first love, but not her true mate. This led to Aiden restricting her visits to the pack. But beneath the surface, there was a silent understanding, something they never spoke about. In the end, Lizzie won. Congratulations on the pup, 𝒊𝒏 offered, her applause as light as a whispering breeze. Are you still trying? Lizzie's innocent question landed like a weighted anchor. threatening to pull the room into chaos. I was on the brink of snapping, but then I realized Lizzie's gesture was not an insult, but a genuine concern. 𝒂𝒏𝒏 had been trying for a pup for years, but nature decided against it. Yes, 𝒂𝒏𝒏 whispered, her voice barely audible, her tears shining through. My body, it's broken, she sobbed. No, it's not. Lizzie and I hugged her, each of us anchoring one side of her body. I sense your stress. Have you considered consulting a 𝒂𝒑 for an elixir to ease your anxieties during sex? Lizzie suggested. It won't work. Aiden always says he wants to put a pup in me and it stiffens me during sex, 𝒂𝒏𝒏 retorted. I will say that. It's a turn-on for them, Lizzie countered. But it hurts me, 𝒂𝒏𝒏 snapped. You don't understand. The older Aiden gets, the weaker he'll become. We need a male pup to secure the pack's future, otherwise, the Beta family will take our place, and we'll be relegated to Omegas. Aiden's parents despise me. The pressure is immense, 𝒂𝒏𝒏 confessed. And Aiden? Lizzie inquired, her voice light as if she was trying to remind her who really mattered. He loves me regardless. He's content to be an Omega, 𝒂𝒏𝒏 revealed. Then his opinion is all that matters, Lizzie concluded. A brief silence lingered before Lizzie spoke up. Okay, don't come for me, Zell, but I'm over Duncan's shenanigans. He wants a Down-scene pups. He's obsessed with pups and stuff, but me, I'm content with 2, and I have 2 precious pups, but that's all I want. I miss painting, drawing, doing me, you know. I don't want to just be a war mom. Sometimes I wonder if he loves me or just what my body can give him. I was taken aback by the revelation, but I didn't come to Duncan's defense. He was fixated on having pups, constantly showering Lizzie with attention. I used to envy their closeness, but I never imagined. Lizzie felt his affection was solely driven by the desire for offspring. Cole and Xavier had dominated my life center, but I no longer wanted that to be the case. It was important for me to check in on my girls, even if adulting got in the way. Let's pledge to connect on this day every month, be it by letter or visit. I proposed to Lizzie, or through text or FaceTime, I added. Turning to 𝒂𝒏𝒏. Let's make time for each other, I urged. Let it be done, we chorused, our heads pressed together in our childhood ritual of solidarity. Onto lighter topics, 𝒂𝒏𝒏 interjected, retrieving her suitcase. What's your outfit plan? She quizzed, eyeing me with curiosity. I have a black sparkly dress that I wore for Duncan's beta ascending. I didn't have time to do shopping before we came here, I mentioned. Absolutely not, 𝒂𝒏𝒏 dismissed with a wave of her hand. I'll go grab my makeup and bottles of wine, Lizzie declared, darting towards the door like a woman on a mission. It was as if we were stepping back in time. We used to get ready for a night out together. The parties were held in an abandoned pack house, and we made some questionable life choices. I think you should wear this, 𝒂𝒏𝒏 suggested, pulling out a dress and showing it to me. It was an ivory lace backless maxi dress, with a dainty trim to the neckline. The straps turned into an open back with delicate satin ties, and the dress flowed elegantly to the floor, opening out into a cadet skirt. It embodied everything I wanted to be for the night: elegant, soft, feminine, and undeniably pretty. We had to obey customs, so 𝒂𝒏𝒏 was stuck walking in with her mate while I stood in line with my family. Amidst the hundreds of scents and voices swirling around me, I couldn't quite decide if I was slightly tipsy or just not all there in the head. Lizzie and I couldn't help but exchange giggles every time. 𝒂𝒏𝒏 peeked out from the queue to wave at us dramatically. She was drunk. Aiden would yank her hand down, making the whole situation even funnier.
As the queue shuffled along at a fast pace, I soon found myself face to face with the Grand Hall's double French doors, which resembled a semicircle with pointed tops. Upon arrival, the wide-open doors welcomed us inside. Male servants wore tailored black suits with crisp white shirts, waistcoats, bow ties, and polished shoes. Female servants looked equally smart in black dresses with collars, cuffs, and sleek black shoes. Exotic lilies decorated each table, adding freshness to the hall bathed in spring sunlight filtering through stained glass windows. Intricate gold mural decor decorated the walls, while ornate chandeliers cast shimmering light onto polished marble floors. A plush crimson carpet guided guests to circular tables set with fine china, gold, and crystal glassware. Tall chairs with golden accents offered comfortable seating. A spacious dance floor invited guests to sway to musicians playing elegant tunes nearby. Atop a raised platform, decorated with lavish draperies and intricate carvings, the Wolf King's throne came into view, demanding attention. 𝑧𝒌r would soon occupy that seat, and every female would be fucking him. It made me want to claw out the eyes of every female here. A servant guided us to our table. It was tucked away near a discreet door where kitchen staff bustled. "Are you certain this is our table?" I inquired, surprised by our placement. "Yes," he replied with a bow, hurrying off as if with urgent tasks. Duncan settled in his chair with a joke. "What did you do to ruffle the king's feathers?" My father's scrutinizing gaze met mine, but I offered no response. I hadn't provoked 𝑧𝒌r. Last night, I had bared my soul to him, revealing him as my chosen one. As 𝒂𝒏 entered, her widened eyes reflected surprise at our seating arrangement. I shrugged, feeling insignificant in 𝒂𝒌r's eyes. Perhaps I was overthinking. I observed the diverse guests, noting the discerning glances exchanged as they assessed each other's presence. Royal creatures radiated superiority, with impeccable posture and polished appearances. The crowded hall buzzed with chatter, laughter, and the clinking of glasses. "Shall we engage in some politics?" Duncan teased, putting on a posh accent. Does anyone fancy a spot of tea from our trusty teapot?" he joked. His hand was placed theatrically on his stomach with one of his eyebrows raised. My father's sneer cut through the fun. "This is the life your sister will lead, so cease the foolishness." Then he turned his gaze to me, silently acknowledging 𝒂𝒑r as my mate. Butterflies fluttered in my stomach. I watched the entrance, admiring the grace and beauty of the guests. Among them, a striking figure caught my eye, a male lichen seated across the hall, commanding attention. With wavy hair cascading past his shoulders, tawny skin, and a powerful build, he was a sight to behold, but it was his silver eyes that captivated me. Only momentarily, he held my attention. As he raised his drink in my direction, I averted my gaze, focusing on the entrance once more, ignoring his silent gesture. I hoped he would take the hint. Suddenly, his voice resonated in my mind, chastising my lack of response. "It is rude to not raise your drink when the Lichen King raises his." Caught off guard by his title, I hastily raised my own drink, avoiding his gaze, and forcing a smile, though not directed at him. I had to dab at the sweat beading in my armpits with a napkin. I was glad that he reminded me that important creatures were here, and I needed to be on my best behavior. Amongst the crowd's chatter, a derisive laugh cut through the air. "That's why she's in the back," a woman mocked, her voice audible despite her distance. "She has no decorum," another whispered loudly, just within earshot. It was amusing, even their proximity to our table, but I had no time to respond. Two men's voices boomed through the grand hall entrance. "Please rise to welcome 𝒍𝒂𝒚, Grand Sorceress of the Wolves, and 𝑑𝒍𝒂𝒚, former Wolf King of Luporia." Chairs scraped as the room erupted into applause. 𝒍𝒂𝒚's gown flowed like a silk waterfall, and 𝑑𝒍𝒂𝒚's attire was regal luxury. As they settled into their seats, the atmosphere crackled with excitement. As we all awaited the Wolf King's arrival, my heart raced as the realization hit me. 𝒂𝒑r was royalty, a king. "Please welcome 𝒂𝒑r, the Wolf King, and his companion, Sabrina Whitehall," echoed the men's voices. As they entered, heads bowed in unison. I stole a glance, noticing 𝒂𝒑r in his signature red attire, and little Miss Sunshine in an elegant cherry ruffle maxi dress, her beauty unmistakable. I hated her. What in the moon? My wolf growled within me. He should have asked us to be his companion. "We're his mate," she growled. "We only accepted him yesterday. He probably couldn't just dump her as his date," I reassured my wolf, though my heart pounded as I watched them take their seats. As 𝒂𝒑r and little Miss Sunshine stood before the crowd, I couldn't help but gulp, feeling a lump in my throat. "Thank you all for coming," 𝒂𝒑r began. "Thank you all for coming to my 500th natal. If it were up to me, I'd use it as a day off to nap," he said, smirking. The crowd erupted in laughter. I rolled my eyes. It wasn't that funny. But having a grand sorceress as a mother can be scary. I don't know if she has put a hex on me, or if I'm standing here by my own free will, he continued. He had a spark that ignited uproarious laughter, and I couldn't help but smile. He looked perfect up there, effortlessly commanding the room. Yet, my wolf stirred within me, her anxiety rising. He had promised to remove little Miss Sunshine if I asked, so why was she standing up there? I know I didn't ask, but he should have known, and why was she standing at his side, all glammed up, like she won a lottery ticket? "I have some news," 𝒂𝒑𝒑r announced, and the room fell silent. "I am claiming Sabrina Whitehall as my mate. She will be my Regina." A grin splashed across his face, revealing all his white teeth. The room erupted in cheers, toasting to Sabrina's new title. My world spun around me, and I found myself collapsing onto my father's shoulder. He squeezed my hands, urging me to stay strong, to stand upright as my world crashed before me. Chapter 22 The Wolf King's Natal Day Part 2. As the applause faded into an uneasy silence, I found myself squirming in discomfort. It was as if the entire room could hear the frantic pounding of my heart. My gaze fixated on Sabrina as she gracefully assumed the same submissive posture I once did when first meeting Xavier in Luporia. My stomach churned as he reached for her, and she obediently kissed his signet ring. The crowd erupted in adulation. My heart sank into the abyss. That 𝒌𝒐𝒏 was symbolic. It was our way of accepting him as our king. My wolf whimpered as she witnessed the scene replayed with another wolf. Before the words ever left my lips, I had already surrendered to him completely. When I first laid eyes on him in Luporia, I just didn't know it. I fought back tears, biting hard on my bottom lip. I drowned my sorrows in the wine that lay nearby, downing it as fast as I could, hoping it would get rid of this ache in my chest. As Sabrina gracefully rose to her feet, Xavier elegantly bowed, tenderly slipping a ring onto her finger and pressing a kiss to the ring. The room erupted into a symphony of applause, but it felt like I was not there. Instead, corrupted, haunting images of Xavier once offering me the same gesture now served as a reminder of his empty promises. The kitchen staff paraded past my family, carrying plates brimmed with meat that turned my stomach. We had to keep shuffling our chairs to make way for the servants. It made me feel insignificant. It made me feel disgusting. My heart sank deeper into heartbreak. He never looked at me, not once. As he whispered into Sabrina's ear, her laughter filled the room, her eyes closing in sheer delight as she leaned into him. Anger coursed through me, causing my claws to spring out uncontrollable. Reel them in, my father muttered through clenched teeth, his words a desperate plea to salvage what little dignity remained for our family. We were already the subject of ridicule, and he refused to let us sink any lower. With each swallow of wine, I drowned my sorrows. The bitter taste did not allow me to escape this bitter reality. My mother's touch, though gentle, felt like a burn, her tear-filled eyes reflecting the pain I couldn't bear to acknowledge. I tugged my hand away from her. I avoided everyone's comfort, fearing I might shift and lose control. As the meat landed on our table with an audible thud, the indignity of our situation became painfully clear. Despite our closeness to the kitchen, we were served last. The injustice burned like a fire in my chest, feeling my determination to uncover the truth behind Xavier's callous treatment of my family. Xavier's cruelty cut deep, leaving me questioning if this was his way of rejecting me. I came to realize that my words didn't constitute a true rejection. I did not feel this way when we rejected each other at the balcony. Maybe it wasn't the customary way to reject the Wolf King. I could not dwell on it. Each time he stared at her with a love stare, it felt like a knife twisting in my heart, inflicting unbearable pain. Time slipped by unnoticed. I was too distracted by the ache within me. I felt as fragile as cracked porcelain, on the verge of shattering with the slightest touch. Ramses' announcement broke me. The Regina and the King will now have their first dance. I drew in a deep breath, but it felt suffocating, as if the air itself was smoldering me. The melodic strains of the music shifted, weaving a song of love, lilting notes that made the room sway. My gaze was drawn to them. They moved in perfect harmony, just like us. He touched her cheek, the way he touched mine. His smile light mirrored the one he once wore for me. Did he ever truly love me? I bit down on my trembling hand. The taste of blood shattered my illusions. He never loved me. His indifference was eye-opening. He refused to acknowledge my pain. He was too afraid to pick up the pieces in case he got cut. So, he didn't dare look at me. But did he have to humiliate us, to reduce my family to nothing? How could he erase us from his mind so effortlessly? I brushed away the tears as soon as they came. Lizzie knelt beside me, fixing my makeup with a gentle brush. As she finished, I glanced up to find the dance floor now crowded with swirling figures. "How about we dance?" Lizzie suggested, her touch as delicate as handling fragile porcelain. We made our way to the dance floor, but my mind was lost in a haze of confusion. Just hours ago, I had been wrapped in his touch, cocooned in warmth and safety. Did I imagine it? Did he bring Blevine here knowing he would reject me? Lizzie grabbed my hand and Blevine seized the other with a fierce determination. "Screw him," she growled, so loud It was certain others heard. Play something with some damn energy. We're not here for flimsy tunes, Blevins roared, commanding the attention of everyone nearby. My gaze flipped to 𝒍𝒑, expecting to find his eyes on me, but instead, he was inches from Sabrina's face. You're absolutely flawless. I didn't hear the words, but I read his lips. Before I could release me to darkness, Blevin and Lizzie swooped in, pulling me into a ring dance. 𝒂𝒂𝒚, their voices echoed mine. We spun in dizzying circles. Tears streaked down my cheeks, but I found myself smiling as we danced the ancient ring dance tradition. Their support was everything right now, but it was abruptly severed. A dense grip tightened on Blevin's arm, pulling her away with a determination that shattered our unity. I'm taking you back to our room, Aiden declared, his grip firm as he pulled Blevin away. Before they disappeared into the crowd, his eyes met mine as if to say sorry. The music shifted, transitioning into a softer melody, tailor-made for partners to slay to in harmony. Duncan was already storming over to Lizzie, but before I could react to the situation at hand, a deep, guttural timbre voice captured my attention. "Valerian," he murmured, offering a respectful nod. "May I have this dance, Hazel Rivers?" I flinched in disgust at the thought of another wolf's touch, but I couldn't retreat to the cornered table. I reluctantly accepted his outstretched hand. I couldn't bear to meet the gaze of the lichen, for they resembled the moon more than the sun. My thoughts spun with negative revelations. Unlike 𝒍𝒑, I had morals. I would have never rejected him so publicly. My respect for him never faltered. In private, he called me his Regina, but in public, she was his Regina. I was the other wolf. She was his queen. I knew everyone was staring at me like I was crazy. Valerian pulled me into his embrace and swayed with me. "You're terribly distracted. You didn't even inquire how I know your name," he remarked, a smile dancing on his lips, though his words seemed lost on me. "I'm not interested," I responded flatly. "Nor am I," he retorted. As I gazed into his foreign eyes, tears welled in my eyes. "Well, that seemed to grab your attention," observed Valerian, his grin widening. I noticed his dimples forming on his cheeks. What could this lichen possibly want with me? I was nowhere near as captivating as the others in the room. "They make quite the pair," a voice murmured nearby. Startled, I turned to locate the source, only to witness 𝒍𝒑 showering Little Miss Sunshine with affectionate kisses. My lips parted in disbelief. "Look this way," Valerian commanded, gently turning my face with his thumb. His touch stirred memories of 𝒍𝒑's sensual caresses, sending my wolf into a spiral. Reacting on pure instinct, I lashed out, striking Valerian in the face. "Don't you dare lay a hand on me as if I'm yours," I growled, surprising even myself with the venom in my voice. Instantly, all eyes were on me, their gazes like daggers, as tensed, ready to spring into action at the command from their king. The musicians paused, uncertain if they should continue, and 𝒍𝒑 motioned for them to resume, dismissing my outburst as insignificant. Clutching my pearl necklace for reassurance, I braced myself. "What are you staring at?" I snapped, glaring at each lichen that eyed me up. I'd rather meet my end here and now than endure another ounce of disrespect. With a quick motion, I ripped off my necklace and hurled it in 𝒍𝒑's direction. "You make me sick, 𝒍𝒑," I spat, deliberately using his name. Ignoring me, 𝒍𝒑 continued conversing with Sabrina, further stoking my fury. "Are you quite unwell, woman?" someone muttered. "Whip her," another voice chimed in. A sinister laugh escaped my lips. I never felt better. "Seize her," a command rang out. Seconds later, hands were closing in on me. "Don't touch her," Valerian growled. The hands withdrew instantly. I whipped around to face him, my patience wearing thin. "I don't need your interference," I snapped, bewildered by his persistence. Couldn't he take a hint? "Is there a problem, Hazel?" 𝒍𝒑 inquired coolly, as he stood up, unruffled his jacket but never facing my gaze. "I Washington 𝒐𝒐 can kill him." "Is there a bloody problem, 𝒍𝒑? Are you blind? You shove my family to the back like we're nothing. You want seating changes, change their seats," he said, clicking his fingers at the servants. "No, 𝒍𝒑, that's not what I Washington 𝒐𝒐. I Washington 𝒐𝒑 to look me in the eyes and tell me why you redoing this, why you re-hurting your mate like this." "My Regina seems perfectly content," he replied, glancing down at Sabrina, who flashed him a quick smile. "You called me your Regina," I claimed, as if attempting to jog his memory. I knew he remembered, he just chose to forget. "I don't recall such a thing. I do recall us having a short-term fling," he shot back bluntly. "You believe you're the only woman I've ever touched in this room," he sneered at me, his lips twisted into an evil smile. Sneakers, whispers, condemnation erupted from females. I swallowed hard, silenced by his brazen disrespect. "Your hysteria disrupts my core, because the Wolf King deigned to touch you." His words dripped with contempt, as though my very existence irked him. Shame washed over me, suffocating my protests. Why was he determined to paint me as unhinged? "I am your mate," I snarled, but desperation took over my voice. "Do you not remember? You are nothing to me," he spat, each syllable laced with venom. I crumpled to the floor, tears streaming down my face like a waterfall. "Remove her," Xavier commanded coldly, his attention already fixated on his golden flower. 2 guards seized my arms, but I refused to go quietly. If I were to go, I'd make sure to do so in a way that utterly disgraces the Wolf King. I thrashed and fought, unwilling to let him off easy. "I hope you choke on your own arrogance and rot," I spat, my voice trembling with everything in fury. "You're nothing but a spoilt child, Xavier. If all you wanted was pleasure, you could have said so. Only cowards manipulate a woman's emotions for their own gratification. I never batted you. You merely serviced me. Remember?" He jeered callously. "You couldn't even satisfy such a basic need. Remember?" My face went crimson red. "Get that thing out," he roared, his voice thundering through the room, forcing the doors themselves to fling open. As I was forcibly removed, I spat every insult I could throw in his direction. My knees met the cold ground, and I knew in my heart, this was a small victory. I provoked him. From the corner of my eye, I glimpsed at Lizzie, who was flipping him off before my family was ushered out. I hugged myself tightly as the door slammed shut. Tears streamed down my face as I finally felt it. "𝑑𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕 He's hurt me. He's hurt me real bad," I sobbed, unable to meet their eyes. My father scooped me up, carrying me away. "I'll take you outside," he said urgently, his footsteps echoing as he hurried down the hallway. My body writhed with the urge to shift, a desperate need to escape the confines of the hall. Each step brought a new wave of pain, my bones aching with the strain of suppression. "I need to shift. I need to shift," I repeated frantically, feeling the pressure building inside me. "We're almost there," my father assured, determination in his voice as he pushed forward. I couldn't shift here. I would wreak havoc. I needed to be outside, in the open air of the gardens. "Why would he do this to me?" I muttered, scratching at the air in frustration. My family was not far behind as my father sprinted to reach the entrance. When we arrived, the doors were locked, guarded by a group of wolves. "No one leaves," the leader of the army declared. Duncan began to unbutton his shirt, ready to fight. A den appeared out of nowhere, also poised for battle. My father gently laid me on the ground, as I struggled to suppress my wolf, which threatened to take over. She would cause chaos if unleashed here. I needed to get to the gardens. "We've been ordered not to let anyone leave, especially her," the leader stated, gesturing towards me with his chin. "She needs to shift. This is barbaric," Duncan sneered. "It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay," I repeated in a mantra as I writhed on the ground, with Blevine, Lizzie, and my mother surrounding me. But my body's temperature fluctuated wildly. I'd never had to suppress my wolf for so long. Suddenly, my canines extended, and my eyes flashed red. Though my senses heightened, my wolf whimpered within me, unable to face the pain. They never allowed me into the gardens, so I had to suppress my wolf until I calmed down. However, calming down was impossible. I felt a surge within me, an awakening. I craved blood, yearned for it desperately. What was this feeling? "Back away," I screamed, sniffing each of them, sensing the life blood coursing through their veins. I could see their hearts beating, pumping blood. I hungered for it. "There's something wrong with Marin," I shouted. I began to hiss in agony, my body contorting. The hunger for blood consumed me, panting heavily. I felt a primal urge taking hold. "Her dormant side has awakened," my father whispered in terror. "Dead?" Duncan questioned, bewildered. My father pushed the men, pleading, "We need to get her outside. Please?" She can't be here right now. She's a threat, but they wouldn't budge even at the sight of me. Orders were orders. Clutching myself tightly, I heard the grand hall door swing open. With a swift sniff, I detected her scent, and in an instant, I was on my feet. Bite, 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 bite. That's all the voice told me to do. Grab her, my father bellowed. His arm wrapped around my neck from behind. He was attempting to restrain me, but all I could think of was sinking my teeth into flesh. I would have blood. I swiftly peeled his hand off and twisted it until I heard bones crack. Glue yourself to the floor until I'm done, I hissed, and he crumpled to the ground with a pained cry. Aghhhhh. My mother's scream pierced the air. Sleep, I commanded Xavier's army before they could attack. What's wrong with Hazel? Aiden asked as he and Duncan shifted into defensive positions. I could detect his fear through his scent. I had already bested him. I took a deep breath, preparing for what was to come. Stand back, Aiden warned Lizzie and Blevine, but they ignored him, joining the fray. Aiden was big. I needed to get rid of him first. I lunged at Aiden, my senses honed solely on the target before me. I wrapped my legs around his hips and tightened my grip. Aiden's startled expression told me all I needed. He loved me too much to land a blow. I drove my elbow with force into his nose, feeling the satisfying crunch of bone beneath my blow. He closed his eyes in pain and I seized the opportunity, delivering a fierce headbutt that sent us both crashing to the ground in a tangle of limbs. The uproar of shouts and screams faded into the background as I stood over him. Sleep, I commanded, channeling my inner power. Aiden's eyes fluttered closed, sucreleasing to the irresistible force of my newfound power. Duncan gripped my feet, his desperation evident as he tried to restrain me, but I refused to be held back. I waited until Lizzie and Blevine were close enough and shoved them aside, the impact sending them crashing into the walls. Duncan let go of me to check on his mate, and I seized the opportunity to break free, my focus like tunnel vision as I sprinted towards her. My eyes locked on her as she called out my name, but her words were lost amidst the chaos. Nothing would stand in my way as I closed the distance. She suddenly realized that I wasn't coming to talk. Hazel, calm down, she roared. Leaping forward, I aimed a precise strike at her neck, aiming to bring her down, but she deflected my attack, which sent me staggering backward. Frustration surged within me, wanted blood. I lunged at her once more, this time seizing a handful of her hair. She retaliated, gripping my own locks tightly. The room echoed with our grunts and the sound of tearing fabric as we struggled against each other's grasp. I never liked you, I spat out amidst our struggle. In response, she delivered a forceful knee to my face, sending me crashing to the ground. Gasping for breath, she pleaded for an end to the madness as she stared into my eyes. But I had a plan. With determination in my eyes, I uttered, "Fall on top of me." Without hesitation, she complied, her weight pressing down on me. Bite, 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 bite. That primal urge consumed me. I sank my teeth into her neck, drinking deep from her lifeblood, every pulse, every drop. But then, a sickly yellow liquid oozed from the wound, staining her skin, a sight that chilled me to the bone. It snapped me out of my reverie. Fear gripped me, and I tore myself away from her, my heart pounding in my chest. She lay motionless, still as a statue. "Sabrina," I murmured, shaking her limp form. "Why aren't you healing?" Foam bubbled from her mouth. That sent me crawling backwards. I couldn't tear my eyes away from the haunting sight. I stood, my heart pounding, as I bolted towards the grand hall, desperate for help. But the empty hall greeted me with silence. My family lay injured, and Xavier's Regina lay lifeless beside them. Where had everyone gone? What had I done? What had I done? Chapter 23. On the run. "Sabrina's dead," I shrieked. The words echoed through the hallway, bouncing off the ancient pillars like screams of doom. Duncan was the first to reach the scene. "You're a vampire." His eyes bore into me with disgust, his mouth contorted into a wide frown of horror. "You have some explaining to do," he said harshly, glaring accusingly at my parents, as if they were the perpetrators of some heinous crime. "You killed his Regina, and now we're damned." Duncan's voice rose as he eyed me. "And you've broken werewolf law by having a child with someone who isn't your fated mate," he continued, his words a bitter condemnation of our actions. He once again glared at my parents, uncertain which of them was responsible for the wrongdoing. "Xavier might as well hang us in front of his gates," Duncan scoffed. flinging his hands up into the air before dropping them back down again. "We haven't got time for this, Duncan," my father interjected, his voice urgent and strained. "We need to get out of here." My mind was spinning with confusion and fear. I struggled to comprehend the magnitude of the situation. I was a hybrid. My family erupted into a debate, discussing our next move. I stood rigid, like a docile lamb about to be led to slaughter. "Run." I attempted to get out, my voice barely a whisper. "We must flee." My father agreed with one nod. His eyes scanned the hallway for any sign of lurking danger. "Xavier's men still slumber. Now is our chance." "Aiden is still sleeping," Blevine made known. Her eyes were blazing with accusation. As she paced back and forth, her gaze never left mine. "Wake him," she demanded, her tone sharp and unforgiving. "I don't know how," I admitted, my voice trembling with vulnerability. "The same way you put him to sleep." Blevine's words were like a lash across my skin, a reminder of my sins. "Back off," Lizzie intervened. I was surprised she didn't lash out at me. She had the most to lose, but instead, she stepped between us, showing her loyalty to me. "No wonder why you like your meat bloody." Duncan's words were like a slap in the face. It was all coming together for him now. "I always found that disgusting," he continued. "Duncan, carry Aiden," my father demanded, his words a grim reminder of the urgency of our situation. "But we got here by teleporting, remember?" Duncan protested, his brow furrowed in confusion. "Duncan, not everyone can teleport," my father reminded him, giving him an irritated look. "It will take us a week by foot to get back to the Sunfire Pack. And it's the first place Xavier will hunt us down." Duncan growled. My father seemed to have lost his wits. "You're right," my father sighed. "We must go, Roque." "Lilia," my mother spoke. She was the only one grasping the severity of our situation. Deep down, everyone knew she was right. "Hazel, look at what you've brought upon our family." "I need to get my children," Lizzie cried, darting off in the direction of her little ones. As we waited anxiously for Lizzie and Duncan to return with the babies, I attempted to rouse Aiden, but he remained unresponsive to my words. I didn't know how to control that side of me. The situation was horrendous. My family should not have to endure the consequences of my actions. It defied all logic. How could innocent baby Victor and Arya be forced into the life of rogues? "I'll go alone," I declared. "No," my father's voice rang out in protest. "Yes? This is my mess. You must tell Xavier you attempted to intervene, that all of you tried," I urged. "It is not a lie. Sintra may force you to drink a truth potion. It will reveal the truth either way." "Tell Duncan and Lizzie." "I had to go," I murmured, embracing my father and mother into a tight hug. As I prepared to confront Blevine with my apologies, she clung desperately to me. I gently untangled myself from her embrace, aware that time was slipping away. Running desperately toward the entrance, I flung open the doors with a resounding clang. Bursting out into the sun-drenched gardens, the grounds were deserted thankfully. It felt as though unseen eyes watched from every shadow, ready to unleash vengeance for my sins. But suddenly, a flicker of remembrance ignited within me. After celebrations, Xavier and his pack were set to honor Luporia's ancestors in the forest, followed by a village parade. The realization struck everyone must be gathered there, far from the castle. As I sprinted down the stairs, the urgency of my escape urged me to shift into my wolf form. I dared not glance up, focusing solely on the path ahead, praying I wouldn't stumble. Suddenly, I nearly collided with Sintra, who hurried up the steps, clutching her dress in one hand. "Where do you think you're scurrying off to?" she demanded, her voice cutting through the air like a whip. "Did Sabby tell you the plan?" I attempted to dart past her, but she began chanting, her hands weaving intricate patterns in the air. "Netherlos Amathrin Salvason, Sornos Lunarin Arvos Sinmithrin, Garkos, Fovrin Salvati, Thelainsher, Tiruan Enlithi." Suddenly, I found myself violently thrust back into the castle entrance, as Sintra advanced towards me, sealing the door with her incantations. "Oh, Sabrina, no." Her voice pierced the air like a banshee scream. I sensed death looming over Luporia when I was at the parade. I prayed it was a false omen, she cried, her breath torn from her chest in ragged gasps. Her outburst roused the guards and Aiden from their slumber. She ordered the guards to imprison us, but not before binding all of us with elemental handcuffs forged from fire, ensuring our compliance. Any attempt to flee the handcuffs would result in searing agony of burning. "Follow me," she commanded, leading the way. "Take Sabrina's body to the underground den," she muttered, her voice barely audible as she spoke to one guard. Realizing that I could not escape, I trailed after her, as we navigated through a labyrinth of twists and turns, until we reached a massive stone door, unlocked with a touch from Cintra's hand. I hesitated at the entry point. If I intended to kill you, it would have been done by now. "I'll leave that to 𝑑𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕 𝑺𝒂𝒑 she added, her tone bitter with hatred. I knew that if I didn't walk down those steps, these handcuffs would begin burning. Bracing myself, I descended the narrow staircase into the dimly lit depths below, where Cintra's lair awaited. "The plan must go on," she proclaimed, her voice trembling with suppressed emotion as she darted around the room, her frantic movements frightening me. Her eyes, bloodshot and brimming with unshed tears, darted from object to object, searching desperately for something. With every flicker of her tongue across her lips, it was as if she struggled to contain a flood of pent-up emotion threatening to spill over. "Aruka. This is a trace weave elixir," she explained, her tone hushed yet urgent. "Once ingested, it weaves an invisible thread that binds the drinker to me for a week. This thread acts as a unique signature, enabling the potion to track their movements in real time." I didn't believe a word she was saying. It was poison. Definitely poison. "Open," she commanded, advancing toward me with a gleaming vial of shimmering purple elixir. I instinctively stepped back and I felt the searing heat of the handcuffs. "TSSSSSSS," I hissed, my hand pulsating with pain. I wasn't attempting to flee, I snarled, meeting her gaze head-on. "The handcuffs are indifferent to your intentions," she retorted, forcefully administering the elixir into my mouth. "Swallow," she commanded. Reluctantly, I obeyed. As the potion slid down my throat, Cintra's tears fell freely. "My part is done, but it came at a high cost," she confessed, her voice choked with sorrow. "May we all find peace once this ends." A knot of unease tightened in my stomach, but I dared not question her. "Follow me," she instructed, leading me back up the stairs. I trailed behind, the path now familiar as we approached my room. "Why are you taking me here while my family are kept in prison?" "Get inside," she snapped. "You dare question me as if I stand on trial." I shook my head, entering as she slammed the door shut behind me. The room burst into light, every corner illuminated in a radiant glow moments later. It didn't. "Don't attempt to leave," she warned, removing the handcuffs with a wave of her hand. I lunged for the door, only to find the handle transformed into ice, my hand frozen in place. I screamed, tearing my hand away, leaving a trail of flesh on the handle. "Damn it," I howled, the room seeming to chill further with each passing moment. Turning to the window, I braced myself for the icy sting, only to find the same torment. As pain radiated through my body, the room plunged into an icy abyss. As the room grew colder, panic set in. Every attempt to escape was met with the same icy barrier. I decided to give up. I wrapped myself in a blanket, secretly spaying to exhaustion, as the bitter chill of the room consumed me whole. I jolted awake to the sound of my door splintering under 𝑑𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕 forceful kick. His elongated canines bared in a snarl of rage. "You!" he roared so loud it sounded like the aftermath of an explosion, rattling the very walls with its force. Heart pounding, I leaped from my bed, scanning for any means of escape. Before I could react, 𝑑𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊 hurled me through the window with a force that shattered the glass. As I hurtled through the air, my instincts kicked in, my body semi-transformed, mid-flight. Nails elongating, canines sharpening, I landed on all fours, my claws sinking into the grass as I prepared to face him. I snapped my head back and found 𝑑𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊 mid-air, closing in on me. I sprinted, my vampire instincts propelling me forward with unnatural speed. As I approached the gates, I climbed them recklessly, attempting to escape 𝑑𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊's clutches. My skin caught on the jagged edges, but ignoring the pain, I pressed on, my only thought, escape. Glancing back, I saw 𝑑𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊 jump effortlessly over the gates. The wind whipped against my face as I raced towards the forest, darting side to side among the towering trees. But 𝑑𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊 remained hot on my heels, his dark eyes promising only death. "He's gaining on us. We need to fight," my inner wolf warned, her voice urgent. "I can't face him," I gasped. Fighting 𝑑𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊 was a big no-no. I couldn't fathom where she summoned her confidence from. "It's our only chance," she insisted, halting abruptly and ducking. I braced myself as Xavier thundered past, but he moved so quickly that, in an instant, he had me pinned to the forest floor, his weight bearing down on me with crushing force. Even in the midst of our struggle, the bond between us remained unbroken, a cruel reminder of our bond. His hands bore down on my shoulders while his legs pinned mine, forcing me to feel the prickling sensation across my skin, an unbearable itch he alone could soothe. I hated it. I sneered in his face. As his hand clenched to strike, I closed my eyes, bracing for the inevitable blow. "Why, Hazel, why?" His voice cracked as he rained furious blows upon the ground, each strike echoing with a force that could shatter bones. But I remained firm, as I witnessed each furious blow of his hand striking the ground, hundreds and hundreds of times before he asked again. "Why?" he demanded, his hands tightening around my face with a force that threatened to crush bone. I braced for the snap, for the end. "I hated her," I mumbled, my voice cracking as I observed his devastated eyes. "She loved you," he roared in my face, and I made sure to sneer back, scoffing bitterly. "She doesn't even know me. How could she love me?" "Because she loves me, and she knows you brought me happiness." Xavier forced my wrist into the soil. "I brought you happiness." I struggled against his grasp, but he held firm, unmovable as a mountain. "You don't hurt the people who bring you happiness," I spat, squirming beneath him. "You don't humiliate them, in front of the entire Luporia court, and then claim they bring you happiness in private. You're a fool, Hazel," Xavier snarled, his eyes filled with a sadness that made me want to cry, but I would never show it. I vowed to never expose my vulnerability in front of him again. My walls are fortified with steel, and I will not let them crack, no matter how hard he tries to break me down. I refuse to give him the satisfaction of seeing me weak and helpless again. "You're a murderer," Xavier roared, his rage shaking the very ground beneath us. His emotions were unpredictable, shifting from anger to sorrow to aggression in the blink of an eye. "I don't care. She was flirting with you right in front of me," I shot back. "You were kissing her," I accused him. "At my command. I used her to make you jealous," he admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. "You're brave," he acknowledged, his tone heavy with regret. Rage sears through his veins as he accuses me, voice cracking with pent-up fury. With every word, he shakes my body violently, as if trying to jolt me awake from a nightmare. "You've been dangling coal in front of me since the day we met. I've watched him possess you, his lips claiming yours, his arms embracing you tightly as if he owns you. And yet I didn't act on my desire to kill him, because even in my darkest moments, all I could think about was protecting you, shielding you from any pain or harm. You have hurt me," I screamed, spitting in his face. "You couldn't control yourself for a few hours," he accused, shoving me deeper into the forest floor. "You 𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕 𝑺𝒆𝒄𝒕𝒊𝒐𝒏 hypocrite." His eyes burned with hatred and disgust as he spat at me, struggling to contain the bile rising in his throat. My mind was racing. I couldn't think straight. I didn't want to. All I felt was rage. She had to go. The sky opened up and a deluge of rain pelted my cheeks, stinging like needles. Through the blurry curtain of water, I saw Xavier's tear-streaked face and realized he was sobbing uncontrollably. It wasn't raining. He created the storm. "You cry for her," I sneered, my voice dripping with scorn. "She was my best friend. I cry because I failed you both," he confessed, his voice breaking. "This feeling of uncontrollable rage, it will die down, and in its place will be a searing guilt that will consume you. You will carry the burden of your actions for the rest of your life, and with every passing moment, you will grow to hate yourself more. And that, my dear Hazel, is the true punishment for your sins?" His eyes blazed with a mixture of fury and heartbreak. "Get out of Luporia. You don't belong here," he ordered. I leapt to my feet, wild tangles of hair clinging to me like brambles, leaves poking out from every angle. My heart was frozen, deadened. All I felt was rage, and I swore never to let guilt consume me. "My family. Gone," he replied, his words a final blow to my shattered heart. "Gone," I choked out, collapsing to my knees in desperation. "Back to your pack," he replied coldly, turning away from me without a second glance. His voice trembled with barely contained rage as he muttered, "I wish I could kill you." His fists were balled so tightly at his sides that his knuckles turned white. With each step he took towards Luporia, his pace quickened until it became a mad dash. The hem of his robe flapped behind him, dragging through the dirt and collecting the shattered fragments of our bond. Chapter 24 Family Intervention. The atmosphere around the table could only be compared to tiptoeing through a forest of bristling thorns. For days had gone since the Wolf King's natal day. My family were transported while I was forced to go back by pause. It gave me a sense of understanding where Xavier and I stood. My family and I gathered around the round oak table, the silence broken only occasionally by the clink of cutlery against ceramic plates, and the soft hum of the refrigerator in the background. Each of us Saturday with rigid posture, our expressions a careful mask of stoicism. My mother was the only one to display any emotions. Her features were traced with worry lines. Was she the cheat? Across from her, my father Saturday with furrowed brows and his jaws set in a stubborn line. I kept my eyes on him, every single day waiting for an explanation. I would not request one. I would glare and glare and glare at him, until he became so uncomfortable that he told me what was going on. Beside him Duncan shifted uncomfortably in his chair, his gaze darting nervously between his parents. He toyed with the edge of his napkin, his fingers tapping out an anxious rhythm against the fabric. He wanted to speak. He's been itching to speak for days. It was weird how we unanimously opted to dine in our secluded enclave, rather than join the rest of the pack for meals. It felt like a collective avoidance, a silent agreement among us to keep our distance from them until we sorted ourselves out. At the opposite end of the table, Lizzie Saturday with her arms crossed tightly. The only sound was the soft ticking of the antique clock mounted on the wall, marking the passage of time. Each tick seemed to echo louder amidst the stillness, emphasizing the unresolved issues bubbling up beneath us all. The children had never been at the table since we arrived home. The only conclusion I could draw from this was that Lizzie had likely entrusted the matron with their safekeeping. The air crackled with tension as my father, the silent culprit, spoke first. It took 4 days, 4 awkward dinners, for him to break the silence. I'm sure you have questions, Hazel, that I won't answer until you cease glaring at me like I'm your next meal, he stated, his tone clipped. I'm exhausted, I retorted wearily. This is just my face. Another tense pause followed, before Duncan couldn't hold back any longer. Maybe if you hadn't killed Sabrina, we could face the Alpha and tell him how we honored. Shut up, I hissed, biting the air, warning him. Ah, there's that side of you again, Duncan remarked, his smirk ouncing with contempt as he leaned back, crossing his arms. Your ugly side, his lips thinned into a disapproving line. Enough. Lizzie's voice was soft. It was her hand slamming down on the table that grabbed all of our attention. Of all the things to be mixed with, she had to be mixed with a vampire. Duncan clearly didn't understand the meaning of enough. The very creature that we hate, Duncan continued, earning a sharp glare from me. His accusatory tone grated on my nerves, as if he believed I had willingly chosen to become a blood-sucking vampire. Shut up, Duncan. I stood over him, waiting for him to go at me again. I'd make him regret it. I had been putting up with his constant sneers and jabs for 4 fucking days. If he spoke a word again, I'd make sure to shut him up this time. But as much as I was raging inside, he did have a point. Werewolves and vampires had a long-standing enmity between them. Before the hatred, there was an ancient alliance forged against their common threat, lichens. Centuries ago, lichens emerged not by nature's design, but through human experimentation. In a secluded valley, scientists stumbled upon the blue peridot, a mysterious flora that thrived under the full moon's glow. Ignorant of its true potential, they tampered with forces beyond their comprehension. As they delved deeper into their research, the scientists discovered that the blue peridot possessed remarkable transformative abilities. When ingested or infused into the bloodstream, the blue peridot essence triggered a profound metamorphosis in the human body, granting the imbiber enhanced strength, speed, and accelerated healing, as well as heightened senses akin to those of a wolf. Yet, unlike true wolves, these lichens couldn't procreate through mating. Their existence relied on the blue peridot flora. Fearing the unknown, vampires and werewolves united against the perceived threat of lichens. But as the conflict raged, lichens flourished, fueled by the proliferation of the blue peridot. In the war's grim aftermath, vampires allied with lichens, swayed by tales of their formidable power, leading to the tragic loss of countless wolves. During the war, it was the act of love that altered the course of history. A werewolf found their mate in the arms of a lichen. Lichens and wolves took this as a symbol of nature's reconciliation, prompting wolves to forge a treaty pledging to coexist peacefully with lichens. Thus, the bloodshed ceased, marking a fragile truce in the world of the supernatural. Now, the mightiest of lichens stand guarding over the sacred blue peridot flower, entrusted with the solemn duty of regulating the proliferation of their kind. Theirs is a delicate balance, ensuring that new lichens are born only after seeking the approval of the realm's monarchs. Yet, despite the passage of time, the animosity towards vampires and wolves persists, deeply embedded in the stained fabric of history. During the war, the horrifying truth emerged. Powerful vampires wielded a venom capable of snuffing out werewolf lives in a single bite. Hazel. My father snapped his fingers in front of my eyes, gaining my attention, but I still couldn't shake the image of the yellow liquid that had released from Sabrina's body. I forced the unsettling thought aside. Now wasn't the time to dwell on it. I owe you an apology. I kept this from you, my father confessed. His voice was shaking. I shielded you from the truth, fearing the burden it would place on you. His hand reached out, in an attempt to hold mine, but I shifted backwards. I didn't want his empty gestures. I wanted answers. I craved the truth. I met Lilia when I was just a boy. I was only 14. Lilia and I were mated for 6 years. His gaze was fixed on Lilia as if searching for forgiveness once again, in her steady stare. But I was young, foolish. I strayed, and it led me to your birth mother. So, I'm the result of a one-night stand. I spat out, a momentary lapse in judgment, a fleeting dalliance born out of lust. It hurt. Why? I wasn't enough. Lilia's voice was flat, as she attempted to suppress old wounds, but the more she talked, the more they reopened. His friends were out there, living their lives, and he felt left behind. I read between the lines. While his buddies were out there fooking, he was fooking one wolf, only. Why a vampire and not another wolf? He never showed an interest in them. It was random, weird even. I chose a realm where no wolf would dare to tread. He basically stumbled upon the ultimate cheat code for avoiding detection. It was the perfect place for male wolves to cheat. Just don't get the vampire pregnant. And my mother, how did you two meet? I wasn't particularly keen on meeting her, especially given her lack of interest in catching up with me. However, I was curious about their story and how it ended. It started in a bar. My father's eyes dropped to his feet. It was rare to see him in such a submissive state. One moment of weakness led to another. Why didn't you take precautions? Duncan's question was like a knife to the heart. If he took precautions, I wouldn't be here. But it was a valid question. In the heat of the moment, my father's explanation was strained, his gaze flickering to my mother, who sat silently beside him, tears glistening in her eyes. Every time you look at me, do you see his betrayal? I choked on my words. How could you think such a thing? My mother's voice was gentle but firm. You are my daughter, and your father's actions are his alone. I stared at Lilia for a long time, attempting to decipher if she was lying, but her face never wavered. She meant what she said. So how did I end up here? It was a question that had been scratching at the back of my mind, pleading for an answer. She was never going to bother me, but when she gave birth, my genes were more overpowering. My father explained. His fingers tapped nervously against the table. It was a rare sight to see him nervous, but when he was, the rhythmic tapping was a dead giveaway. She knew you wouldn't be accepted in the realm of Nocturna, so she dropped you off in a basket to me. And before you ask, yes, I told her what pack I was from. He sighed a long sigh, before continuing to piece the puzzle together for all of us. Your vampire side never showed until that moment, when you compelled me at 16 to go to a party. I'd been telling you that you couldn't go, but then you forced me. Your biological mother, Rosa. Her name was Rosa. She told me compelling isn't easy. You have to find the emotion that you will use to compel someone, and yours was rage. It's haunting that your vampire side, suppressed for so long, chose rage to compel. I sensed that revealing your vampire side might unleash powers beyond your control, risking your place within the pack, perhaps even leading to exile. As my father kept listing the reasons why he didn't tell me, seemingly to ease his own guilt, something clicked. Xavier knew. He knew I was a vampire, hence the name Halfling, just another thing to hate him for. Thank you, Xavier. You make it easy. He had a talk with me when we reached Luporia the first night, my father said, his eyes cast low. He knew I was scowling at him for reading my thoughts. He told me to tell you that night. I tried when we spent the night together in your guest room, but you fell asleep. Oh, Don't blame it on me sleeping. What about the next day, or the day after, or the day after that? You were dealing with your emotions with Cole and Xavier. I was worried it would be all too much for you, but I should have told you, my father admitted. There are no excuses, Hazel. I failed you. For some unforgivable reason, I couldn't help but think of Xavier when he said, "I failed you." He should have told me, I said, shaking the mental image of Xavier from my mind. He was such. I just hated him. Xavier is old school. He thought it best it come from the source, my father defended. Lizzie and Duncan were sitting there so quietly, I expected them to pike up in honor, like they did in Luporia, but they didn't. Have I fucking missed something? Why are we defending him? Well, Hazel, Dad broke werewolf law, Duncan stated matter-of-factly. Werewolves aren't allowed to have offspring with anyone but their mate. They can sleep with whoever they want, but we all know that having offspring is a big no-no. 90% of wolves who have offspring with anyone other than their fated mate end up producing wolves who become feral, killing their kind, and ultimately becoming rogue, similar to the scenario between you and Sabrina. But somehow your secret hasn't traveled back to the pack. I was aware of the statistics. Xavier had enacted a decree that wolves cease this practice. There had been an influx of wolves rejecting their fated mates, causing pack imbalances, and he wanted to put an end to it. Wolves assumed that nature would grant them a second chance mate, and when it didn't, they opted for a chosen mate, if pleading for their fated mate's return proved futile. But as this cycle repeated, more rogues emerged, as if nature were punishing us for defying its will. The Wolf King detested mates who rejected their fated mates, the irony in that. But one thing didn't sit right with me when Duncan spoke. He compared me to a feral wolf, as if I should be a rogue wolf now. You blame me for Sabrina even though I had no control, I erupted, rising from my seat. I could feel my body temperature heat up. Duncan was always the one to test my limits, the one unafraid to speak bluntly. Yet, this time, his words pierced deeper than ever before. On that day, I found myself utterly powerless, with no reins to control my emotions. Give it a rest, Hazel, Duncan retorted sharply. His demeanor was relaxed, but his face had contorted into a hard, angry stare. You could have torn any one of us apart, and I would say you had no self-control, he continued, accusing me. You had tunnel vision. You killed that wolf, our kind, out of pure jealousy, he accused further. And I hadn't even seen you shed a single tear. I don't even know who you are anymore, he exclaimed, springing to his feet, his chair scraping loudly against the floor. Lizzie trailed after him. Are we all over what Xavier did? I interrogated. The pain of it all was too much to bear. Have we all forgotten what he did? So he lets us live, but now I'm seen as the villain when he drove me to insanity. My father stood up and walked towards me. He tried embracing me, but I flung him off. Hazel, it's okay to cry about Sabrina. You're not a monster. You need to let it out. I feel nothing, I hissed, ensuring I met his gaze with a cold stare. We were mere inches apart when it happened. My father's expression twisted into one of terror, and I could sense that he was being mind-linked. There's been a breach of the borders. We need to get underground. No, the deltas are locked in combat with a horde of rogues. Cole is among them, along with Amaga. My father roared. He immediately let out a rallying howl, warning nearby wolves. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Cole was here. Was it for me, or something more sinister, like a vendetta? Chapter 25. Deltas protect the pack. My father's instructions to my mother and me were to stay put as he joined Hudson, the former alpha of our pack, in the meeting room. My father and the former alpha would be awaiting the outcome of this attack, from Alpha Hunter and my brother, Duncan. If the need arose, the rest of the pack would use the secret escape door, which crosses into the Riverbank Pack territory. If Cole were to take over, we'd be forced to surrender our territory, relying solely on the hope that the Riverbank Pack would offer a sanctuary. Packs usually welcomed women, but they were aggressive towards male wolves. It was a horrible outcome for packs to be taken over. The pack would have to split up until they found new homes, and you'd be stripped of your title and given the title Omega. Defending your territory was crucial to a pack's survival. My mother's worried gaze followed me as I paced the room. I couldn't stand still, not when I knew Cole was behind the attack. I can't stay here, I confessed, meeting my mother's eyes for the first time since I heard of the attack. Her gentle hand on my shoulder halted my frantic movements. Please, don't go, she pleaded, But I could not stay. I was not like her. Despite her elevated status as beta mother, her Omega nature remained unchanged. She was so obedient, never questioning. AI's woman, never confronting my father head-on. I gotta go find out why Cole is here. Walking towards the door, I pushed it open. The sounds of fleeing pups and frantic mothers echoed down the hallway. As I raced towards our boarders, their voices began fading. My pack mates whispered their cautions through the mind link, warning me of the dangers that lay ahead, but I paid them no heed. There was no turning back now. I could not fade into the background, knowing Cole was attacking my pack. As my feet touched the forest soil, I stilled my movements, allowing my wolf to take over. We hadn't spoken since Xavier's natal, through mutual avoidance, but in this moment we were symbiotic. I shifted, tearing the confines of my clothes from my silver fur. With a roar, I propelled forward. With one sniff, I located my pack. Leaping forward, I raced through the forest, its trees blurring around me as my paws picked up the pace. My eyes finally landed on the scene, but I was greeted by deltas clashing with rogues. Trees splintered and fell as wolves were hurled into them, and I could hear the cries of those wounded and dying. The sigil of the deltas flashed with each fatal blow they delivered. I stood in complete shock. How could Cole unleash such devastation upon our pack? Lost in the chaos, I failed to sense the rogue coming. He landed on top of me, sinking his claws into my flank. I yelped in pain, attempting to fling him off as I moved side to side, but he was too strong. Duncan's wolf sensed my distress and raced towards me, but he was too far away, and the rogue's claws dug deeper. My wolf's eyes rolled to the back of my head as she fell to the ground from the pain. Duncan called out to me, but I could see his wolf clashing with other rogues. With each step he took toward me, he was too far away, and this wolf's claws were deep within me. As my lifeblood seeped from my wounds, I squeezed my eyes shut. Was this my end? I was scared. Scenes of Sabrina flooded my mind. Did her terror mirror mine? As I sank my teeth into her flesh and tasted her lifeblood, did she cry? These weren't the thoughts I ever imagined. My mind would entertain before facing my demise. Before I could dwell on the swirling emotions within me, a sudden impact knocked the rogue off my back, sending me sprawling. A white wolf stood before me with deep ocean eyes. Cole, you have the power to stop this, he growled in my direction, as if I alone were responsible for the chaos that surrounded us. My wolf dropped to the soil. What do you want? I panted in pain. I watched him fend off the attacking deltas, his eyes never leaving mine. I couldn't comprehend how a former Omega, now Sigma, had gained such strength. He was no Sigma. His strength surpassed a Sigma. He was surrounded by rogues. He was the king of the rogues. I want you. His wolf stood tall as his sapphires locked onto me. Surveying my pack, I hesitated. Going with Cole seemed unthinkable, especially after enduring all he had subjected me to. Yet, with rogues closing in from every direction, trapping the deltas in a tightening circle as they fought, defeat was inevitable. I needed to go with him, even if it meant aligning myself with Cole. I bowed my head in reluctant submission. Cole wasted no time, biting my neck to fling me onto his back. No, Duncan screamed, tearing the rogue's head from its body as he spotted me on Cole's back. So, no. Duncan, stop. Our pack is dying. They have a Omega, and we don't. He saw right through me. I wanted him to save me from Cole's clutches. Anybody. Anyone. Xavier. Where was he? Did he hate me so deeply that he couldn't bring himself to save me? I don't care. I'm the beta of this pack, and you're not going anywhere, Duncan declared, facing off against Cole. But before I could respond, the Omega unleashed a powerful gust of wind, driving weaker deltas closer to the ropes, who savagely tore into them. As I turned to face the Omega, I was taken aback to see her standing atop a fallen tree trunk. She was dressed in a black gown that traveled around her like shadowy tendrils. Her hands were outstretched, fingers splayed as if commanding an unseen force. Sintra. My heart raced. Had Xavier come to save us? Would he do such a thing? But then I realized she was pushing our deltas into the clutches of the rogues. Enough. Cole, please, I begged. Cole leaped out of the chaotic battlefield, landing gracefully beside Sintra. They were a team. I had no time to dwell on their alliance. My packmates were dying. Cole, please, remove the rogues. I am complying, I pleaded as I watched our pack's warriors dwindling in numbers. Cole and Sintra were locked in an argument, but the ease with which they interacted unsettled me. What on earth was happening? I wanted to confront 𝒍𝒑, to demand answers about her betrayal to her son, but as my pack crumbled before my eyes, I found myself mute. "Cole, please?" I pleaded once more. 𝒍𝒑 rolled her eyes and muttered curses under her breath. With a commanding gesture from Cole, the rogues dispersed, scattering in all directions. Their violence had claimed countless lives, staining the spring grass with the blood of fallen wolves. Tears blurred my vision as I watched the scene. Alpha Hunter's shocked gaze bore into me. "Hazel, no, every wolf's death will be in vain if you go with them," he growled. "We fought to protect you."
Cole turned his back to the Alpha. I had no choice. More would die. Alpha Hunter would understand once he calmed down. "I'll leave you with a parting gift for your disobedience," 𝒍𝒑 sneered. "We offered you peace in exchange for delivering Hazel Rivers, but you refused to obey my commands," she continued, her hands weaving through the air in a sinister dance. "This gift is the consequence of your defiance. Draconic Torvader, Christorth Melker, River Askelkarn, Oridal Creamorler, Borith Kentdrachther, Torgulver Rither Nerketh, Drakener Krithel, Malafertor Skelef." As 𝒍𝒑 spoke, the land began to wither and the river began closing on itself. The forest began mourning under the darkened sky. My eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be true? I was the one who had brought this curse upon my pack. May, as each hour passes, let the curse tighten its grip. Dark and cold, 𝒍𝒑 continued. Alpha Hunter's tone was accusatory. "You. We fought to protect you." I turned to face him, but found myself speechless. Koran, taking me further and further away from my pack, his 𝒂𝒏 soaring just inches above the ground, her hands outstretched. Would my family be safe, or would he see them as traitors too? Did Alpha Hunter understand that I left to stop the fighting, or did he view me as an accomplice? I watched as 𝒍𝒑 swerved her hands once more, conjuring a portal to the 𝒂𝒏's realm. Cole charged in, and she followed, leading us onto a bridge. Beneath our feet, the bridge simmered with boiling lava, its smoke enveloping us in a suffocating heat. "Welcome to the Hag's Lair," 𝒍𝒑 announced, gesturing proudly at the inferno keep before us. The Hag's Lair, the very place 𝒖𝒑 instructed me to call for him if Cole ever brought me here. My heart raced as we approached the ominous building, which rested on volcanic rock amidst a sea of molten lava. It was a place where evil mages resided. I watched as Cole's paws touched the stone. Following 𝒍𝒑's lead, the oval-shaped door opened before us, and I was guided through dimly lit hallways in my wolf form. The air was thick with the scent of burning incense, mingling with the oppressive darkness that seemed to seep from the very walls. Hundreds of all-seeing eyes were splashed across the corridor, their gaze following our every move. Mages passed us by, their familiarity with the surroundings all too apparent. 𝒍𝒑 turned as we entered another hallway, leading to a triangular chamber with no roof. "Your toy remains a prisoner until she consummates the bond," 𝒍𝒑 declared, her voice echoing so loudly that lava rocks began to rain from the sky. "It will weaken 𝒖𝒑 by tenfold, and only then will I classify her as an ally." Cole gently laid my battered body on the ground. He shifted back into his human form, shedding his fur until only flesh remained. "We will consummate it, and if she refuses, she won't. Until tomorrow." 𝒍𝒑 walked into the shadows. Cole's eyes bore down at me, his form transformed in more ways than once since our first encounter. Not that I harbored any longing for him, but the sight of the scars crisscrossing his body, even in the most intimate places, puzzled me. It seemed maddening that he would go to such lengths for my sake and not be my fated mate. "Let's go to my room," Cole suggested. "She's a prisoner." 𝒍𝒑's voice boomed through the hallways, though she was nowhere to be seen. "She belongs in a cell until I have the Wolf King's head." With a sigh, Cole scooped me up in my wolf form, carrying me to the apex of the triangular hallway. He opened a metal door where rows of prison cells awaited. A 𝒂𝒏 approached Cole, eyeing me up like a criminal. "I'll take it from here." "No, I'll be escorting her to her cell," Cole countered firmly, brushing past the 𝒂𝒏 without a second glance. Finding a relatively empty row of cells, Cole gently deposited me inside and issued a command. "Shift," he ordered. I did not. "Shift." I would not. He threw me a flimsy thin blanket. "Shift," he said, snaring in my face. Reluctantly, I obeyed, wincing as I touched the wounds that refused to heal as quickly as I had hoped. Avoiding his eyes, I felt a flood of hate towards Cole for the devastation he had brought upon my life, my pack, and my bond with 𝒖𝒑. Cole drew closer, crouching down, "I'll get 𝐴𝒔𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒆 to look at that," he offered, pointing to my wound. The blood was now seeping through the flimsy sheet. My mate could heal this wound in an instant with a mere lick. I hissed through gritted teeth, not out of loyalty to Xavier, but to assert my independence and remind Cole of where we stood. There was no us, and there never would be. "I heard your mate has taken a new Regina. My rogues attacked his mate's pack, and he is nowhere to be found." Cole laughed with his mouth closed. "Your mate doesn't give a damn about you. He has abandoned you. Once the 𝒔𝒂 has patched you up, we will consummate our bond," he declared, now towering over me with a predatory gaze. His words left no room for negotiation. "Excuse me," I stammered, shifting away from him, but there was no use. I was in a square box with a very dangerous wolf. "I want you, Rivy." "Cole, I am not your mate." "You've been more of a mate to me than any other." He stepped closer to me. "The others?" I questioned, my gaze locked on him in disbelief. He turned his head away, as if recovering from a slap to the face, but when he looked back, his expression was calculated. "The stories I told you about my two brothers being mated and rejected, they weren't true. I have been rejected by 3 mates. You are my 4th, and you were the one who accepted me from the beginning," he confessed. I wanted to scream at him, to tell him I wasn't his, but the words were caught in my throat. Once again, I found myself mute. Silence hung heavy between us. I could not tell the passing of time before he spoke again. "It's better I tell you the truth now, considering we're sealing our bond. The story about my parents isn't true either. I am originally from the Verdenwatch pack. I killed my parents for birthing me as an Omega." He chuckled so darkly, his hand was resting over his chest, as if he was reminiscing on a fond memory. How had I not seen those clouded eyes before? I struggled to maintain a composed face. I felt truly disgusted that I had allowed this wolf to touch me. I was cast out of the pack for killing my parents. Werewolf law and its loopholes. They think wolves need to be in packs, but it's just a system used to trap your mind. Getting exiled from my pack felt like being cast into an abyss of freedom. "I've never felt better." Cole grinned, flashing his red stained teeth. "The Wolf King should really update that silly law." Cole squinted his eyes at me. He must have noticed my true disgust. "What have I done for you to ruin my path and burn my bridges, leaving me with nowhere to go?" I said, eyeing him up in disgust. "There's no path because you are home," he retorted, shifting towards me. He lifted me effortlessly, discarding the flimsy sheet that barely covered my body. Seating me on his lap, he leaned in close, his breath hot against my ear. "Where are you?" he whispered, his fingers pressing into my side. I was lost, completely lost. "Where are you?" he said, poking his finger into my wound. I yelped in pain, trying to escape his embrace, but his rock-like hands crushed me back into him. "Say you're home," he whispered, brushing his lips against my ear as his fingers pressed into my side. "I'm home," I whispered. "Louder," he said, pressing harder into my wound. "I'm home," I screamed, my eyes flashing an ominous green as my wolf came forth. Home," I trembled, holding back my tears. "Louder," he commanded, pressing harder into my wound. "I am home," I screamed, as my back arched and my eyes shot upwards, meeting the ceiling in a wild stare triggered by pain. Good girl. Chapter 26 for Well Sabrina, the Wolf King's POV. 96 hours ago, as Sabrina's brothers, Sawyer and Sate, carried her body through the forest, I found myself unable to tear my eyes from the ground beneath my feet. The Darkwater clan's traditions were unlike any other. While other packs shifted to scoop soil to bury their dead, the Darkwater clan's burial rites could only be described as raw. The ceremony was intimate, attended only by close family and friends. I tried to make my presence unknown. I stood in the back, hidden behind dark sunglasses and a plain black suit. I chose to keep my distance, allowing Sabrina's loved ones to mourn without the distraction of the Wolf King. We made our way over the wooden bridge spanning the turquoise creek. My heart clenched at the sight of Sabrina's lifeless form being gently lowered into the water. The forest seemed to hold its breath at the scene. A lump formed in my throat as the mournful wails of grief erupted. In that moment, as Sabrina's essence merged with the waters of the creek, I couldn't help but feel the weight of her lost soul upon my shoulders. She was truly gone. 72 hours ago, back in Luporia, Sawyer and Sate stood before the throne room. My father, Draven, and my mother, Sindra, and I faced them. The air was thick enough to suffocate, with their parents still lost in the grip of grief. Sawyer and Sate had stepped forward to confront me in their stead. Sawyer made sure to remind me of the reality of our loss. You may be the wolf king, but even you cannot escape our laws. Anyone who spills wolf blood must face exile or pay with their life, he declared. I felt the chill of his stare. His eyes were seeking justice. The pulsing vein on his forehead seemed to throb in sync with his heartbeat. Fate decided to add his piece. Even if she is your fated mate, there is vengeance to be paid, he added, slamming his fist against his hand. Their words struck a chord within me, stirring a fierce protectiveness over Hazel. I refused to let them dictate her fate. Sabby wouldn't have wanted this. You don't get to speak for her, they spoke in unison. I know I had no right. I know it was triggering, but I was no longer silencing the voice within me for other people's feelings. They wasted no time in reminding me that Sabby's death was my fault. Sawyer's tears rolled down his face, but his eyes remained burning for justice as he spoke. She is gone because of your mess. His voice cracked with emotion. It was a truth I didn't need to hear again. I knew this. Sabby would forever remain a bitter reminder of my own failures. You may be the Wolf King, but you don't get a free pass. Sawyer's voice rose an octave. Sabrina was announced your Regina, and yet, she lies deep in waters while her killer roams freely. A great tragedy has taken place, and Sabrina deserves justice. Vampire law states that a vampire's first kill cannot be treason, as they are usually not in control. I responded, buying myself some time as I mulled over my options. But she is not a vampire. She's hybrid, and she must abide by werewolf law. She's more wolf than vampire. Sawyer glared at me as he corrected me. I have done my research. My cheek twisted at the thought of Sawyer investigating Hazel. My mate is off limits, I growled. My voice rumbled. It would be his only warning. So name your price. Sawyer's eyes bore into mine, holding a silent challenge. I wanted to rip him apart, but the bond of blood held me back. He was Sabby's brother. I couldn't. As if sensing my thoughts, he slowly turned to Sate, exchanging whispered words. Their hushed conversation seemed to go on forever. I braced myself for whatever price they would demand. Sabrina deserved justice, but Hazel would not pay it. I was not a pawn to be moved at their whim. I was the Wolf King, and laws bent to my will, not the other way around. I would not be swayed by laws. The SS siblings turned to face us once more. Your mate, she is 23. It was more of a statement than an inquiry. I took a deep inhale. Did it not hear me the first time? Hazel would not be put to death, and she would not be exiled. We want her tied to a tree, 23 whip lashes with wolfbane on the tip so she does not heal quickly. This is the price. She must pay. Sate agreed, nodding his head. The image of his head on a stick flashed in my mind. It is a fair price. Sintra spoke for the first time. My cheek twisted her audacity. How dare she speak, suggesting such a barbaric punishment for my mate? But in that moment, something inside me shifted. I was done listening to anyone but me. I was the Wolf King, and I alone held the power to make the final decisions. Every single choice I had made, every compromise I had allowed, had led to this moment, but no more would I let others dictate my actions, manipulate my emotions, or sway my resolve. I squared my shoulders and met their gaze head on. I was the Wolf King, and from now on, my word would be law. Sabby had never consented to deceiving Hazel. She found the plan morally wrong, and her departure from the throne room spoke volumes. But my mother, always meddling, insisted she could sway Sabby's decision. I had been weak, lost in my desire to have Hazel marked and mated as soon as possible, even if it required hurting her, blinded by my need to remove his mark from her. I had allowed my mother to weave her magic, coercing Sabby into compliance. The plan, conceived in desperation, had gone horribly wrong. I was to publicly reject Hazel during my nail, igniting a chain reaction that would draw Cole back to Hazel. It was the quickest way in tracking Cole, but it required hurting my Regina. Her family, including my true Regina, couldn't be part of the planning. Her emotions had to be genuine. Powerful beings were at my natal, and powerful beings would see through any fake performance. The pain, the betrayal, it had to be real, so the message would be real. But the cost was to hide Sabby's pain, Sabby's life, Hazel's pain, Hazel's first kill. As the powerful beings gathered from my natal, I couldn't even bear to look at Hazel, to acknowledge the depth of the deception. I remained aloof, distant, hiding the raging pain within me. Only one creature knew of the plan, one I trusted, Valerian. He was tasked with distracting Hazel. He felt miserable. But Sabby was a strong wolf. She must have broken free of my mother's hex. She withdrew during the parade, sensing the darkness that surrounded us. And in that moment, everything fell apart. I didn't get a second chance to make things right by Sabby. Instead, I had shattered her relationship with her Regina, all for a scheme born out of desperation. I had tainted Hazel's perception of Sabby, using her as a pawn in a game she never signed up to play. I had acted unlike myself, blinded by my own folly, and now the consequences loomed large, casting a shadow over everything I held dear. I didn't have a second chance to make things right with Sabby. I needed to redeem myself with Hazel. "Welcome back, Wolfkin," my wolf addressed me for the first time since deceiving Hazel. My eyes darted from left to right, calculating the weight of my next move. "There is no way my Regina is going to endure such brutality," I declared. I my mother up, reminding her that she is to remain voiceless as I discussed politics. Seizing Sawyer and Sape by their collars, I reminded them of who they were speaking of. "The next time such thoughts even cross your minds, I will ensure the payment is returned in full." With a fierce growl, I released them, allowing them to tumble to the ground. But redemption always came with a price. Instead, I shall endure 500 lashes upon my back. "Given my advanced age, I'm sure you will get your fill," I stated stoically. Sate and Sawyer exchanged shocked glances. "It won't bring her back, but you can use a silver whip and a wolfsbane to the tip so I don't heal the same." My voice remained steady despite the shocked faces that stared at me. "Absurd," Sintra screamed. "He's not himself," she said, dismissing my statement with a flick of her hand. "You would be looked down upon," my father cautioned, but it did not disregard my offer. He knew protecting one's mate meant everything to a male wolf. "I will invite all who attended my natal." I looked at my father, who was now shaking his head in disbelief, but he never protested like my mother. He knew when my mind was set, it was unchangeable. Even the Wolf King must face the consequences of his actions. I want everyone to know that because of my error, a friend has passed. I do not take the killing of a wolf lightly, but Hazel will not bear a single scratch. We made sure the hallway was locked to ensure she didn't escape before she took the trace. But it will undo everything. Cole will hear of this, and Sabby's death will be in vain. My mother stood protesting. "Her death will never be in vain," I vowed. 48 hours ago, I stood bound to a thick, towering tree, stripped down to nothing but my pants. Every inch of my exposed right skin awaited punishment. Spectators assembled to bear witness to the gruesome spectacle about to unfold. The majority of the creatures who had gathered did so not out of duty, but out of morbid curiosity, eager to drink in the sight of the Wolf King brought low. My mother, Sintra, stood nearby. Her duty for the day was to refrain from speaking, instead focusing solely on suppressing my lichen abilities, ensuring that I would not heal too quickly from the onslaught to come. Approaching me, she handed me an elixir, her eyes glistening with tears. I could sense her distress. Swallowing the bitter, vile drink, designed to dampen my regenerative abilities, I prepared myself for what lay ahead. I grunted, sticking out my tongue in disgust as the bitter taste of the drink lingered on my tongue. My allies Valerian and Rocco, the only two I trusted enough to carry out such a grisly task, bound me tightly to the trees. Their hands lay steady on me, holding me in place in case my wolf attempted to go rampant. "I will only allow this because it protects my Regina," my wolf growled within me. Ramses began speaking. "We will begin the first test. Please step aside." Get on with it." Ramses forcefully inserted a crude mouthguard into my mouth, its purpose clear, to prevent me from biting my tongue to shreds. The first lash cracked across my back, and I barely grunted. They were going easy on me, testing the waters before unleashing their full fury. "Is that all you've got?" I snarled. Another lash followed, harder this time, but still insufficient to satisfy my craving for punishment. "Sabrina lies in water because of me. Give me all you've got," I roared, my claws elongated and dug into the tree trunk. Another blow followed by yet another, and another, until the rhythm of the lashes synchronized with the gasps of the onlookers. All I could hear were gasps, the sharp snap of the whip and the whooshing sound of each strike. Each lash tore into my flesh. I closed my eyes and thought of the happiest moment of my life, meeting her for the first time. My body was racked with pain as whip after whip tore into my back, the relentless assault driving me to the brink of collapse. But as my knees almost gave out, I thought of when I first knelt behind her and inhaled her scent. With each blow, they dipped the whip back into the bucket of wolfsbane provided, ensuring that the scars would linger long after the wounds had healed. I gritted my teeth against the torment, my muscles screaming in protest as they lashed into my back over and over again. As I lost count of the remaining lashes, I felt my strength begin to wane, my knees buckling beneath me, while the spectators gazed in shock at the brutal scene unfolding before them. How much more? I asked, unaware that I had been drooling. 443. Ramses replied, coughing. What? Another whip. 442 more. Come on, I growled. My sanity was unraveling. Let it be known to all who bear witness, I willingly endured the punishment for the death of Sabrina from the Darkwater clan. Let no one question my Regina's rightful place upon her return, or face the consequence of death. Now, finish what you've started, I growled. Another whip. The stain of blood hid my eyes, forcing me to flinch. The lashes continued to rain down upon me. My blood sprayed in all directions, until the air was thick with its metallic scent. 24 hours ago, I lay on my bed, covered in bandages that wouldn't fully seal, because each wound seemed to open every time I moved an inch. My back was hot with pain. Sate and Sawyer had satisfied their thirst for violence, leaving my blood staining the forest of Luporia for all eyes to witness. I cared little for the whispers that would surely spread, detailing how the sons of 𝒂𝒂𝒚 had whipped their wolf king. But I hadn't endured this torment, seeking pity or sympathy. I did it to shield her from harm. As I lay there, my back was slowly healing, but the scars would remain etched into my flesh as a reminder of my failures. Sabrina's death, Hazel's first kill, all my burden to bear, the weight of my failures closed in on me. Before I could drown further in my self-inflicted torment, a stirring within me pulled me out of my thoughts. Something is wrong with Hazel, my wolf warned me. She had been numb these past 4 days, but this feeling, she was stressed. My mother barged into my room, knocking the door into the wall. Cole is with Hazel, she's at her pack's territory. Perfect timing. My wolf growled in frustration, the pain in my back flaring as I attempted to rise. You can go. My father stepped into my room, guarding the door. You need to heal, and I can't accelerate the process since you made the damned agreement with the SS brothers. Crap, I grunted as I forced myself on my knees. You must heal me. Their words fell on deaf ears. I was going where Cole was. You've endured 500 lashes, and it will all be for naught if you don't recover fully. We cannot afford another debt to the SS brothers, my mother reminded me as she crossed the room to read for me. I can't track her for 3 more days. I wanted to tear this damn realm apart. You should be healed by then. Why was she still talking? I can't go, my father said, drawing our attention towards him. I considered my options carefully. If Cole had indeed sought out Hazel, it was likely that he remained oblivious to the punishment I had endured. My parents had witnessed their son endure 500 lashes on her behalf. I couldn't trust them to set aside their detest for Hazel right now and act as I would, risking their lives for her. Agreed. My wolf echoed my sentiment. A rare moment of unity between us. Tingles shot up my body. It felt good to be in sync with him again. There's no way anyone else is going but me. I felt my back rip as I attempted to stand, only to fall flat on my front. I must confront Cole. I will bring my Regina home. She would just need to wait a little longer. My wolf stirred within me. I had never felt this feeling before. A twisting knot in my stomach. I was frightened. She didn't understand the depths of evil contained inside of Cole. I couldn't bear the thought of him unleashing it on her. No one could fight this battle for me. She would never look at me the same if I did not come for her. Nature, please, heal me, I whispered, pleading with the very source that had given her to me. Chapter 27 Turntables. The Wolf King's POV. Time stretched like an eternity. Nature, it seemed, had bent to my silent supplications, for my once raw back now bore a blush of healing flesh, not fully mended, yet sturdy enough to get up and go get what nature had given me. I pushed myself upward, each movement a testament to the caution demanded by my battered back. My heart thumped loudly. I was impatient to get to her. Hazel's emotions were all over the place. They robbed me of rest until she must have slept from sheer exhaustion. But she was awake again, and so was I, and once again her emotions were everywhere. My mother has already informed me of her location at the Hex's lair. However, before I confront Cole, I must trace Hazel's steps to assess the extent of the power I will need to face. I made my way to the shower. Beneath the stinging cascade of the shower, pain reached my flesh, a reminder of my 500 lashes. I adjusted the flow. The pain was almost unbearable. I wasted no time dressing myself in gear before conjuring up images of the Sunfire's packed forest. The scent of decay and peat enveloped me as I opened my eyes. I was transported to the heart of the wilderness. The air was thick with the metallic taint of blood. Many lives were lost here. Rage consumed me. My Regina, my Atheling, torn from my grasp. Our sacred bond desecrated by a rogue's touch. Her pack, slaughtered in cold blood. Cole would pay the ultimate price for his transgressions. Rage caused my veins to pulse. I reached out through the mind link, summoning the Alpha to this hideous sight. His arrival was swift, and he wasted no time in bowing before me. Higher, he intoned, never lifting his head. My mate, Hazel, taken by Cole, I reaffirmed what I had already known. A flicker of disbelief crossed the Alpha's features, his gaze falling upon the tainted earth beneath us. She went willingly. Higher, he exclaimed, his voice squeaky, as if he was a child being scolded by his parent. Hazel wouldn't go willingly. Even if I hurt her, she wouldn't take him as her mate. I witnessed, I felt her pain, as she tore at her own flesh. Where is the pack? The words escaped my mouth through clenched teeth, though my concern for them was a mere flicker compared to the inferno raging within me for Hazel. My duties required me to care. The 𝑑𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕 pack has taken us in for the moment. And when were you going to report what happened here? I inquired. My messengers are currently en route to Luporia. I deemed it best to stay with the pack to ensure the safety of my pack in foreign lands. I nodded in appreciation of his decision to remain behind. And the 𝒂𝒑? The question pounded relentlessly in my mind since Alpha Hunter's arrival. Eyeing the withered trees and dry rivers, I knew only the 𝒂𝒑's death could lift this curse, nothing else. She was so powerful, Alpha Hunter muttered, frustration etching lines on his face as he recounted the events. What did she look like? I pressed. Her skin was pale silver, her body slender, her hair white and straight, eyes black. She wields control over the elements, he replied, bowing his head in respect, as if knowing that this would trigger me. As he spoke, a sinking feeling settled in the pit of my stomach. Go, I growled, dismissing him. His description mirrored the very woman I called mother. There was only one thing for me to do. Transporting back to Luporia, I found my parents in the gardens, enjoying tea. Such serenity, soon to be ruined. You're not supposed to be here. My mother had snapped in my direction. She was holding her tea whilst Draven held her other hand. I approached her slowly. One chance. She would get one chance. Tell me what you've done, I demanded, my voice barely a whisper. One chance to explain. Xavier, she began, but her time for explanation had passed. I seized her by the throat in a fury, watching as her knees buckled beneath her. My father attempted to intervene, but I was like a boulder, unmoving. Touch me again, and I will tear your mate apart, I snarled at him, threatening to take away the only thing he cared about. He raised his hands in surrender. If anything has happened to Hazel, I swear, mother, you will suffer in ways you cannot fathom, I declared. My voice dropped an octave, but the cutting growl still remained. I hurled her until she crashed onto a flower below. As she landed, the delicate blooms crumpled beneath her weight. My hand marks branded her neck. My father gave me a side eye, but before attempting to kill me, he questioned me. What has she done? Let me tell you a bedtime story, I began, locking eyes with him and gesturing to the empty chair beside him. Without hesitation, he settled into it. Sintra pushed herself up, flicking petals from her hair as she joined him. There once was a greedy fucking 𝒂𝒑 who seduced her sister's mate, usurping his allegiance in an abomination against nature itself. My eyes darted from Draven to Sintra as I sneered at the both of them. So egregious was this act that it stripped the Wolf King of his power, leaving him weakened. Luporia, a realm built upon the sweat and tears of Cassandra and Draven, with the aid of her sister Sintra, became the setting for Sintra's betrayal of her twin. The bitterness of my voice came through as my canines elongated. They bore a son to atone for their sins. Years later, Cassandra, driven mad by her own pain, launched an attack on Luporia. As a 20-year-old wolf, I found myself entangled in the crossfire. Reining her in, I sneered in Draven's direction before turning my gaze to Sintra. I left her for you. For both of you. She wasn't my responsibility. You were supposed to kill her, Sintra. That was your sin, Draven. You were supposed to rid us of it. I spat. I could feel my hairs prickle my skin. My wolf wanted to make an appearance, and I was so close to letting him tear them both apart. And now it's come back to haunt me, again and again. They both stared at me in disbelief as the penny dropped. Your sin, the cycle of your sin, I forbade it for all wolves. I witnessed Cassandra's agony as she gazed upon you. Draven, your betrayal drove her to madness, and your sin brought Cassandra to my doorstep, threatening my mate, my future. I thundered, causing cutlery to tremble as I placed my hands firmly on the table. pinning both of them with my gaze. Must I clean up everything for you? I shall banish you both from this land, you tainted with your wickedness. I endure the worst childhood imaginable, forced to master my wolf at such an early age because of your cursed blood, because of your enemies. I did not choose rage. I did not choose to be born to parents who defied the bond. The pain of years past etched into my features as I recalled my childhood. Get up, 𝒍𝒂𝒚. This time, you will clean up your own mess. I commanded, my tone final as I reefed her arm to stand.
The Wolf King is birthed, never chosen, 𝒍𝒂𝒚 declared as she rose to her feet, not daring to look into my eyes. Nature makes no mistakes, she proclaimed. I sighed deeply. I wasn't in the mood for her games. Speak up, woman. I shook her until words spilled forth. You've always been able to control yourself. You've always had perfect control. Haven't you noticed it yourself? She rubbed both her cheeks in a gesture of guilt. I'm not your birth mother, 𝒍𝒂𝒚 confessed, tears glistening in her eyes as she wiped them away. Though I love you as such, but Cassandra is your birth mother. I took that away from her too. She seemed to have no remorse for her sister as she spoke the words. She was unfit to take care of you. When Draven completed the rejection ritual, she had gone crazy, and nature had ensured I could not give birth to a child for the sins I had committed against my sister. I closed my eyes in disbelief. It all made sense now. Cassandra's vendetta against me, her desire for revenge during the War of the Arcane Cataclysm, was all because of her. Cole was just a pawn in Cassandra's twisted game. Did she want me to suffer, to feel the pain she had endured? But there was no time for pondering. My focus was on Hazel, on bringing her home. Why didn't you kill her, woman? I demanded, my hands clenched as I reached for her face. You take everything from her, but you can't kill her. I couldn't bear it. My father finally spoke up. Your mother could, but I couldn't bear to see her dead. So he punished her to eternity filled with pain. I glared at him, my impatience wearing thin. There was no time for this. Hazel needed me, and they would face punishment later. Open a portal to the entrance of the hag's lair, I commanded, birth mother or not. Cassandra had wreaked havoc in my life, entangled my mate with an evil rogue. She would pay, and I would bring Hazel home. Nothing else mattered but bringing Hazel home. 𝒍𝒂𝒚 began weaving her hands, conjuring a portal. Without hesitation, I pushed her through first, the bridge to Hazel coming into view. My resolve hardened as I prepared to follow, leading behind the chaos of my family to rescue the one who truly mattered me, Regina. Password, a voice demanded, halting her advance. Without hesitation, she swiftly dealt with him. My father shot me a piercing glare. She's a she-wolf, and you treat her like a male, he rebuked. His eyes scanned me with disrespect. As well as your mother, he added with a sneer. As he drew closer to me, I accepted his challenge, leaning into him as my chest rose. Our nose touched. Pick up your she-wolf from the floor, before I pin her to the lava and watch her sizzle. I smirked, punctuating the threat with a hollow laugh. He obeyed, hoisting her to her feet. As soon as I set foot on the bridge, it crumbled beneath me. Draven roared as he plummeted, but 𝒍𝒂𝒚 uttered incomprehensible words, causing him to levitate, just like us. With a gesture of her hands, she summoned a powerful wind to guide us toward the entrance. As we approached, I kicked down the door, revealing a cavernous chamber. Lava rocks rained from the ceiling, forcing us to dodge and weave to safety. My father shielded my mother, using his speed to evade the deadly rocks. Are we not welcome to the hag's lair? I challenged, grinning like a mad wolf. Leave or die. The walls seemed to scream back. Death to the Wolf King. The ominous words hung heavily as we ventured deeper into the labyrinthine hallways. Why has the trace weaver stopped working? I demanded, fixing my mother with a steely gaze. It tracks her location, but not the exact area, she explained, avoiding my eyes. Suddenly, snakes slithered out of the shadows, their hisses notifying us of their presence. Don't make eye contact, it's an illusion, 𝒍𝒂𝒚 cautioned. Once any of us made eye contact with the snakes, we would be stuck in the illusion, unaware of time itself. You fight like a bitch, Cassandra, I shouted into the darkness. Show yourself, or are you too cowardly? I challenged, my voice echoing through the chamber. As if in response to my taunt, witches materialized around us. I'll handle these, 𝒍𝒂𝒚 proclaimed, her legs crossing in a graceful motion as she began weaving intricate patterns with her hands. Go, she commanded. There wasn't a hint of worry in her eyes. We ran until we reached 3 diverging hallways, each stretched out in a triangular formation, offering multiple paths to explore. "Hazel, I'm here. Tell me where you are," I yelled desperately into the darkness. "Hazel. H-E-R-R-R-I." Her voice echoed through the mind-link, filling me with fear. This sensation was always eerie. It seemed to creep into my pores only now, only when I have something to lose. "Where are you?" I demanded, my heart pounding in my chest. "𝑧𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂, he is hurting me," she screamed. Without hesitation, I sprinted forward, the urgency of her cry driving me towards her. "We need to split up. You go right, and I will go left," I instructed Draven, directing him to take another direction, to seal off one of the hallways in case of another attack. "Sintra, once you're done here, head up top," I added, my mind already racing ahead. As I approached a door with a small window, I reached out to grab the handle. The searing heat burned my hand, but I persisted, my lichen heritage granting me rapid regeneration. Ignoring the pain, I turned the handle and pushed open the door. Suddenly, my mother's voice whispered in my ear, though she was nowhere near. Her words were cryptic, but I followed her guidance nonetheless. "I will disguise you as one of them. Once you go in, say there has been a breach at the main entrance. I can take care of the rest." Could I trust her? With a deep breath, I nodded, waiting for her to disguise me. As her whispered instructions faded, I gripped the handle and pushed open the door, ready to play my part. As I entered, I was met by witches, their eyes narrowed with suspicion. "There's been a breach at the main entrance," I shouted, hoping to divert their attention. Witches began to swarm towards the exit, allowing me to slip through the aisles, searching desperately for Hazel. "There's been a breach at the main entrance," I repeated with each step, my voice growing hoarse with worry. Finally, I spotted her in a cell, with him looming over her. My heart clenched at the sight of her bruised and vulnerable form. She was wearing nothing. I began, my voice catching in my throat. Now wasn't the time. I tore the bars apart, my rage building as I faced Cole. He turned to face me and flashed me the sickest smile. Hazel's bottom lip began to tremble as her eyes locked onto mine. I couldn't bear to see her this way, so I let him take over. My eyes turned gold. I was half man, half wolf at this point. "You touched her," I growled, my voice low and dangerous. "No," he snickered. "I 𝒂𝒂'd her, just the way you 𝒂𝒂'd Emma." I was so taken aback that my head jerked backward, as if I had just been slapped. Emma. He was too easy to find. Was this a trap? Trap or no trap, he would pay for his crimes. I lunged at him, driving him through the brick walls with a force that sent shockwaves through the room. His skull connected with the surface, and in an instant, he began to shift, morphing into half beast, half man. As he attempted to retaliate with a swift kick aimed at my snake, I pushed my hips backwards, dodging and striking him squarely across the cheek with a powerful punch. Yet, even as I momentarily withdrew my hand, he seized the opportunity to elbow me in the nose, the impact sending a jolt of pain shooting through me. We clashed fiercely in the confined space, the sound of our struggle echoing off the crumbling walls. "Get out, Hazel," I roared, but she remained rooted to the spot, her form trembling with fear. God, she seemed so fragile. What had he done to her? I pushed Cole into the brick wall, with all the strength I could muster, feeling the sharp sting of my own blood trickling down my back as the wall gave way. My sole objective was to keep him away from her, to ensure her safety. Hazel rose to her feet, her eyes fixated on the blood seeping from my wounds. With a gasp, she moved towards me, her tongue darting out to lick the blood. Her tongue in contact with my back felt like thousands of ants crawling on me until it didn't. Then it felt so good. I moaned inwardly, without opening my mouth. Now was not the time. What a sight. The happy couple reunites. Haven't we seen this scene before? Cole's mocking voice cut through the air, as he hurled a brick in Hazel's direction. I caught it and aimed it back at him. He dodged it with a lazy sidestep. "Get out of here, Hazel," I urged, pushing her backwards with a firm hand. Though she hesitated, she remained steadfast by my side, unwilling to leave me. Was this her wolf being clingy? Why was she unmoving? "I'm going to finish this," I declared. I was just playing with my food before demolishing it. I took a deep breath, preparing myself to shift into full wolf form. But before I could act, Cole's smirk widened. She let me mark her in wolf form. he taunted, his words a cruel twist. My heart skipped a beat, and I turned to Hazel, my gaze searching for answers. I did not, she screamed. He tricked me. My eyes snapped shut, a heavy exhale escaping me as the weight of the situation consumed me. In the realm of wolves, marking another in their true form was an indelible act, leaving an eternal imprint of their scent upon the fur. It was nature's solemn tribute to the wolf's first mate, an unbreakable bond that persisted even beyond death. The thought of Hazel forever, carrying the scent of that monster, made me drop to my knees, overwhelmed by a sense of hopelessness. "Xavier, please," she pleaded. She tried to lift me up, but my body was like stone. I felt utterly defeated, my strength drained as if sucked away by an unseen force. Even my wolf, typically stronger than I, seemed to mourn. He threw me onto his back by biting my neck during the attack on my pack. I didn't realize what he was doing. Hazel continued to plead with me. As Cole stalked forward, she retreated backwards, drawing herself further and further away from the cell. Cole seized his opportunity, lunging at me and trapping me in a headlock. The world spun around me, my vision blurred as I struggled against his grip. "Finish him," a voice thundered, and I knew without looking that Cassandra was watching, her eyes burning with malice. If Cassandra was here, did Draven and Sintra fail? It did not matter. The tables had turned, and I found myself at her mercy, my fate hanging in Cassandra's hands. Chapter 28 Damaged Goods. Cole had Xavier in a chokehold. Xavier, typically a force not to be messed with, found himself at the mercy of Cole's overpowering grasp. Despite his efforts to break free, Cole's hold seemed rigid. The dimly lit lights flickered, casting a dance of light and shadow. Watching them was like witnessing the natural order of power dynamics being questioned. "Xavier's been weakened because of you." My wolf's accusation vibrated my body. She was beyond upset. I instinctively covered my ears, though I knew it wouldn't drown out the searing truth of her words. "You let him bite me." I needed to right so many wrongs. I felt my body's heat rise as I watched Xavier refuse to 𝑑𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕. With clenched, gritted teeth and a determined glare, he fought back against the force bearing down on him. Suddenly, out of the walls themselves, Sintra, a figure cloaked in shadows, emerged like a nightmare come to life, and in that moment, I knew that I couldn't stand idle and watch. I turned to face her. She was less than a meter away, watching the spectacle amused, cheering Cole on, so unbothered by my presence. Maybe my vulnerable state had caused her to think I wasn't a threat. A beautiful mistake, but I needed to weigh my options. Xavier was struggling to defend himself. In that split second, torn between two enemies, I made a choice driven by instinct and necessity. He would have to forgive me later. I lunged into action, and before she could weave her dark magic, my fist connected with her cheek, sending her reeling. As she crumpled to the ground, I seized her hands, twisting them with a vengeance until the sickening sound of snapping fingers were heard. "You underestimate me," I snarled in her direction. Only rookie witches come so close to their opponents. Her screams only widened my smile. I pressed my foot down on her writhing form, ensuring she wouldn't dare to rise. Amidst our fight, Xavier's gaze bore into me. He gave me a quick smile, a silent acknowledgement of my strength. He was okay with me doing this to his mother. Out of nowhere, Cole made a move towards me, but Xavier intervened, gripping his ankles as he dragged Cole to the ground. "Hazel, my wolf, he won't come out. Find my father, Draven," he roared urgently, but there was no time. There was only one option. I hoped he would get the gist. I lifted my foot off of Sintra's stomach and ran towards the wall, propelling myself off of it and turning in Xavier's direction. Xavier threw Cole my way, and I made sure to give him a punishing kick to the face. In perfect synchronization, our bodies moved as one because we were one. With a lightning-fast exchange, Xavier and I swapped places, leaving Sintra pinned against the wall. He was the perfect opponent for her. If she dared to try to use her magic, he could counter with his own. "You picked the wrong mate to pick on, Cassandra," he smirked with confidence as he pressed his arm into her neck. She squirmed under him. At the mention of her name, my ears perked up. Cassandra. I had no time to think. I needed to drown out all my thoughts and face this fucker. My sole focus became revenge for me, for Xavier, for my pack, even for Sabby. With a sneer, I goaded Cole, urging him to face me. "Come and get me," I taunted. He rubbed his swollen cheek with his fist. "I already had you," Cole retorted with a sneer. showing off in front of the Wolf King, are we? His words caused my body to ripple in anger. I thought my wolf would emerge, but instead, a hiss escaped my lips, my eyes darkening to a crimson hue. He wasted no time in shifting to match my newfound speed. As we charged towards each other, Cole's wolf form blurred with fur and muscle, while my own hybrid nature surged, a lethal combination of my vampire's thirst for blood, mingled with my wolf's thirst for vengeance. We clashed with a thunderous impact, claws slashing and teeth clenching as we bit down on each other. Cole matched me blow for blow. He was an abomination. I could see that his eyes changed color. His ocean blue eyes, that I had fallen in love with, were changing color with each clash. These eyes did not belong to him. Who owned them? With venom coursing through me, I lunged forward, aiming to deliver a fatal blow. But Cole was cunning, his movement swift as he dodged my attack and retaliated with a savage swipe of his claws. Agony ripped through me as his talons tore into my flesh, leaving me reeling with pain. Gritting my teeth, I stumbled backward, leaving trails of my blood in front of me. Switch, Xavier's roar, commanded attention, but I knew swapping now would only lead to Xavier's defeat. This wolf was nowhere to be found, cowering in the shadows of his psyche. I wanted you alive, Cole's voice rang out. He marched toward me desperately as if I was ghost soon to disappear. I went to 𝒍𝒂𝒚 Academy to pay for your love. Yet every time you seemed to choose him, I thought you loved me, he growled, stomping his feet like a child. I did love him, but not anymore. I paid a price to have you. Cole's voice cracked as his tears began descending. He's paid nothing, he spat, pointing an accusatory finger at Xavier, who watched us with a calculating gaze. His arm remained pressed against Cassandra's neck. He's just been handed happiness, while I've had to fight tooth and nail for it. Cole, calm down. Cassandra's voice was cracking as Xavier pressed harder against her neck, stifling any further protests. 3 fucking mates. Nature gave me 3 rejections. Then I found someone willing to be my chosen, Fatima. Cole's words poured forth in a torrent of pain. I wrote letters to the so-called Wolf King, knowing it was against the law to take a chosen mate. We even tracked to Luporia. But you know what he did? He 𝒂𝒏 me every night we stayed in Luporia. You were supposed to be used, really. But I love you so much. He cried in his palms, no longer looking at me. My heart weighed heavy with conflicting emotions. He wiped his tears with his hands. I convinced Cassie, who wanted you dead, to let you remain alive. He said it as though I should have been thanking him. Name one selfless thing the Wolf King has done for you. Nothing. Cole screamed in pain. Caught up in his rant, Cole seemed to forget we were fighting. As he reached me, he latched his hands on the side of my arms. Is this the end or the beginning? He questioned, his voice trembling with uncertainty as his eyes reverted to their ocean blue hue. He sounded so fearful. In that moment, I could see his wounded soul. He was so consumed by hunger for love that it had driven him to madness. But I had no time for pity. This was my chance, nature's call. Summoning every ounce of strength within me, I unleashed a final, devastating blow that sent Cole crashing to the ground. His wide-eyed gaze met mine. He looked at me as if I had committed the gravest crime. I hit him when he was down. As I stood over him, bloodied and battered, there was one thing that remained. I was unbowed. Victory was mine, but it came at a high price. Gasping for breath, I surveyed the aftermath, knowing that Xavier, too, deserved this victory as much as I did. Come, my voice was a low growl that surprised me. Had I just demanded Xavier to come? Xavier released Cassandra, who darted away in a desperate bid for escape, only to be halted in her tracks by Sintra and Draven. They had finally joined us. The pieces began falling into place for me, but there was still one final task remaining on my agenda. How shall we end him? I asked, as I lifted my gaze to Xavier. Xavier's eyes lit up with a feral excitement as he considered the options. I prefer a slow kill. I opt for a quick end, I countered. A compromise, he proposed, his voice a low rumble of satisfaction. With a nod of agreement, Xavier hoisted Cole to his feet, presenting him to me like a sacrificial offering. I closed my eyes as I did it. I tore into his chest, each marking a testament to my rage and grief. I didn't stop until my hands were stained with blood. Only when the scent of Xavier's blood mingled with the metallic taint of death did I stop. And when I finally withdrew, Cole lay before us, his chest torn open, a gaping wound that mirrored the void he had caused me. Sorry, I murmured, a flush of embarrassment creeping over me, as I struggled to contain the urge to wipe away the snot threatening to drip from my nose. Before I could even register the mortification of the moment, 𝒖𝒅 squeezed me in a bear hug, his body pressing against mine with an intensity that left me breathless. "I need you," he whispered. His words hit my core, but as his hands cupped my hair and he pulled me closer, he inhaled deeply, as if trying to imprint my scent upon his very soul. His scent was no longer a familiar comfort, but an oppressive weight pressing down upon me. A lot had changed between us. Sweat coated my skin, mingled with his lingering scent, left me feeling clammy and uncomfortable. Despite my efforts to push him away, he continued to inhale me with an almost frenzied desperation, his nose trailing over every inch of my body until it landed on my lower stomach. He pressed his nose into my lower pouch and stayed there. A sense of dread washed over me. Not here, not with these stained hands, not with his wolf gone. His eyes, once a comforting swirl of gold, were now soulless. As I reached for the mark that once separated us, I found only smooth skin. The absence of Cole's bond left me feeling exposed and vulnerable. "It's okay. He'll come out and mark you," 𝒖𝒅 reassured me, his words a feeble attempt to soothe my mounting panic. With a snap of his fingers, his mother appeared, tossing him a robe that he draped around me. The sight of her robe wrapped around me sent a wave of heat flooding over my cheeks. 𝒖𝒅's demeanor remained unchanged. I spoke one word. "Maiden." He lazily lifted his eyes from me and clenched his fist as though he had another mission. He strode purposefully toward Cassandra, leaning in close. He whispered with chilling precision, "You're no mother. You're no son." She shot back, but 𝒖𝒅's smirk only widened. A hint of amusement danced in his eyes as he remarked, "I sense a hint of déjà vu here." With a thunderous roar, 𝒖𝒅 commanded, "Finish her." And in an instant, 𝒍𝒂𝒚 acted, his claws slicing through the air with deadly precision, severing Cassandra's life with a single blow. Cintra wasted no time in weaving a portal with her trembled hands. I could see it from her eyes, her hands, her very demeanor that she had depleted her power reserves excessively. "Regina, shall we go home?" 𝒖𝒅 turned to me, his eyes gleaming with a wicked glint as he flashed a rare, dazzling smile, revealing a set of pearly white teeth that rarely saw the light of day. "Yes," I replied, my steps hesitant as I approached my mate. Could we mend our hearts? Could we find peace in each other's arms and forgive the pain we had inflicted upon one another? The ache in my chest begged for his touch, for the wild passion of our wolves to make love in a frenzy. Yet beneath the mate bond, anxiety clawed at me, leaving me questioning what lay ahead for 𝒖𝒅 and me. Had we done too much damage for us to love each other the way mates should? We couldn't 𝒂𝒏 the pain away, could we? Chapter 29. 𝐎𝒐 returning to Luporia. I had anticipated a fairy tale, a rekindling of the magic that once consumed me when I walked the hallways. Instead, I found myself grieving, driving me to retreat from this world, to build walls of isolation around my fractured heart. Hidden in my room, all I had was time. It stretched endlessly before me. I didn't know what day it was anymore or how many days had passed. I felt so disconnected from 𝒖𝒅. I struggled with my identity. I was a hybrid, but I craved to know the truth of my lineage. For answers to questions. Why did she never visit? Was I so forgettable? The remaining parts of my bond with Cole haunted me. He left me grief, though his death brought a twisted sense of satisfaction. Another emotion lurked beneath the surface, one that I had ignored in the moment but now intensified. It felt as though a hand had thrust through my chest, repeatedly clenching my heart. 𝒖𝒅 wanted to help me, but I'd pushed him away. It wasn't his responsibility to mend the broken pieces of my soul. Before I could allow him to see me again, I needed to be worthy of the crown. I was anything but that. Curled into a ball, I let the tears fall. I wanted to be better for 𝒖𝒅. A better person. Closing my eyes was a bad idea. I was haunted by memories of Cole's piercing blue eyes. In his final moments, I finally understood him. He was a wolf who never felt love. Love is so powerful that it can drive one to madness in its absence. But it wasn't only him who haunted me. I couldn't shake the image of Sabrina, her lifeless body etched into my mind, as I stormed away from her without a care in the world. How could I be so cold, so detached, as a she-wolf? I was meant to embrace the full spectrum of emotion. Yet my vampire side brought out a numbness that threatened to swallow me. I drew in a deep breath, holding it in, praying that my wolf could divert its attention from the relentless tug of pain. Upon returning to Luporia, Xavier, Sintra, and Draven held a meeting, offering explanations for the unfolding events, yet I received no closure. Their words fell short. Only Cole could provide the answers I needed. But I killed him, just as quickly as I had taken Sabby's life. Without thinking, my conscience never allowed me to rest. As tears once again cascaded down my cheeks, Xavier gentle knocked on my door. I knew it was him because it was always him. "Can I come in?" he pleaded. I remained silent and waited until I could hear his retreating footsteps. Then I let out the cry. We were supposed to find happiness in Cole's absence, but we weren't. Why couldn't I open myself to Xavier? It felt like I was hiding from him, keeping a part of myself locked away. Grieving for Cole in Xavier's presence felt wrong, but my heart had been tethered to Cole for 3 long years. It wasn't just about the bond, it was about genuine feelings, the kind that drove me to write a letter to him every day during Sigma training. That wasn't just the bond, that was commitment. I had pledged myself to him, body and soul. Everything between Xavier and me had been fueled by the bond, desire, passion. I wanted more than that. Cole. What had driven him to endure such torment at Sigma training, if I was merely a pawn in his game to reach Xavier? Why had he delayed his plans and suffered for 3 long years? I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something we had missed. I pleaded with nature, begging it to grant me answers. Regret. I regretted taking Cole's life. This feeling was unfamiliar, born out of the knowledge that it was the only way to save Xavier and myself. Despite his damnation, despite his actions, despite what I had been told, I couldn't see Cole the way Xavier did as the king of the rogues, capable of unspeakable atrocities. How could the same wolf who bowed his head at my presence be capable of such horrors? The same wolf who shared laughter and stories with my pack, who affectionately called me Rivy, who got high with me in the dodgy tavern, the same wolf who professed his love for me. It didn't make sense. As dawn broke, I stirred from my sleep. The rustle of curtains and the faint patter of footsteps awoke me. "Good morning, Regina," a servant greeted me. Her eyes avoided mine. Ah yes, Regina's name that followed me around now, a title not earned but given, signifying royalty. "The king has asked me to give you this," she continued, handing me a letter sealed with the Wolf King's insignia. My heart quickened. Have I built a wall between us so high that he no longer wants to come by my door? I ripped open the envelope. "My dearest Regina, every morning, as I wake into the dawn's light, I am met with the weight of your suffering, a burden that weighs heavy upon my heart. To feel your pain, to see the tears you shed in silence, my soul can't take it any more. As your mate, I long to be the peace you seek, to hold you close and chase away the shadows that haunt your dreams. You may not realize it, but I feel your pain as if it were my own. Every tear you shed is a dagger to my heart, a reminder of my own inadequacy in easing your suffering. It pains me to know that you bear your burdens alone, that you carry the weight of the world upon your shoulders, while I stand idly by. My Hazel, don't you know it diminishes me as a wolf to see my mate so unhappy, to witness the light in your eyes dimmed by the darkness that consumes you? I need to see you smile again, to hear the laughter that once echoed through these halls. Please, my queen, allow me entry into your heart. Let me share in your joys and your sorrows, your triumphs and your trials. I want to embrace every facet of you, the beauty and the scars alike, and to show you that you are not alone. Let me care for you. Let me take care of you. Let me in. Forever yours, Xavier." "Let him in," my wolf urged. My wolf needed him. My heart ached for him. Every part of my body cried out for him. "Xavier," I cried out, the sound echoing through the halls, causing the servants to jump. In an instant, he appeared at the doorframe, his hands gripping it tightly, ready to spring into action at my command. "I'm I stammered. Before I knew it, he was by my side. "Out," he whispered to the servants, who hurriedly exited, one closing the door gently behind them. Xavier gently took hold of the back of my head, drawing me into the safety of his embrace. I half expected him to offer words of reassurance, but instead, he simply held me. It was everything I needed without realizing it. Minutes passed, and gradually, the aching pain in my heart began to subside. Had he taken it away? "Did you take it away?" I gasped. "I'd never take away something you need to feel," he replied softly. "Your wolf is just so happy to see me that the feeling is more intense than any other. Can't you see it yourself, Hazel?" he questioned gently, pointing at my hands with his eyes. "You're shaking." I lifted my head from his shoulder, noticing the trembling in my hands. and the quivering of my body reflected in the mirror before us. "I'm shaking," I breathed out. The realization hit me like a wave. "I'm here," he murmured, lifting me effortlessly from the bed and into his arms. Instinctively, I wrapped my legs around him, clinging to him as he cradled me. He carried me out of the room. His warmth passed through me. I listened to the murmured greetings of good morning, Regina, but kept my eyes closed. "When was the last time you showered?" he whispered into my neck. His warm breath caught me off guard. He wasted no time and pressed his lips gently against my skin. I don't," I faltered, unable to recall, but unwilling to admit such a thing to Xavier. I decided not to finish. He walked past his room, surprising me. Instead, he led me down the stairs, past the main entrance, and onward until we reached the lake. He had to gently peel me from his body. As my feet touched the ground, I gazed up at him innocently. He wore a playful smirk, before kneeling down and delicately pulling down my shorts. His eyes remained fixed on the ground, but I could feel the heat of his breath as he struggled to maintain control. I lifted my feet out of my shorts, and as I did, he shot up, pulling my t-shirt upward. I lifted my hands, waiting for him to pull it over my head. Instead, he allowed it to hang over me for a moment. Was he staring at my chest? I felt his hand on my chest as he gave me a light push into the lake. I tumbled into the water, the splash fleeting. For a brief moment, I thought of Cole, of the time he had pushed me into the river to rid me of my mate's scent. The memory soured my mood, but when I caught sight of Xavier, I forgot what I had been mad about. He looked so good. The sun bathed him in light, illuminating his smooth form. I hadn't even noticed him undressing. Lost in thought, I had missed the moment entirely. But now, as I eyed him from head to toe, I couldn't help but admire his physique. His shoulders were broad and muscular, his veins subtly visible even without flexing. His chest was smooth and defined, leading down to a sculpted six-pack and powerful thighs. And then there was the undeniable presence between his legs, large and long, pointing in my direction. I tried to focus on anything but it. "It'll only come in if you want." His husky voice sent shivers down my spine. My wolf stirred within me, agitated by the separation. She had been patient, allowing me time alone, but now, she wouldn't allow it. It wasn't just her who desired his company, I did too. I nodded, hoping he would understand my silent invitation. "You don't want me to come in," he joked around as he backed away from me. I shook my head, feeling like a schoolgirl in his presence. He chuckled. The sound of his laugh sent a vibration to my core. "Come in," I blurted out. His laughter faded, replaced by an intense gaze as he approached me. I squeezed my legs together to prevent myself from leaking too soon, even though I knew he didn't like when I did that. When he reached me, he gently dipped my head into the water, until I was fully submerged before pulling me back up. I coughed, my breath hitching as I met his intense stare. His dark eyes bored into mine. All I could think about was his lips on mine, the heat of his mouth against mine. But instead of indulging my desire, he surprised me by beginning to cleanse me. His touch was gentle yet punishing, teasingly close yet maddeningly distant. He poured water over my shoulders, tracing patterns across my skin, his hands igniting sparks of desire wherever they touched. My body ached for his touch, craving the sensation of his hands on me, but he held back, teasing me with his proximity. He was so near yet so far away. My breath caught in my throat as his hand trailed down to my stomach. Oh, how I wanted him to fulfill the desire within me, to create a pool out of my core with his long fingers delving deep within, to play with me, but he held back, until I was trembling, until I was weak-kneed. He held me so close that my chest pressed against his stomach. I looked up at him with pleading eyes, silently begging for him to fulfill my every need. "Hungry." His voice was a low growl. He brushed against my hair. I nodded eagerly, craving more. With a sudden movement, he spun me around so fast that I barely registered it, until I felt the pressure of his rigid snake against my backside. His hand moved to pour water over my hair. His touch sent shivers down my spine as he massaged the liquid into my scalp. My head fell back instinctively. I gasped, not just because of the pleasurable sensation of his hands in my hair, but also because of the throb of his snake against my butt cheeks. "Head forward," he commanded, his voice, husky as ever, as he whispers in my ear. "You have uncanny eyes, and I can't resist them." Immediate butterflies flew across my stomach. I wanted to defy him, to demand that he take me then and there, but the words barely come out. Please, 𝒖𝒅𝒊, I whimpered, unable to wait any longer. He sighed, shaking his head. I don't break promises, he whispered, his voice is thick with desire. It does something within me. You need to fill my cup with your juices before I ever touch you. He growls. It's raw, it's primal, it's wolf-like, it's everything. I knew then that I would do anything to satisfy his wolf's desires. Anything. I turned to face him, but black eyes stare back. His wolf had not come out to play. His eyes were devoid of any hint of his wolf, and I couldn't help but feel disappointment. Where was the primal intensity I craved? Where was his desire, his need for me? Where was his bloody wolf? Before he could speak, I cut in sharply, my voice laced with anger. Who's Emma? It was met with his famous signature move, dragging a hand down his face. Who is she? I repeated. My anger wasn't even directed at Emma, but at the absence of his wolf, the absence of his desire for me. Some girl, he replied curtly, leaning in closer to me. Some girl, I scoffed, rolling my eyes. Damn it, Hazel, I don't want to talk about Emma right now, he snapped, his frustration matching my own. Well, I do, I retorted, crossing my arms. I began to sink into the water, but he held me firmly, refusing to let me go. Get off me, I growled, but his grip only tightened around me. His hand cupped my core like a punishment. I bit my lip to stifle a moan, but it escaped as a whimper. My body responded instinctively to his touch. His lips pressed against my forehead in a tender kiss. As his hand began to massage the outer layer of my core, my senses spiraled out of control. I struggled to hold back my moans, but the pleasure was too intense to resist. My eyes rolled back in ecstasy, my breath coming in ragged gasps. He's trying to distract us, my wolf warned, but her words fell on deaf ears as pleasure overwhelmed me. With a helpless cry, I leaned into his hand, hoping his fingers would just go in. Suddenly, he released me, and I plunged into the water with a splash. Before I could react, he pulled me back to him. His mouth crashed against mine. I moaned into his mouth and he sucked on my tongue until it was swollen. When he finally stopped sucking, I was panting heavily. I felt my desire building, my juices flowing into the water. I could see no hint of his wolf in his eyes. It was an insult to the crimson eyes that looked his way. We're going to the realm of the mortals, he said. On a Mediterranean cruise. Tomorrow. Pack lightly. I'll buy you clothes there, so pack lightly. But who's Emma? I pressed, frustration bubbling to the surface once again. Why weren't his eyes fucking golden? There was a deadly silence. A girl 𝑖𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒆, he replied bitterly, his hands clenching into fists at his sides. Coal brings me nothing but misery, even in death, he cursed. Why did you sleep with her if she was coal's? I demanded, taking a step towards him. What did Cole mean when he said he had you? He growled. He was raging. He closed the distance between us once more. I'm not telling you shit until you tell me. The tension between 𝒖𝒊𝒊 and me had been like this all week, driving us to spend most of our time apart. Every interaction seemed to spark a new argument, dredging up painful memories from the past. I'll tell you anything, but you have to go first, Hazel, he demanded. I could hear the frustration in his voice as he said the words. He was using his "in at this again" voice. But why won't you tell me about the lashes on your back? I countered. He was also hiding things. Half-a-lane. What did I tell you? He snapped, lifting me by the shoulders to meet his gaze. I'll tell you anything but that, he growled, dropping me back to the ground with a thud. What happened to I'll tell you anything but I need to go first? I prodded, poking at his chest. I said anything but that, he repeated firmly. I can command it out of you. What Cole meant, he threatened. My hands were on my hips as I stared him down. He wouldn't, would he? Your wolf hasn't shown himself. I tried to keep my cool. You want me to try it? He challenged, stepping towards me. I don't want to mate with someone who subjects me to commands. I shot back, refusing to back down. He dragged his hand down his face, again. As he turned to leave, he delivered his final words with a cold edge. Mediterranean cruise, tomorrow, pack light, he spat before storming off. I couldn't help but watch him go, my gaze lingering on his tight, tan bum as he disappeared from view. His absence left a void, and the dark thoughts crept back in. Why does she not visit me? I am a killer, prone to becoming rogue. Impure blood. I hated it. I hated it when 𝒖𝒊𝒊 left me. Chapter 30 Toxic but Mine. As we stepped into the human world through Sintra's portal, Harbor View Heights greeted us, with its hallway stretching before us like a lattice catwalk. The five-star hotel was owned by Alpha that lived in the realm of the mortals. Despite my best efforts, I couldn't resist the small smile that tugged at my lips at the sight of the place. I made sure to avoid Sintra's gaze as she said her farewell. I didn't know how to feel about her. I found myself unable to hate her or Draven, despite everything, but I found it harder to love them. As Xavier walked down the corridor with our bags, I watched his broad frame. Even from behind, he was wickedly handsome. He turned to face me with a slight smirk on his face but kept walking. Inwardly, I cursed at myself. The lack of privacy the bond brought was so bothersome. "I'm going to get the key card," he announced, his tone strained as if he had something caught in his throat. "Stay put." He wiggled his nose before disappearing. As I waited, a couple passed by, bowing respectfully in my direction. "Hello, Regina," they greeted. As they continued to bow, awaiting some response from me, I pulled myself together. "Good morning," I replied, mustering my best smile. Good morning," the woman giggled. Her partner nudged her forward. "Enjoy your stay," she added with an infectious wave and bright smile. Intrigued by her, I sniffed the air to capture her scent. Suddenly, her whispered words pierced through my senses. "This could be the place where our king and queen make an heir, and we are the first to witness it," she exclaimed excitedly. Her words sent my heart racing. It wasn't that I didn't desire children. I did, but I hoped. Xavier saw me as more than just a vessel for producing heirs. Lost in my thoughts, I'd barely noticed Xavier's return until his voice broke through my thoughts, his proximity catching me off guard. "You seemed lost in thought." He bent his body forward so he could reach my eye level. "What troubles you, Hazel?" Every time he uttered my name, my wolf stirred within me, doing backflips in my stomach, and when he called me halfling, it turned me on. The way he said it, low and with a growl, made me needy. "Hazel," he repeated, his voice a gentle whisper. I pressed my head against the door, trying to create some distance between us, but he closed the gap, his forehead meeting mine before he tapped the door with the key card and opened it. The force sent me flying backward, and I landed hard on my bum. "Damn him. You hide everything," he said, strolling toward me with his hands casually in his pockets, as if he hadn't just sent me crashing to the floor. "So do you," I snapped, pulling myself up from the ground and brushing imaginary dirt from my skirt for dramatic effect. "Not this again." Xavier threw his hands in the air. "Don't bring it here, Hazel." "Bring what here, Xavier? You can change the place, but nothing has changed between us. You don't talk to me? How can I open up to you if you don't talk to me?" All I wanted was for him to talk to me and I would pour into him. He just needed to go first, so I could trust him again. He shook his head as if I had uttered the most absurd thing. A long sigh escaped him, and he looked defeated. "Already. How about shopping?" He walked towards me, pulling me towards him. With effortless strength, he lifted me from the floor, his arms circling my waist. Our eyes landed on each other. "No budget, no limit," he purred. His smirk was felt between my legs. "You can have whatever your heart desires, and you don't even have to get on your knees for it," he added, his breath hot against my ear. As he pulled back to look into my eyes, I made sure mine were shut tight. "Hazel," he growled. He was warning me, but I didn't care. "Why yeah, shopping, yeah," I stammered, nodding aggressively and keeping my eyes tightly shut. I knew they were red, and burning with desire. If his golden eyes wouldn't reveal his emotions, then I would make sure mine remained hidden from him. Shopping with Xavier is like an adventure in hell. Every girl with a pair of eyes stares. Mortals are so messed up, even in the presence of their mates, they couldn't resist staring. As we strolled through the bustling streets of Cali, I instinctively took Xavier's hand, but the ogling stares just intensified. They looked at me then at him, and it's like I could hear their thoughts. How did I get so lucky? Well, he was the lucky one. "He's mine," echoed my inner wolf with each lingering glance. I shook my head in frustration. I really needed the staring to stop. Sensing my agitation, Xavier halted, forcing me to face him. "What?" I snapped. "Come down, Hazel," he soothed, pulling me close. I inhaled his scent. I noticed my claws withdrawing involuntarily. "Humans are curious creatures," he whispered. "They stare, even when they have their own mates." But there's only one scent that sets my senses on fire, he continued. Say mine, pleaded my inner wolf. Yours, he affirmed. Yours is the only scent I crave for eternity. And today, it smells even more intoxicating than usual. He pressed me further into his chest. Lost in his scent, I pressed myself against him, burying my face in his scent, but reality crashed down as he gently pushed me away. Not here, he urged, his voice strained with restraint. Shame flooded me as I lowered my gaze, but 𝒖𝒅 lifted my chin, his eyes meeting mine with understanding. Don't be ashamed, mortals won't understand our passion, he reassured, leading me forward. Finally the mall came into view, entering the sprawling Sunset Plaza Mall. I was dazzled by the amount of shops and stalls. My eyes darted around, taking in everything around us. It was so busy. I hadn't come to the mortal realm often, but it did intrigue me. Would you like your makeup done? A petite Asian woman smiled at me. It's free, and if you like any of the products, you can buy them. I glanced at 𝒖𝒅 for approval. He crossed his arms. Go, he commanded, his gaze fixed on me as the lady led me to a seat. What would you like? She asked. To look pretty. You're already pretty, the prettiest girl in the room, a voice growled. I couldn't help but smile, just a little. The makeup artist giggled and nodded. Then I remembered, do your best, but don't cover up my freckles. I couldn't see his reaction, but I could feel a bubbling excitement in my stomach. He was pleased that I remembered what he liked. After my makeup was done, 𝒖𝒅 insisted on buying all the products for me. Then he guided me to get my hair done before we ventured into the shops. Sephora apparel was my favorite, and there was 𝒖𝒅, sprawled on a rounded beanbag couch like a giant. Every time I caught sight of him, I couldn't hold back my laughter. It was like watching a wolf, trying to blend in with a flock of sheep. It just didn't work, and it was hilariously obvious. Emerging in an orange-ribbed bodycon dress, I awaited his reaction, but he remained stoic. What do you think? I inquired. I think it's tight, he remarked, his eyes lingering on my hips. It's meant to be tight, I retorted, rolling my eyes. He was so old-fashioned, I momentarily forgot I was with a 500-year-old wolf, who probably didn't understand modern fashion trends. Turn, he instructed, putting his hands behind his head and flexing his biceps. I turned to give him a side view. Definitely a no, he growled. He's so toxic, I overheard a mortal say, eyeing 𝒖𝒅 up and down. I saw a flush on her cheeks as he stared at her for a split second. Toxic, but mine. Next, he growled. I like this one, so I'm getting it, I announced, strutting my hips like the mortals do. It earned a low growl from him, but I didn't care. I wasn't one to let a man dress me. At the end of the day, victory was mine, because of one small thing. He lived to please me. I walked out in my orange-ribbed bodycon dress, as 𝒖𝒅 carried my bags like some personal assistant. What's next? I inquired, turning to him as we ascended the escalator. Bending you over and taking you on this escalator, he said roughly. Heads turned, reactions ranging from laughter to horror to utter shock. I began. I know what you mean, he growled. We're going back to the hotel, he said. His eyes remained on my backside. She doesn't have to if she doesn't want to, a voice piped up from behind. It's giving rapey vibes. You have your rights, girl. Don't go if you don't want to. Yet another chimed in, adding a sassy throat-slitting gesture. What the? These humans couldn't sense 𝒖𝒅's power, could they? They shouldn't even dare to speak to him, let alone disrespect him. Suppressing a laugh by sucking in my bottom lip, I turned away from him so he couldn't see my face. Mortals were funny beings. They spoke their minds as they pleased. I could see myself fitting in here. As soon as we reached the top of the escalator, he grabbed my hand, dragging me along. He had been dragging me along all day. Don't let him treat you like a sex doll, the girls shouted. I glanced at them. They looked young, probably 17. Steel pups they were, but their advice struck a chord with me. I'd like to eat, I asserted, pressing my feet firmly to the ground. I'd like to not be dragged around like a dog on a leash, I added, pulling my hand out of his grasp. Hazel, he sighed, jerking his head to the side as if he was disappointed in me. I've already made reservations back at the hotel, he said, gesturing for me to take his hand again. Mortals don't understand us. Come, he urged, reaching out his hand. As I hesitated, he surprised me with unexpected words. I wasn't even planning on touching you tonight, he confessed. I want us to sort out all our crap over a nice dinner, he continued. The dress, it just did something to me. Those words slipped out, but I promise, I won't touch you tonight. I nodded and took his hand again, feeling an unusual heat wrap around my body. Exiting the shopping mall, we were greeted by a private driver, who opened the car door for us. I got in first, Xavier second. Xavier's hand remained on my thigh throughout the journey. His legs ticked like a bomb. What was he thinking? Could I ask? Would he tell me? Would it lead to another tiff or taff? I felt my body heating up from his touch, but this time, it wasn't just a sensation in my core. My entire body tingled from the gentle pressure of his hand on my thigh. I opened the window and stuck my head out, disregarding the fact that I had just had my hair done. I felt warmer than usual. It's warm, isn't it? I fanned myself. Suddenly I was parched and in need of a drink of water. He grunted, coughing out the air in his lungs. He squinted his eyes at me for a second as if analyzing me. What was wrong with him? Was he getting sick? He had been coughing all day around me. Finally, we arrived at the hotel, which seemed to be buzzing with guests. Shit, Xavier cursed as he got out and walked around the car to open my door. Looks like the place is filling up because we're here, he remarked wryly. Couldn't you have told them not to do that? I muttered, frustrated. This was the opposite of what I needed right now. Hazel, you are Regina now. We can't hide our whereabouts, he reminded me. All it takes is one wolf to recognize you, and then you have a posse. I've learned not to hide, and you will too, he added. He walked towards the entrance, this time not holding my hand. It felt like a test. You're his queen. Walk beside him, not behind him, my wolf urged. I quickened my pace until I reached his side. He gave a curt smile without looking at me, and then we walked towards the entrance as if there was a red carpet before us. Everyone stared at us, whispers starting to spread. I tried to listen, but before I could, Xavier tugged at my wrist, signaling me to stop, and so I did. Welcome back, the doorman greeted. Let us take your bags, they offered. I'll hold my Regina's bags. Xavier strode past them. I offered a quick smile even though my eyes were on the floor. Xavier quickened his steps, giving a quick nod to reception before leading us back to our room. Wear something nice, he winked, dropping the bags on the bed and leaving the room to me. Where was he going? I stood still, pondering. Wasn't I already wearing something nice? I wasn't used to changing so much in one day, but then again, I had to beg my dad for a new dress, and now I had quite a few. I decided to freshen up, focusing on my armpits and even though I knew we wouldn't be having sex. I settled on a pink draped backless spaghetti dress, sloughing my curls once again. A knock came from the door as soon as I was done. Come in, I called out. Xavier entered, looking dashing in a fitted black tux, his muscular body perfectly showcased in a suit. It must have been tailor-made for him. His raven hair was slicked back, his sandy skin glowing, and his dark, red lips formed a smirk as he laid his eyes on me. He looked edible. But then he coughed. He coughed repeatedly, and for a second, only a second, I saw the gold swirls in his eyes. What? I screeched. Your scent. It's so potent right now, he said as if it was suffocating him. I thought you like. I do. It's making it harder. Harder, I questioned. To not mate. Is fucking all you think about? I said, walking past him with fisted hands. It was all he thought about. It's more than fucking. When I fuck you, he growled as he placed his hand on my back. It felt like he scorched my back. I screamed and turned to face him. Shit, Xavier breathed out, his eyes widening with sudden realization. We both knew exactly what was happening. No, I protested, shaking my head. It was a no from me. Fouquet the bond. We were going to spend today working it out. Tomorrow we could mate depending on how the conversation went. Today we needed to talk. But I could feel it coursing through me, the relentless pull of my body secretly spinning to the heat, the undeniable urge to give in. Our bodies were forcing the bond upon us, driving us towards each other. No fucking way am I letting everyone smell you right now, Xavier growled, his voice dripping with possessiveness and urgency. He switched places with me in seconds. In, he commanded, his hand pushing me forcefully into the room. Xavier, I'm hungry, I pleaded desperately. I was anything but that. My voice gave away my need. I was trying to distract myself, to distract him from slipping into a rut, but it was already happening. His eyes darted around, calculating his next move with intense focus. "Wheel order," he declared, his voice low and commanding. Booty began, only to be cut off by his thunderous roar. "Echeo," he bellowed, his voice vibrating with raw desire. "We reordering. Now get on the bed," he growled. I found myself backing into the bed at his command. "You promised," I cried out. I was crying real tears, frustration and arousal mingling in a tangled mess of emotions, as I reluctantly obeyed his command. "UGHHHH," he growled, his eyes rolled back as he tried to control his wolf. I touched the side of my neck, feeling the beads of sweat forming on my skin. It was happening, nature's primal call forcing us into submission. My dress clung to me, dampened by the heat of me, and I could feel the subtle ache of my nipples hardening beneath the fabric, begging for his touch. Xavier's eyes raked over me in a hungered gaze. "I try not to bite," he said before he abruptly stormed out of the room, the door slamming shut behind him. "Where are you going?" I mind-blinked him. My legs trembled as I Saturday on the edge of the bed waiting for his return. "Getting everyone out of the hotel." His voice was filled with a dominance and possessiveness I have never heard before. "No one's around me or my Regina when she's going into heat," he declared fiercely. "No one. I'll shut this whole city down." Chapter 31 Heat. I Saturday on the edge of the bed, my chest heaving with ragged breaths as my body shook with uncontrollable urges. My wolf was demanding dominance, driving me to spread my legs in offering to him. Should I leave the dress on or take it off? I asked her. The burning heat took over my body. "I don't know how he likes it yet," she whimpered, mirroring my uncertainty. Normally, wolves knew their mates' desires before going into heat, but Xavier and I did not have that luxury. I fiddled with the straps of my dress, pulling them off and then putting them back on again, unable to decide how he would want me. In the end, I settled for the dress half off, letting it drop to my hips. I waited and waited and waited for him, but he was nowhere to be seen. The minutes dragged on like hours. My wolf cried within me. I paced the room impatiently. The cool marble floor offered some small relief from the searing heat coursing through me. Then, in a feat, I lost control, my claws extended, tearing at the fabric and furniture, unable to contain the overwhelming need for him. Where the hell was he? I was burning up. How could he leave me waiting like this? The nerve. "AGHHHHHHHH," I screamed, dropping on all fours, my back arching as the intensity of the heat overwhelmed me. My head snapped up towards the ceiling in pain. Then, with a sudden snap, the door burst open. "Where were you?" I snarled as he finally burst through the door, holding a bag of food in his hands. "Why, you said you were hungry," he stammered. I had never heard Xavier so fearful. He was clearly taken aback by my feral display. "Do I look fucking hungry, you twat?" I growled, my anger and need colliding in a storm of emotion. I couldn't believe how I snapped at him, but it didn't seem to bother him the slightest. Instead, he surveyed the room with a smirk. My body trembled with a mix of anger and desire as he smirked at my outburst. His eyes, once black, now glimmered with molten gold as his fingers dug into my cheeks, tilting my face towards his. With a teasing lick, he traced my lips, leaving them wet and longing for more. "Arch that back further, like the obedient wolf you are," he purred in my ear, his tongue tracing the curve of my jawline before I eagerly parted my lips for him. He continued to ravage me with slow, deliberate licks that cooled my skin but left me begging for more. My entire face was soaked in his saliva, every inch tingling with anticipation. Then he snaked his way under me, capturing my nipples between his lips and biting down until they throbbed with pleasure and pain. His saliva left a cooling trail over my heated skin. "My pussycat, it's burning," I moaned, the ache between my legs becoming unbearable. I shifted on my knees waiting for him to reach it. "My pussycat, it's burning. Please, Xavier, please." "Then fill my cup, Hazel," he commanded, his grip tightening on my thighs as he spread them wider. "Because I'm not touching it until my mouth's full." With a firm grip on my thighs, he waited patiently as I clenched my core and released a stream of gooey juice onto his waiting tongue. He swallowed it greedily, taunting me with his words. "Is that all you've got, halfling?" he sneered. I turned to face him. His mouth was wide opened. His hands glided on my inner thighs as he waited for more. "Fouquet," I said, pressing my core into his mouth by force. I didn't care for the punishment. I just needed him to cool me off. His nose slid into my folds, and he just sniffed for what seemed like ages before massaging his nose around my clit. His 2 fingers traced lines in between my folds, before he stuck his tongue into my core and licked every drop of me. I humped his face, not caring if he suffocated under my weight. I couldn't contain my moans, each lick and suck bringing me closer and closer to the edge of ecstasy. And when I finally reached that peak, it was like an explosion of pure bliss, his lips never leaving my throbbing center. I screamed, ready to release. I pressed my core into him, making sure I would get every drop of pleasure his tongue had to offer me, and he held me down so tightly, I released meth directly into his mouth. He drank every drop. He moaned, licking his lips, as if he was only getting a sample before trying the real thing. Is that the best you can do? My tempting halfling. I could feel his satisfied smirk against my skin, the wet sounds of his tongue sliding against my folds, and my moans of pleasure filled the room as he laps up the remaining release, before shifting me into a doggy position, ready to claim me again in whatever way he desired. You've been a bad little wolfen. He stares at my dripping core. I know I've been disobedient, but the intense release he just gave me was worth any punishment. With a swift smack to my heated core, the waves of pleasure crash over me again. His hand traces a spot on my thigh that ignites a fire within me, making me tremble. Why did that feel so good? Before I could process my thoughts, he claims my inner thigh with his teeth sinking in, the initial pain quickly giving way to an overwhelming pleasure that renders me weak. I try to back away, but his fierce growl keeps me pinned in place, my bare bum exposed to him. My Regina, he growls. My mate, he claims. My pussycat, with a rough grip. His fingers plunge into my wet core, as he coats his throbbing member with my leaking juices. My mark, he reveals, tracing it with his claws, gripping my hair and driving into me with an almost divine force. I screamed, ripping at his clothes in a frenzy. He dropped to his knees and slammed himself into me. There was no time for adjustment as he pounded into me with a deep grunt. "Fuke," he growled, his hand yanking at my hair as he continued to thrust.
Despite the overwhelming size of him, I clenched around him, only fueling his pace. The slapping of our flesh grew louder as we both grunted. I could feel myself on the brink of climax once again, but before I could reach it, he warned me with a firm grip on my hair. "If you release again before me, you're in trouble," he commanded, forcing me back down. I tried to crawl away from him, but he held onto my waist tightly, ruthlessly pounding into me. He only slowed down briefly to play with my clit, sending shockwaves through my body before resuming his primal rhythm. "Xavier, please, I'm gonna," I pleaded. "Don't you dare until I do," he roared, biting my lip until it bled. I held on until it was ready to release. With a roar that was muffled by his hand over my mouth, I exploded and started squirting uncontrollably. "That's supposed to go in my mouth, Hazel," he scolded before repeatedly slapping at my swollen clit. "I didn't know you were a squirter," he said teasingly, nibbling at my ear. "I am going to release," I whimpered desperately. Suddenly, he pulled out of me. "I need to release now, halfling, not you," he demanded as he stood tall in front of me. "Now make your king release." I was determined to give him the most mind-blowing sex of his life. With a predatory crawl, I made my way to him and had backed away, shocked, collapsing onto the bed. My eyes locked on his long, thick, and rock-hard member, and I eagerly sucked it without hesitation. His hands fisted in my hair, urging me on with guttural grunts. "Key, that feels so good, Hazel," he growled as his legs shook with pleasure. I took it all in. My throat opened up for him this time. But I wasn't done yet. Straddling him, I sank down onto a snake, ensuring that every inch was buried deep inside me. Our eyes met, and his golden orb spoke one word: SX. As I rode him, our lips crashed together in a heated kiss. He took control, lifting my hips and thrusting up into me over and over again. Our moans mingled, and then it hit me. His snake bulked and stiffened before he spilled into me. In one swift motion, he flipped us over so that I was lying on the plush cover. He made sure to deposit every last drop of himself inside me before using his hand to spread the rest onto my breasts. He wasn't done yet, though. With possessive heat, he marked me with his release, trailing it over my skin and massaging it into my stomach, my thighs, my mark. The intensity was too much, and I climaxed once again. Finally spent, he collapsed atop me, panting heavily against my neck while gritting his teeth in satisfaction. "Do you know what nodding is?" My heart beat faster as I nodded. knowing that this was a sign of intense pleasure for werewolves. Knotting only happened during heat, when a male wolf's member became swollen and locked inside a female until the swelling subsided. But it seemed Xavier had no intention of waiting. He pushed into me with force, pulling back just enough to keep from breaking free, watching me intently with a serious expression. Suddenly, his face twisted into a menacing stare as his wolf took control. "You're lucky, little wolf," he growled as his hands caressed my hair. "I may be stuck in here for now, but once I'm out, I'm going to show you what a real beast is capable of." His grip on my thigh tightened as he pinched the flesh, and waves of pleasure shot through me. "This thigh of yours." He pinched it repeatedly until it turned red, until I gave him the noises he wanted. "I'm going to mark it over and over until you've released enough to satisfy me." The beast, with one hand gripping the headboard and the other still massaging my thigh, he began to rock back and forth inside of me. Each time his member hit against my clit, I felt myself getting closer and closer to the edge. He played with me mercilessly, stopping every time I was about to climax until he had brought me almost to the point of exhaustion. And then finally, with one final thrust, he sent me spiraling over the edge. My moans were muffled by his mouth as he kissed me deeply while our juices dripped down between us. Exhausted and overcome with pleasure, I begged for sleep. Xavier took control of his beast, and we collapsed onto the bed, him lying beneath me as he continued to massage my sensitive areas with our slick fluids. "I'll let you rest now," he whispered, kissing my forehead. Chapter 30 to Revelation. The Wolf King's POV. Her body was draped across mine, her soft curves fitting perfectly against my chest. I loved the warmth of her skin and the steady rise and fall of her breath. My wolf practically danced with joy at the realization that we could now freely touch her, kiss her, and be in her presence without her fighting back. A wicked grin spread across my face as I recalled the passionate night we had shared. The memory of her moans still echoed in my mind, driving me wild with desire. I wanted to claim her again and again, to lose myself in the depths of her core, but we had a cruise to catch, so I held back my urges for now. She looked so peaceful and innocent in her slumber, her disheveled curls falling haphazardly around her face as she lay sprawled out beside me. Pride swelled within me as I noticed the absence of bruises on her skin, proof that I had taken care not to hurt her during her heat. But as she stirred awake under my gentle caresses, my snake throbbed with need. As slowly, she opened her eyes and met my gaze, and for a moment, everything else faded away. "Good morning," I rasped, my voice heavy with longing. "Morning," came her sleepy reply as she rubbed her eyes with delicate fingers. As she realized our tangled state, she quickly moved away from me, facing away with her back towards me. My gaze followed her every movement as she traced the mark on her thigh. "Oh," with a soft gasp, she explored the intricate lines and patterns etched into her skin by my teeth. Her fingers traced along every curve and turn, tracing their path with wonder and curiosity. As she spread her legs further, the mark came into full view, its presence a reminder of the unbreakable bond between us. As her fingertips danced across the surface of my mark, I felt a surge of possessiveness wash over me. This mark was a declaration of my ownership over her, binding her to me in ways she could never escape. I couldn't help but wonder if she truly belonged to me. My mind was clouded with doubt. Was she just choosing me as a temporary escape from her chaotic life? Or did she truly see me as her mate? Hazel Rivers was not just my woman, she was my mate, my obsession, my everything. Most wolves marked their mates on the neck, but my mark, it was hidden, reserved only for our eyes and our touch. It wasn't about showing off to the world, it was about claiming her in the most intimate way possible. Powerful wolves could scent mark. It was a subtle yet potent act, achieved by infusing one's scent into the glands of their mate. Hazel possessed scent glands on her face, between her toes, and her anal region. I marked all glands but one. As I rose from the bed and approached her, kneeling before her, she averted her gaze, but I could feel her curiosity. "You bit me," she stated. "Yes," I responded, my tone devoid of remorse. The truth was, I relished in the act. I wouldn't change a thing. Her fingers traced the imprint of my bite. Her touch sent shivers through me. I remained silent, allowing her to draw her own conclusions. "Can I mark you?" she asked. She didn't need to ask. I felt the gold swirls in my eyes at the mention of her claiming me. "If you're asking if your bite could kill me, you'll need to try harder." "Halving," I growled. I was down for the challenge. "I didn't bite you because I didn't want to cause you harm," she confessed softly, tears welling up in her eyes. I studied her carefully. sensing the many emotions brewing beneath her fragile facade. Something troubled her. "What troubles you, Hazel?" I inquired, my voice softening as I reached out to comfort her. Her tear-filled eyes met mine, and in that moment, I saw her vulnerability laid bare. My wolf urged me to tell her to claim me, to complete the bond between us, but I knew it wasn't the right time. "I just feel so hollow right now," she confessed, her voice muffled as she buried her face in her hands. "Comfort her, you twat," my wolf chimed in, his voice echoing within the confines of my mind. "Don't call me that," I snapped. Gently, I lifted her into my arms, cradling her close as I carried her away. Though the urge to possess her burned within me, I knew that true connection required patience and understanding. And so, with each step, I vowed to nurture her instead. "Let's shower. You're probably just hungry," I fibbed, guiding Hazel towards the open-plan shower. The water cascaded over us, washing away the remnants of the night's passion. As we stepped out, I convinced Hazel to join me in a soothing bath to ease her muscles. With warm water clinging to us, I watched as she giggled like a mischievous child. As I crushed the bath bomb into the tub, "You're supposed to just drop it in," she teased, her smile radiant. Her smile, so genuine and infectious, made me want to kiss her all over. "What?" she questioned, her eyes wide with innocence. "You're just so perfect," I confessed, unable to resist the urge to pull her into my embrace. I lifted her and gently lowered her into the water, joining her with a splash of my own. As she nestled against me, I stroked her hair. "What's your favorite memory?" I whispered, kissing the back of her head. Hazel hesitated, her breath catching in her throat as she struggled to find the words. "Meeting you." But I sense her insecurity. "You're feeling this way because you haven't marked me. Once it happens, you will feel like yourself again," I reassured her. "I am not ready," she protested. I picked up on her trembling voice. The rejection struck a nerve, triggering a surge of aggression within me as my wolf snarled in frustration. "Ready doesn't mean she doesn't want to," I growled at him, trying to calm him down. I knew I needed to gain her trust, so I revealed the truth that I hoped would set us on the right path from here. "Hazel, these lashes on my back. I paid for Sabby's death. Her brothers whipped me," I confessed, the words tasting bitter on my tongue. Her reaction was one of disbelief, her mouth agape with shock, but there was no going back. "I didn't want to tell you, because I didn't want you to think it had anything to do with you. They asked for the Wolf King to be whipped," I explained, my heart heavy with guilt as I lied to her. I knew my words weren't entirely true, but I had a duty to protect my mate. "I didn't feel it. Your pain," she cried out, her arms splashing at the water in terror. My heart clenched at her words. "I got 𝐻𝒨 to block you out," I admitted, bracing myself for her reaction. "Oh no," she whispered, her voice trembling as she buried her face in her hands. She choked on her words. "I would take it back in a heartbeat. I would take it back, killing her." The urge to comfort her, to hold her close and promise her that everything would be all right almost took over, but we needed this conversation to happen. But her next question cut through me like a blade, slicing a close wound. "Do you forgive me, Xavier?" she pleaded, her eyes searching mine. "Hazel, it wasn't your fault." I pulled her closer, unable to resist any longer. "I will never forget what you said to me in the forest," she whispered, her voice barely above a whisper as I pressed my lips into her hair. My chest tightened at the memory, the raw pain of my words still fresh in my mind. "Hazel, stop," I protested, but her tears fell like rain. This uncontrollable rage, seizing and the undeniable guilt consuming me, she cried. "I feel it every day when I look at you, because I will never understand how much she truly meant to you." Her self-blame tore at my heart. "Stop it, Hazel," I growled, unable to bear the weight of her guilt any longer. "It seems like everyone has lost something but them," she screamed, her voice echoing with fury. She made sure to turn and face me as she spoke the words. "Cole lost his life. Cassandra lost her life. She took what belonged to her sister. Why do they walk the castle walls, Xavier?" she demanded, her eyes burning with righteous anger. Her question hung in the air. It was a damn good one. I searched for the answer. I grappled with Hazel's question, torn between my loyalty to my blood family and my newfound allegiance to her. They were family, yes, but so was she. And yet, the bond I shared with Hazel felt deeper, more profound than any connection I had ever known. Turning to my Regina, I spoke words I never thought I would say. "What would you have me do?" "I would do anything," I pleaded, my voice thick with emotion. But her response was as uncertain as my own. "I don't know," she admitted. Well, whatever you decide, it will be done, I declared, offering her a reassuring nod. But she shook her head. It shouldn't be up to me, she sighed. She was right. That was unfair of me. I'll deal with it, I promised. Her curiosity then turned to a different matter immediately. Who is Emma? She questioned. She was the ghost from my past that now haunted me. I was ready to flee from this conversation. It always led to us fighting, and I was exhausted of fighting. I've answered that, Hazel, I replied, my tone guarded. But Hazel couldn't let it go. I just want to know what happened. Is it because you want me to be the bad guy so bad? I challenged, but she saw right through me, and her eyes narrowed with suspicion. She deserved the truth, and so I began to recount the tale of Emma. She was a 19-year-old wolf who came to Luporia. I explained, my words heavy with regret. I was 30 at the time when I met her in Cole. And yes, I did not recognize him when I saw him in Luporia again. I cut myself off to prevent any further inquiry before it could gain traction. The memories of our past encounters with him were like buried scars, painful to revisit and best left undisturbed. As I recounted the events of that fateful encounter, I watched as Hazel's expression shifted from curiosity to pure shock. Cole wanted to mate with her, but my law forbids chosen mates. He wanted me to grant him this 1-year-old adult wolf. She had barely lived. So I did the poor boy a favor. I confessed, the weight of my words heavy on my conscience. I took her to bed every night. He stayed to show how disloyal he was to her. That's sick, Hazel whispered, her voice barely above a whisper as she. But I refused to let her judge me, to condemn me for the choices I had made as a young man with little to no guidance. I never said I was a good king back then, Hazel, I growled in her face. I wrapped my hands around her arms, desperate to make her understand the depths of my regret. Even in death, you defend him more than you have ever defended anyone. You're so consumed by him, I accused, my voice dripping with venom. He took you, my mate, marked you like you were his, and took you to bed, didn't he? The accusation had finally ripped out of me. He said it. He claimed you took him to bed. He dared to mark your wolf, and left me with the stench of him on your fur. I spat. My anger reached a level I never knew existed. What's that make him? My voice bounced off the walls as I demanded an answer. Sicker, she replied through gritted teeth, her defiance failing to mask the shame in her eyes. Did he? Hazel, I need to know. Just tell me, I pleaded, my desperation laid bare. There was a pause, but I knew before she said the damn words that it did. Her eyes gave it away. They were filled with guilt and shame and everything in between. Yes, she whimpered. I couldn't bear it. I couldn't contain the rage and betrayal swirling within me. With a primal roar, I stormed out of the bathroom, my fists crashing through the walls in a fit of uncontrollable pain. You compare me to him, I roared, my voice raw with emotion. You really compare me to him? No, she cried, grabbing onto my back with trembling hands. Never. I'm sorry. I was just jealous of her. But her apologies fell on deaf ears as I demanded answers, my need for understanding consuming me. I should have understood that this was just as traumatic for her as it was for me, but I needed to know. How far did it go? I demanded. My voice came out in a squeal. As far as it could, she whispered. Her words fell like a dagger to my heart. How far is that? I roared, unable to hide my rage. He had sex with me, Xavier, she sobbed. My body, 𝑑𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕. I couldn't move. I couldn't speak, she confessed, her shame evident in every word. I tried to. Her voice choked with tears. I couldn't bear it any longer. I needed to escape. I'm sorry, Hazel. I need to go, I muttered, my voice barely audible as I stumbled out of the room. I walked in a lopsided manner as the bones in my body began to break. As the transformation overtook me, I shed my human form and embraced my wolf. With fiery eyes and golden fur, I snarled at her in defiance, my rage consuming me. He's won, my wolf growled, his voice echoing with the bitterness of defeat. He had what was yours first. She liked it, he accused. She enjoyed it, my wolf's voice thundered. I ran towards anything that my wolf could ban against. But Hazel's cries pierced through the chaos, her voice trembling with desperation. Xavier, please, it was the fake bond. I didn't enjoy it, not the way I enjoyed it with you. I finally understand that everything was fake with Cole. Please come back. You cried for him, Hazel. I accused her through the mind link. Because I was confused. Because I had wasted so many years on him. Because he hurt me. Because I didn't understand. Because I had fell in love with a monster. But there was no time for reconciliation, no room for forgiveness as my wolf's rage consumed me, tearing through the hotel. I had never witnessed him like this before. He was out of control, breaking everything his eyes laid on. "It's our fault. We were delayed." The words tumbled from my lips, a bitter acknowledgement of our failure. How did we not feel it? I questioned, my voice thick with self-recrimination. Was it because she was enjoying it? But amidst the chaos, Hazel appeared before me, her human form trembling with fear and remorse. "I'm sorry, Xavier," she cried, her voice a plaintive plea for forgiveness. My wolf flipped around to face her, his gaze piercing and unforgiving. "Do you love him?" I sneered so loud her skin rippled. "No, never. Not in the way I love you. I'd give my life for you, without a first thought." There was no hesitation as she spoke the words. She felt the same as I. "Shift," I commanded. As she shifted into her silver fur, her sin mingling with mine, I felt a pain of longing deep within me. Despite his sin lingering, despite him claiming her first, despite her hand in the death of my closest friend, despite her bloodline tainted, despite every obstacle, she was and will always be my Regina. With a growl of possessiveness, I drew her close, sin marking her fur with my own. I hoped she would feel my love when words failed. And as we wrapped ourselves in each other's embrace, our wolf forms melding together in a symphony of unity, I knew that after everything we had been through, no deception could ever break us. "Shift," she commanded, her sudden demand catching me off guard. Yet, despite knowing she couldn't control me, I yielded to her voice, watching as she shifted in perfect synchronization. "I love you, 𝑧avier, she whispered, her words a tender confession that soothed my heart. "I loved you from the first scent," she added softly, before pressing her lips to my pick, her kiss gentle and perfect. Then, with all the fire she possessed, she sank her teeth into my flesh. Chapter 33. All of you? The Wolf King's POV. Her teeth sinking into my pick felt like an electric shock, sending waves of pleasure and pain through my body. I gripped her ass, my nails digging into her skin, as I lifted her up and pressed her against me. With intense hunger in my eyes, I commanded her to drink from me. At first, she was hesitant, whispering the word as her gaze fell to my lips, but I wouldn't take no for an answer. "You must be hungry," I growled, urging her to satisfy her cravings by drinking from me. "Come on, I heard her, grinding against her pussycat and teasing both of us until we were both dripping. I had never submitted myself to anyone like this, but for her, my queen, I will do anything. I bare my neck to her, offering myself completely. She traced my shoulders with gentle fingers before finally reaching my neck. It was enough for her. With a low hiss, she sunk her teeth into my flesh, drinking deeply from me. As she fed on my blood, I could feel my blood boiling inside of me. I wanted to claim her in return. Bite her, draw blood, claim her as if I was a vampire. I teased and taunted her with my now hard cock, never fully giving in but bringing her pleasure with every touch. Hazel grinded against me in wild circles as she continued to drink from me. The sensation was overwhelming, a mix of pleasure and pain, driving us both to the brink of insanity. Without warning, I plunged into her, pressing our bodies together as she drank from me. She moaned with ecstasy as we moved in rhythm. In a moment of intense passion, I clawed down on the mark I had left on her thigh so hard that she screamed and pulled away from me. Blood dripped down my chest from my neck, and I continued to thrust into her harder than ever. Her breasts bounced with each pump. Her crazy eyes were wild and bloody. In that moment, she looked completely insane, blood dripping from her mouth as she cried out my name. I crashed my mouth onto hers, tasting the metallic taint of my blood on her tongue as we hungrily devoured each other. My pumps became even more urgent as I wet my fingers with her saliva, placing my fingers in her mouth as she sucks on them. I teased her tight but whole, pushing us both to the brink of release. I grunted in her ear before squeezing her cheeks and forcing her mouth open, plunging my tongue deep inside her. Out of nowhere, I bite down on her tongue, drawing blood from her. "Xavier," she cries out in ecstasy, and I can feel myself getting closer to the edge. The intense pleasure was too much for her to handle, and she moaned with her eyes rolling back in pleasure. "I fucking love her this way, like my own personal sex doll. She takes anything, everything. Mine, mine, mine," I say, spitting in her face before licking it off. I may not be a vampire, but I was more than willing to provide her with the pleasure she desired if it meant tasting her blood. I would drink her up forever. "𝑹𝒐𝒏𝒂𝒊𝒐𝒏, she hissed. I felt her walls tighten around me, but before she could reach the peak of her pleasure, I lowered her gently to the floor. her back arched in response to the cold floor beneath her, causing her pointed nipples to be directly in my line of sight. She moaned and twisted in pleasure, only to have it interrupted by a sudden stop. "Why did you stop?" she panted, her face contorted with frustration. "Spread those legs for me, I growled in response. Without hesitation, she complied, exposing her dripping pussycat to me like a fountain of sweet juice. It was the perfect view, but I wanted to savor every moment. Slowly, I took her right foot in my hand and began licking each toe individually. She giggled at first, sitting up on her elbows to watch me, but soon enough, her giggles turned into moans as I continued sucking on her toes. My other hand rested at the entrance of her tight butthole, ready to catch any fluids in my palm that dripped down from her. As she became wetter, she flung her head back and bared her teeth at me. She spread her legs wider, and the whiff of her arousal had my wolf crazy. "Stop teasing," she growled, though it sounded more like a desperate plea. With that, I withdrew my hand from between her bum cheeks and licked my fingers clean before offering them to her for a taste. Aggressively, she sucked on my fingers while never breaking eye contact with me. My beast loved it. I felt my snake twitching. I was going to release just from her sucking on my fingers, but I did not want to finish. Pushing her back onto the floor, I positioned myself between her legs and used my body to trap her beneath me. "I'm going to make you forget about everyone who came before me," I growled, pinning her hands above her head with one hand, while my knee pressed against her dripping pussycat, eliciting a gasp from her. With her hands still tight behind her back, I lowered myself down and bit into her inner thigh, sucking on her sensitive mark until she came again. Then, I licked up all of her juices before unleashing my true beast. It was his time. "It's my turn now," he growled with a deep guttural voice. He took control of my body, his tongue extended in length and girth. He eagerly licked every inch of her from front to back, over and over again, until she was begging for release. And when she finally came on his tongue, he sucked on her clit until she reached another climax. But it didn't stop there. He pumped his 10-inch fingers inside of her until she begged him to stop. Then, without hesitation, he began biting at her folds over and over again, drinking in her blood, her juices, and a release like a wild animal in a frenzy. With a feral growl, he grabbed her legs and lifted them high in the air, his tongue darting between her butt cheeks as he eagerly lapped at every inch of her. As he fingered her relentlessly, she writhed in both pleasure and pain, her body shaking as it should. Unsatisfied with just the pleasure he was giving her, he dug his claws into her skin, drawing blood and marking her as our own. She cried out in agony, but we only grew more aroused by her screams. Without warning, he entered her with such force that it felt like she was being ripped apart. Her screams echoed off the walls as he stretched her beyond capacity. But instead of stopping, he took control of her folds, pulling them apart and showing no mercy, as if 𝑽𝒂𝒏𝒕𝒂𝒔 himself deeper inside of her. "Take all of me," we snarled, our eyes burning with possessive lust. She pushed back against us. She was such a good ride, drawing out my beast even more. With each deep thrust, we became more lost in our animalistic frenzy, our cries of pleasure mingling together until they were one. "Say you're mine," we demanded as we reached our peak together. "I'm yours," she cried out in surrender, clawing at my back as waves of bliss washed over us. Our combined fluids pooled around us like a primal offering as we continued to take her over and over again. Our growls filled the air as we demanded that she declare herself ours, and with every moan and scream that escaped from her lips, she did just that. Finally pulling out of her, my beast forced her down onto all fours and demanded that she lick up every drop of our combined release from the floor. She obeyed without hesitation. She was just as crazy. But then, something inside her snapped, and she couldn't resist smearing the remainder of our mixed release onto her own body. Laughing maniacally, she got down on her knees and used her fingers to spread it all over herself. She was too perfect for me. I joined in licking and biting at her breasts as my fingers plunged into her over and over again. The wet sounds of pussycat had me releasing. Her knees buckled under the intense pleasure, but I held her upright, relishing in the feeling of her surrendering completely to me. As she tried to take me into her mouth for a taste, she was unable to do so out of sheer exhausting. But it didn't matter, because when she climaxed once again, she collapsed onto my thighs with a satisfied moan. We were about to miss our cruise, but I didn't care. Guiding her limp form to the bed, I gently placed Hazel's body onto the bed and watched her with lust-filled eyes. How was I still horny? I looked down at my hard snake and grabbed it with my slick, sweaty palm. I watched her chest rise and fall with each breath. I got a strong whiff of how her scent had changed since mating, and it had me so proud. She was everything. My good little wolfen, my bad little wolfen, my halfling, my abomination, my Regina, my mate. With animalistic need, I pumped myself. In a moment of pure possessiveness, I came over her sleeping form and smeared it over her exposed pussycat before pushing the remainder inside of her. My mind raced with thoughts of making Hazel mine forever, trapping her with my baby. With a simple mind link to Alpha Rider, I instructed him to return to the hotel and cover any damages on my tab. He questioned how bad it was, but I cut off the connection, knowing that I didn't have to answer to him. Only my family had that power and right. That consisted of just one person, my sweet, beautiful Hazel. My possessive instincts were consuming me, and she was all I wanted in this world. Hopefully soon we would expand our family even more, 1, 2, 3, 4 pups, as many as she desired under our rule.
Chapter 34 Cruisin'. Boarding onto the cruise, I got flashbacks of the hot sex that occurred between Xavier and me, and every time I blushed, he asked me what I was thinking. The memories just kept flooding in. Alpha Rider returned in with cleaners. He looked at the place like a bomb had hit it, but it was just the hands of Xavier. I felt the embarrassment as the cleaners entered our room and smelled the whiff of our sex, but I also felt an overwhelming jealousy and possessiveness. It made me want to take the sheets. Xavier and I played tug of war with them until I gave up. So this was the new me. I was completely and totally and utterly obsessed with this beast. As I stepped onto the gleaming deck of the Mediterranean cruise ship, the scent of the salty sea air, mingled with the tantalizing aroma of gourmet cuisine wafting from the onboard restaurants, instantly snapped me out of my thoughts. My eyes were drawn to the sleek ship. I was so excited to spend time with Xavier. He grabbed my hand as a crew member took our luggage. "Shall I show you to your bedroom?" a crew member asked. Their tag read Steven and his position was marked alongside his tag. "Yes," Xavier said, but I said no. We needed to avoid the bedroom. "Let's eat," I said. "The lunch area can be found over here," Steven said, guiding us to a table that was situated in the middle of the deck. Our chairs were pulled out, and I stared at the menu as Xavier stared at me. "What?" I questioned, never lifting my eyes from the menu. "I have goosebumps, that's all," he whispered. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" he said, looking around at the scenery. "You did well," I said, snapping my head up and giving him kudos. "Kudos goes to Sappy. She planned. I just picked out of 3 opt." He trailed off, noticing my discomfort. It wasn't fair on him. He should be allowed to talk about her. "So how did you guys meet?" I questioned. Xavier rolled his eyes. "What would you like to drink?" he said, changing the subject. "No, truly, I want to know. I have this itching jealousy. Did you Fouquet her?" "Yep, I needed help. I was jealous of a dead bitch." "No. Have you ever thought about it?" I asked. "Never," he claimed. "Liar, you're a guy. You must have thought of it," I teased, hoping he would say no again even though he said it twice already. "Hazel, I'm not a dog. I have some self-control. Valerian, on the other hand, has none," Xavier retorted, a hint of amusement in his voice. "I've heard that name before. Who is he?" I inquired. But before he could answer, the waiter finally approached, asking for our orders. It was about time. Xavier ordered a bottle of Mesandra Sherry de la Frontera, and the waiter's eyes lit up with recognition. Suddenly, his demeanor shifted, becoming noticeably friendlier. He practically skipped away. "Why did his eyes light up?" I asked, intrigued by the sudden change. "Because he finally knows I have money," Xavier remarked, leaning back in his seat with a smirk. "Valerian, he's my most trusted companion. He was the one I tried to use to distract you," Xavier reminded me, returning to our previous conversation. "He's the king of the lichens, the first of his kind, the first human test," Xavier explained. "He was friends with my grandfather, and now he is friends with me. The Wolf King changes, but he will forever be the king of the lichens," Xavier concluded, his gaze distant as if lost in memories of the past. "Why is that?" I asked as I nibbled on a piece of bread placed before us. "Because they are very hard to kill, and they have their own rules even," Xavier scoffed, shaking his head at the thought. "He is a political alliance, but he does have my back." I nodded, feeling grateful that Xavier was giving me insight into his life before me. "So who would you be closer to, Sappy or Valerian?" I asked. genuinely curious about his relationships. Different relationships, with Valerian, its politics, allegiance, understanding. He's my childhood, my friend, Xavier explained, a sense of nostalgia coloring his words. With Sappy, I could show my emotions more. For instance, when I told Valerian about you, he said that my groveling makes him sick, that I should just bed a load of women, until you came and tried my bed, Xavier confessed. Oh, so he's a slut, I remarked, raising an eyebrow and resting my elbows on the table. Xavier murmured, unsure of how to respond. There's no abuse, he's a hoe, I concluded, finishing his sentence for him. Xavier shook his head with a chuckle. That's the Lichen King you're talking about, he replied with a wry smile. I looked around, my hand dramatically shielding my eyes like a sailor scanning the horizon. I can't see him anywhere. Xavier chuckled, shaking his head. No more talk of them, he insisted, trying to steer the conversation onto another topic. Let's make a toast, he suggested, grabbing the wine bottle and pouring a generous amount into our glasses. To us, and forever with my Regina, Xavier proposed. To us, and forever with my Wolf King, I echoed, clinking my glass against his before taking a sip. The taste hid my tongue like a sour surprise, and I couldn't help but gag. Disgusting, I burped. Xavier smirked. Very attractive. Hazel. Cocktails. We are getting cocktails and shots, I declared, pointing into the air. None of this fancy-pantsy shit, I added with a grin. Cruising with Xavier was an absolute blast. We transformed into our evening attire. And let me tell you, we were the epitome of dress to impress. Xavier rocked a stylish blue shirt, a few buttons teasingly undone at the top, paired with checkered pants. As for me, I chose a short, fitted, sparkly purple dress that shimmered under the dim lights. I let my curls cascade freely. With our outfits on point, we headed straight to the bar to kick off the night. The waitress seemed to have a direct line to our table, as she kept delivering drinks nonstop. She did have goo-goo gaga eyes for Xavier, but I kept my cool because he only had eyes on me. It wasn't long before the effects of the alcohol hit us like a ton of bricks, courtesy of the 15 shots and just as many drinks we'd indulged in. The band was killing it, belting out classic tunes that had everyone in the room tapping their feet and singing along. But then, they unleashed Jungle Boogie, and things took a wild turn. The singer began pulling random people onto the dance floor to create a soul line train, and out of nowhere, I was hit with the confidence of a stripper. Let's dance, I screamed, feeling exhilarated and utterly drunk. I dragged Xavier into the crowd, not knowing where I found the strength, especially when his feet seemed literally glued to the floor. I dove into the sea of people, joining in on the claps. It was our turn to strut our stuff, and I threw myself into it, bouncing up and down. Meanwhile, Xavier, ever so regal, opted for a more reserved approach, simply walking and waving his hand, looking like a complete idiot. This wasn't Luporia. No one knew he was a king here. Eventually, Xavier decided it was time to make our exit. He whisked me away from the dance floor, and I had to practically sprint to keep up with him. You wanna run? He asked with a mischievous glint in his eye. Let's run, he growled, laughing as we dashed through the corridors. I ripped off my heels and we bolted down the hallways. Xavier was stunned by my speed, but it only seemed to have his eyes skid over my body. He slammed me against the cold wall, hungrily pressing his lips to mine. In one quick move, he spread my legs apart and held them in place with an iron grip on my ankles. Not here, I moaned, but it was futile. He lifted my dress up to my hips, exposing my bare skin to the icy air. A guttural growl escaped his lips as he realized I wore no panties. I wasn't purposely trying to tease him. The dress simply didn't allow for them unless I wanted them on display. My Regina always wears panties, he snarled before plunging his head between my thighs. Xavier, I'm too sensitive right now, I pleaded, but my words only spurred him on. My inner wolf couldn't resist his touch, urging him on as he lifted my leg over his shoulder, diving deeper into me. Xavier swirled his tongue around my clit like a delicate ice cream cone, before plunging it inside of me with bold speed. My moans grew louder and more urgent, as he played me like a finely tuned instrument. I couldn't help but grab his hair as waves of pleasure pulsed through my stomach. But just as things were reaching their climax, a faint scent caught my nose: human blood. Xavier must have smelled it too because he abruptly snapped his head in its direction. "What?" he growled fiercely, causing the nearby human to scream and run away in terror at the sight of Xavier's fiery eyes. "Don't stop," I cried out as Xavier focused back on me, determined to make me come before dealing with any interruptions. "You're gonna make me a daddy," he purred against my ear as he unbuckled his belt and thrust his already erect member into me. He lifted one of my legs to his waist and plunged deeper, each thrust hitting all the right spots. "Don't close your eyes," he commanded sternly, his intense gaze locked with mine. "I want to see all of you." And I couldn't deny him. I looked deep into his wild, fiery eyes as he relentlessly pounded into me, driving me closer and closer to the edge. "Such a good girl," he cooed, sending shivers down my spine. "Milk the snake with your sweet nectar." I was on the verge of exploding, when suddenly a voice shattered our private moment. That interruption, a crew member and security came barging in, but we couldn't be bothered to stop. "Sarah, you can't do that out here." I snapped my head in their direction. "Don't look away," he commanded, pressing his forehead against mine as we continued to 𝑑𝒍𝒂𝒚. "Not until my Regina finishes," Xavier growled possessively, refusing to stop until he had satisfied me completely. "𝑹𝒐𝒂𝒚, Xavier, please," I moaned, my face flushed with embarrassment, but also consumed by an overwhelming desire for him. Despite the approaching footsteps and voices, we couldn't bring ourselves to stop. "Give yourself to me," he growled, eyes burning as he continued to pump into me, his thrusts becoming more urgent and fierce. His mouth never touched mine. Instead, he gazed at me intensely with a serious expression that only turned me on more. My panting drowned out their approach until it was too late. But even then, Xavier didn't pull out. Instead, he lifted me off the ground and held me so high that his head was directly between my legs. "Wrap your legs around my face," he growled, his determination only growing stronger as our audience drew nearer. Without hesitation, I obeyed, and when I finally came undone in his arms, he set me back down on shaky legs and wiped his face with his sleeve before turning to face the approaching men. "What can I do for you, gentlemen?" His words were polite, but there was an underlying challenge in his tone. And that's how we got booted off the cruise ship. Day 1. Chapter 35. Returning to Luporia. The next morning, it was time for Xavier and me to hit the road. The captain had been kind enough to let us crash in our room for the night, but their hospitality wore thin with the dawn. They knocked on our door just as the first light crept over the horizon. Xavier and I decided to head back to Luporia without using any magic. He knew how much I cherished nature's beauty. So, when the captain summoned a boat to take us back, Xavier declined. Standing on dock, he dropped our bags and began stripping down to his boxers. "You can't do this here, Sarah," the manager barked. "Care for a swim?" Xavier asked me softly, his eyes dark yet somehow reflecting the sunrise. "But what about our luggage?" I gasped. I was amazed by this spontaneous side of him. I'd always thought he was rigid and serious, but he was turning out to be quite fun. "I'll make up for everything," he promised, flashing his signature half-smirk that meant he was up to no good. Without another word, he dove into the water with the grace of an acrobat. "Sarah, it's dangerous," a crew member shouted, rushing towards us. "Ma'am, please don't. We'll get him back on board until the boat arrives," another added, but their words barely registered. I was already running towards the edge of the dock. "It's okay, we're beasts," I assured a woman who stared at me as if I were insane. Below, Xavier was floating, his eyes urging me to join him. With a deep breath, I leapt into the water. The cold impact was shocking, but my wool soon covered me in warmth, shielding me from the chill. "Are you okay, my queen?" Xavier asked as we swam. "Perfect," I squealed, exhilarated. "If you get tired, get on my back," he offered. "My wolf can keep up, but can you, Your Highness?" I replied, bumping into him. And so, we swam through the early morning light. When we finally reached land, it resembled an abandoned beach, desolate and quiet. Our stomachs growled in hunger. Xavier took charge, heading into the forest to hunt for whatever he could find. He returned with wood and a deer slung over his shoulder. He looked every bit the wild beast he was, with the deer's blood dripping down his muscular torso and soaking into his boxers. My eyes involuntarily dropped to his snake. My stomach grumbled with hunger while my core clenched with need. Hunger and horniness, the worst combination ever. "I can't decide if I want to eat or eat," I muttered, torn between biting into the deer and biting into something else entirely. Xavier began skinning the deer right in front of me, despite my love for meat. Watching him work so meticulously made me turn away. "Where did you learn to hunt?" I asked, unable to mask my curiosity. "I've been hunting villains for centuries," he scoffed. "A deer's nothing." He expertly cooked the deer over an open fire, turning the spit with ease. It was a relief to know he was our survival expert. As the meat cooked, he tore off a piece, blew on it to cool it down, and then stood behind me as I sat on the sand, hugging my knees. He gently placed the meat in my mouth, and I couldn't help but moan in pleasure. It was delicious. Xavier fed me until I was full, never taking a bite himself. Then he bared his neck to me. I blushed at his boldness. "I don't need it as much," I protested, pushing his neck away. "But do you want it?" he asked, his eyes intense. No," I replied, giving him a quick kiss. He took it as an invitation to deepen the kiss, and before I knew it, he was spreading my legs. "Xavier, no, I'm sore," I said, pushing him away with an aggressive shove. He paused, concern flashing in his eyes. "I understand, Hazel. As much time as you need," he said gently, adjusting himself and then taking a bite of the meat. A silence fell between us, the first since we had made it. It threw me off. But so did his next question. "Do you want pups?" he asked, never looking at me, but his words felt heavy. "Of course I do," I said, blushing again. "I'm just sore, Xavier," I added, my irritation creeping in. That was all he said. "But right now, I don't want them." Xavier laughed so loudly that it echoed through the forest. "We probably should have talked about an exiler, then, shouldn't we?" He finally turned to face me. "I'm ready to make you a mommy. I want 11 boys and maybe 1 girl." I shook my head but couldn't help smiling. "You want that many?" "Yes," he said, dead serious. "Think of it like a sports team. We'll always have enough players for a game." I snorted. He was some wolf, and though I caught myself smiling and wanting to fulfill all his desires, I thought it was best I voice the small tiny annoying voice in my head that caused self-doubt. "I don't want you to see me as just someone to give you an heir," I admitted. "Modern she-wolves," he sighed, rolling his eyes. "Why are male wolves doing all the convincing these days when it comes to pups?" He laughed as he tore into the meat. I stifled a laugh. He was right, it was becoming a thing. It's because the minute we meet, pup talk happens. I needed to defend the she-wolf girls no matter what. "It's natural," he declared, stepping closer with a confident stride, his eyes locking onto mine, ensuring our gazes were perfectly aligned. "Hazel," he began, "if I wanted a baby maker, I would have chosen a Regina a long time ago. I've always been excited to meet you. From the moment our paths crossed beneath the canopy of those towering pine trees, I knew that you held within you the key to my heart." His eyes were piercing through me, as if searching to reach the very depths of my soul. He caressed my cheek. "I feel like more than just the scary wolf king within the walls of a big castle. With you there, it can finally become my home. I hope to fill the place that has been so lonely with the laughter and voices of my queen and our pups." His thumb traced a tender path across my cheek. "This vision, I see, it only happens with you in it." My heart cracked and I could feel the tears well in my eyes as he spoke of our future. "Why are tears painting your cheeks?" he whispered, his eyes a reflection of genuine concern. "I'm just so happy," I sniffled. What was wrong with me? The tears came out of nowhere. "I'm just falling so in love. It scares me," I whispered. "It scares me too," he admitted. "It scares me so much that I finally understand why Cassandra went crazy," he whispered. I lifted my head towards him and felt his overwhelming sadness. "She needed to die," he said, shaking his head. "I just understand now. If you ever leave me, Hazel Rivers." "I will never leave you," I whispered, taking his lips close to mine. "We'll do better than our parents." As we raced through the forest, his wolf ran ahead, yet always with a hint of restraint, allowing my wolf to catch up to him. Every time she caught up to him, he would playfully nibble her shoulder. When he assumed the lead, his wolf would scan the horizon with a predatory stare. She would nudge against him, reminding him of her presence. But as Luporia's forest limped into view, a sense of unease washed over her, her tail betraying her as it cowered between her legs. Xavier shifted first, the transformation from wolf to man seamless, and he urged me to follow suit, shedding my fur for human skin. We approached the pathway leading to the castle. The guardian wolves bowed their heads at the sight of us. I trailed inches behind 𝑧𝒊𝒂𝒂, observing the regal grace with which he carried himself, a monarch capable of effortlessly transitioning from friendly to imposing. He walked like a king. But I knew the depths of his true nature. I had seen him in all forms. I had witnessed his tears, his anger, his vulnerabilities. Beneath the layers, beneath the masks, he was simply a good wolf, yearning for the same desires we all sought, love and happiness. As we ascended the castle stairs, the figures of 𝑑𝒍𝒂𝒚 and 𝒍𝒂𝒐𝒚 came into view, reality crashing down upon us. Their welcoming smiles did little to calm the tightening grip of apprehension in my chest. "You've returned," 𝑐𝒍𝒂𝒐 exclaimed, her gaze flickering between us with genuine warmth. "Hazel, you positively glow," she remarked, kissing both my cheeks as she embraced me. "Welcome home, son," 𝑑𝒍𝒂𝒚 greeted 𝑧𝒊𝒂𝒂, his tone filled with paternal pride. "Welcome home, daughter," he added, his gaze lingering on me. A weight settled in the pit of my stomach. Did he truly see me this way? 𝑐𝒍𝒂𝒐 clicked her hands and ornate robes were bestowed upon us. "I'm eager to hear of your adventures," she declared, linking her arm with mine and leading me away. I stole a glance at 𝑧𝒊𝒂𝒂𝒐, his expression unreadable as he engaged in a serious conversation with 𝑑𝒍𝒂𝒚. I prayed that he wasn't already speaking of the subject of punishment. Alone with 𝑐𝒍𝒂𝒚 in the tea room, her smile appeared forced, the warmth in her eyes a mere facade. "How have you been?" she inquired, her words laced with an undertone of uncertainty. "Good," I replied, unsure of what else to say. "You look radiant," she repeated, her smile faltering slightly. "I'm pleased to see you've made it. I trust it was an enjoyable experience," she added, though her words carried a weight I couldn't decipher. "Yes," I replied, my smile barely reaching my lips, dreading the conversation that linked with my mother-in-law, or perhaps she was more accurately described as my aunt-in-law, or whatever tangled relation she was to me. She sighed, clearly grasping at conversational straws to prolong our interaction, pouring tea into my cup. Her sudden interest piqued my intrigue. What game was she playing? "We decided to cut our trip short. 𝑧𝒊𝒂𝒂𝒚 has a mountain of political catch-up," I lied, hoping to steer the conversation away from anything but the topic of mating. "Ah," she responded, her disbelief evident, but she didn't pry further. Lost in thought, she absent-mindedly stirred her tea, casting an uncomfortable aura over the room. Sensing the tension, I sought to break the silence. "What have you been up to?" Her face lit up with a mischievous grin. "Oh, I've been orchestrating your ascension to Regina," she announced. My heart lurched in my chest. She launched into a hasty reassurance. "You have so much time to prepare. It may seem daunting, but rest assured, you win them all over," she insisted. "Must it happen so soon?" I was hoping for an out. "Well, yes, your only Regina wants you." Assent. Before she could finish, a low growl rumbled through the room, signaling 𝑧𝒊𝒂𝒂𝒚's arrival alongside 𝑑𝒍𝒂𝒚. Don't his voice a warning aimed at his. "And you're already Regina," he declared, striding toward me with a protective air. "I leave her with you for less than 15 minutes, and you're already trying to sow doubt in her mind about her position," he growled, his gaze locked on his aunt. "I meant no harm. I was merely discussing politics," she stammered, standing abruptly and scurrying away, the chair squeaking in her haste. "Is something wrong?" I queried, turning to 𝑧𝒊𝒂𝒂𝒚 for reassurance. "I'll leave you to it," 𝑑𝒍𝒂𝒚 murmured, slipping away and closing the door behind him. "𝑧𝒊𝒂𝒂𝒚," I pressed, seeking answers. "They've been at odds," he sighed heavily. "Over me?" No, he hurried to reassure me. "They've got their own problems. Our absence has just reminded them of it. Cassandra is like a thorn in their side that they will never be able to pluck out," 𝑧𝒊𝒂𝒂𝒚 explained. "Why did your father choose 𝑐𝒍𝒂𝒚 over Cassandra?" I probed, curious about the dynamics of their relationship. "Lust," he stated bluntly. "First that. Then he claimed to have fallen in love with her. But every time he sees Cassandra, he falls in love at first sight. Even to the bitter end," he confided, his voice dropping to a whisper. "He's finding it tough, and 𝑐𝒍𝒂𝒚 hates it." "But didn't he reject her by choosing 𝑐𝒍𝒂𝒚?" My face crunched up. I was puzzled by the complexities of their situation. It had been hundreds of years. How did Cassandra still have an effect on 𝑑𝒍𝒂𝒚? I sensed a weighty decision in 𝑧𝒊𝒂𝒚's demeanor. He was going through a battle between secrecy and trust. Whatever he grappled with, something nudged him towards confiding in me, compelling him to unravel the secrets he guarded so closely. Hazel, it's incredibly difficult to reject your mate. Nature makes it almost impossible. The first step is to return to the place you first met and wait for the deity of that area to appear to witness the rejection, he explained, his words sending a shiver down my spine. My heart raced as he continued, finally shedding light on why my own rejection of him had seemingly failed to take effect. You must bring something sentimental that belongs to you and watch the other person break it in front of you, he elaborated. Then you must kiss the person farewell in front of the deity, and you will feel it tingles, the burning, the passion. Those who go that far often stop the ritual, he continued. Those who continue go to a place of no return and must complete the ritual. One dies and the other stays and gets the chance to find a second mate, he concluded, his words chilling me to the core. I gasped, horrified by the brutality of the process. That's true rejection, and the deity will renew your heart, so you will not feel a thing for the other wolf after they pass, he confirmed solemnly. How did I not know about this? I cried out in disbelief. I thought you just needed to say the words and it would happen, I confessed, feeling utterly naive. That's what most wolves do when they want to keep the rejection hush-hush and within the pack. But if you want to perform a true rejection, you must come to the Wolf King, and I will reveal these steps, he declared. No one talks about true rejection because not many have done it. My father couldn't even do it, he admitted, a hint of sorrow in his voice. Well, I breathed, overwhelmed by the revelation. I would have never been able to do it. I would never have let you, he growled protectively. Before I could respond, the doors swung open, and Cintra entered. Sorry, can I borrow Hazel? I've got some dresses, and I want her to try them on before the ceremony, she announced. And when is this ceremony? He demanded, his frustration evident. I was hoping for some peace and quiet before we fill the castle again. Xavier's impatience surfaced, as Cintra's vague response failed to assuage his frustration. Well, I've just been planning. Nothing is said, she responded, her uncertainty only adding to his irritation. Hazel doesn't, he began, but I cut him off. I needed him to understand. I loved him and I would do anything for him. I'm ready, Xavier. I'm ready to be your queen, I declared, determination coursing through me as I met his gaze squarely. You're already my queen, he replied, his hands enclosing mine with a reassuring grip. Well, whatever ancient ceremony awaits, I am prepared for it, I declared, my hands snaking around him. His response was a grin, a rare display of his teeth that illuminated the room. When he smiled like that, revealing his teeth and the crinkle in his eyes, he was so captivating. I found myself enchanted by the way his cheeks rounded, the warmth of his smile melting away, the ice I had wrapped around my heart to protect myself from getting hurt by him again. Chapter 36. Just the tip. The day before my ascension to the crown, Cintra organized a she-wolf party and an alpha male rally. It was a chance to reunite with my family for the first time since the attack on my pack. Don't be anxious, Xavier murmured, brushing my hair as I lay on his chest. I'm not, I lied. You can't lie to me, halfling, he teased. I've already explained everything to your family. They just want to see you. They miss you, he reassured, squeezing me gently. I know, we should get up, I said, reluctantly unwinding my leg from his hip. He said, rubbing my thigh. We should ask Cintra to make us an elixir. I trailed off as his hand moved higher, tracing my mark. Yes, we should. His breath on my neck sent a tickling feeling through me. No, Xavier. Let's wait until she makes us an elixir. We'll be careful, he whispered, though this routine had been repeating for days. He always said he would be careful, but somehow, he wasn't. I'm not putting it in, he whispered, sucking on my nipples, before quickly straddling me as he saw me surrender to the pleasure. Stop, I groaned, already too far gone. I could feel the snake pressing in on me. No, I groaned, but it came out like a yes. Just the tip, Hazel, I promise. Just the tip, he insisted. You always say that, I panted, feeling him inch in deeper. Just the tip. I'm so horny, he growled. His torso shifted towards me as he wrapped my legs on his shoulders. While we wait for the exiler, his voice was strained with control as he descended slowly, until he was basically folding me in half. But it wasn't just the tip. He sank fully into me. His large hands pinned my legs, holding me in place, ensuring none of his seed could escape. We shouldn't. We should, he countered, thrusting harder. You're too damn irresistible to stop now. That. He nodded as if I was in agreement with him. His thick snake slid in and out of me with a rhythm that sent shivers through my body. Xavier, that's not the. It is, he hissed. You just need to get accustomed to it. He held my shoulders down, his gaze never leaving mine, watching every expression that crossed my face. I could feel the buildup of pleasure, my body tightening as he hit all the right spots. Milk me, he commanded. My body obeyed, my vagina tightening around him as I came. Seconds later, he shot his seat deep inside me, riding out his own pleasure. As he continued to thrust, I gripped the sheets trying to keep my legs spread for him. I had learnt that Xavier wasn't done because he released med. Good girl, he praised, petting my clit. Good girl, he repeated, sucking on his fingers before pressing them against my sensitive clit, making it throb with need. My back arched involuntarily as he pushed his fingers inside me, moving them expertly. He never stopped until my legs shook and I came again. We should get up, he said, hopping out of bed like he hadn't just turned me into a noodle. Our family will be here soon. Let's shower, he added with a grin that said he was way too pleased with himself. You go first, I said, waving him off, trying to catch my breath. Sintra had prepared separate locations for Xavier and me to meet our family and friends. My party was at Aubrey Hall, while his was at Windsor Hall. As I peeked through the door, confetti burst everywhere, and a big banner read congratulations. I was met with hugs and cheers from everyone I loved. Duncan was the first to run up to me, squeezing me so tight that I sobbed. We instinctively inhaled each other's scent to calm our nerves. Blevine and Lizzie joined next. You look stunning, Hazel, Blevine said. You're glowing, Lizzie added, twirling me around. Is the SX that good? Blevine whispered, just as my dad interrupted with a cough. I ran towards my parents. You've grown, my dad said, hugging me. I'm so happy for you, Zell, my mother added, showering me with kisses. Well, he's left his scent on you, that's for sure, my mother laughed. Where are the kids? I asked, changing the subject immediately. With a babysitter, Lizzie said. I was a bit disappointed but knew I'd see them soon enough. The live band started playing, and everyone wanted a piece of me. I was the center of attention, and it was a new experience, an uncomfortable one, but one I knew wouldn't last forever. Things would go back to normal soon enough. So, are you pleasing Xavier? And I don't mean actually, my father asked, trying to talk politics. What he means is, are you being a good mate? My mother corrected. Can't you see the hickeys on her neck? She's doing fine, Duncan teased. He was only back for 5 minutes, and I already wanted to strangle him, but instead, I glared at him and he shot one back at me. I raised my hands dramatically and let out a hiss. You! Duncan would always hate vampires, but I was the exception. The girls finally steered me away from my family to a table just meters away. So, on a scale of 1 to 10, how big is the Wolf King? He's big, I said vaguely, not wanting them to picture anything intimate about my mate. Has he nodded in you? Lizzie asked, lifting her eyebrows. Once, during heat, I admitted. You've gone into heat, they gasped. Nature must be craving an air, Blevine joked, nudging me playfully. Yep, Lizzie chimed in. My first heat didn't hit until the 2nd year. We're being responsible, though, I replied almost too quick. What brand of protection are you relying on? Lizzie prodded with a mischievous grin. Caught in my fib, I felt the sweat trickle down my forehead. Lizzie was an expert when it came to contraception, having tried them all to avoid becoming an accidental parent. I stammered, realizing there was no hiding the truth from her expert scrutiny. We're starting, I mean. There was a pause before they broke into laughter. You better hurry before we're back here for baby celebrations, Blevine laughed. Where's your mate? I asked her. Is he still mad? That you beat his ass? No, he's coming tomorrow. Some alpha business, she said, dismissing my concern. I'm going now, Lizzie, Duncan said, walking away with a plate of food. Where to? I questioned. To the big boys' party, Duncan said, leaving. Enjoy, I said, smiling, though I felt a pang of jealousy. I hated being away from Xavier, Even though I'd just seen him an hour ago, I was becoming the kind of she-wolf who couldn't function properly without her mate, everything I thought I'd hate but now loved. The first year is the hardest, Lizzie said. What? The first year as mates? Don't feel guilty that you want to be around him all the time. It's normal. Oh, I said, blushing. It was that obvious.
The wolf King's POV, my man, Valerian said, patting me on the back. You smell like your bitch. I growled, shoving him off me. She's a queen, not a bitch, I warned him.
Valerian rolled his eyes. He was a beast of a lichen. Valerian was someone you didn't want your girl around. He was cunning, filthy, and could bet any woman, even the mated ones, I would be keeping Hazel far away from him. A queen, he repeated, downing his drink. Well, do you _𝒂𝒑 her like a lady, or do you _𝒂𝒑 her like a bitch? He asked. He laughed at my silence. I _𝒂𝒑 her like a bitch. Cheers to you and your bitch, he repeated. This time, I grabbed him by the shirt. Stop calling that. Fine, he surrendered. When did you get so boring? One day, Valerian, when you meet your mate. You understand, I said, letting go of his crinkled shirt. Do you really think I'll stop fucking other women when I meet my mate? Yes. Wrong answer, Valerian said. This party should be filled with naked women and wine spilling down their chests, just like old times. For old time's sake, he winked. Hazel was right, I sighed. What? He asked, intrigued not because it was Hazel but because she was a woman. She said you're a hoe. I like to indulge in pleasure. That doesn't make me a hoe. What else does she say about me? Valerian asked, curious, rubbing his chin. Just that you're a hoe, I said, walking away to speak to my other guests. Did you tell her I was a hoe? Valerian followed, like an irritating schoolboy. Yes. Why? Because she thought I was promiscuous, and I replied, if only she knew you. So you used me to save your union. Valerian flashed a smile. You should be thanking me for my service. I pushed his face away. So, who is off limits tonight? Everyone, I growled in his face, expecting a flicker of fear in his eyes, but Valerian remained unfazed. His steely gray gaze met mine without a hint of intimidation. Valerian was the only one who could lock eyes with me and never flinch. It was irritable. Even the servants, he questioned, surprised by how firm I was being. Yes, even the servants. I was being too strict, but I couldn't risk him breaking any hearts tonight, not when I needed everyone level-headed for tomorrow's events. A servant's outburst, while Valerian moved on to his next plaything, wasn't what I needed tomorrow. I made my way over to Rufus, my trusted second-in-command, who had held down the fort in Luporia during my absence. He moved like a shadow against the walls, silent yet effective. Among all the alphas, he was the strongest, making him the natural choice for my second-in-command. Rufus held his drink with effortless grace as I approached. Rufus, I began. Sire, he responded respectfully. I think it's time you call me 𝒍𝒑, I suggested. Sire, he echoed, clearly taken aback. No, 𝒍𝒑, I insisted firmly. Yes, sire, I will call you 𝒍𝒑, he corrected himself, stumbling over the new address. I smirked. Some things never change. Thank you for everything you have done. You are a valuable asset to me. Our conversation was interrupted when Duncan came in. He smelled faintly of my mate, and an irrational pang of jealousy surged within me, but I quickly brushed it aside and greeted him warmly. Duncan, I greeted, offering a firm handshake, only for him to pull me into a bro hug. We're past that, he declared, dismissing the handshake. Indeed, we were essentially family. How's baby Arya? I inquired, shifting the topic to a lighter note. She's thriving, growing every day. You need to come visit her sometime. You saved her life, Duncan replied, giving credit where it was due. Stop that. It was nature's doing, not mine. This women chat is displeasing. Valerian said, thinning his lips into a frown. How about we turn this into a test of fortitude? He proposed, his voice carrying the enthusiasm of a stadium announcer. Shots on shots until someone bites the dust, and then they gotta take on dares from the whole crew. Think you can handle it? He flashed his pearly whites at all of us. Despite our small gathering of just 6 𝒐𝒐, Bastian, Duncan, Ramses, Valerian, and myself he eagerly accepted the challenge. I wasn't one to shy away from a bit of friendly competition. "Fine," I said, taking off my coat and walking towards the bar. Valerian took charge of pouring the shots, which struck me as odd considering we had a bartender on hand. Nonetheless, I didn't dwell on it too much. He liked attention. Shot after shot, the numbers climbed, from 1 to 2, to an impressive 20, and beyond, the drinks flowed freely. At the 53rd shot, Duncan finally 𝒂𝒊𝒐𝒏, collapsing to the floor with a triumphant yet slightly wonky grin. It was a commendable effort, considering he was pitted against an elite alpha, 3 lichens, and the Wolf King himself. "Wait," he slurred. "I'm not doing it. This game's not fair," he sulked before puking. I glared at Valerian, who was wetting himself laughing. "Whip your ding-dong out and yell, 'I'm Indiana Jones,'" Valerian cackled, nearly wetting himself with laughter. Completely sloshed, Duncan sprinted to his feet, ready to take on the challenge. "Damn it, Duncan, you're a dad," I exclaimed, lunging to stop him, but we both ended up face-planting on the floor. Valerian's laughter echoed through the room, like a puppet master pulling his strings. "Help us up," I pleaded, reaching for Valerian's hand, only to have him pull a disappearing act, leaving me to faceplant yet again. With Duncan slung over my shoulder like a sack of potatoes, I braced myself for the Herculean task of getting him to bed. But just when I thought things couldn't get any worse, the door multiplied like a tipsy magician's illusion, leaving me freaked. "Are you guys seeing this?" I slurred, the room spinning as Valerian's laughter reached new heights of insanity. As I struggled to navigate the labyrinth of doors, it dawned on me that Valerian had spiked the drinks. "Duncan, have you ever dabbled in drugs?" I asked, attempting to reason with him amidst his misguided attempts at exhibitionism. But he seemed more preoccupied with unleashing his manhood than speaking with me. "Stop that," I roared, channeling every ounce of authority I could muster. But Duncan remained steadfast in his pursuit of genital liberation. After what felt like an eternity of stumbling through a maze of doors, I finally managed to locate the right one. As we stumbled down the corridor, the rest of the crew followed, taking intermittent breaks to collect myself. Amidst the dizzying onslaught of illusions, I silently vowed to exact revenge on Valerian for this night. He didn't understand the meaning of a chill night. Just when I thought things couldn't get any weirder, the River family materialized out of thin air. My wolf had led me to her. "What in the world is going on here?" His eyes widened in disbelief as Duncan, in a moment of sheer lunacy, declared himself to be Indiana Jones, twirling his twig and berries in circles like some hula dancer. I struggled to contain my laughter, but when Valerian erupted into fits of giggles, the floodgates opened. "I swear, I have a perfectly reasonable explanation," I managed to sputter out between bouts of uncontrollable laughter, only to collapse back onto the floor in a fit of giggles. Hazel swooped in to rescue me, while Lizzie dragged Duncan away by the ear, despite my feeble protests about his innocence. "You're my hero, Hazel," I declared, suddenly struck by a wave of admiration for my mate. "Are you high, Xavier?" she asked, eyeing me with a shocked stare. "Nope, just a bit intoxicated," I admitted sheepishly. "It's all Valerian's fault," I grumbled, pointing an accusatory finger in his direction. Hazel shot him a glare, but Valerian simply shrugged it off with an impish grin. "Congrats on the baby, Hazel," he declared with a theatrical bow and a mischievous glint in his eye. Was he flirting with her? He was dead once I wasn't seeing 50 versions of everything. "It's a girl, by the way." Hazel shot him the most evil look I have ever seen on her face, before whisking me away from the madness. As we stumbled down the corridor, I couldn't shake the feeling that Valerian's mind was playing tricks on him. After all, as Hazel's mate, I would be the first to know if she were expecting. My wolf instincts would surely have tipped me off long before now. Chapter 37, Crowning. Hazel. Final chapter. My heart raced as I walked down the hallway, hoping I wouldn't trip over my gown. I was wearing a rich, deep midnight silver dress that reminded me of the moon. Intricate silver embroidery, shaped like wedding vines, decorated the bodice and cascaded down the skirt. The ceremony was taking place outdoors in the gardens. As I walked through the double doors, the sun came into view, and then so did he. He wore a tailored doublet and trousers, crafted from luxurious fabrics in shades of gold. "So perfect," his wolf whispered to me. My eyes finally lifted from the ground to meet his. Though hundreds of eyes were on me, I saw only his. For a moment, His eyes flashed gold. My heart burst into tiny pieces as he flashed his teeth in my direction. His smooth, sandy skin glistened when the sun hit it. He practically strained against the fabric of his clothes, a single twitch away from bursting a button and revealing that SI body that I loved to see marked with my juices. I needed to get my head out of the gutter. I was being crowned. The garden was like stepping into paradise, filled with vibrant blooms and lush greenery. Exotic lilies in shades of pink and ivory decorated the flower arch where 𝒍𝒊𝒏 stood. He was the perfect backdrop. Once I reached him, the ceremony began. Today, we gather to bestow the title of Regina upon Hazel Rivers, Draven announced. It is your solemn duty to protect all wolves and uphold their best interests at all times. Do you accept this responsibility? I do, I affirmed. It is also your duty to fulfill your obligations to the Wolf King. Do you accept this charge? I do, I replied. Draven turned to his son, 𝒖𝒅𝒊𝒐𝒏. Do you accept this she-wolf as your Regina? I do, he affirmed, smiling at me with stars in his eyes. It is also your duty to fulfill your obligations to the Regina. Do you accept this charge? I do, he grinned, taking my hands in his. Turning to the crowd, Draven proclaimed, Do you accept her as your queen? 𝒖𝒅's head snapped towards all of them, daring anyone to object. His gaze lingered longer on Sabrina's brothers, who nodded in agreement. We do, the crowd erupted. The former Regina will now step down from her duties, Draven declared, stripping her of her title. She placed the crown in 𝒖𝒅's hand, and with a quick kiss, he placed it upon my head. The moment the crown Saturday on my head, I felt its weight as every head bowed in my honor. Our new queen. Draven began clapping, and others joined in. 𝒖𝒅 walked down the aisle with me. The crowd followed, sprinkling us with petals as we made our way to the center. I searched for them. As my eyes scanned the gardens, I found them, my family smiling with tears in their eyes. My dad so proud he kept telling anyone that would listen that I was his daughter. I could barely look at Duncan. He made it feel like goodbye when it was only see you later. Baby Victor waved at me, and baby Arya hadn't a clue what was going on. They formed a circle around us, and we danced hand in hand, just like we did in his room, but now under the open sky and the watchful eyes of our wolves. My heart is bursting with happiness. 𝒖𝒅's voice quivered with emotion. My Regina, I never thought this day would come. It took 500 years. He laughed, his voice filled with warmth and joy. But now that you're here, you're more precious than I ever imagined. My facial muscles ached from the constant smiling. He was such a dote. When did he become such a dote? The party quickly turned into a grand celebration, with people dancing and mingling. However, as I observed, I realized the event was steeped in politics, backs eager to strengthen their alliances with the crown. She-wolves gagging for my friendship, but their fakeness was exhausting. As if sensing my distress, 𝒖𝒅 was beside me within seconds. Let's sneak away, 𝒖𝒅 whispered, his hand snaking around me as his chest pressed against my back. Can we do that? I asked, tilting my head to look up at him. We have the freedom to do whatever we please, Regina. It's one of the perks of being king and queen. So, no shadowy figures pulling the strings while we just wear the crowns for show. None of that, he assured me with a grin. Our lips met, but our moment was ruined by an unwelcome intruder, indifferent to the need for space for the newly anointed king and queen. Valyrian. Why did it feel like he was about to become the new mosquito at my picnic, the persistent pebble in my shoe that refused to let me walk in peace, the new pain in night? Dare a Duncan, a fucking problem. Congrats, USI couple, Valyrian said, approaching us with 3 drinks in hand. Shall we toast? He asked, handing a drink to 𝒖𝒅, then at me, but then retracting it from my hand. Oh, forgot you were pregnant, Valyrian added with a mischievous grin, downing his own drink. I'm not pregnant, Valyrian, I interrupted, glancing at my belly to make sure I wasn't bloating. You positively are. I can hear the heartbeat, he said, lowering his hand to my belly. 𝒖𝒅 smacked his hand away before dropping to his knees, pressing his ear to my stomach. His eyes widened in disbelief. The baby kicked the instant he pressed his ear against my belly, as if eager to join the conversation. It was so excited to be close to 𝒖𝒅 I finally felt it stir within me. 𝒖𝒅 stood up, adjusted his clothing, and turned to Valyrian. You lycan bastard, how did you know before me? He growled, chasing Valyrian around the garden. All eyes were on them as I placed a hand on my stomach. Xavier, am I pregnant? I screeched. He stopped in his tracks, turned to face me, and flashed a quick, devilish smile. 1 down, 11 to go. If you enjoyed the story, please consider leaving a review to help others find the book. Drop a comment below and let us know your thoughts. Your input helps us improve. The end.